Sodial is farming on the Cassidy. How does Sparky just kill two in the back? That is how you make a statement.
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of hockey.
There's the pin. Nice Bernard, yeah!
Zen not going to try and play that anymore. Ooh, that is a sick shot.
Oh my god! That is clean from Merritt. Now there's no with a higher Sugar Free with a stick. Kai dead. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. They want overtime and they get it. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello everyone and good morning. Welcome to the show. Another beautiful day of OWCS Stage 3 main event action coming your way. So we're here joined by my good friends Jake and Johnny, and we're ready for this. 2 days of action already done. 2 more to go until we can crown some winners and hand out those circuit points. Now, it wouldn't be a tier 1 event if we wouldn't have a little segment about drops. So let's take a look at our viewership incentives before I let them talk at all. They're just silent. They're just...
Wait, that was new sprays?
Actually? Yeah, this is different, everyone. What happened?
Yo!
Okay.
A name card? All right. Carrying the Olympic torch. Love to see it.
Yeah, your favorite thing about the Olympics? Go.
It was our Swedish athlete, Duplantis, setting the Olympic and world record in that thing where you like jump really high with the
high jump?
Yeah, high jump. But you use the pole vaulting.
Okay,
yep.
The high jumping.
The high jumping with the pole vault.
The high jumping with the thing, definitely a big highlight for everyone watching. My personal highlight for Overwatch related things are of course our co-streamers, so make sure to tune into their streams and show them some love. We of course rate them at the end of the day as well, so stick around and join the fun and all the action. Now we have of course still a lot of action to come, so a lot of things to co-stream, a lot of things to talk about. Let's take a look at our schedule of 2024 to see where we're currently at. More than halfway through. Stage 1 and Stage 2 are done, and so is our first major, which happened in Dallas at DreamHack. Now, of course, we're setting our eyes on that big grand final, DreamHack Stockholm.
That's what all the teams are gunning for here, trying to win some circuit points, some cash here in the main event. But really, you want to punch your ticket to Stockholm for these squads. You want to play on the big stage. You want to play for the big bucks. That's where it's all at.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you get to actually face some stiff competition in Korea as well. You know, it's not only the teams here in North America and EMEA. We got 2 slots going to the best teams in Korea. So Crazy Raccoons and someone else, we'll see you there.
Yep, limited slots for the teams, but plenty of slots available for you, dear people. If you want to join us in Stockholm, make sure to grab your tickets right now. You see the link on your screen. And if you're buying it right now, you'll get a free tour of the whole of Sweden from Johnny. Ain't that right?
Maybe.
Perhaps.
Tickets on sale now. They're quite pricey. Yeah, I think we have like a VIP package or something, and it includes that. And we'll go to like
Johnny
the
personal
Swedish
tour
forest.
package.
Johnny's personal tour.
I can
is
show
in
you
VIP
our
package.
2 lakes that we have in the middle of the country, and
Just
then
have 2 lakes?
Yeah, well, there are 2 large lands, 2 large lakes. I almost went Swedish full.
Lands.
And then,
Swedish for lakes.
you know, we'll head up north. We'll take a look at Kebnekaise, which is our largest mountain. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. If that all sounds really fun to you, I'm sure I can talk to Sean Miller about setting up a VIP package, and we can go explore.
Let's hike the mountain, Johnny, when we're in Stockholm.
The mountain.
Yeah, it's a bit far away, but we'll make a day trip out of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm in.
Okay, well, that was the verbal tour of Sweden. I give you a verbal tour through our bracket here in the main stage. All things EMEA are going down first here. So this is the upper bracket. No big surprises here, I dare say. Twisted Minds, I feel like a lot of people wanted to see a little bit more from them in their game against ENCE. Alas, it should not be, so they dropped down to the lower bracket. So did Space Station Gaming. Also something that, I know, they've been looking a little more shaky as of late, maybe due to the meta.
I mean, VP also just looked phenomenal in their
Yeah,
match. Like, really
yeah.
popped off, had the unique style that they made work.
Yeah, so Space Station Gaming and Twisted Minds, they get another chance. Space Station Gaming on their merry way to fighting their way through the lower brackets, getting that salty run back. Always a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to be, out of the competition yet. There's a real good chance they could be a team still in the grand final, right? Could make the comeback, but I don't think it's the best patch for Space Station. I think they're trying to find their identity, their place in a meta that seems to be a little bit more off their meta, their style. Playing those rush comps all the time. Not many teams are able to do that here.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they went back to the lab last night to figure something out for the remaining matches. We also had some social searching to do. I asked my colleagues what their team is. Which team do you really truly support with your heart? The answers were inconclusive, so I figured we might as well just play a game to really figure out who we truly support. So we let the cookies take the wheel. Let's see how that went. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Cookie Dunk. If you like condiments, cookies, and Overwatch as much as we do, I don't think anyone likes that particular combination, actually. So, yeah, anyway, this is a game we're going to be playing. You've probably seen it over on social media. We have condiments. We have signed some teams to those condiments. Take a look at that. And we will be rolling cookies down the table, and it will land in one of these cups. And we, of course, have to eat it. But also, we have to support the team from the assigned condiment for the rest of the EMEA bracket. I'm very excited for this. I personally, obviously, want to really support ENCE, I think, is everyone's favorite team, suddenly. Funny how that goes. Anyone else? Barbecue sauce? A little bit of mustard.
I'm more of a milk enjoyer.
I think it's time for some mayo at 6 a.m., John.
I love my cookie and mustard in the morning.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
That's the classic combo in Sweden.
Oh,
okay.
my God.
Get the cookie sliding or rolling. He's sliding.
Oh.
That
All
one-
right, I'll get that out of the way. I'll get that out of the way for you.
No,
that
actually,
was close.
yeah.
That one's a hazard. You got to double up.
We're playing curling now? What is this?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, barbecue! Whoa, we got the barbecue!
Yeah, you know what? It could have been worse.
SSG believer right here.
At Donkey, come on, yeah. Don't...
I'm not dunking it. It's getting what it's got. This is too much.
Barbecue
Joy.
sauce and...
I hope
Eat
you
it.
guys get the mustard.
All right,
Eat it.
here we go.
Probably not that bad. Barbecue is like slightly sweet.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
SSG believer right here. Congratulations.
Hey, congrats.
Towards your
A real
effort.
super fan, Johnny. You're
All
up
right.
next.
Oh, Sweden is really notoriously really good at
Mustard.
curling. So
Yeah, are they?
yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
That's mustard.
No, it's not it. It's not it.
All right, go again.
Nothing.
Go again.
All right, that was good. That was good. Good teachings right there. Are you eating more? Mm-hmm. Here we
He
go.
needs to get rid of the barbecue flavor.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
You're a buffoon.
I don't know. Why is it guiding to the barbecue sauce? Who rigged this? All right, here we go. Here we go.
Just SSG.
Oh my God! No.
Solid. Oh, that's not even bad.
Oh, who am I supporting? I already forgot. All right, Kenneth, about the orange
A
juice.
one-man army.
A one-man army. I'm down. Top Dragon. Orange
Yeah.
juice lovers. Oh my God.
Probably better than the barbecue sauce.
Oh, it's like dripping orange juice.
Yeah, me. That's a good breakfast combo.
Oh, not that bad.
That's
you
what-
were cooking. Yo, OJ and cookies?
I personally
New combo.
actually, I requested
combo.
this to be vinegar and not OJ because I didn't feel like we should
That was
do nice
delicious.
things.
I know, that seems like it would actually be good.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So he gets milk, I'm gonna be pissed.
Mustard.
Mustard. Oh, come on, put some heat on it.
Put some heat on it.
Like you mean it, sorry.
I don't want to overshoot. Okay.
Is this table clean?
Whoa, that was way too far.
I like that.
That's what-
You're going the right way, Zoe.
and just tighten.
Watch that mustard.
No.
All right.
Oh, the mayo could be hot.
You need to be brave in this moment.
Get in there, put some heat on it. Don't be scared. Shoot.
No, right.
Okay. Go.
We need-
You are not getting out of this. This is your
We can't be here all
idea,
day. We
Zoe.
got a match to go to.
We will be here
What are
all.
you doing?
Your accuracy
Hit
is
one.
so bad. Oh my God.
Zoe,
Keep going.
Come on.
Shoot. Just keep shooting. You're going mustard. If you miss this, you're going mustard. Mustard. Do it. Please.
They're
Mustard.
pushing me out of cookies.
No. There's no escaping. Oh my God.
All right, we got more cookies standing by.
Load up.
Zoe,
There is no ending this game.
I think.
Zoe's going mustard.
And
Zoe,
why?
3 more shots.
Okay, you know what? I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
No, you're not scared. You should be. Oh my
Oh
God.
my God.
Oh my God. She's looking at her finger.
That is disgusting. That is
Not
foul.
that bad.
Wow.
Don't hurt its pro.
You know some?
That was cookie dunk.
You need to wipe your lip there. You
I
got
don't.
SOS.
Fun game. We go again. Bye. It's not that bad, honestly.
Oh my God.
It's not that bad.
If you say so. It's
not bad.
I'll take your word for it.
It really wasn't that bad, though. My aim. That was the
bad.
real issue.
You deserve the mustard. I'm not gonna lie. There's too many shots.
It's harder than it looks. Try it at home. Let us know how that went. Are you ready to support your respective teams?
I am.
No.
Okay.
You can make me at the cookie, but you can't force my hand on the Preds. You know, I'm going.
On SSG?
I'm going with my belief. I'll probably end up supporting SSG for a while. But they lost. They're in the lower bracket. I won't be putting them against VP or Ents. Just saying.
How you feeling?
I feel great about Ioma. I love this team. I'm really excited about them. So, yeah.
Cool. You have your first opportunity to really root for them as they will be finding themselves in our first match of the day. They have to go up against Twisted Minds. Let's dig into this, what I believe is the quarterfinal lower bracket?
Quarterfinal bracket, that's
Sure,
right.
let me just use some words. There we go. Twisted Minds going up against Ioma. Twisted Minds roster, of course, they played a much slower style than most teams thus far in the groups and as well as here, of course, in the main event versus Ents yesterday. Was that yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. But they did not look so good, even though they managed to play on their comfort kicks.
No, I mean, in the end, Ents is just such a stronger team on their comfort. I feel like they allowed Ents to stay well within their wheelhouse. And Ents was a much stronger team. I don't know if that means Twisted Minds is necessarily weak or that maybe Ents is top dog. So this is the time for Twisted Minds to show that they are a serious contender, that maybe that was an anomaly. But I think they did show a bit of weakness. As good, though, as players like Quartz and Vigilante were.
Now, a one-man army, I mean, this has pretty much been the top Dragon show in most of those games, Johnny, but the new addition in the backline also making some waves.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Top Dragon so far, but one player that really impressed me in group play was also Donghun. Top Dragon is going to be a pivotal player in this match because of the echo play that he's providing in this roster. You can see the May as well was lights out against a team like, oh yeah, have a May one trick on their team. Was a big difference maker here on Shambali Monastery. But then also being able to flex over to the likes of Tracer, for example, really good player for this team, and it's going to be the star player of this team. But like I said, Donghun as well, I think been really solid in this backline as well. So I just wanted to take a bit of a moment here and focus on a clip that I found from the group stage that really just highlights Donghun and his fantastic brig play, actually. So I'm gonna head over to the Telestrator and I'm gonna show you how they actually clutched it out here against GG Peps. Now, let's start out with some bloodthirsty support. Throwback to Doa's good old segment from like 2019. So this is a lost fight here, and you can see Top Dragon and Theomatic, they're already dead, so we find ourselves in a 3 versus 5, or 3 versus 4 situation rather. And of course you have no front line. So this is a lost fight. Big cleanup for GG Peps here. We can go ahead and play this one out, Jake. Let me know how you feel about this, Jake. We've got Donghun here on the brig. We're running away for a little bit. And all of nowhere comes FD God. Oh no, okay, you get a pick onto FD God. Donghun, he's not settled with that. He'll get a pick onto Yoham as well. He just killed the backline in a lost fight. Top Dragon and Theomatic are on their way. You can see in the kill feed, Donghun dying here. So now you have a 2 versus 5 or 2 versus 3 situation here. There's no backliners on the side of GG Peps. And Theomatic's like, okay, I'll just go in here. Now, crucially, in this moment as well, good presence of mind from Top Dragon. He's actually going to duplicate the Diva here, and we can go ahead and slow this one out. Slow this one, pause if we can. This is really important because this changes the whole 2 versus 3 dynamic because Nico has a pulse bomb as well. But obviously you don't want to utilize that pulse bomb when we got the duplicated defense matrix here. So really good play here by Top Dragon. Gives Theomatic some additional point pressure. We can play this one out. They're going to flip the point. And so because Donghun got those 2 picks, that actually secured the point here. Now, great individual play. That doesn't really happen every day. So I want to take a look at a real fight coming straight after this as well. And we can showcase, again, Donghun's great individual skills. So we're going to flip over to a different clip here. They're taking the point. We'll go ahead and pause here. I just want to set up this fight real quick. So in this fight, it's going to be pivotal. Wow, we got a big old brig here. But we got 2 great, thank you. Good catch there. We got 2 great ultimates here. We got Theomatic's Primal Rage, which in this scenario, we're not really focused on diving with this Primal Rage, because actually we just want to set up Avo, and Avo as well has a great Bob. This is going to be great because you can kind of send this Bob in here, contest the point, and essentially what you're doing is you're buying more time for your Ashe and for Top Dragon as well on the Echo to find picks. So you're not necessarily diving, you're playing slow, you're sitting back and trying to stall out this fight. We got a Nano as well, which in this scenario, if we're trying to utilize the Nano, again, we're not really diving here. You could use it on Theomatic and get in if we see an opportunity, but it'll be great here to peel off what we're gonna see here from GG Peps. They got a Diva and a Tracer, of course. They got a Nano themselves. They have a lot of ultimates in this fight, so they can't go aggressive. But we're gonna use the Nano to peel, and then Donghun is coming up on this rally, and we'll see how this one plays out. So crucially, we're gonna play this one out. Now, remember how I talked about, Winston Primal Rage and Bob? We can go ahead and pause this right here as well. Actually, first, we're going to see him shield bash backwards. And as you saw, the Nano came in onto Tread here, but he doesn't go for the Diva itself. Actually, he bashes back to his Ana to create like an additional body in between the Nano Diva and the Ana, protecting his Ana in this situation. It actually leads to Alpha surviving this fight for quite some time. So we can go ahead and resume this one, and we're going to see that the Bob comes out, and we're going to see that Theomatic goes down as well. Now, Top Dragon goes down to this Diva. That's all right. We can go ahead and pause here. So we can go skip a few frames. I want to see the Bob. I want to see the Bob on the point here. And we'll actually see that in this scenario, he's going to go for a Tracer here. Sorry, I really messed this up. But he's going to peel the Tracer here. We can see a nice Whiplash here from the Brig as well. You're going to play this one out, play it out, hit the Whiplash, peeling this Tracer. I mean, this is huge plays here coming out. So now you've lost your front line. The Bob has been used. And now, in this moment, we can go ahead and pause this. So Theomatic is dead. Theomatic is in spawn, okay? You've used the Bob as well. So you can't really touch on the point here. So it comes to Donghun here. Now, okay, you have some support. You're alone in the front line here. And you're facing an Ana and a Tracer. This is a really scary scenario for your Brig here, because if you get bionated here, I mean, you'll just go down. You'll go down real quick. Now, Donghun knows this, and as you can see, there's a little bit of shield here left, just a tiny little bit. So what GG Peps want to do here is they actually want Nico to kill this shield to guarantee that the Biotic Grenade hits onto Donghun, and then you can run down Donghun. But Donghun, we can go ahead and slow motion this. We'll see that he actually manages his shield, trying to time this Biotic Grenade. And you'll see he's managing the shield. Here comes the Biotic. Get the shield up, blocks it, and actually manages to stay alive. Yes, GG Peps, you have point control right here, but because they don't have the Biotic Grenade anymore, now Theomatic is back in the fight. And actually, this is going to be a nice little hold here from the side of Aomo, of course, because Donghun did a great job in this fight, peeling for his Ana, whiplashing the Tracer, and then holding the front line down as well. Doesn't go down in that fight. So I think Donghun has been really impressive on this Brig so far. And again, 2 good fights from him here that helped him set up a bit of a reverse sweep on Flashpoint, down 0-2 against GG Peps.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of threats on that team, so Twisted Minds, I hope they did their homework. If we're looking at our threats for this one, listen, I tried to support Twisted Minds again yesterday. They failed me once more. I just feel like I've seen so much more depth from one-man army. Twisted Minds look more one-dimensional. I have a lot of faith in the dive we're seeing from a one-man army, and Twisted Minds have not really shown me much in that regard. So, had to go with this one. Actually make it not even a close one, 3-1, it's my bet.
Wow. So I also went for a one-man army. I thought this was going to be like an odd man out, Pred, because I think Twisted Minds is probably the favorite to win. I think just the raw strength, the team has more high-level experience. But I do think Donghun on Brig is actually really high-impact character. This meta, I think against TVNT, playing mostly off tanks, the D.Va and the Sigma can both be vulnerable to some Brig pushes. So we'll see. I think this is going to be a close one, though. I got a 3-2 here.
I just predicted Ioma because I put my cookie in the orange juice.
Sometimes life is just that simple.
That was the rules of the game. I had to support Ioma for the rest of the tournament.
Is that why you made it a close score? So you can be like, oh, well, it was the
what do you really feel?
How do you feel, actually? Yeah.
I feel like Twisted Minds, probably the better team. I like their D.Va looks, you know, sometimes even slowing down with the Sigma. I think that Theomatic on the Winston could have something to say in this matchup, and Top Dragon is an amazing player. I would probably say Twisted Minds is the favorite team, but I put my cookie in the orange juice.
Well, you did put the cookie in the orange juice. Mitch, Matt, where would you have put your cookie? Why does that sound like such a loaded question? Also, good morning.
Where would I put my cookie? In the milk?
I'll let Mitch take this one.
You don'ts.
Yeah.
Where else would I put the bloody cookie? Would you fancy some cookie and mustard with your breakfast, Matthew?
I like mustard. I just don't know if I'd really put it. I don't really know if it's like a cookie condiment.
Cookie.
I don't really like milk either, though.
You bathe in the stuff. What are you talking about? Your mum still runs that for you.
Just raw cookie. Raw cookie, I think, is fine.
Man's.
Well, not like raw cookie dough. Just you know, the natural cookie.
There's nothing natural about those cookies. I got bad news for you, brother.
They're probably organic.
Your free-range organic cookies.
They're free grass-fed cookies.
We should probably discuss that, which we're sort of being employed to talk about. The whole desk had a one-man army winning this. I don't normally defer to you on picks because, frankly, I don't care about your opinion. But today, I think is a different day. I'm feeling generous.
I think it's a little wild, but I think Twisted Minds obviously had a bad performance against Ints. I think we might be overcorrecting in the other direction a little bit far, right? In the fact that we're all going to go for a one-man army, but obviously the upset potential is there. I think you really want to see Twisted Minds get off to a good start, right? I think the mental kind of carrying over from yesterday's like a little bit of a boomage against Ints could definitely happen if they start off slow.
Also, Ints is a quality team as well. And Twisted Minds up until this point had a flawless group stage. It looked pretty clean on their games up until that Ints matchup. So I don't know what cup was in the Twisted Minds. I know it was in the Twisted Minds Cup, but I probably would have put my cookie there. And that's not euphemism. I do think they are.
I do love Johnny doing like a 45-minute telestration and then making a prediction based off of his cookie.
I mean, yesterday it was a prediction based off of his concern about getting roasted in the post-match interview. So, whatever it takes, fam. Either way, we have Top Dragon, of course, in that Farah here, playing outside the dojo a little further. TVNT gets a little bit more than they bargained for and won't get away with mech intact. Twisted Minds losing out in the poke game here. Again, the threat of the Farah and that constant damage coming down has been an issue.
Yeah, Top Dragon's done a great job just kind of like avoiding Quartz. Quartz, one of like the better hit scan players that we have in the world, right? And just kind of able to dodge that. Is TVNT going to go back and get a mech? But that's going to have to be a medic just dive on in, take out two players. I think got Twisted Minds off guard a little bit. So one-man army getting off to a good start.
No Brigitte here for Twisted Minds. They have an Lucio backline, so just see how that plays out here. But it does mean, of course, that Theomatic, while he has to contest with the Sleek Dart and Bionade combination, doesn't have to worry about any displacement via whip shot or something similar. And Atmo has a lot of room to breathe here. Theomatic's created a huge zone, such that Alpha is like the third line. No pressure really on the Ana, the new Oni skin, perspective from the Battle Pass. Get yours now, folks. Selling out. It's going to be an Anabuso hit a Quartz. He needs to get across the bridge. Doesn't get conked off, so now can start to pressure that backline a little more. At least force Alpha off a sight line that would have let them heal Theo back up.
Yeah, Twisted Minds kind of like slowly, takes control over that bridge area, pushes a one-man army back, and then that's when they can kind of take control over this point. So they do end up needing to use the nano on the Quartz, right, to get him over the bridge, and then also sort of that extra damage to kind of push back a one-man army. But a one-man army, they come in here, Mitch, you know, they'll have the Nano Winston capabilities or even like a Nano onto the Pharah. They could be able to flip this rather quickly.
Back to the bridge we go. There's Thematic getting a nano boost instantly in course. Where's the backup for them? Bliss at least gets in the way. I'm going to force Thematic back for a time, but Yubi gets sniped out there by Top Dragon. A lot of damage already done by Thematic. It's about the point, though, here in a few moments. Bob being down on the field makes it a little bit tricky for one-man army to push into this in this match. And sound barrier is something that only Twisted Minds have access to in this matchup. You've got to make good use of it, though. Top Dragon's barrage here might have caused issues, and Theo got slept, and Vigi is able to at least get across the divide. Bliss here has to amp that healing quickly now to keep that Ana alive, and it just came a little too late. Thematic swings for the fence.
He got across the divide because he got primaled across the divide. He just gets like, you know, swung on and sent to the other side. So you see the sound barrier there for Bliss. I believe it only connects with you know, himself and 2 other players. So 3-person sound barrier. It's so much easier for Donghun to get great use of the rally, right? I know everybody kind of stacked up on the point, just kind of consistently rolling where rally kind of pays off as a one-man army will take the lead.
Good looks here so far for a one-man army. Top Dragon continue to be an issue and so far not really shut down. Eventually though, Thematic is removed. A little overextended, and look at the position of Alpha. It was very hard for that one-man army backline to keep the Winston topped.
Yeah, I think it was just like line of sight from the healers. Like, you know, the Ana Brig just kind of pushed back towards that bridge, and the Pharah just putting down damage over there, so couldn't really exactly push up. And Thematic just gets kind of chunked down on the point, so didn't have any, you know, line of sight of the Winston, and then you end up you know, having them just die rather quickly.
You'd be on the Pharah here, bear in mind. Normally a roll assumed by Labda, but that would require substitution. Here's another rotation of that nano boost to the Winston for a one-man army. Thematic here more than happy just to contest the point right now, but just Twisted Minds are at risk of running away with it. TVNT, okay, spots the Brig. Can't quite knock Donghun off the map here, but everyone else looking to pile in on them. Somehow the Brig's still standing. TVNT backs out a little too low here, but TM still have the point. Theo has to jump over there now, which means he can't easily peel for someone like Donghun should there be another dive on the Brig. TVNT looks like he was considering it there, but Top Dragon gets caught by Quartz's Bob on the point, and Twisted Minds now have full coverage. Avo has to walk across no man's land while Quartz is looking straight at him, and the sound barrier, purely insult to injury here. Bob was able to contest for a time, but that time has expired.
Yeah, TVNT kind of knocks the Bob off of the point there, but Quartz kind of going crazy there towards the end. 3 or 4 kills in that final fight. Now the Bob gets to the point, takes out Top Dragon, who's trying to contest it on the Pharah. No, Thematic not there on the Winston, so pretty strong performance there from Twisted Minds, making the adjustments necessary to take it.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start, but the Pharah for Yubi eventually had to have some impact, really. Again, we harped on it a little bit, breaking up the ability for Alpha to easily heal Thematic. I was talking about just how much space they had at the start of the round, even if they were playing on the bridge. Eventually, they really had to give a little bit of that ground up as Twisted Minds got their DPS line in position.
With TM, they're probably going to get a UB out here on the sim and then a swap. Yeah, so we're going to have the Pharah matchup yet again. So the only difference is keeping in that Lucio instead of the Brig. I think we've kind of talked a lot about these different types of compositions, right, with the support line specifically. The Brig, I think, provides a little bit of a extra point staying power, just kind of like holding down positions. The Lucio does provide a little bit of extra damage, right? At range specifically. We talked about how strong Lucio is, and that's Donghun just kind of walking around the corner.
Vigilante has hit multiple really impactful bionades already in this round, Matt. First, it caught onto Avo, and the second one, 2 players from a one-man army were impacted. And then it looks like Donghun was just caught a little bit out towards the open. Quartz really dominating that center quadrangle.
Yeah, and then we saw there for a second that Yubi just kind of like pre-fire, knew that Top Dragon was trying to make it back to the spawn, so he couldn't get high up and made his shots pretty easy there for Quartz. Top Dragon will play the Echo here, so going to play the Echo to kind of counter maybe this far on the other side.
Great bio again.
Big bio grenade yet again. Yeah.
That's the Vigilante difference, folks. Look at that percentage in ultimate charge between him and Alpha. Already has that nano available. Top Dragon with a switch over to Echo in the previous fight now. Maybe hoping to be able to blow Yubi up a little bit easy, but getting to the Pharah in the first place, even as Echo, not such a simple matter. Vigilante has this nano lined up, and it's going to go over towards Yubi here. No barrage available for the Pharah. I want you to bear that in mind. This is just raw damage that Yubi's been sent out to do, and Focusing Beam is going to account for him. At least TVNT can create a trade, but that was a nano boost invested by TM.
Yeah, and TBNT was like 99 to a new mech, with a self-destruct and ends up falling right before he's got an opportunity to do it. But it's a huge bob, actually. Theomatic gets all to the point, and before that, Quartz is able to take out Donghun. So in a situation where a one-man army looked like they potentially could flip it, Twisted Minds, specifically Quartz, goes huge there, allows everybody to get back to the fight.
Bob was inside the bubble.
And that's going to extend the amount on the point. Yeah.
So I don't think that Theo actually accounted for. Still, they've got other business to attend to now, and that is trying to wrangle the rest of Twisted Minds, but they are awful slippery. Hard to catch, and Theo instead opts for the space created by the raw threat generator by Nano Winston. Here's Yubi though, dropped in for a huge barrage. Takes care of Alpha. The Nano Boost already got delivered there, but lacking the Ana in this fight is going to hurt. Dongun's had to go for the rally here. And TVNT backs up. He knows the Brig is on the point here, but they need to deal with this primaling Winston before they regroup. Twisted Minds now can turn their attention back to the objective.
Yeah, I think they're just maybe even waiting here for the sound barrier here from Bliss, right? Just gets it now as TVNT moves into the back of the point. They deal with that Brig is really nice use here of the defense matrix, just trying to keep that on alive. And there's that sound barrier.
Top Dragon's in trouble. TVNT's able to shut down the dupe. Well, that's an Ana pretty well unattended here. Have able to jump away at least. And one-man army are now just coming in tatters here. Eventually being broken down by Twisted Minds over these 2 rounds of control. And that's Lijiang Tower wrapped up. Twisted Minds take the first map of the series.
Yeah, I mean, round 1 was pretty close, but round 2, not much at all, as Twisted Minds, they kind of bounce back off of that brutal loss yesterday from ENCE with a good start here against the one-man army.
I think we've seen across a few of our teams, right, actually, having an Ana player that is able to be proactive with these biotic grenades, take the risk, of course, and not having it available in the case of a Winston dive, but use it to set up situations where the enemy team's got to give up a lot of ground. But if you're one of your DPS, your Ashe especially is hit with a bio, like we saw right at the start of Night Market, she cannot peek into the middle part of the map. That allows your Ashe to take a more aggressive slant and actually start to force the other team away. We'll talk a little bit about Garden first, though, because it was quiet to start with for Twisted Minds. But again, you see, once they control that bridge access for a one-man army, it's really hard for Theo to get consistent healing.
Yeah, and you saw some really good switches there from Twisted Minds, right? Specifically, UB making adjustments, going over to the far right, putting constant pressure onto that bridge, not allowing those supports to kind of get across that gap. But it's really, I mean, Quartz just a difference maker on the hit scan, pretty consistently for this team.
Absolutely, and again, has been in so many crucial games. UB obviously on the fire for much of this map, and yeah, Top Dragon at some point switches off to the Echo and says, I don't really fancy this matchup anymore. A couple nice barrages rather from Ubis. He drops in behind. At least is able to turn them into single kill situations. And the Echo doesn't really seem to move the needle a whole lot here, as that's the switch that a one-man army went with at the end of Night Market.
Yeah, the Echo can kind of duel the Pharah a little bit, more, but it did not really make much of an impact there towards the end. Probably just a little late to really kind of get a read if it would have made an impact. So now a one-man army, they get their map selection here. If you want to play like that, I mean, you could play King's Row, right? If you want to play some Pharah, right? I think you could play Blizzard World as well, another option. Really, all the hybrid maps pretty decent, for that Pharah Ashe setup, if that's what they want to continue to roll with.
Yesterday we actually saw TVNT play a lot of Sigma, right? Where Twisted Minds are actually preferring to go to Circuit Royal when they could. And that was a pretty back and forth map. I mean, you are, dealing with someone like Kai on the Widowmaker, so there's a huge level of volatility with Quartz versus Kai. And there were some cases where Twisted Minds looked pretty good in that Sigma shell. Both teams had the Pharah setups here. We did see Labda brought in for that game, but a lot of it centered on just which Widow was able to feel more confident and also have a little bit more room to breathe. And as that map continued, we started to see Twisted Minds run out of the momentum they'd built on the first half. But Lijiang Tower was very much the opposite. Twisted Minds had to fight from behind in that first round, and it looked pretty oppressive for them. They bounced back beautifully.
If this match was yesterday, right? After Twisted Minds gets just destroyed by ENCE, I think it could actually have been way closer, right? I know one where you definitely could fire, maybe even favorite one-man army is they picked Dorado. I think having that extra day though to kind of take a little bit of a breather and reset there for Twisted Minds, I think that's huge, right? Not kind of have to play right after a brutal loss, I think is a pretty nice advantage for them.
Dorado here. again, we've sort of seen how this map has played out, and it's honestly played out the same way for quite some time now. Even, you know, teams like SSG, who have a decent sort of Winston setup, struggled on this map yesterday. They really struggled to contend with like a strong Widowmaker presence, plus like good dive rotations from that Hypnos team. So, you know, you could suggest that something that a one-man army have available to them if we want to see that Widow. It's the more aggressive, I think, sort of take on that comp that often features simply Ashe, but some teams are forced into it when they do see a Widow on the other side.
Yes, I expect Quartz to play the Widow here. I mean, a fantastic hit scan player, right? No reason for them not to put him on that role, where I think could definitely give a one-man army some troubles. As Theomatic and Top Dragon, though, they kind of come out on this like Winston Echo look, can definitely get to that high ground and put some pressure on pretty fast. I think that'll be where, you know, having the break here for Bliss will pay off, as Vigilante showing off his moves
the
there
sleep
in
dart
spawn.
lineup, very based. Yeah.
Yeah. Big
Not sure when that
sleep
one's
dart
going to come
lineup.
back down.
I gotta say, you know, we keep coming to camera. I mean, that shirt you got on today is phenomenal.
Thank you.
It is that is looking, I mean, that has got to be
best
at
part
least,
is
you know, $1,000
the best part I know is
shirt.
that you're being sincere, man. So it really warms the cockles of my heart when I get a fashion compliment from Mr. Morello himself.
Yep. It warms your heart to the point that you consider going to the doctor. It's never been this warm.
Just like the reflux I get when I have to have a conversation with you, buddy. But again, you know, it's nice to have a fellow, a fashion aficionado, the real NASA hat expert, weigh in on my outfit.
You missed me and Jake had a long conversation
I heard about
the
space.
moon and the distance. Yeah, you know, we're experts.
Top Dragon couldn't get the altitude he was looking for, though. Didn't quite get that space. It was Vigilante bringing him down, and Quartz punishes Donghun. So this is what we were saying, like a really strong Widowmaker player in this composition can make it even worse. But TMR actually, you know, playing with the Diva variant of this defensive dive. Curious to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I mean, you can kind of like control that high ground with the Diva relatively easily. Like even the Widow kind of going for shots here on the Quartz, kind of eating that up with the defense matrix. Is Avo, I mean, just not many angles to choose from as a Quartz finds another.
Bit of a tickle there on Quartz. Theomatic doesn't quite find the mark, but does at least force the Widow off the line for the time being, but it's short-lived. Soon enough, Twisted Minds are back here amongst this defensive setup. As a dive from Theo as he just wants to take that low ground for now. TVNT not really giving much attention. Avo's trying to make the switch to Widow, but Quartz. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to beat in this role. Top Dragon attempts a sticky bomb dive. Quartz able to shrug most of it off, but Bliss was picked off in the meantime. TVNT was not able to intervene.
Yeah, getting the kill on Bliss is pretty huge, right? Just a huge line of defense. That is just, I mean, that is point blank. The gun directly to the side of the head, flying through the air. Getting the brig is pretty big because that's like a big line of defense here. It'll be a primal rage from Theomatic trying to take out Quartz, but look at this pocket. I mean, just being kept alive here by the support so well here for
Vigilante also. Oh, what the heck is going on?
I mean, bruh.
Quartz is under so much pressure and he's able to manufacture kills like that. That is absolutely brutal. One-man army cannot catch a break. They're throwing everything at the Widowmaker. Quartz is able to shrug it off and then pay it back with interest.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz making this map selection by the one-man army look pretty silly at the moment, right? With how good he's played on the Widowmakers. Avo just trying to maybe find an angle here coming up soon here. Is Quartz trying to predict that. That's going to be a nano boost on the Theomatic as well. They're still trying to get this Winston into position to really bother that Widowmaker. It's just not happening.
They're going to have to keep trying, no matter. There's no choice. In goes Theomatic, and it feels like a pretty haphazard dive. Already they lost Avo and Donghun in the backline. Alpha, though, dishing it out. Big Bionade connection, and actually accounts for the entirety of Twisted Minds' backline on their own. Sad part is this is not quite enough. No one's on cart right now. Yubi, for the most part, can avoid Theomatic. Not that he'd want to, as he has TVNT flanking him.
Yeah, they get a nano there onto TVNT, so he goes in with Yubi into the backline, and they're able to just kind of deal with a few players quickly. As you know, even with the kills traded from a one-man army, I mean, you're in final fight territory pretty much for them, and you're going to have the rally here for Bliss to deal with Theomatic when he jumps in. As look at this angle from Quartz, right? I mean, that is just really difficult to find.
Quartz sees the Echo coming. The Top Dragon has to keep going for these no matter what. Dupe of the Widow, as you do, doesn't really give him the lethality on Quartz. Yeah, meanwhile, Yubi's just mulching the rest of a one-man army. Top Dragon struggling here. Blitz goes down. Quartz still alive, by the way. Still living. TVNT eventually turns around and is like, I guess Quartz might need help at some point. And now can start to push Theomatic back. This might be a pretty short map. Twisted Minds have taken it up to 11 on this map.
Yes, it'll be a rally though from Donghun, so this will keep everybody here for a one-man army topped up as TVNT trying to get out. And he uses self-destruct here just to get a new mech back. So now you'll have Twisted Minds back at full strength. That's coming up, trying to get a hold.
Starting to close up here for Quartz, but have to go out to the bridge and is forced to peer in from the side doorways to find these shots. It's a little awkward, so essentially Quartz not having an impact on the game at all right now. However, Vigilante does. Hits Theomatic with a beautiful bio, takes the Winston low. Nano Boost will, of course, give that 200 HP, but Theomatic gets instantly put to sleep. Vigilante is handling Winston like an absolute monster. Beautiful. Avo bounces right up into the shot from Quartz. Just too easy for this guy. Yet another one. It's going to be Top Dragon to fall. The one-man army get absolutely demolished.
Yeah, they should not pick maps that he can play Widowmaker, I think, for the rest of the series, because I assume they're going to have another map selection here coming up as Twisted Minds puts together a great defense there, really built around Quartz's Widowmaker, as a one-man army doesn't even really get the... They don't really get the card that far at all.
Yeah, not even to that first checkpoint. God, they threw everything at Quartz. There's an Echo dupe from Top Dragon. He would have lost the duel simply as Echo. He's Widow all of a sudden. He's struggling to hit the shots. There's a Primal Rage in there, I'm sure of it. Theomatic jumps on in. Quartz still untouched.
I would say Twisted Minds also threw everything at Quartz, right? I mean, they had their defense matrix in place. He was getting every repair pack.
I mean, Bliss hit him with the get down, Mr. President, and got picked off.
Yeah, like, I mean, they don't have any more resources to give him. I mean, just gets absolutely everything.
But I would point out that while Theomatic and Top Dragon are trying to dive Quartz, quite a few of those engagements earlier on, TVNT and Vigilante just flattening the one-man army backline. You always see it up on the kill feed there. I mean, great success. And of course, Yubi is not really doubling back to help Quartz. He is getting that Pharah damage down. It's been really impactful on Dorado so far. So the Diva defense works out beautifully. Now one-man army know what they need to do, but still don't feel like they can realistically opt into a Widow.
Theomatic on the phone looking for help.
Phone a friend.
Hello. Yes, Quartz is on the other side. Bullied. Let's go back to 6-on-6. You tell that they don't obviously want to, match the Widow, right? Now playing the Ashe, where not as great in terms of those long sight lines, and just feels a matter of time before Quartz is going to find one.
Good pressure here, but you see the follow-up. Twisted Minds always in on that peel.
It's not even really worried, right? Like,
at some point, though, Alpha has to take risks in order to heal Theomatic. They have to peek there. You see they are just from that left side of this pillar. Top Dragon already gone down here, though, so lacking pressure on the Widow to start with. That's going to open up space even more. With Theomatic down, the world is Quartz's oyster.
Yeah, now you're going to give him an even better sightline here towards the end of the map as Donghun and Alpha trying to make it out with their lives. They absolutely need to cannot fall here to TVNT. That would pretty much just kind of secure Twisted Minds. The map is one-man army. You're going to have one more shot here, just getting out of the spawn.
One last chance for a one-man army, but even that feels insincere. Donghun and Avo working with a Vita Grenade. Vigilante has been controlling those chokes so effectively this whole time. And there's Quartz. Avo can't do too much. Outmatched, outranged, outpaced by Twisted Minds in general. That's all she wrote, folks. A very quick Dorado map here. And Twisted Minds were licking their lips when they saw a one-man army try to take them here.
Yeah, this is a map selection that does not pay off for a one-man army, as Quartz can just insta-lock the Widowmaker. You can kind of play that the entire game, and Avo and really just kind of the rest of a one-man army, no match to deal with him in the background.
It was, I would say, it's one of the most outsized impacts we've seen a Widowmaker sort of have on a game in the last couple of months, and you can really see what it does to a team when everything they try and throw at an individual player doesn't seem to work. But credit to the rest of Twisted Minds, because someone like Quartz cannot get away with this if they don't have strict protocols in place to protect the VIP. Very good peel back there from TVNT. You mentioned a lot of that defense matrix being used to protect him.
Dude, this shot is silly. He's like trying to get into the bubble as well, just like come down.
Yeah, for me it's that shot. Like after getting primal and like, you know, rattled around for like 10 seconds, just turn around and whip one on probably one of the most important targets on the opposite side here. So look, this is really informed our discussion about Twisted Minds over the last couple of weeks. The player quality is kind of ridiculous. And that's why we're so surprised when they go into matches and they look so lackluster. They got 3-0'd by, you know, that end squad. Really feel like Twisted Minds should be solidly amongst that top 3, and at times feels like they're barely knocking on the door. These performances are great. It's these performances you want to see from Twisted Minds against the very best to really solidify them as a powerhouse in EMEA.
The highs are really highs, and like, you know, you're like, hey, they can get like top 2, like they can contend for the top, and the lows have, you know, the entire desk, you know, saying the one-man army is going to come in here and sweep. Like that's kind of like where you're at with this team. There's no middle ground, right? Like they're either this or they're what we saw kind of against
Jova or so Barak. There is no, and you know what? It's crazy that I thought that Johnny's prediction was the most reasonable because it was dictated by a cookie. But you know, obviously for Zoe and Jake, they generally felt like on an academic basis, like, you know, a one-man army would be the stronger team. Won't knock them for it because I get it. Twisted Minds looked so average yesterday, but a one-man army, excuse me, maybe a little bit of a tier break between these two teams. They're just not quite able to reach the individual heights of someone like Quartz. I've got another map to try and put it together here between Hybrid, Flashpoint, and Push, but I don't know, man. Where do we take this team that likes to play the Winston dive, right? Knows they, you know, they don't want to deal too much with that Widowmaker pressure in general.
You can play like Runasapi potentially. You can play Eichenwald, right? Winston's always pretty decent on Eichenwald, right? Where I think the Blizzard world, like Diva, can, you know, really make an outsized impact, or even like Paraiso, right? So I think those are kind of some of the maps that you look at if you really want to kind of change the game up completely. You go like a new Junk City. So yeah, it'll be Eichenwald though. This is a good pick for Winston.
And again, it's the kind of map where you can make Widowmaker work on some points, but it's a little less likely. We've definitely seen some teams pick it and stick with it. And for Twisted Minds, if they're the kind of team that likes to ride high on a bit of that momentum and confidence, then perhaps they'll be looking to similar setups here. Farah also, not unheard of at all on this kind of map. See it on sort of both attack and defense sides here. So it's quite possible that for these two teams, this falls into their wheelhouse relatively well. But looking at like the way Twisted Minds, you know, have been able to show us their quality of the last couple of maps here, I don't think there is a map that one-man army can take them to, like when they're like this, that could really give them the edge.
Well, yeah, and now you kind of put yourself into a corner here if you're a one-man army, right? You win this here, you know, on Eichenwald, awesome. Like they could take you to like a new Junk City and play some type of like rush, right? Or you can play, you know, Maga-based compositions, Ramatra, like different types of things like that, which we know Twisted Minds played to a high level. We've seen them already do that. So a one-man army puts themselves in a really difficult spot here going down.
Absolutely. We definitely need to see Avo on some level being able to have a comparable impact on the hit scan roll here. Looks really quite good, I think, on Lijiang Tower, especially on that first round until the bridge access got sort of limited.
It's not even really an Avo thing as well, because like there's not many hit scans that, you know, when Quartz is playing, you know, as well as we kind of see know him play at times, right? And especially in this series has played extremely well. Like there's not really many that can deal with this type of hit scan.
Yeah, without like mirroring it or diving it necessarily. It's hard to answer. So Twisted Minds here, the more expected composition. Obviously, this is a team that is going to bring out that Lucio Ana composition a little bit more than maybe what is normal. Blitz just definitely feels like they're pretty comfortable on that role. Yubi on the Tracer here, which is very customary for a one-man army. They're who I'm looking at here. How do you create an opportunity? Top Dragon, the only Widow they played this series is when they duped one on Dorado, and the results were inconclusive. So take an early shot here with the Mercy damage boost, find nothing. Just waiting for Matt to call it.
I thought we were going to go for the double shot there with the pedal. That would have been some new tech, but
taking flight.
Calm down.
Some Lifeweaver tech in the building. But
so we've got the Brig Arctic here for one-man army again.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the Echo, right? I think this is trying to put a little bit of pressure here on TBNT. See with that beam, just nukes him down.
That is massive. Again, no one's there to help a one-man army when the dive comes in. Yubi at least is able to drag Top Dragon down. Quartz is in a relatively safe position here. And One Man Army actually aren't in striking distance of the point quite yet. Yubi's in a decent spot.
Well, I mean, you lose your Winston and your Echo. I don't really know what you do from here if you're a one-man army, right? They kind of control the choke. That's great, but I mean, that kill onto the brig would be terrible as Donghun able to live. That's huge, and then they actually get Yubi. So Yubi was all in on trying to get that kill on the brig, and they end up turning.
I get the idea, but Yubi really overstayed there. TVNT doubling back here for a bit of a top-up. Yubi now comes back off spawn and can triple blink down the street, be back here relatively soon, but the capture has begun. The Bionade from Alpha, quite punishing. Vigilante making sure TVNT can be a factor here. Maybe waiting on a sleep dart opportunity. Sees the bubble come down and maybe unaware of the echo. Pressuring, it's Donghun though, eats a pulse bomb from Yubi. Redeeming himself. Honey was returned to the fight. Finally getting the brig he was looking for. And that is dirty from Bliss. That looked almost like a solo effort. Yes. Running Avo down there. And once again, a one-man army, you're going to be stuffed.
I mean, that's where you see the offensive firepower of like a Lucio, right? As Bliss gets right in Avo's face and takes him out as Twisted Minds, they battle back onto the point.
For a hero you never play, you bat-chested so hard about Lucio's damage buff on his primary fire.
Dude, yeah. I'm a big Lucio fan now, you know.
I don't think I've ever seen you play support. Like, I've played this game with you for so many years. I've never seen you play support.
Well, I'll select support, right? But I don't exactly like play it, I would say.
It's really a matter of definitions here, yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of observe the battlefield, occasionally decide to, you know, make a play. This very debatable if those plays are good or bad. I would say
okay, sure. Reasonable minds would differ.
Got a primal here for Theomatic at least. Nano up at the same time. This is the best chance a one-man army you're going to have on this attacking side. They must convert. Here with the Bionade instantly is Theomatic, but he's able to drag Quartz down regardless. Elsewhere, TVNT gets a nano of his own. Looking to harass a backline, and Theo's waiting on something. All right, has to be a remake here for TVNT. He's able to climb back in, no problem. Donghun now goes for the rally. TVNT thinking about the rest of his team here. He's almost given the point away entirely as Vigilante was forced off the point by the Winston bubble, but now that's expired. Theomatic, though, unbeknownst to him, has a primal rage to work with. Quartz here, sidelines limited. Alpha still going to get brought down, so now in a longer fight. Twisted Minds might be advantaged, but they've lost their own honor. Yubi can contest, can touch, but I think this is curtains for the TM defense.
Yeah, it should be, right? As Yubi gets one, this should be a one-man army being able to take the point, and they do so. So even with the sound barrier there for Twisted Minds, a one-man army just too strong. They have to kind of throw everything absolutely at it, right? But this is where Winston, I think, can be a little bit more effective in the Diva towards the second part of the map, being able to kind of control that high ground. I think that's where the Winston can definitely start to pay off here. For a one-man army is that it'd be very important to get to that high ground, right? Dislodge like Quartz and Vigilante from this position.
I mean, for Quartz and Vigilante to heal TVNT or to damage the choke respectively, they do have to expose themselves quite extensively over that lip of the rampart. That Winston bubble, very troll. Forced them both back for a time, but TVNT was still able to stay out of the fight and not take too much damage, so no harm, no foul. Yubi, nicely done. That is a follow-up on a beautiful bio from Vigilante. Those have been brilliant from him this whole series.
Yubi's had a pretty good map as well, coming up with some big kills on the Tracers. You see a lot of the players here for a one-man army just trying to make a play for that high ground. Doing a great job protecting Quartz. Constantly you see when we were on with Quartz before, and you know, just watching for the third person, Theomatic goes up and he gets hit with like a coach gun. Then there's like a boop in the way. Then there's bios. I mean, making it very difficult for the Winston to get up there, and it's super important. And now they lose Top Dragon here before they even can really gonna get things kicked off for this next
fight.
Top
Dragon struggling. Only just really switching over to the Tracer for the last couple of fights.
Really quiet series, yes. I would say.
Yeah, we got talked up a lot, I think, in the pre-show, which is fair because I think that his showings recently have been great, but Yubi's been good. It's also been Vigilante, just not letting that Ana do anything. Coach Gunner here, I think, for Quartz hitting the shield, so no knockback. Theomatic, though, sees them nanoed Ana, rather, the Ash. Decides, yeah, I'm going to commit to this. Primal here. Managed to find Vigilante, but gets woken up after the sleep came in. Still buys a bit of space, though, for Twisted Minds, and they've used it. Yubi, another kill. Solo, well, not solo entirely, but able to deal with Top Dragon. We're doing a lot of work to control the attacking Tracer's flank routes on this stage of Eikendollar.
It's just so funny to watch where Quartz ends up getting the benefits of the nano. They then try and primal to get him out. The primal gets slapped. He drops down. They sound barrier. It's like a bomb in the way. Anything to keep up the Ash of Twisted Minds. As now for a one-man army, they will have Donghun's rally here. So if they can get everybody back on the same page, right? They just keep kind of losing a player every time they start to move through the gates. Could force a fight on the card. Make that rally impactful.
TVNT's been a problem for a one-man army. Able to play between those different levels of high grounds, right by where the card is. Top Dragon here, he's got a mission. It survived Yubi's onslaught. Pulse there for Yubi, doesn't connect on Donghun. He just shields back, sits in the corner, has to pop a rally now as TVNT charges in, gives up his mech, but will refresh it with that self-destruct. Notice that ability is never used for the explosion at this level. By ranked teammates, take note. Could be a bio hero onto Avo and Alpha respectively. What a stick from Top Dragon though, and he might have opened things up finally. Bliss falls there. Pulse Bomb finds its mark, and it was nowhere for Vigilante to go. Finally, a one-man army with a head of steam headed up the incline.
No, I mean, you barely even saw Bliss there when the Pulse Bomb comes through from Top Dragon, so that's going to give one-man army an opportunity here to take this second checkpoint. It'll be Twisted Minds, so they'll be able to come out of this area with their own nano boost. It's just who does it go to as TVNT gets hit with a bio coming on
Alpha
out.
lost his sleep here and forced out. Quickly knows his days are numbered, so he throws a nano to 30.
Oh, no! What? It looks like, okay, so you don't have the full picture there, right?
The full picture.
It looks like both tanks get nanoed for either team. TVNT goes in, deals with the Ana, and then maybe Donghun was trying to help the Ana and didn't actually make it back to the cart, and Theomatic had dove in. Yeah, so let's take a look at this here.
Okay, this better not be Youngjin level.
So we don't see. So this is going to be the nanos
It's
from both
Youngjin
sides,
level!
and
He's done it! He's just walked off!
Yo, I tried to cover for you, Donghun. I tried. I thought we didn't see it, and I was like, maybe this happened, you know. Nah, that was just a Youngjin
I would say
right
it's
there.
slightly better than Youngjin level because he's trying to peel for Alpha, who's getting absolutely pounded on that high ground, but like, it's ropey. That is ropey.
Youngjin just didn't want to play anymore and just walked off. He's like,
yeah, there was literally no stimulus for Youngjin to leave the car.
Yeah, he was like, this guy, I think I'm just all right with this. You know, this seems like a good amount of push. Let's just walk off.
That was a fever dream. I just can't believe that happened. Still, it's definitely one of the worst Charles IXs that we've seen.
Well, on Dorado, I thought when you were talking about, you know, Quartz's strong Widowmaker performance, I thought you were going to compare it to, you know, Dia Dragon's level.
Why would I dare? I mean, hey, listen, that guy did a lot done considering Shusha was his main tank, you know what I'm saying? we digress.
Yeah, if only they would have played MG, what was this, MG 42 or something like that.
MG, yeah.
If only.
Bring back 5 King. Justice for my king.
Yeah, one of the biggest what ifs.
Oh yeah, things I my intrusive thoughts when I try and sleep. All right, so Quartz having a crack at this little grapple up. It's a poison mine value, okay. Yeah, Theomatic's position revealed to him. Not that it was really a secret. Over towards the Ash now. I'm losing it. The Shanghai Dragons references got me wilded. Theo!
Got you, boom. Theomatic. I mean, that's a lot of damage here at the choke. Sleep also from Vigilante and the Top Dragon, not able to kind of, you know, collapse onto that and, you know, have anything come out of it. But it allows Twisted Minds to get through the choke.
Dynamite upstairs here. Bounces off his teammate by the looks of things. And can't be blown up manually. Still eventually gets some value. TVNT burning down from it right now. Slow but sure here for Twisted Minds. They take that first bit of damage on Theomatic. They turn it into control of the computer shop, and then a fire grenade on the Winston. Yep, that's going to do it. Man, Vigilante, such a sick player. This series, he has been all over it. In fact, it would be a standout if it weren't for Quartz being on his team and Yuvi also turning around and having a great tracer game here in Eichenwalde. Well, folks, just got to go up the hill a little bit further. Twisted Minds here now, get that first checkpoint. Looking to make their way up the incline, and again, it's one-man army in absolute shambles. Getting staggered out here. Theo not allowed to survive. TVNT is just checking his traction control. That Porsche skin. Really going to make sure that everything is hunky-dory there. I respect it.
Seems like it's working fine.
Yeah.
It's, TM pushes up. pretty far. You can actually like self-destruct body block here. It'll actually be a pulse bomb connects onto Theomatic's face as he walks out. His top dragon actually ends up using a dupe on the other side. I think just to keep himself alive, and then also know they actually get a contest. They can't allow this cart to keep moving
I'm
forward.
thinking it might just been so we could try the Porsche skin, Mac. I'm going to be honest with you. There wasn't a whole lot the top dragon could do there.
Yeah, he missed the collab,
Exactly.
so he wants to get a...
They're limited giant skins, bro. Like, you ain't getting that back. 4 minutes and 8.
A literal test drive.
If you have to ask Top Dragon, you can't afford it. 4 minutes here.
A nano was ended up used there from Twisted Minds, so one-man army will have the nano here for Theomatic, but it's a large space to cross and also use some of these ultimates. You're going to be screwed for this next fight after, so nice dynamite there from Quartz. Going to get a lot of value right away. They will get a touch.
Yeah, Bob almost stopped the contest entirely now. It's going to be Theomatic with the layering of a nano and a primal rage here, and rallies in play for Donghun. All of a one-man army's resources being used just to keep them in the game, and TVNT is able to wreck Donghun there, charge him down with those micro rockets. Alpha removed, self-destruct here now. Theomatic can't do much but sort of contest on the cart, and that's it. A one-man army get absolutely rolled and smoked. There's no other way of putting it. That is a brutal stuff. Holy!
That was a
They're
tough
looking
one.
like pretzels out there right now, you know what I'm saying? Just bend those boys into sheesh. Okay. Well,
It's, one-man army, they've had some good games throughout, EMEA, but that was, I wouldn't categorize that as one of them, as that was just all Twisted Minds. There are only two ways it was going to go, right? At least for me, it felt like that Twisted Minds was going to continue a little bit of a boomage from yesterday, or they were going to come here today and put together a more Twisted Minds-like performance, and that was definitely
It's amazing what a good night's rest with your favorite soft toy can do for you. You know what I'm saying? Twisted Minds made sure story time was attended to. They had their milk and they were ready to game the next day. I love to see that. That's called living large. That might be the real Sigma grind set, folks. Get me off camera.
get me off camera video. I'm losing my mind. Very quick match, though, here. Twisted Minds showing us the other end of the spectrum, the one that gives us some confidence in what this roster can do.
Where was this Twisted Mind yesterday when I predicted them? I was all wrong. Where are they? So I obviously took the approach of the spurned lover and predicted against him. Johnny had the cookie gloves decide for him. Jake, I'm not entirely sure what your excuse was.
Honestly, I just thought Aoma had some solid matches throughout the stage. I think Ana Briga is actually strong. But I think, honestly, Yubi bringing out the Pharah was really smart on control. And in the end, this was a very large hit scan gap. I mean, Quartz ran through them. Across the board, I think they played with a lot more confidence today. Vigilante was making tons and tons of plays on the Ana. And the team just looked really clean and well drilled. Like, they weren't perma-aggressive, right? They had the opportunities to fall back, drain the ultimates from a one-man army, and just this is an immaculate performance from Twisted Minds. Their play speaks for itself.
I'm happy Quartz is popping off like this, though, because I think especially like end of last year, Saudi E-League, after the Overwatch League finals and going into this year, we were talking about Quartz as like a top 3 hit scan in the world, like one of the best hit scan players out there. But it did feel like Quartz was a little bit quiet, and maybe Yubi took a bit of a front seat, especially stage 1, stage 2, when they played those Mauga, Ramata compositions, right? Yubi held his own with Kevster, for example. But I feel like Quartz has really popped off this stage and like the last couple of months here, and it's really showing us what Quartz can do. So yeah, huge gap. I'm gonna say a team gap.
Yeah.
This wasn't even close. So Mitch was about right. He described it accurately. Really impressive showing by Twisted Minds. And again, I think they're hungry to go up against some of these top teams right in the region.
Yeah, definitely. Want to punch their ticket to get a rematch maybe against ENCE, stay
SSG
alive in the lower
next,
bracket.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds look threatening. Honestly, I'm a little bit worried for SSG. If Quartz is in form like this, I mean, the thing is, Quartz also had actually a great series against ENCE. Even though they got owned 3-0 against ENCE, Quartz was still popping. Like on circuit, I'd say Quartz was the better Widow over Kai, even in a losing match, which was hard to do. And so I think you're right, Johnny. Like, if Quartz keep playing like this is a super scary performance. Player of the match. I mean, kind of easily player of the match. Like, as good as other people were, this was the Quartz show. He just kept getting opening kills on the Brig, on the enemy hit scan, like just really high value picks over and over and over again. The hit scans right now are just on another level.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very impressive, but not surprising. I mean, heading into this stage, heading into all of OWCS, we knew what to expect from a player like Quartz. He's so explosive. He's an absolute game changer. he can turn things around. He's turning fights around. Unwinnable situations in the past were turned around by the likes of Quartz. So no big surprise. Did we want to see a little bit more from a one-man army here? Absolutely, just based on their recent performances. There was a lot of faith obviously put in them. They showed us different looks, they showed us versatility. So it's sad to see them go, as this was their last match, of course, here at the main event. But very exciting, of course, for us to now see Twisted Minds advancing and the next opponent being SSG. How do they stack up if we're just looking at compositions there?
I mean, I think that's going to be a really interesting match to watch because SSG have been very amorphous so far this stage, right? Showing us lots of different styles. But, I mean, we know the rush is solid for them, but none of their other looks, nothing has really convinced me. It's like, oh, this is the comp for SSG this stage. I think they're still kind of workshopping things. Whereas Twisted Minds today, very stable, very consistent. But the highs and the lows, it's hard to reconcile their performance against ENCE yesterday and their performance here today. So it's going to be tough to tell. I think that series against Space Station is going to be a bellwether.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that everyone from SSG is having their eyes glued to the monitor, trying to take some notes on what transpired against ENCE, as well as, of course, just now, to see where their strengths and maybe also their weaknesses lie. Maybe you can help them doing their homework here a little bit, Johnny, as you do have a illustration about some of the Twisted Minds performance.
Yeah, they first point held here, Ioma on Dorado, and I just wanted to showcase how they set up this defense and how they actually managed to get it done. So it's a really nice defense here on Dorado, and they're actually going to split their team into two nice groups here. We're going to have the front line, of course. That's the wrong way of the pen. But we're going to have TVNT and UB be classified as kind of like the front line for this team. They're going to hold the cart. And meanwhile, we're going to have Bliss and Vigilante with Quartz over, of course, on the Widow. They're going to represent the back line. That is Northern Arrow. And then we're going to see this dive come in from the side of Ioma. Of course, you're playing Winston, you're playing Echo. So you want to get deep. You want to get on top of Quartz to free up some room for Avo to get more space and then have a good sight angle. So we can go to roll this one out. And I kind of just want to show how Ioma is setting up this dive in the first place. We'll move the camera along into the back and we can pause here, around here kind of somewhat. So this is a pretty default setup here if you are attackers. You can't really see it, but Top Dragon, he's gonna come in on the flank and go over here, this side as well. We have Theomatic here on the Winston. He's going to dive deep from this position as well. And sometimes if you're playing like Pharah Tracer, Echo Tracer, you'll have the Tracer take this matchup in the house as well, so you get an additional flank angle there. So a pretty default, those are the ugliest arrows I've ever seen, but a pretty default attack here from Ioma. Now, you can already see that the backline is kind of set up here because Quartz, of course, knows this dive is coming. And what they're going to do is they're going to peel behind this wall. This means that Top Dragon and Theomatic, when that dive comes in, they'll be super committed. There will be a wall between them and their supports, and it's going to buy more time for Quartz. Now, the front line, of course, we got UB and TVNT here. They're going to hold down the fort, and they're going to do a great job trading the backline here of Ioma, recognizing that Theomatic and Top Dragon, they're of course not there. So I'll go ahead and play this one out. We can see that UB has the barrage here, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful setup here. As the dive comes in, you can see that UB is going to go barrage, defense matrix right there. And as we swap over to Avo's POV here, we can go ahead and play this one out. You'll actually see that the matrix in the way. You can't land this shot. You're aware of Quartz, but also you can't land that shot. Then UB comes in, and UB is going to secure, trade the backline, gets a 2K here, recognizing that the dive is coming through. Meanwhile, you can see here the backline. They are ready for this. We got Vigilante. I want you in this little box here, buddy. You can see this trio right here. Bliss has a rally that's going to come up as well. Top Dragon forced here under pressure to duplicate the Widow because he's just not able to stay alive on this Echo. But I mean, you got 26 seconds on the timer. Like, you have to use the duplicate. This is the dive, right? So beautiful. Peel can play this one out, and you'll see that Ioma, they're not able to get anything here. Theomatic actually gets a frag here towards the end of this fight. Rally comes out, and you can see like they're so ready to just peel this one out. You can see you can keep playing this clip, and you can see that they stay alive beautifully here. Primal comes in from Theomatic again, last fight, gets a pick onto Bliss, but here comes TVNT, like they're done. They traded the backline, and now they're here to help. And so it's a beautiful hold here by Twisted Minds, really. They know that the dive is coming, and they do a great job of trading the backline and peeling as well, and they end up full holding Dorado here. So a great showing from Twisted Minds, really, on the Dorado defense.
Yeah, and SSG will have to get up against them in just a few hours from now. First, of course, we're shifting gears and heading onto the upper bracket, so they do have some time to get ready for it. Now, before we're heading into all the action of our next match. We do, in fact, have a winner's interview ready as well. It's going to be audio only. I was about to just turn to the big screen. No, but Quartz should be joining us now for an audio interview. Quartz, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Perfect. Congratulations on the dub. How do you feel right now? It's been an up and down journey for you in OWCS so far. Where do you see your team right now? How confident are you?
First of all, thank you so much. And I feel fine, to be honest. I think we can win today too. Hopefully, we'll get back up.
You know, Quartz, today was a master performance. I felt like you also performed well against ENCE yesterday in the individual hit scan duels. How do you see this meta in terms of, you're playing a lot of different hit scan? I think a lot of fans got to know you for your Sojourn play, but now it's maybe more of the Ashe and the Widow. How's your comfort level on these meta heroes? I mean, you've looked fantastic, but do you think that's your best, or do you still prefer where I think first came to love you as a player on Sojourn?
I think I prefer all hit scans. I'm comfortable in all of them, but this meta specifically is not the best for hit scans, so it's a bit hard to perform as I used to. But I think I can still do fine. Can still do good.
How do you think you matches up or stack up against the other teams in the region? You'll be facing off against SSG in the next round here in the lower bracket. How do you feel that Twisted Minds fare up against the likes of SSG and Virtus.pro, of course?
I think it's definitely going to be hard, but I'm hopeful that we can win.
You sound very, very positive. I do love that. One last question before I let you go. After the match yesterday against EN, I mean, there was a 3-0 loss that you guys suffered. What was your key takeaway as a team from that match?
I think we were doing a lot of mistakes, to be honest. But I think if we fix them, maybe we can win. I think our chances go up 70-80% if we fix our mistakes, because we weren't playing as a team yesterday. I don't know, so many mistakes, but hopefully we fix today and we'll perform better.
Well, you looked like a different team today. It was a dominant showing, a dominant performance, so best of luck in your next match.
Thank you so much.
And that was Quartz from Twisted Minds. He was fragging out on the server today. Let's see if he can keep the streak rolling together with the team. Let's take a look at that bracket to see where we currently are at. This is, of course, the lower bracket that they're currently fighting their way through. The next opponent will be Space Station Gaming, who are also finding themselves in the lower bracket after a tough loss in the upper bracket, which let's actually take a look at who's still remaining there. Virtus.pro and ENCE. It's going to be the final match up here, and that's our next match actually coming up. But first things first, of course, we want to rest up, take a few minutes, take a breather, take some water, stay hydrated. And when we're coming back after a quick break, we will break down all the action of our upper bracket final match between ENCE and VP. So please don't go anywhere. We see you on the other side. hello, and welcome back to day 3 of the OWCS Stage 3 main event. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. We're now heading into the EMEA upper bracket final match. It's going to be ENCE facing off against Virtus Pro. A lot to discuss here with those two squads on the server, so let's dig in right away. Starting with VP. Johnny, yesterday you talked a lot about their backline, about their preference playing Kiriko over the Brig. Will we see that again today?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is just their style. They like playing that way. They like having the front line made up of the Diva and the Tracer as well as the Kiriko, and then kind of leave your long-range hit scan with Gala on the Ana hanging, essentially, and trying to sustain that dive. Like, that's how they like to trade. It's a different matchup here today, but I feel like this is what defines Virtus Pro. Will we see some Illari come out? Like, I don't know. I'm just leaving that out there because that's obviously a look that they've been like in playing all year, pretty much. It has been about the fact that they can play double flex support, right? Where some teams in this region, they prefer to play the Lucio or the Brig instead. So Virtus Pro, I think they're a really fun team in that regard. Sana is an amazing tracer and will need to have a great performance against Kevster in today's matchup.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE though. Jake, how will that double flex support fare against ENCE, who has shown us so much flexibility yesterday?
My prediction is not well. I think it worked really well against SSG because SSG is just not that good of a team at dive. Like, they are not fast at dive. You know, they're not confident pressuring the map aggressively, and that makes a lot of opportunities for the Kiri to get in and make plays. But I don't think you can say the same for ENCE. Also, ENCE being a team that loves playing Diva dive, I think Diva, if you don't put a Brig on your team against Diva, the Diva is just going to run through your backline and be back to defend as well. You know, so these Kiri flanks, that trickery, you know, on Circuit Royale, this double flex support, sure, but that's going to be great for ENCE too. I think ENCE is just going to be so comfortable in this matchup, and I think if you don't play Brig in the dive mirror, you're going to get stomped by ENCE.
Let's take a look at our preds for this one. I'm very interested to see where we're heading with this. I personally went with ENCE. I just feel like they showed us a lot of different looks yesterday. The flexibility that Mamon also added to the mix with Kai and Kevster. It's just their front line is so strong, the back line is so strong. I love Vestola. Chase might be coming in. Who knows? Who knows what we're going to see? So for me, this is ENCE. I hope for a close match, though.
I think this one could be maybe competitive. I think VP might find a map here, but I do think in the strategy department, I think ENCE is just better equipped. I think the Maimon Shout is a great one. I think the main support, though, is going to be powerful here, and I think the Kiri will be shut down if it comes up.
Yeah, and I agree with Jake's analysis, of course, so I also went with ENCE here on a 3-2, and also all that plus never bet against Kevster.
Yeah, and if you do it, then have you learned nothing? Honestly, it's usually it's usually not faring well for us, and it looks like the viewer predictions are on our side here. 28% though for VP, who have been showing us some great stuff as well throughout the group stages. So definitely not a team to be underestimated, but I don't think ENCE will be the team to underestimate anyone, as they do take this very, very serious. Let's see how prepared they come for this very match. It's the upper bracket final. The loser will head into the lower bracket. So not all hope is lost there, but I'm very excited to get this one on the road. Mitch, Matt, who you got credit for this one?
Oh, it's a tough one, actually. I think this is VP. This is where we really learn if they're the real deal. They can take down like a space station who are in a questionable meta and obviously don't really have the dive locked down. They got away with like some really aggressive Kiriko fights, stuff like that. This is where we tell if this team is going to be great. I think they can absolutely win this series, VP. It's going to come a lot of the time down to map picks that facilitate for their somewhat distinctive style.
I think VP has a real shot as well. I've kind of liked how they've played really, since even at EWC, right, and all through this stage. So and look, the Deskball picked out a one-man army. So I'm riding on opposite day here. Maybe it's VP that their chance here against ENCE. Although ENCE, we know they can play every type of style there really is, right? No, they do want to play more, probably like in the Diva, Sigma, Ramatra like wheelhouse, right? But still very strong at all of those.
I mean, again, that's with this lineup, but ENCE obviously has options, right? We see them bring Maimon in. Chase is also an option for this team. They legitimately can do everything. Virtus Pro, we really enjoyed Rajaro's Diva play. I think we were very impressed with it yesterday. So Virtus Pro are well positioned to make this Diva dive work well. But Jake pointed out, when it comes to having to deal with ENCE, maybe playing more mobile comps, will their support hero pool be enough here it's going to be, of course, the Lucio Kiriko. It's been Lucio Baptiste for Ents, of course, playing that far more static composition that we've come to expect from a team with Vistola in the front line.
Yes, using Kepster's Maywall, just trying to catch somebody off guard there at the start, and that's going to be, I mean, kills going in favor of Ents rather quickly as Gala on a bit of a flank. And the VP team, they're going to play a little bit more spread out, right? They're going to play, more one-on-one type of style where you're going to have to kind of win those type of duels where they can lose in every single fashion there at the start. So really fast fight and point take there for Ents.
So we've already forced Virtus Pro onto the rush. They've come off the D.Va straight away, feeling that they don't really have the gas they need against the Sigma composition. That is just really hard to shift in general. So play a little slower. Shockwave here with the Dynamite. Now they alight to the middle of the map. Keep an eye there on Gala, who was trying to take a bit of a solo fight there against Kepster earlier on, playing a loose end. They want to encircle Ents as well as they can here and eventually make their way in. It was a Nemesis form activation already, though, from Rojaro. Vistola really unperturbed by that entirely. They might try and sneak Sauna in for a flank here, but he fell first in that last fight. It's an air matrix here for Sky Reaper. And it's a decent spot to answer people coming from the front. And Immortality Field, though, really allows Ents to shrug off so much of this initial poke.
Yeah, they use a nice Maywall and kind of like block off one angle. This is going to be a blizzard here where the Kitsune rush goes down as Gala did not believe, it does not have the sound barrier, but it's going to be 2 kills though going in favor of VP. So even though that blizzard comes down, the Kitsune rush still pays off.
No one's eating the blizzard. That's the issue. Virtus Pro actually have that sort of speed boost to get them out of it there. It looked like Gala might have been caught briefly, but ideally, Ents want to use that ability to stop the Ramatra in his tracks. And ideally, they want to use it when he tries to use Annihilation. Here, though, Virtus Pro able to step forward from it, get out of it, take the fight, put Rojaro in a position to succeed.
Yeah, this is going to allow VP to use this Annihilation offensively here, kind of with the sound barrier on both sides. So to be pretty strong, this Ramatra ultimate, as it's going to be the Bob here from Kai. Kicks things off. It's going to be a Bob in response here for Shockwave.
And that is a purely defensive Bob here for Virtus Pro. Vistola aware of it behind him, but not too bothered about it. It's going to be getting rid of it anyway. Gravitic Flux there, catches Rojaro, but here it comes, the Annihilation. Virtus Pro starting to surge off of the point here. Vistola can just back up. That's all he can really afford to do. The Kelex's sound barrier keeps Ents healthy enough, and they're ready for a crackback of their own. Immortality Field gives Sky a bit of time to get everybody topped up. And Vortex, though, will slow them up. But once more, Ents able to come back. It's 53% play, 63. Then it's an Ant Matrix with Virtus Pro's name on it.
Yeah, it's the later beat from Ents, right, that keeps them topped up. As this is going to be the Ant Matrix kited here by VP. It'll probably be Sauna. Yep, jump on, get a touch here, keep this point still going. They're going to have this Kitsune rush coming up, and Vistola's quite low.
There's great damage there on Vistola for Pulse Bomb. Sauna doesn't get the stick, but it lands close enough to the Sigma to take a chunk of his health away. And yeah, Sky Reaper was on point with that Immortality Field, but Vistola still needs to be healed up after that expires. He eventually gets back to fighting form, but Virtus Pro have been able to stave Ents off the point again. 83%. Rojaro just a little overextended there. Goes for a Nemesis form play, but the backup wasn't available. And Ents able to punish this.
Yeah, tries to kind of push forward, maybe go for a kill there, and maybe a little bit too far where, you can survive for a while with that power block, but yeah, not invincible there as Rojaro ends up falling and things kind of crumble for VP after that. But Virtus Pro getting up to 90% to give themselves a fighting chance here. Just need one more fight to go in their favor.
The Dynamite actually kind of annoying there for Virtus Pro. They've got to split from it. They're going to take the high ground here around that center area. Rojaro, though, needs to be the pivot point, and he takes a face full of damage, and it's an early Nemesis that has to get used. And Kepster's made his way into the back line. Shockwave easily handled as Vistola finishes the job with the Hyperspheres. And there's a Pulse Bomb up here for Kepster. Spotted out here by Sauna.
They do flip the point here, so it's going to be VP in control of the point. They're not going to be able to kind of contest, but going to have a few players still here as Rojaro get on the point. They were maybe even playing around that sound barrier, but they take out Gala, so this should be Ents. Gravitic Flux there towards the end from Vistola. That'll secure that first round.
Generally, these two teams, though, have been pretty clean, so we don't have to have that initial discussion about whether or not, two teams are on a fundamental parity. They absolutely are. So that allows us to look a little bit closer at timings. When are ultimates used? When are they pushing aggressively? I think Rojaro, for whatever reason, gets caught advancing towards Ents there in Nemesis form off the point and gets taken down. May have felt like he didn't have a choice in the matter, but that's a crack that gets exploited by Ents as they bust open that hole.
Ilios, you see from Virtus Pro, the response to the Sigma is bringing out the Ramatra. I think VP, I mean, they should feel pretty confident in terms of mirroring this diva play, right? I know Rajaro, a very good diva player, same with Vistola. Seems though that the back line will be the biggest difference.
Yeah, because we see Kevster switching off the sim, it's harder to get a good timing to get to the bridge early and find a conk, but Shockwave almost got taken down by it. So we're still able to avoid it. Oh dear, Swift Step please, you can climb back up, it's all good. Still though, dangerous position to play in against the Diva. Canal realizes that and opts to back away. Now the Ophido have longer to travel to get towards Rajaro, which means, yeah, the rate of healing is lower, and Kai got a dynamite kill. That is an utter freebie.
Yeah. The health pack wasn't up at the time. I believe Shockwave had just taken it, right? So no health pack there to keep the nail
Kiri
off.
cannot heal herself. She has to Suzu herself.
Yeah, and didn't have the Suzu either, right? So rough spot there for Virtus Pro is they don't even really get a first fight, right? You just kind of have players ticking down and taking chunks of damage, trying to get over the bridge, and never really develops into anything.
Stola here. Actually pretty unwilling to give any ground up to Rajaro. Makes it hard for Shockwave to get in, that's for sure. Kai really wants to exploit that fact. Sorta popped in briefly, was hit with a Bionate. Sky Reaper able to keep tabs on that Tracer. Boop is beautiful from Kelex. Just suspend Scala long enough in Kai's line of sight, but Shockwave and Rajaro in the meantime have been doing work. Coach Gun was good, but 1 HP is not enough for Kai, and Rajaro will find it with a straight bullet. Now able to get Vistola out of mech here, and VP in the Diva comp definitely feel confident.
Yeah, man, some clean shots from Kai, right? But as soon as they kind of get across that bridge, right, and deny that far some space, the amount of damage starts to become something you can fight through a little bit easier, right? You can kind of play as a unit. So Virtus Pro fight through that area of the map. They can get control of the point, and now it'll be on ends. Rotating around here towards the side as Kevster moves away from the far, now going on a more of an attack as he's going to go over to Tracer.
And there's no fire of a VP, so the White Room approach is completely valid now. You don't have to go from the bridge, which can be really hard to navigate. Okay, Kitsune rush here for Canale. Pistola's able to get out of that. They're just utterly disengaged. Bob even deployed there from Kai. That is what allows Ents to get away scot-free, essentially. Now we have a moment. Virtus Pro playing off the point. They've gotten into the lead here in capture progress. It's going to be an nano boost available here for Sky. It's going to give it to Vistola basically instantly. Bob here from Virtus Pro. And they want to commit. Sorta now digs deep into White Room. Rajaro goes so far. Can he get that remake? Looks like yes. Kai also getting taken down there. No, Rajaro actually just got caught by Kevster before he climbed back in. I don't know if Sorta can do the same here. No. Vistola's going to be allowed to remake and get back into the fight. And he got the value of a self-destruct kill on the Kiriko. Okay.
I mean, that is about as good as value you could get. But VP does get up to, 68% on the point, where they end up using the Kitsune Rush when Kai ends up throwing the Bob in, just to kind of deter them from coming onto the point. And then it's the Nano Boost deployed there onto Vistola, which is a pretty big impact, right? So Virtus Pro, even though got off to a pretty decent start with Rajaro getting killed early on, it results in Ents taking the point back.
A little bio here to slow Virtus Pro down. Still looking to come in and get this beat dropped as soon as possible. They want to make sure they have a decent fight, and that Ents just can't disengage away from it, or wait to drag it out of Kelex first. And it's been careful about it. Playing off the point here. Yeah, it's going to be a beat. They've got to go for it. You see the full commit behind that sound barrier. No one from Ents, though, being knocked off by the dive from Rajaro, who's already lost half of their health. And that's with a sound barrier, by the way. So now they're going to back away. Disengage. Both sound barriers drawn out. Now it gets a bit more volatile. We see sort of blown up there. Kai, I think, found a headshot. Kelex finished the job with a boot.
Yes, another nano boost here from Sky as that's going to go on to Vistola, and he's going to take out 2. I think you're seeing the effects of the nano definitely pay off way more than like what we're seeing from the Kitsune Rush, right? On the opposite side of things, the nano boost so impactful onto the Diva, potentially even an Ash if you do need, is that's going to be Ents taking this first map 2-0.
And that is just a clear example and a reminder of just how rock solid this Ents team are over a couple of different compositions. First the Sigma, then the switch over to the Diva. Dizzy heroes that fit perfectly into Vistola's hero pool, and this is very much within Ents' wheelhouse. Virtus Pro, at the end of the day, can't afford to make a mistake. That's what this matchup represents to them.
I mean, Canale looked awesome the other day, but it was really a lot of like kills from the Kiriko, right? Where if you're not getting like that offensive boost like the ability with the Ana in terms of just like the raw healing output, and then also the nano boost, like you're going to get so much value out of that. Bios as well, that you're going to need Canale to come up with some kills and, you know, some sizable damage, you know, to really outgain that Ana.
And that style of play, Matt, is risky and it's very punishable. We saw that on multiple occasions, even over the course of just Lijiang Tower in this series. Canale probably can't get away with that kind of play. Still, the Ramatra comp here, we saw the switch from VP after realizing the Diva into the Sigma wasn't where they wanted to be. It looked good at times, right? They're able to get to, you know, pretty high percentage. There's this long drawn out fight here that, you know, gets them within striking distance of victory. But it was the result of that overextension by their tank that got picked off. Then Kevster starts to go to work. It's VP all of a sudden find themselves under pressure and they cannot play the same kind of way. So that engagement there from, you know, with the sound barrier, right? Rojaro tries to dive in on this map, able to get away. Both teams use those beats. It's pretty even. Like the trading of ultimates here, there's no like glaring errors that are coming up. It's just that VP are maybe making a couple stumbles here that puts them behind. It's just don't really make mistakes, Matt.
Yeah, even though it's a 2-0, it's still a really competitive map number 1. And now Virtus Pro has an opportunity to go to a map that maybe kind of favors their style a little bit more, right? You know, with whatever they decide to pick, but they're going to have to make that backline work. It seems to be, you know, the Des talked about it. I think, you know, Johnny specifically, that the backline really is kind of the key in terms of what they want to do for Virtus Pro. They got to make it look better in another map.
I mean, this is the kind of map where, like, the hero pool concerns for VP aren't as obvious, right? Because you're playing Lucio Kiriko or some variation of that, sort of BAP earlier on. It's when it's the comps in which you need Brig and Ana, and VP maybe don't feel as confident playing that style. That's the weakness I think that Jake is sort of pointing us towards for this comp in dealing with that sort of dive style, or at least that sort of diva-based composition. So Control obviously out of the pool here. Virtus Pro have choice of map. Quite a few options here. I mean, if they want to play Rush, there are quite a few maps that allow for that, right? Some of the push maps, Shambali Monastery obviously is a great rush map in general. They can always look to a flashpoint, although that normally appears at sort of, you know, 3, 4, and 5 position. Probably avoiding, you know, Blizzard World, for example, and I don't know if they really want to match this Diva style. That's what Eichenwald might imply. So, yeah, quite a few different options here. Maybe putting Rojaro on the Ramatra is their best bet here.
Yeah, that would probably be like a new Junk City, right? If you wanted to play some Rush.
That or Shambali,
yeah. You know, kind of guaranteed Rush, yeah, kind of throughout that, right? So those could be some map selections we see kind of coming up as the map will come in and it will be Shambali. You definitely have a screen where you saw the game pop up before. There's no way you would have just blindly thrown out Shambali. I'm calling shenanigans on that.
You're the one with 3 screens next to you. It is what is more of a rush map?
I only have 2 screens.
What is more
I only have 1 screen next to me.
Someone tell me, what is more of a rush map than Shambali Monastery? Oh wait.
New Junk City.
I don't think it's more. Really? I mean, man. I mean, Shambali just feels like it's Ramatra all the way.
Yeah, I mean, you can play Sigma here, right? But Ramatra is pretty strong as well. So, like, we do see, you know, some kind of like Sigma setups on defense. We've even seen teams run a Risa here in you know, more bizarre setups, but
yeah, I'm thinking the August 20 patch she got touched a little bit just to maybe try and buff up her win rate. She's obviously a little bit weaker performing at the moment than some of those other tanks here. So yeah, Arisa is an option. It's risky because as soon as that armor's gone, she tends to explode.
Dead.
Because by the time the armor goes, she's in a position where 5 people are eventually looking at her, which is what she wants. But you know, she really hedges you into like a Baptiste composition or something that has the immortality field, and yeah, it is exploitable. Also, that lack of any sort of verticality is tough to deal with as well. I mean, we didn't really talk about this, but Rojaro's Wrecking Ball looked pretty good at times for Virtus Pro. This is not the map for it, obviously, but that is something through the rest of the series they might look to garner an advantage from. But I wouldn't say it's their most polished look.
No, I mean, the Wrecking Ball is always fun to see. Don't know if it would actually be kind of the optimal choice here. It'll be ends on defense. It'll be Vestola on the Diva here to kick things off. So it will be VP playing a Sigma look on offense. So Sigma with the Ilari Baptiste backline. So another backline that is very offensive focused.
Yeah, it's been called greedy, right? Because it doesn't have like a encompassing like AoE support ultimate like Brig or Lucio, for example. However, does allow these individuals to play to their strengths here. Gala definitely dangerous with this Liari. Kevster, though, definitely has to respect that to some degree, and Skyripper's already been brought down, so that pressure here from Rajaro and Sauna starting to pay off. Vistola is going to have to give up the mech. Obviously doesn't have self-destruct quite yet, so good start for VP. Strong poke composition to answer Ents.
Yes, Gala and Canale can kind of play on their own, right? You see where Gala just kind of gets into a little bit of a flanking angle on the Ilari, throws the pylon hub. That's going to be the main source of healing, and then just kind of playing off angles there with Shockwave, where if you have them on like an off angle, you can have Canale and Rajaro kind of play together, right? Near the Sigma with the Baptiste, very difficult to dislodge.
Kevster switches the Tracer here. The Pharah against an actual poke composition is a fool's errand. Kelleck's a little out of position here. Doesn't really seem to be too much of an issue until Sauna sort of brings him down, but elsewhere is the backline that got felt. So Kevster knows against this quote-unquote grittier backline, the Tracer actually has a lot of play. And he's looking to pressure them, I think, as much as possible, even getting Rajaro if he's trouble. Sauna here, trying to slink away. Has a recall forced out, though, and may be caught. Picks up the Mega, and he's all good. Sauna eventually gets taken down, sorry, by Kellex on the whip shot.
just gets beat down there by Kellex. As now Ents, they kind of hold serve here on defense, right? They'll be able to kind of hold this position at the corner. It looks like VP, that's going to be the Immortality field out quite early, right? So you're going to have to kind of slow down just a little bit. Another bio comes through here from Sky, and this is where you're going to have that nano boost here to Vistola, as he's going to go and try and make a play. His nice combo there with Kevster just deletes Canale.
And there's no Immortality field available, so when Vistola dives with Kevster, you can't do a damn thing about it. You're going to get absolutely wrecked. Not a thing that Canale could have done. What, Exo Boots to pop him up? Don't think so. Not going to happen. So this is the time that Ents are looking for now. Kevster with the switch off the Pharah to Tracer, able to play completely differently.
Yeah, it just puts way more pressure onto Gala and Canale, right? You kind of force that outburst, you force out the Immortality field. It's going to be the Bob from Kai that actually kind of goes in first here. So it'll be the Captive Sun used from Gala, I think, just to kind of prevent any follow-up.
Good pressure there on Rajaro at least, and yes, Captain Sun keeps Ents quiet for a time. Kevster, though, still playing the bottom of that building, looking for a chance to get out. Here's the rally from Kellex. Canale again going to get flattened here up against the wall, but Vistola might have bitten off a bit more than they could chew. But Canale can't help the rest of VP. They just tied him up, and Gala's healing isn't enough. Vistola got rid of them as well. Vistola just absolutely demolishing Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you're talking about Vistola, babe. Got more than he asked for, and ends up kind of turning around the corner, gets some healing, and then just takes out 3 players there. As going to take Rajaro out here at the end. So VP having a tough time now. You know, once they get stopped making this work here, is that was actually their Gravitic Flux in their Amp Matrix combined with their Bob, and they get nothing. Now you're going to have this Nano Boost set up yet again for Vistola. Look for him to combo here with Kevster.
That is, yeah, it is very scary. Look for Kevster to maybe try and draw an Immortality field out first via some mechanism. If they can get that gone, Virtus Pro are in a lot of trouble. Pylon already removed. There's the stick from Sauna, gets rid of Kai. Okay, 4 players to work with for Ents. They've got to go and execute the plan now, lest they give up this checkpoint entirely. And here they come. Vistola charges in. Kevster found a pulse bomb, but no connection. Canale, I think, had the Immortality field, but Vistola able to dive in after the fact and take the bat out. And this is a 4-player Ents squad, by the way, who just dive at Virtus Pro. Flatten them.
Dude, Diva with the Nano is so strong and can pump out so much damage. Gets into the backline, deals with Canale rather quickly, even with the Immortality field. Like, that does enough damage onto the Baptiste, turns up, kills the Immortality field, then turns the corner, and you're able to get that defense matrix and just kind of fly on in and get a few more kills as Vistola just putting on a Diva clinic here at the moment.
They took a 4v5, like straight up 4v5. And again, it was Vistola who was able to tie Canale up. Nothing they could do. Canale had the Immortality field himself. Here's how this goes down. This is the end of the round, by the way, so...
No, Rajaro
not a Charles. Rajaro realizes what's happened.
No, that wasn't as egregious as what we saw from Donghun earlier.
That was really bad.
Donghun, he heard that college football started today, so he just jumped off the payload.
That like, definitely seems like how Donghun's spending his Saturday, Matt. Yeah, quite true.
Yeah. Yeah, he heard West Virginia was playing Penn State and just yeeted off the payload.
I think in 2 more separate worlds. That's absurd. Oh, dear.
It's VP on defense. So this comp probably plays a little bit better on defense, right? For VP. So being able to kind of like play this different, poke style. So Kevster potentially, pull out the Genji here, a little bit more access to the, high ground.
Good nano candidate. Obviously a bit more verticality than Tracer tends to offer you.
Could also be just
one clip. Very normal.
Fast kill. Yep. No, back to the Tracer. Nope. We're doing Genji.
So again,
Kai gonna play the Ashe here? Yeah, so you're gonna have to change.
So Ashe Genji with the Ana Brie. So tough job for Sauna here. Nobody on Virtus Pro really trying to dive. Also, Brick can be frustrating to play against Sigma because he never really comes into your range and he always peppers your shield down. So Ents are hoping for some form of commitment by Virtus Pro. Here we go. That's one.
Genji here is such an awesome win condition as well for Ents in the sense that VP wants to play a little bit closer together with this type of comp, right? With the Sigma in the back. And having a nano with a blade with no support ult on the other side, so the dash there just kind of goes right into the wall. The nano blade's going to be impossible to deal with. The card not moving at all during this, though, by the way. So pretty good start here for Virtus.
I do think, before Kevster tries to dive like that, the healing pylon being taken care of is probably pretty important. Very hard for him to stick on and find those kills. The rate of healing from that pylon is actually deceptively high. Sky there with a speculative sleep dart. Has a Sigma shield to account for it, but now the card is moving. So if Ents want to force a fight with
the nano,
this is a good way to do it.
Such a fast nano boost, right? Do you nano Vistola here? Are you still waiting for Kevster to maybe build up this blade? You can win this fight, then have a nano blade there for the end. That would be huge. This is going to be the Gravitic Flux here.
The Flux completely missed. It's hard to see what Rogero was looking for there. His Captive Sun slept after the fact, though. It's Gala. And here's that blade now. Immortality Field on its last legs, and Kevster looking to cut the rest out from under Virtus Pro. Beautiful stuff. 2K on the blade after getting rid of the Immortality Field. And eventually Ents get the fight they were looking for. Virtus Pro at some point have to stand their ground, and it's their undoing.
Yeah, the nano blade extremely strong, like I was talking about. The Immortality Field used, they deal with that rather quickly, and then Kevster just slices through Virtus Pro, as Virtus Pro can have one more attempt here. As they're still getting the high ground, trying to deny some space.
Taylor 2 bombs now. Virtus Pro is sat in the corner. Jaro out of mech here. So it's a waiting game for Ents. They come back in, and VP do not have a functional diva to work with. Here they go. Rosaro instantly popped. They're going with a Bionade straight away. Canale the next to fall. Sky should be able to handle this pressure here from Sauna. And that'll be that. Another strong showing here from Ents. That's a VP Mac pick. One where they're looking with a comp that really suits them. VP think they can sort of, play the Sigma, the Ramatri if it needed to happen here. It's a kind of map with a really slanted matchup profile in favor of those rush or poke comps, and still they get brought down. It's just a diva and a dream for Ents.
I just think the value you're getting from the backline for Ents, with that break in Ana is just so much more impactful than what we're seeing from VP thus far, right? VP wants to play, whether it's like the Lucio Kiriko or that time, an Ilari with a Baptiste, and just having the benefits of the nano on the Vistola on the defensive side, and then there on offense, just giving it to Kevster, letting them go crazy with the blade. It's enormous.
So much of the conversation at the start of this game centered around the backline of VP and the vulnerabilities that it comes with. Yep. And the Ilari Baptiste backline is submissive and diveable. You can absolutely run at them there. And Kevster saw that straight away. Get off the Pharah. Don't try and poke against a fully poke comp. Get in there with the Tracer. Link up with Vistola. And the best that Canale can do is throw an Immortality Field down for himself, or Exo boots up. Don't do both, by the way, because you'll be out of your field. And at that point, with the Baptiste off the map, the Ilari without a healing pylon just doesn't do enough to keep like a pretty needy tank in the Sigma topped up.
No, and I mean, just look at the destruction the diva can cause there in that type of scenarios. They end up using the nano here. This is on Kevster early on, and just the amount of damage, right, forces out that Immortality Field, trying to keep Rojaro alive, and the Immortality Field is fastly dealt with the blade and then kind of finished off. So fast work there from Ents here is they're trying to speed run through Virtus Pro.
Now, this is not a close series at all, and this was Virtus Pro's biggest challenge. Of course, this was a chance for them to ascend, I think, in this EMEA region. Right now, though, they're being reminded it's a harsh reality that Ents have sort of brought down upon them. You need to be that much cleaner, that much more solid to really put pressure on this team. And it also makes us realize maybe how far ahead ENCE might be in this region in general. Perhaps turning into a one-horse race because they really don't seem to break a sweat. They don't have to switch off the compositions that they're comfortable with. They're able to play that Diva comp into Sigma, which is normally not great for you, but they're able to sort of create advantageous situations for their composition to shine. They can force those fights, and they look really good doing it. So where do VP go now? We've got what? Push. We've got hybrid up. So a few options there, but man, you're not playing Blizzard World here, I don't think. If you still want to play Rush, we don't have Midtown in the pool anymore. So was it Kings? Okay.
Really, no, Kings Row. Okay, so just kind of a little bit of a classic here. And also, like, you think for ENCE, right? Vistola in the interview the other day was talking about, like, they don't even know, the status of Chase, like, day to day, right? Where they don't really have, like, a Winston look, per se, with Vistola, right? But they're still able to just kind of make this work. Obviously, Diva being extremely strong definitely aids in that at the moment. But still, VP able to just kind of I mean, they're going to have to come up with something massive here to deal with how good ENCE is.
Yeah, I mean, and in Dallas, maybe the lack of chase was pretty a problem, right? And that was just as Winston comps were really starting to come back into vogue, and a few teams were still sticking more towards the rush styles, but like Diva Sigma wasn't really great on a huge number of maps. It was like the Ramatra look or the Winston look, but now it's a good time to be a Diva player. This is just where Vistola wants to be. Season 12, by the way, is officially live. The Battle Pass, of course, is also live. You can obviously get yourself a ton of value, plus those mythic prisms for use in the store. I'm saving mine for the Ana weapon because that is extremely exciting to me. But of course...
What about the Reaper skin?
The Reaper skin is pretty cool, but I'm not really a Reaper guy. You know what I'm saying? Guy, bro?
What do you mean?
I don't really play much Reaper. I actually don't play a lot of DPS. I'm not really a main character type guy when it comes to playing Overwatch.
That is, you say you're not the main character and you wear those shirts like that. Come on, man.
What
you
main character wears
nobody.
an outfit like this? I'm pretty sure I'm the comic relief character that ends up getting killed off in season 2.
I don't know.
No? I mean,
I don't know about that.
Any sort of Shonda Rhimes writing, I would definitely be getting written off the show pretty early. I'm not a DPS guy.
Anybody who goes with the half tuck consistently, or you're definitely got a little main.
No, I just like asymmetry. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. That's why I like your face so much.
Oh, thank you. I mean, that's a rare compliment there.
If you want to call it that, that's fine. That's honestly fine.
Yeah. You must be feeling different today.
No, I just enabled me to get an even bigger burn on you. Really. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Okay, that's humans for you. ENCE here, I mean, honestly, just threatening a 3-0, a straight-up sweep of Virtus Pro, a team who looked like they were upstarts and they were really... Look, and this is a team that also has performed really well internationally, this Virtus Pro roster. They've got what it takes, but do they have to conform to the classic backline comp? Can they play a different look in such a way that doesn't leave them open to exploitation?
It seems like ENCE has just kind of figured out how to play against this, but then also that, ENCE is obviously phenomenal with this, Brig on a backline, right? Where VP will see what they decide to do here on offense, some time to make some changes. We saw them play this the other day against Space Station. They looked quite good. So Kanale gets slept right off the rip there. I don't think there's going to be any follow-up for that, but Sauna, I imagine, goes over to the Tracer here, so it'll be an Ana Toriko backline here for VP. So they do bring in the Ana, which we've been talking about how impactful the Nano and whatnot has been. They do want to play the Brig, though. They want to play more aggressive here with the
Kiriko. And this is obviously a map where they do play the Ana Kiriko, one of the few teams that do, and this is where Kanale tries to flank. Tries to pressure that Ash position there on the high ground when they go on the attacking side. Right now, though, plenty of opportunities for those flanks. Kanale can also look to link up with Sauna. Play alongside the Tracer a little bit. A sort of bio there will force Gala off that sight line, but Rajara is not playing aggressively right now, so it shouldn't punish Virtus Pro too much.
No, but they got to be careful, though. I mean, some of those bios and a shot from Sky will set up kills here for Kepster rather easily. Is Visol and Kepster pushing Shockwave back, and Kyle finish him off.
Just a good dive. I mean, they know ENCE that Virtus Pro are trying to flank them right now, so that means that Gala doesn't have a lot of protection. They can keep doing this, by the way. There's no reason to stop. Rajara gives up his mech for this, and that's all because Sauna and Kanale are not home.
Well, there's also nothing really for Kepster to worry about, right? On the other side of things, right? Sauna, he's trying to go for the back line. Like, he's got the bio grenade, he's got like the the Ashe there, then there's the Brig, kind of the raid boss, where for there, Vistola and Kevster going in, there's no threat. Gala just kind of has Rajaro trying to keep him alive, and they end up getting both.
Yeah, well, Virtus.pro split their team. That's the downside of trying to flank. Calyx eventually gets spotted there by Shockwave, but Shockwave doesn't really have anywhere to go. Still pops up to the high ground. Swift step there used by Canal. Keep track of that now because that's the mobility of Kiriko compromised. Mana boost for Shockwave. Keep him alive. Vistola looking elsewhere now. They found Sauna instead. Gala can't get up the stairway quickly enough, and Shockwave might be all glowing like a Christmas tree where there's no one to adorn him with tinsel.
Damn, that was a nano boost used by VP as well, so it doesn't even look like you're going to kind of get much value out of that. Not really in a fight win as Canal jumps out the window there after going up to help. Rajaro falls at the hands of Kevster.
He's trying to body
Kevster and Vistola just doing a tremendous job. Yeah, they're just trying to extend this a little bit longer. Yeah, so Rajaro have to use the self-destruct just to try and get back in a mech. Does end up getting it back. That's pretty big.
They are going to let Rajaro go here for the most part. They're happy enough getting the self-destruct, but Virtus.pro have a lot of space now. They're able to get through that first choke. Rajaro gives him a sort of staging ground of sorts. Canal trying to poke here. Good damage on Sky and Kai respectively. Swift step to the point as he starts to see the pressure come in from Kevster, and here's the Kitsune rush now for Canale. Suzu, good timing, just as Gala touched the ground. Kai sends that bob out and actually found Sauna with a dynamite, but Rajaro was able to get up there and deal with the Ashe. This is very awkward for VP.
Yes, you're going to have a few players here getting to get staggered out potentially for Virtus.pro, as that's going to be both supports and Rajaro still here, as that's going to be the D-Mac, and that's going to be the Kiri going away, as Gala, I think, is still here. I think Gala's trying to make it back towards the choke. May actually do it.
Yep, he got out. Widow now for Shockwave. Sauna tried at the start of the round, didn't work out. Gala, has to be a Suzu there. Vistola knows that, so doesn't fully commit on the follow-up. 30 seconds, Virtus.pro.
Well, Nano for Vistola, I mean, how impactful has this been throughout the series, right? An opportunity to finish it off with that, and now you have Shockwave playing the Widow here, just trying to find any type of pickup.
Canal can't afford to flank anymore. They have to stick with Gala, probably even Suzu them if they get dove by Vistola. No longer can you split your backline. Vistola now going 1v2 against both supports. Gala instantly dead. Instantly dead. As we expected. Just like we drew it up, the Nano Boost gives Vistola everything he needs to eliminate that player early. There's a Widow in the periphery here. Skyripper's gone down. Canal, Swift Step? Nope, not available apparently. Nobody home.
And then nobody's on the point.
Yes. Ugly.
Yes, I think Sauna was making a play. I think he actually got Skyripper, but was trying to go for Kai and Calyx, and then you had Rajaro obviously trying to protect Canal. The kill on the Gala is huge as well, because Gala is 99 to a nano, so you never actually get it off there for VP is EMEA being speed ran today, right? The first series was really fast. This one looking like that trend will continue.
And it's just been so clean for ENCE. It's really hard to poke any holes in their gameplay so far. They also feel like they're really confident dealing with this, and there are a couple of things that VP are doing consistently that are a little, I guess, out of the ordinary, right? The way they're trying to use this Kiriko Virtus.pro are the sort of underdog here. They are trying to throw some interesting looks at ENCE, but they're so solid. They are, you know, it's maybe not on the same level as like a Toronto Defiant versus the rest of NA level solid, where like nothing seems to phase them. Because we've seen ENCE go up against, you know, teams internationally and really struggle. They struggle to sort of find a way to innovate, struggle to find a way to pull themselves out of like a low mood, right? They don't really have a pop-up player. Calyx actually maybe now being more of a pop-up player on this team, I think.
Yeah.
But in the past, right, pretty low-key guy. I mean, we had to interview them in Dallas, and I was like, guys, give me something, please. Come on. I have to make them lasso a damn chair, like, as they're pulling teeth.
They're a quiet bunch.
Yeah.
They're a quiet bunch, but they're a fun crew.
Which could be a great thing, right? It means you don't get rattled easily, but when the tilt starts to steady in, like having someone to step up and pull them out of that probably helps. Either way, Genji for Kevster.
And Vistola Winston as well.
It's a rare thing. So ENCE clearly having to work on that if they can't guarantee the presence of their other tank player. Good defensive bio there for Sky. Basically ignores Sauna. Knows he can cover up that tracer damage. Upstairs goes Kevster. Needs some healing, won't get it. Looks like Sky was tied up there in the choke. Vistola tries to follow up a little bit here, and yeah, the Winston dive conference is there's a bit of a fruity look for them.
Oh, well, so the Winston can kind of like take some of that space in the high ground and get there a little bit faster, easier potentially. than the Diva, but with everybody else stuck at the choke, doesn't really matter, right? Vistola. Not able to close that gap. That's going to be a kill here. Yeah, and Rajaro's pretty far pushed in. I don't know if you're going to be able to get this kill, though.
Rajaro, I think, has to take a health pack there because we'll take a little bit for Canale to heal him up. Okay, pressure now on the Diva. Yeah, really trying to exploit that pick off. The player's not back yet. Canale has to swift step to the high ground, probably to get there quickly. Vistola's going to be waiting there. So we'll start the cap here. Sauna very low. Looks like they got a Suzu thrown at them. Good peel from Vistola. Doubles back here with the bubble. Shockwave looks like he's getting some attention.
He's going to be nasty.
Yeah, and look, Rajaro's not being allowed to get away. They're going to nano him here. Not in the most aggressive spot. And Rajaro is not full health right now. But the damage reduction goes a long way. Kitsune Rush nicely timed for Canale. Kellex has got nowhere to go. So another fight falls flat here for Ensign as Winston comp. And they use Nano and Rally here. And they're committing Primal.
This is Primal and Agala, and then you still have Kepster here as well.
Advantage.
So you may be able to turn this. Yeah, Rajaro's quite weak trying to go for that Mega.
Gala's slow moving. Recall there for Sauna puts him in a predictable position. So all VP have to group up now inside the small building. The two players coming back for Virtus Pro are the lowest mobility on their whole team. Kevs is going to try and get in their way, and upstairs goes for Stola. They knew the respawns were coming back in, and they're there to greet them with a smile. Open arms. And it catches them out. Kellex does go down. Kepster with a blade to work with now, but Virtus Pro have hardly anyone to be the recipient. And that'll be it. Not much Virtus Pro can do here except sneak the Tracer on for a little while. But it's a clean sweep here for Ents, re-establishing their claim to dominance in EMEA. And the Bears are headed down to the lower bracket for a short hibernation, and I mean short.
And man, who is going to beat Ents, though? I mean, they look absolutely tremendous. I mean, the desk just kind of on point with how they thought this one would go as Ents kind of turns up in a big way. I think VP, I think the biggest issue, like, is if VP gets back to, like, a match here against Ents in, like, a rematch, right? Is it's clear that the kind of compositions that they want to play is not going to work against this team. They're going to have to change up pretty considerably, but I mean, Ents just looking dominant in EMEA.
I mean, they just poked so many holes in Virtus Pro. It was ridiculous, very exploitable. I'm curious to see how the narrative is sort of now developing a bit further based on what our desk teased at the start of the game. The backline, this team, it's the play Ana and Brig challenge impossible for VP.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've discussed a lot. Cheers.
It happens.
It happens, you know, you gotta stay caffeinated. We've got a lot of games to get through, and I'm here for it. But this was a quick one, so cheers. Thanks, Ents. They're keeping us on track here, schedule-wise. Let's take a look at the highlights as we discuss how this one went down. It was absolute dominance from Ents across the board. They were just walking, talking highlight reels. I personally just feel like Vistola was eating well. Okay, yeah, Vistola actually popped off.
Yeah, I think Vistola played really well in this matchup, and we saw especially on Shambali Monastery, for example, how he traded so well with the backline of Virtus Pro, especially when they were on that Ilari Baptiste look. He was able to get in there. You can deal with the drone, for example, and racked up a lot of kills in that regard. But also, I think on King's Row especially, the defense was really impressive because he traded really well with Rajaro, the Diva on attack, of course. And if you can successfully, like, chunk off some of that armor, and then you can dive and matrix and capitalize on their low health Diva. I think Vistola played the Diva matchup really well in this series.
Yeah, no complaints on Vistola. I mean, phenomenal performance from him. He's been a great performer for the squad all year long, and I think this is just another great meta for him where he's able to shine on his best heroes. But across the board, right, the strength is undeniable. I think Kepster's Genji also feasted due to, you know, the comps that VP want to run. It's like, okay, like that means you're gonna let Kepster have a great Genji game, and it's just not the type of guy you want to enable on Genji. You know, he's gonna tear you limb from limb, and he did just that on the Genji on both Kings and Shambali. And so Ents just has a great read on the meta, and you have to ask the question, can anyone really challenge them in EU? Are they gonna have that same level of dominance that Toronto has over North America? Because right now, it looks like it. All serious contenders have been cast aside.
And that's the thing, like, it's not like they played against easy opponents either. They played against teams we consider the top of the crop, right? So if they can't bring it with what they look best at, how can they adjust? What do they need to actually play in order to take him down?
Damn, that's a crazy mid stat, actually. 40k mid almost on Diva, really just being a constant thorn in your side. And VP trying to get away with double flex support. I mean, it worked really well against SSG, right? It looked super strong. And then you go up against a diva as good as Vistola, and it's like, okay, maybe this doesn't work. Maybe this doesn't work into this matchup. And a team that is so versatile in ENCE, that it plays so many different styles, and just such a good matchup for ENCE, who are also hitting their stride. This is the reason it's just such a one-sided series.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Zoe, I think when you look at ENCE, you look at other teams in the region, like Twisted Minds, for example, and now also Virtus Pro, of course. And I think ENCE has established themselves as the best team when it comes to this diva look, right? So then you look on the other side of things, like, well, what could you possibly play at the highest level to kind of deal with this? You'd look for something like a Winston composition playing dive, but the thing is, there's no such team in the region. I think at the SSG, we've seen their matches, they haven't been up to par on that Winston look, right, to really deal with this. So I think ENCE are in a prime position now, advancing to the grand finals here in the region, and I think they're in the best spot possible to actually win stage 3, something they haven't done earlier this year.
Yeah, this looks like it could be their stage. They're getting closer and closer as they are now currently waiting in the grand finals for their opponent. But most likely it's going to be one of the teams they've already taken down along the road as well. So let's take a look at the lower bracket to see who's currently trying to fight their ways back up. Twisted Minds and Space Station Gaming will be duking it out, and the winner will be taking on Virtus Pro. And the winner of that one will then once again face ENCE in the grand final. So potential some explosive matches. On paper, we do have the answer. It's the Winston comp, which could potentially get the edge over the
A really good Winston comp.
Really, that's exactly, that's the
A
caveat.
really good one.
It needs to be a very
played
good
so
one.
well.
And so far, none of the teams remaining seems to have that in their wheelhouse. For now, we're going to head into a very quick break, and afterwards we come back with SSG against Twisted Mind. You don't want to miss it.
Juno. My adventure Sky.
Welcome back, friends. Zoe here with Jake and Johnny, and we're about to dive into the semi-finals in the lower bracket. Twisted Minds will be going up against SSG. Both teams fighting for survival. Both teams coming off, I would say, some disappointing results in the upper bracket. Now they're clawing their way back up. Let's dig in. Let's talk about the two teams and what we've seen so far. Starting with Twisted Minds. I mean, you know, we know what this roster is capable of here, Jake. It was a tough loss against ENCE yesterday, but they look like a different team against the one-man army today. When faced with a Diva comp like yesterday, they seem to struggle. SSG is not going to give them that, though.
Yeah, I mean, SSG has been really reticent to play the Diva, and UB got away with a ton on the Pharah in this last series. Quartz as well, with no Diva in his face, able to just be having a reign of terror really on the hit scan. And while I do think SSG is going to put up a much stiffer fight than the last match that Twisted Minds had to go through, I'm kind of worried for SSG. I think this is just a matchup compositionally and strategically that looks pretty good for Twisted Minds from where I'm sitting.
Well, and on the other side, Johnny, as a resident SSG enjoyer, supporter, fan, and friend, are they in an identity crisis right now? Can I be that extreme? Can I bring that drama?
I think you could say that. You know, obviously they mentioned in an interview that Christopher has been cooking in the lab here, but this has been a team that for the past week, they haven't been exactly sure about what look they'll bring out. Are they going to play Funny Astro on the Lucio or the Brig? We even saw Backbone come out a few maps actually, against Hypnos and played the Reaper, and they stepped up the tempo, playing this Lucio Kiriko instead. This could be a look we see, for example, or is it going to be Backbone playing the Mei in some of these matchups? Is Hadi going to play the Mauga, the Winston, or the Diva? There are just so many compositions here that Space Station have showed us the past week, and they've taken some pretty brutal losses. They lost 3-0 to ENCE in the Faceit League. That was before they, you know, had a bit of a come together and like, what are we going to do here? So this has been a Space Station team there. I'm not exactly sure what look they're going to bring here, especially after taking a narrow loss to Virtus Pro in a 5-map banger in the upper bracket, right? So if you want to come away and you want to win this tournament, I just feel like you kind of just have to put Hadi on the Winston, and you kind of have to enable that. I feel like the best look we've seen from this team is when Funny Astro is playing that Lucio, but you kind of also need Landon on the Ana, in my opinion. So it's like, you know, it's a tough spot for SSG to be in. I feel like they have a bit of a tough identity crisis on their hands here, and we'll just have to see what they've kind of cooked up overnight here after beating Hypnos 3-1.
They're certainly a team which is known for, even if it went against the grain a little bit, even if it wasn't considered meta, they still ran it with so much confidence in the past and made it work. Maybe it's the time to just hone in. Full send, die on your hill. Let's see if they can make it happen. One thing's for sure, though, their approach in the past has garnered them a lot of fans. People enjoy SSG as a team. They enjoy the players. You enjoy the players. You're rocking their merch, even, and people really appreciated that, actually.
Yeah. No, look, this is a really fun team, and, you know, I mentioned Psycho in the past, so, you know, I was happy to rock this one specifically for the Funny Astro Mercy gameplay, which we won't see any of today. But, you know, looking at the individual standouts, like Sparker, can Sparker take it to Quartz in the hit scan duel? Can the likes of Psycho take it to UB? And in that kind of flex matchup, we've seen Psycho rock the Tracer and the Echo, right? They have really strong individual players on this team. It's just a matter of like putting it all together and finding a composition that you can take down this slower Twisted Minds team with. You know what Twisted Minds are going to bring. They're going to bring that Diva look, and some points they might take it to Circuit Real and play Sigma, right? So SSG, they know what's ahead of them.
They do indeed. If we're looking at our predictions, okay, I understand that Twisted Minds is very good right now. SSG is struggling. I'm going to die on this hill, though. I'm not going to die on an anti-Twisted Minds hill. I'm going to die on a pro-SSG hill. The talent is there. This is not an empty phrase if we're looking at this team. Like, I know they can play on such a high level. It's been a bit shaky, but now is their time to return. It's going to be, this is it. Today's the day. I believe. And the community believes, too.
Wow.
I am the people.
Me and Jake, we have more faith.
I don't agree in the community. I mean, yeah. I just think it's the nature of the meta right now. Twisted Minds is in a great spot here, and I think UB, like if Hadi doesn't play Diva, I think we're going to see a lot of UB on the Pharah and the Echo. And SSG has been so slow on these dive comps. I feel like there's going to be a lot of time for Quartz to work his magic.
I just feel there's more opportunity for SSG to hit him with something surprising.
I think with the right map pick, like SSG has some map picks that are probably free wins.
Yes, so I feel like there's more opportunity out there for them. Will it result in a win? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's send it over to our casters. Matt, Mitch, Do you expect a close one here? How are we feeling? What's the vibe about the SSG identity crisis, as I now dub?
That's like the 4th time you said that.
I'm really trying to run a narrative here. Please don't interrupt.
Is it? Yeah, is it that bad for SSG? I mean, we did see Hardy with a brief Diva stint. I don't think that was incredible. But his Winston play is something that like he's obviously grinded for a long time. It is, like Des pointed out, it's a real question about how much room Quartz is going to have, because he looks incredible today, genuinely incredible. But SSG have a team that can shut down star players. That's something that also we see a heck of a lot from someone like Backbone to get subbed in, or just kills you with like random ice spikes. He was killing Ashes consistently in their last game on Control, just lighting them up, a couple of those spikes, and Bob's your uncle.
But I think it seems like the meta is just kind of going, I guess, in like Twisted Mind's favor, you would say, right? It's just, can Space Station kind of pull one out of a rabbit out of the hat here and just kind of like win one in a little bit of a surprising fashion.
So still SSG. Are we reading into much?
This is what, it's so hard. You're either like looking at just kind of like past performance and like weighing that extremely heavily, right, and saying like SSG will still figure it out, right, or just kind of looking at what we've seen the last 2 games and being like, okay, like, you know, Twisted Mind just put up a great performance, like seems like they have a little bit more options to go with. As this is an interesting look. This is directly kind of against like what a Winston like dive would want to go up against, right? You're going to see the Junker Queen come out here for Twisted
In the
Mind.
past, we've actually seen TM play Diva and Symmetra on this map, this very stage. So a little bit of a different look here, maybe anticipating a Winston. So how they come on the Junker Queen? Hardy definitely has his work cut out from here. See Lucio Kiriko for both sides.
This is a comp for Twisted Minds, that if you don't execute the dive well for Space Station, they're going to be able to take advantage of it, right? So I think it's almost Twisted Minds just baiting in Space Station, like, okay, you're going to play this Winston, like let's see how well you can do it.
They had to flatten the Cassidy. Must get Quartz here. There's an art connection there for TVNT. Doesn't quite connect the swing, though, as a Suzu came down at just the right time. So Space Station win the damage trade at the very least. It's going to force Twisted Minds to split a little bit, and the healing comes a little slow with the Lucio Kiriko setup. That's an issue for both sides, though, as we will see.
Yeah, but Hardy getting extremely low every time he jumps on in, right? Gets hit with a knife. Rampage, yeah, nice shots here, you know, landing on a Quartz is maybe this can set something up.
Commanding shout, not enough to keep Quartz standing, but Hardy has to serve himself up in order to get that kill. That is a pretty hefty trade to take. The Junker Queen of TVNT still at large here. Still a little susceptible to Echo's attentions, especially without Cassidy. Psycho has a short window here to really try and exploit his mobility.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to kind of dislodge the Queen from the point. You're going to need that Winston back in the fight, so right now it's going to be Landon who takes out Bliss at range. I mean, that could be a decider, and they just kind of collapse on the TVNT. And like you mentioned, that focusing beam of the Echo, and just delete that Junker Queen if you go
It's just that she can't interact with you, really, for the most part, as Echo. Hardy able to return to the fray and provide a very crucial bubble at just the right time. The Space Station comp, it does work. It just feels like they're counted, you know, Cassidy versus Echo and Junker Queen versus Winston. But again, Landon finds an opening pick in that last fight, gets rid of Bliss. And now we go into a fight with sound barriers and, of course, both Kitsune rushes.
The kill on a Bliss is huge because that's the speed to kind of get TVNT out of like a pretty hairy situation, which he ended up being in, right? So no speed and then also no sound barrier potentially, as that is Quartz going away rather quick.
I think it's worth it though when your Echo has duplicate available. Later sound barrier for Twisted Minds, but doesn't save the Cassidy, of course. Primal here for Hardy. Whenever he gets close to Junker Queen, he's going to need something to give himself that extra durability. I like the dupe here for Psycho. Good damage, but the Rampage connects onto 3. Psycho can shrug off the debuff though when he comes out of dupe, and Hardy wasn't really affected by it for that long either. And this is Space Station now who've gotten into the lead, but that was a big fight with ults. But I want to point to something very important. Funny Astro has a big tick next to his name still.
Yes. Yeah, he holds on to that sound barrier throughout all of that.
That's
that
wild.
Is so good here for Space Station Gaming. The trust that Funny Astro has in the team to be able to kind of stay alive on through all of that, as Quartz ends up using the Deadeye here. Nice juke there from Sparker, but not going to live in the end.
So when the Deadeye doesn't find the kills, it forces Sparker and Psycho into unbelievably awkward positions. Now Hardy needs to see what he can find, but again, without DPS, it's just a matter of stall here for Space Station Gaming, who get to 78.
Is there a part where I'm curious your thoughts, like that, like Twisted Minds maybe even just kind of like overthinking this a little bit, that they could just kind of play, maybe you have to play the Cassidy, right, because maybe you're a little bit worried about the Ashe, but you could just play the Diva here, right?
Yes.
Like you don't have to kind of play this extremely, you know, kind of like counter type of
But
style.
frankly, like, you're not taking space away from anyone necessarily with Diva, right? Like, Echo can sort of avoid that for the most part. Tracer is not affected by that space taking. The backline of Space Station is really mobile. So having something that just says, you can't dive us, and I can create space for Quartz, definitely seems like a little bit better. So it's like, yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds are less interested, you know, about, you know, taking space away from Space Station as opposed to giving it to their backline. It's all about keeping the Cassidy up, man. Here's a Katsina rush from both sides. They cross over. Sound Barrier, though, out of sync. Vigilante and Bliss have their ultimates both up in this fight and lay them. This is going to get Twisted Minds within striking distance of a round win. What a stick. I mean, I don't know how you find that one there. Hardy very low now, landed under extreme pressure. And you really feel like Space Station played themselves into a counter comp and still tried to win. A valiant effort, but not enough.
Yeah, it's Funny Astro just going to try and get a touch here towards the end. And die rather quickly at the hands of TVNT. So Twisted Minds with a really nice look here with the Junker Queen off the start. Gave the dive of Space Station some trouble and take that first round.
I mean, I just think that's playing Overwatch on hard mode for Space Station. It's really hard to fight against that setup from TM. Space Station, you know, let's not forget, they have like a Malga comp that they can rely on. That, you know, on this kind of map can be relevant. Don't know about the Hardy Doomfist personally. But I mean, you know, after all these years, we're still coming back to the question of like how deep the hero pool for Space Station's main tank player is. And this is kind of the whole impetus for the discussion of identity crisis. The Space Station haven't found a real niche in this metagame to, you know, give them an edge.
I mean, this is also a pretty like rare, you know, we haven't really, you know, seen like a, you know, what Diva Sigma Ramatra like type of like meta, right? Like it seems that like Maga or, you know, some kind of like rush variation's always been pretty strong. Even Winston as well, right? So it's a little bit of a rarity here in terms of where we're at in the meta. It'll be Twisted Minds going back to this Diva-based competition as Space Station. They'll play the Maga with the Cassidy and the Echo, so they'll just keep the Echo in the mix. Definitely putting some pressure onto the Diva.
This is pretty uncommon as well to see Space Station playing without backbone for a control map. So they don't really like have that easy venture May plug and play option that they normally would have. That would probably benefit this Malga comp when it comes to the all-in much more, especially against an Ana here. Lucio Ana for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, as the Maga, they just kind of get to the point and they hold that position, but not able to result in any kills as Hadi will end up killing Ubis. He goes a little bit too far deep as Sparker now goes and plays Tracer instead of the Cassidy. I think this works a little bit more. If you're going to have this Maga, you have to be aggressive, right? You have to use those stomps and go in and make a play for Quartz. So you can't just kind of sit here in the back. And as I say that, Quartz finds another kill here on Funny Astro at the start.
The neutral game.
Look at
the neutral game is so bad for Space Station with their comp, especially up against an Ashe. All right, so I understand like wanting to commit here, you know, to some degree. You could go a step further, right, and like have another sort of proper dive DPS or someone that's not so susceptible to Ashe like the Echo is. Space Station back to the Winston here.
But don't you feel like this Winston comp just kind of like, you don't want to say like just straight up loses to this Diva, right? But we've seen you know, maybe enough footage now in EMEA that like the Diva is still pretty strong, right?
I don't like it here, frankly. And it's just really hard to see how Psycho's been able to find any value at all for Space Station alongside the Malga or the Winston. Yeah, it's a terrible matchup. I mean, like Winston versus Diva in the 1v1 is not really where you want to be. And you also don't have like an Ana in this comp.
Yeah, and Quartz talked about how the like hit scan in the interview like maybe isn't great right now, but wait, there's no Diva on the other side, right? The hit scan can still be extremely strong, can still provide extreme value. Twisted Minds not had to use any ultimates to win any of these fights. They have all 5 available here.
Psycho on the venture now, but not with the Malga, with the Winston instead. Okay. Right, well, at least he's
the burrow just by.
Yeah, exactly. Just created space. It sounds like an overused term a little bit, but that's exactly what he did there. Here's a Nano, something the Space Station don't have access to. Gonna have to be a beat for a Funny Astro to deal with this. It's 4 players having that conferred to them on the SSG side. And still that pressure for TVNT comes in. There's a self-destruct here, so a remake opportunity, one that can't be exploited by Space Station. Finally, they get control of the point at 99. Who's with Psycho right now? no one. Adventure pretty solo there. Obviously, eventually Hardy links up with him. The Bionade, though, is devastating. Lucio Kiriko in this shell is just weird.
The bio ends up connecting with Psycho and the Hardy. Hardy ends up living. It'll be a point flip here for Twisted Minds. It's just a nice prediction there onto where Sparker is coming from. It'll be a Primal Rage from Hardy, but don't know how they won't even get the Primal off. I mean, sleep, bio, headshot there. Man, Twisted Minds. No, I was going to say, Mitch, there's no way this is faster than some of the other series we've had today, but after that round, who knows?
This might legitimately be the weakest that we have seen Space Station Gaming this year. I mean, they are playing, playing half comps mashed together, right? They start with a Malga comp, Lucio Kiriko, which is fine. They have an Echo with it. Then they switch to the Winston. That's when they actually make the move towards Venture, but they don't bring an Ana into their composition at all. And probably because Funny Astro, you know, sitting on a sound barrier, not going to be switching over. You play, you know, you don't play Brig there anyway. Yeah, very weird. This is weird to watch here for Space Station. They don't seem to have a permutation of heroes that lines up here. And again, they come into the map with that backbone. That's the one that gave them a lot of that flexibility, you know, at DPS to play along either Psycho or Sparker, whichever one may be. And a credit to Space Station where it's due, because I think they play into such a hostile anti-Winston dive comp on this map. Cassidy there to control Echo sidelines, and the Junker Queen to make dive a very unattractive prospect. And they get it a lot done here. You know, they dupe her Junker Queen. They're able to shrug off like the Rampage that comes in. They're able to pick off Bliss on occasion. But like, if your win condition is your Kiriko finding a kill on like a random backliner, that isn't going to carry you through the entirety of a control round.
I'm also wondering, like, where was this Twisted Minds the other day, right? I mean, they look awesome here today, kicking things off. I think Quartz, you know, they were never able to make him pay, right? It was something that Jake was talking about on the desk, like, you know, they're going to have Quartz have this much space with how he was playing a little bit earlier. It's going to be a very long series, and you see, never really worried. Never really worried about it.
And again, like, Winston and D.Va both dive. They both take space by that mechanism, but D.Va can do it, you know, by tying people up and also by just putting a defense matrix in front of the Ashe. Winston is going to straight away get run into by the D.Va, take a ton of damage because obviously, you know, D.Va's really scary up close, and then eventually just kind of has to get straight back out. And the healing throughput for a dive comp with Lucio Kiriko means that Hardy can't stay in the front line for very long. His windows for putting that kind of pressure on Quartz is like half as long as if they were in like an Ana Lucio shell with a, you know, with a D.Va. He can hang around, he can keep putting pressure, the healing throughput is good enough, there's a Bionade as well to secure that like healing amplification, or he could use it aggressively. There's way more available to you. It's hard to see what the comp idea, there's a few scattered ideas I think that are coming together here for Space Station, but you know, Twisted Minds are more than happy to find something as punishable as possible to whatever Space Station are throwing.
Yeah, like, what do you want to play here if you're SSG, right?
Slay
do you want to try and just
Minecraft? Yeah, I don't think you're.
Do you want to just try and play like Rush? Like what is the goal here? Like,
so you might be. You might be looking for a comp that like does allow you to play like a, you know, a proper dive setup, right? Circuit means no. I mean, we're definitely not going to be seeing that. But again, this is an SSG pick. There are definitely a few sort of things that they can leverage on a map of this nature, but what's Hardy going to play? We often see Sigma here. We've seen a little bit of D.Va recently. Ryan? Just play Ryan? That honestly might be the plan here.
Well, with Backbone coming in, right? Potentially it's the, you know, do you play like Sim TP type stuff, right? Like,
play May with the Rhine?
Yeah, play May with the Rhine. I mean, but still, if that's where we're at in terms of,
I mean, that's where we're at.
Quite rough here.
Yes, it is. It means Landon plays the BAP, one of his best heroes, right? Play BAP Lucy on this kind of map, Hardy on the Rhine. Sparker maybe picks up some sort of hit scan, can play Widow here as well, if you're kind of worried about your very clumped together composition getting exploited in some sense. Let's see how it plays out, but I feel like if there's any rush tank that Hardy really would like to go to, something with a shield preferably, I can't see this team just allowing themselves to be hedged into a Sigma comp, which is something, by the way, that you'll see Twisted Minds quite happily pick up. We've seen TVNT on the Sigma here over the last couple of days, but I initially thought he was more of a D.Va aficionado, but let's play the Ramatra here. Try and rush down the Rhine. Space Station Gaming, though,
This would be
this is it.
This would be quite interesting.
Okay.
I mean, that Space Station with a little bit of a Reinhardt shenanigans here potentially, right? I think though that Twisted Minds, right, with the Ramatra and like potentially the Mei, like a little bit of flexibility here. I think they're in a spot where they could definitely counter.
Yeah, this comp lets them play corners pretty effectively. Control this room. Space Station, yeah, is it the... Okay, so we saw... I think we've only seen the Bastion in the main event right now from Seeker on this map. So you can play like that, that Sim Bastion Rhine setup here. Be pretty hard to keep tabs on. Obviously, great front-loaded damage. It really bowls over the Ramatra. Good Mei, although that buys a little bit of space here for Twisted Minds. Allows TVNT to power block and move back a little bit. Now the cat's out of the bag. They know what they're dealing with here from Space Station.
How worried are you about this? Is Sparker now over to the Widow here? Potentially Widow Bastion type of setup, trying to maybe just find a pick here off the rip. Is this be a Mei wall from UB just trying to protect TVNT?
I mean, your advantage here, I think, against a Mei comp for sure. Yeah, look at how you forced everyone in the corner, and that's a great shot from Sparker. His game pressure's down, Quartz out of the picture. Sparker's still looking to shoot the kneecaps of Bliss in that corner, eventually brings Lucio down. This might necessitate a switch here from TM.
Yeah, I don't know if you can kind of play this necessarily for Twisted Minds throughout this, as Quartz now goes over to the Sim. So is the idea to just drop the hit scan and just, you know, collapse, right? That looks like at least here at the start that's going to be what they're going to go.
You want like ramping frontline damage that is comparable to what Bastion can provide, but with Symmetra it's not, you know, confined to the window that Bastion has wheels mode. It obviously ramps up over time. Teleport as well allows you to try and circumvent the Rhine shield, get someone in position to backstab. That air matrix is a big problem. Ramatra's shield does not last long enough here. TVNT knows about it. Yeah. Homie looked like he was about to get mummified with his hands over his chest there.
I think he got knocked up there by a like Bastion nade, right? It's like he actually ends up using the Blizzard, so they want to continue to fight.
Background caught by that. Sparker was also brought down by Quartz. I think TP'd on top of him. That's a shadow. Yeah, UB didn't have Ice Block available. It was a few seconds away. Can the Bastion mortars drop down now? And Space Station have got the confidence map for sure. TVNT the ball, just to stall a little here. Don't read into it too much.
All right, so Space Station gets on the board in terms of getting that first checkpoint. I think TVNT probably switches off of this ball. I think that was probably just to get to the point. I know fight that there towards the end. I think they probably continue to run with this Sim Mei. It seemed like they were starting to make a little bit of progress in terms of you know, making Space Station sweat a little bit, but see if they can kind of close that gap. Hadi actually gets walled off here, looking to try and finish him off there with the Nemesis form, but that's going to be the immortality field that kind of keeps him alive, allows him to back up the land and the rest of the
pretty
team.
Perfect. Lando knows exactly what to do. I mean, this team has played so much of this Rhine comp. Basically this exact Rhine comp. Bastion with the Sim in the past as well. Quartz gets popped up. Again, that tack grenade gives Sparker the opportunity to find an easy, a free kill. 4-player sound barrier comes out now for Twisted Minds. Space Station throw one of their own into the mix here. And Bliss gets charged away from his team by Hadi. This is maybe where Space Station really going back to their roots, Matt, to find success.
Yeah, it's like, you know, they were talking about on the desk that some of these maps are kind of, you know, free wins, so to speak. This is looking like one now. It was another grenade conk up that, like, knocks Quartz into the line of sight of Sparker. And, man, this is just a speed run here through circuit for Space Station. Is looks like they're just going to kind of stall out. Vigilante here is
getting staggered.
It's going to be stuck. Yep. This brutal stuff. So he eventually will fall, but that's going to be a while before that BAP is back. And Twisted Mind's not really even building up towards any ultimates.
Still thinking of going with this Sam Mei comp. By the way, this comp does nothing to Widow unless you TP on top of her, which we saw from Quartz actually earlier on. Doing it again. Spark is just going to make a hasty retreat. The Mei wall too late to catch him. So again, we do have the Sim ultimate up. Pretty important wall, but Space Station's comp would really only cut the Widowmaker out of the picture. Here come the mortars. I don't know if Backbone knows exactly where they are. Does now. Throws them all up to the high ground. Quartz going to drop the wall. Hadi throws it on the wrong side of it. A chance here to punish the Rhine, but everyone grouping up around him. This means Space Station flip the map. They get off the cart while this wall is up.
Yeah, they're flipped in the complete opposite direction, pretty much, right? As Sparker now trying to work his way back towards like the choke destroy. the teleporters. That's going to be the shatter. It knocks down TVNT. TVNT's going to get up, pop the annihilation
He's
straight
hoping for a
away.
Vigilante Amp Matrix with extra healing, I think. But he holds on to it in the end. Hardy eventually falls to the annihilation. Obviously, that's the window where Ryan is really weak against Ramatra. And so Twisted Mind's able to shut this down. They switch to Farah and the Widowmaker, oddly enough. And calling a pause here. Again, they're up against a Widow comp, but in this phase of the map, because of the sharp angles and sharp corners, it can be a little bit harder for Widow to get easy sight lines on the Farah. But at least now we're seeing Twisted Minds really try and dig deep into the playbook to find an answer.
Yeah, potentially you can like punish the Rhine pretty heavily with that Farah as well, especially as you're, if you want to play that Farah just like in the choke there towards the end of the map, right? You're going to play on the side where the Widow's going to have no sight line unless they kind of go around the corner. So the Farah can be pretty devastating to the Reinhardt in that situation, right? The Reinhardt's getting pummeled by the Ramatra, then has some kind of like Farah damage coming down, splash, keeping it conked through the choke. So could be quite difficult to deal with.
And again, like we mentioned, this is something that we saw from SSG back when they were known as the London Spitfire. That last season, the Overwatch League, they tried a lot of these comps that featured, Sim, TPing, Bastion, Reinhardt setups around the map with, of course, Baptiste, Lucio, backlines. So much so they forced a couple of teams to copy them, like that San Francisco Shock roster. And they had that ridiculous game on Watch Point Gibraltar, where both teams are, which is unheard of. Both teams are playing Ryan comps with the Sim Bastion and trying the same strategy against each other.
Well, they're not even playing the Sim now.
They switched off
they're
of it.
playing
Yeah.
Widow Bastion, which is like an interesting choice where it was actually Twisted Minds kind of playing the Sim. But yeah, I mean, look, Space Station will try and make this work wherever they can, right? If they can play Reinhardt and, get the funny Astro Lucio in the mix, that is exactly the type of style they want to go with.
At TVNT, by the way, his mic isn't working. That's why we have called a pause here. I wonder how long it took him to realize that no one could hear him. That's quite funny. Again, let's look ahead a little bit towards the rest of these maps. So far, the one comp that Space Station has been finding success with is this Reinhardt-based setup. We're looking right now at a hybrid map, at an escort map. So we have hybrid, we have also Flashpoint available, we have push. Can they do this on other map types easily? Like on these hybrid maps,
You can do it on push, probably.
Okay. What, on like a Runasapi? You could.
Yeah, we've seen it done on
They're playing
push.
Malga Venture on that map. Oh, they did play Ryan. They did play Ryan. So they got rolled by Rajara's Ramatra.
Yep. Yeah, I think one map that would be pretty brutal for them would be like Blizzard World, right? Like you can't really do this on Blizzard World, so to speak. So looks like TVNT will actually try and play the D.Va here into this. So this will be an interesting kind of a matchup as
D.Va into
he gets his mic working. Everybody can hear him now.
Okay, with a Baptiste. Okay. A little hard to heal TVNT at the best of times here. Air Matrix though.
Quartz, I think, fired through that, yeah. Body shot kill on a Bastion insta. Pump that into my veins.
I love the Matrix gets dropped and they lose a player, but Hadi just charges face first at the Ant Matrix. Why not? So he actually ends up pinning TVNT, but doesn't come up with anything. So this will actually have a Mei swap. So they'll keep Sparker here on the Widow and they'll bring in the Mei. So this is like trying to really gonna go after that D.Va potentially, right? Block that D.Va.
Ooh, it might
also
work.
block some of these sight lines.
Yeah, I mean,
here.
it has to be an immortality field rather to keep the D.Va standing. The wall actually blocked TVNT's escape route. Clever backbone. And look at all the space that SSG managed to get after forcing that disengagement from TVNT. But sound barriers online for both sides coming into this next fight, and a barrage for Yubi, which can be compliant with the barrier. Maybe even an immortality field if Vigilante's able to get that one down. Here come the beats now. Twisted Minds get their second into barrage. Yubi using it with that extra durability. Gets rid of the immortality field, but not much more. But he drops down at the right time. He's instantly healed back up. It must have been a regenerative burst there from Landon. But Quartz loses out on the Widow battle. Now Sparker can start to think about wrapping around and punishing this Yubi position. But Yubi skates through. Somehow avoids detection and gets rid of Landon. That is stunning.
I mean, the kill there on to Landon is impressive there from Yubi. I mean, we saw the position that he was in. It looked like he was going to be killed, but ends up living as they'll kind of stagger out here. Backbone as he's trying to find maybe a kill as he's off the side of the map. So the Twisted Minds getting a hold, even though Sparker gets the better of the Widow duel. But you see the position that Yubi's like sitting here. Like, how do you kind of work through this choke, right? He's not really giving a line of sight for Sparker to get up a big kill here on the Widow.
Yubi's also holding on to Infra. So will he pop it before he gets spotted out by Sparker? He knows Sparker is about there. And he's not going to offer up the opportunity. Hardy a little bit worried about the conk. They avoid it, they wrap around. They know against Diva and Farah, the environmental kill potential is real, so they split their team. Never split the party. Baptiste going along with Sparker. They haven't really found a way in yet, Space Station. They're now in one-fight territory. TVNT upstairs. I think you saw around the ice block used there by Backbone and an opportunity to get in there and get rid of the maid. Landon had the immortality field that came online at the right time, and now TVNT's going to drop. Court's looking to reposition now to get a good fight spot, but that Blizzard is a little challenging. TVNT never got frozen? Sorry? Okay, he's still standing. No,
he lives with the Matrix healing on the high ground there from Vigilante, right? Being able to keep him alive, which is massive, right? So Bliss goes over to the Ana here, just trying to maybe get a bio here.
Sparker's infrasign has just expired now. Self-destruct for TVNT to get a new mech. Looking to fight Quartz, though, is Sparker. The barrage, though, is something Hardy can't do anything about. Immortality field, he was playing outside of it. Too far forward was Hardy. And it's only Funny Astro to get rid of the Farah, but the damage is well and truly already done. Just the Widow sitting in the periphery now, and Sparker knows this one is chalked.
It's like we were talking about, it's very difficult to turn that corner with that Farah in such a great position up on that high ground. And I know being able to just land that rocket barrage, like nobody can even turn the corner. He'll get any type of kills there. So really nice switches there from Twisted Minds yet again. And now as we go with Space Station on defense, can you play this Reinhardt Bastion Widow on the defensive side of things, right? It seemed like it put a lot of pressure on when they were on offense, but I don't know how you try and play this
play
on
with the Mei, perhaps instead. And again, you play corners really well. You might see Twisted Minds try and play a poke comp to just sort of chip away at the Rhine setup, or the exact literal opposite.
No.
That's what that would be.
Well, no, there's no way this is kind of what, I mean, there's not a shot. So Space Station will play the Widow in the Bastion yet again with the Lucio. I think it's just kind of up for debate what we see here from Twisted Minds. Is it like a Diva? Is it a Ramatra? Like, what is the response?
Vigilante on the Iliari here because she's the best candidate to play the piano. That's really the only reason why. Thank you.
4, 3.
Okay, do they come out with the Queen? Queen the Bastion, Sim. Oh, they really want to throw down here on this Space Station setup.
Yes, so they're down to take the fight, right? As this will be playing the Bastion. As Hardy runs, he's like, nah, we're good. So now we will wait here.
TP.
It'll be a TP across the gap.
Okay, get that high ground taken. You've got a spot at least.
Yeah, let's see. Let's move the car.
I mean, the high ground's not that easy to exploit here for Twisted Minds comp. I guess Quartz is a little annoying. Oh, I like the little TP into the backside, but Backbone got caught in that small corner of the room. I guess the immortality kill for Landon was no good. Wow, okay, Space Station unable to hang there. The brawl goes against them because they lose that Bastion so early, and Sparker couldn't find anything.
Well, and now, right, you lose this Bastion, right? That's a lot of your damage. You have to be pretty careful how you play here around this corner as Sparker just maybe trying to find a kill there on the Quartz. That'll be the TP on in, the shout there to give the Bastion, the rest of the crew, a little bit extra help, but that's going to be Hardy already with a shout.
Built that awful quick. I don't know how he managed it against the Queen Bastion composition. But as Sparker's picked, it really ends the fight there early. It's a huge shot to open it. Oh, Vigilante, a little stagger.
Funny Astro will knock him off the side, so a fight win there.
Yes, here's what I thought they would do.
Now. Yeah, Sigma with this type of comp. So this is going to give a little bit of extra protection there for the Bastion, but that is Yubi just dropping right away. Same with Quartz. I think they're caught off guard at how aggressive that Space Station wanted to be.
And again, this is the kind of comp that can run over that front line, especially if Hardy's able to play close. And that's why I'm playing a poke comp against like this Ryan who will just sit on the corner and not sort of take any poke. Means that you don't have like a long sight line to work with. So we saw Hardy running away, charging back to give space to the Queen. Now he wants to take it away from the Sigma.
Yeah, does not want to allow that Sigma to kind of control that, you know, mid-ground area, right, where you can just kind of poke away, put down some damage. They get a TP. This is like a little bit of a, they're just trying to run away to the cart, but man, that is just falling apart here for TF.
Didn't work at all. Perfect pick there for Sparker. Found Yubi, the one player that could have got him out potentially. Vigilante pops up with the Exo Boots, which is a big no-no in Widow's world. There we go. Bliss is out of the picture.
It'll take a while for Bliss to end up falling off the side, but Space Station putting together a tremendous defense. Look at this, they push up, take that space right away like you were talking about, right? Want to continue to deny Sigma that ground. Is now you'll back up, probably preparing for potentially that TP. This will be actually Quartz here using the artillery.
Great damage though. Look at that mortar strike. They come out from Quartz. Still going to deal with the immortality field. Yeah, Sigma can't stop a shatter if there's not a shield standing. I just think like how differently Hardy has played against the Sigma and Queen shows just how well he understands each of those matchups. Sky and the Reinhardt really unparalleled. Another stagger. Take us under a minute for Twisted Minds. They've got to come up with an answer. Coming out of spawn, they don't really have the space to make a poke cob work. They don't want to match the Ryan. No, the Queen doesn't work either.
No sound barrier either, right? Now for Twisted Minds. So yeah, I don't know how you try and do this. They actually try and use the artillery to maybe like force out the sound barrier. It's actually just the immortality field and the ant matrix that Landon uses to keep backbone up. Is another pin here from Hottie. Is look at that, the immortality field used right away.
Matrix is not going to be enough here against the sound barrier. And a mortar, everybody stacked up here on the side of Twisted Minds. Sparker fighting QB yet again, really thriving midway through these longer fights where nobody's paying the Widow any heed, and he'll find yet another one. Should be courtesy of the Twisted Minds. They're out of options. Funny Astro as well, able to double down here and just pick up the stragglers. It was mentioned on the desk, Matt, that there were a few maps that could be insta wins here, guaranteed for Space Station. I think Circa Royal was what they were referring to.
Yeah, I mean, that was a spawn camp of all spawn camps there at the end there for Space Station Gaming. Hottie just, shatter after shatter, just charging in, causing chaos for Twisted Minds, as that's the type of style that Space Station wants to play right now. It's just, how often can you force it?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about like what maps can they try the same thing. You sort of mentioned maybe some push maps, it's an option. They're going to try and do it on Runasapi if they get another map pick in this series. That's definitely a place where like we've seen them at least attempt it. It was exploited pretty badly by Virtus Pro though, so there is at least some tape there to rely on. But straight away, like Sparker really hit the ground running on this map. We saw like that Ramatra style, they want to play mid-range and have some brawl potential, but the Ryan comp definitely disrespecting that a little bit. And no Tracer here, so no one contests these spots for the Widows. At the end of the day, you just kind of try and hope that she doesn't shoot you in the face, but the Ramatra shield isn't static. It doesn't stay around forever, rather. So you bide your time, you wait for it. And I don't mind the fire pick here.
And with how Twisted... Yeah, this was good on defense here from Twisted Minds towards the end. It thought like, maybe... with how they ended their defense, like there was an opportunity for them to win, or take this map, right? Go up 2-0, but Space Station was just on another level on defense. I mean, you talked about like just how Hottie was able to change up the pace of play, whether they were running the Junker Queen or the Sigma, and it was just fantastic work there from Space Station Gaming. It's just how many more maps, like you mentioned, right? Like there are some maps in the pool that you would consider like, absolute wins for them. How many of them are there, right? They would only probably get to pick one more. And like even on a pick from Twisted Minds, right? Can they make something like this work?
Can this rush style work on like another push map? Like, what if Space Station Gaming pick like a new Queen Street?
Potentially. Well, with Twisted Minds pick, I expect this to be potentially a hybrid map, right? One that can like force verticality, like a Paraiso, a Blizzard World, right? Like something that the Diva is really strong on, where even potentially like forcing you to use like a Winston, right? So like Eichenwalde is one of them. You would probably stay away from King's Row, right? King's Row is one where you can probably play. I know some Reinhardt, TP type plays, so probably stay away from King's Row. Maybe just kind of leave the flashpoints for later in the series. I think probably push as well, not going to get as much value. So I assume it would be one of the Blizzard World Eichenwalde Paraiso picks.
We've seen though that Twisted Minds can play these like sort of rush style or brawl compositions around that Junker Queen here. New Jack City going to be picked here by Twisted Minds, which is runs a bit counter to some of our theory crafting about where they might feel at their strongest. But it is a map where, you know, perhaps they can get the Tracer turned on. Like, that's just really tough on Circuit Royal, right? You can't pressure the backline, so players like Sparker can sort of do what they want. You just don't have flank angles available to you. This is a very different situation. Psycho comes in, so Space Station also probably thinking about adding Tracer back to their ranks, freeing up Sparker to play something a little bit different. But this doesn't feel like a map that's super advantage for Twisted Minds.
No, and I think maybe, well, so Backbone obviously gives a lot of flexibility to this Space Station roster, right? You know, maybe forcing a map that you want to play Tracer on all the time, kind of like force them to play Psycho, but Psycho's pretty good, and maybe that's kind of where you think you can, you know, make some inroads, right? Backbone plays a lot of the things that enables Space Station gaming to do all these potentially weird-like things, right? So, curious what TM decides to do. I mean, they can play the Diva here. You can obviously play Ramatra, right? A bunch of different styles.
It does mean that Space Station... Okay. Backbone here in the lineup alongside Psycho.
So Backbone is in with Psycho.
Yeah, so I was wondering, like, if Backbone's out, then like, the Venture Malga comp wouldn't have been on the board, but that is actually what they're going to go for.
So they can play like the Maga, they can play the Backbone Venture with like Psycho on Tracer. It looks like here at the start they're actually going to play it with an Echo, and it'll be Twisted Minds playing a Maga composition of their own. So both teams want to just go all in on the Maga.
Yeah, and they're both all in comps as well, even if Genji and Echo have some key differences. Their focusing beam, though, really allows Space Station to have that upfront burst. TVNT gets a Suzu straight away, so that's already been used, and the damage trade being heavily lost here by Twisted Minds. They're getting shoved back. Quartz as well, I mean, can sort of do some consistent poke, but it doesn't really measure up to what Echo can do in a pinch. Yeah, so what the heck? Okay, buddy.
Yeah, the Vigilante Suzu used straight away to keep TVNT up, and after that, it's also the Cardiac Overdrive used from TVNT. You just see the damage output just favors Space Station Gaming so heavily, and there's no way that Twisted Minds could respond or win that fight in the long run.
Well, our concerns about Space Station at the start of the series started to dissipate here because this is a TM map pick and they get to play a comp that is one of their best. Maybe not their absolute best, but right now there's an argument for it. Quartz, whoa, so low. I gotta see this Genji get some value. I've gotta be convinced at some point. Rush comes up instantly here for Vigilante and he throws it down. It's Hardy to go first. Space Station, hold on to their Kitsune Rush, hold on to their ults. We're going to come back for the next fight here. But that was built awfully quick for Vigilante. Next time we might get to see what the Genji really can do.
Yes, you will have that double support although for Space Station Gaming, right? I also think the dupe will be pretty impactful here for Space Station and Psycho, but you mentioned Twisted Minds. You absolutely needed a point flip there. Another fight lost probably would have been the first point lost. So they end up, you know, this is going to be Backbone actually using the Venture ultimate just to kind of push them back a little bit. The Tectonic Shock used quite early.
He was hoping for a bit more, but Hardy didn't have the cage fight up, which is normally what we see combined
and now
with
the
that.
Rush.
Okay. Again, Twisted Minds try to back away. This time, though, unsuccessful. Double down with one focusing beam for Psycho. That is rare to see. Clean fight and a sound barrier maintained to give you some parity against Twisted Minds in what will be the deciding fight on this Flashpoint. It's a good call for SSG.
The Tectonic Shock actually like backs up Twisted Minds, right? Gets them to use some of their mobility, and then they don't really have anything to get out of the Kitsune Rush, right? And then Psycho can just kind of fly on in. Start to dominate as Quartz gets quite low and taken out as this is going to be Bliss getting on and getting a touch. He's going to get a point flip here, but I think it's kind of potentially meaningless, right? Is everybody pushing forward here for Space Station?
Backbone and Psycho came back, so I think all of SSG had to respond to this. This gives Twisted Minds a charge, but TVNT stuck in the cage fight with half HP. Sound barrier though for both sides. TVNT able to benefit from it, and Quartz is going to come in now with a Dragon Blade. Try for it at least, but he's got a Malga in his face. Able to bring down Hardy with the help of Bliss eventually. That is a lot to expend in a fight that was already so heavily slanted against you, and Psycho just makes up the Malga deficit with a duplicate. Eventually Quartz capitulates, and Space Station take the first point.
Yeah, nobody could get on there for Twisted Minds to get a touch, as they invest pretty heavily in there, right? They end up using the Kitsune Rush, they end up using their Blade Cage Fight, Sound Barrier too, where now Space Station Backbone's got this Tectonic Shock already back online, and then Landon with the Kitsune Rush. So you're in a spot potentially to take this first fight of this next checkpoint, get yourself an early lead on a Twisted Minds mapping, but look how fast they go
and
in.
that was the Venture starting it off. Yubi really wanted that smoke. Psycho, I think, took a bunch of damage from the poke and then the stomp already. However, no Malga here for Twisted Minds. They find that first pick, the Echo, but they extend so deeply into it that they get hammered in the damage trades after.
Yeah, and with the Malga here for Space Station still alive, right? And also the Venture, two very difficult targets to deal with. You're not going to be able to dislodge them from the point without your own Malga. The Cardiac Overdrive just kind of keeping everybody topped up, especially. So another fight win here for Space Station Gaming. This also feels like a comp pitch that, like, they want to play, right? You know, Twisted Minds taking us here. That's why I thought, like, potentially they pick like a hybrid map, like, you could play like Winston Diva type of styles. The Malga type of aggressive rush is something that Twisted Minds is good at, but this feels way more comfortable than having to play, you know, a Winston Tracer Ash per se, right?
Absolutely. This is definitely where SSG want to be. Sound Barrier come out here for Bliss. Funny Astro holds it, and Quartz is going to fall here. Space Station have no need to invest these ultimates yet. They still have the point, for God's sake. The Tectonic Shock here is a scary prospect. TVNT, the Cardiac Overdrive up, but no way to really make use of it for that big heal. So this will be a wash on point B.
Yes, this is going to be, looks like a pretty fast map win here for Space Station Gaming, because you hold on to the Sound Barrier like you mentioned. You also end up with a Kitsune Rush, Cage Fight, and Dupe here for the next fight. So Space Station should be able to get control of this next flashpoint with relative ease. And then it's just about the kind of long game in terms of ultimates. How many do they end up using to have to kind of take it? Can they kind of keep extending it? You're looking at maybe Quartz's Blade making an impact, but there's already that Sound Barrier on the other side. I mean, Funny Ash does such a great job holding on to it. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush used here. I think just really kind of keep up TVNT.
Backbone damage is so good. Harder though, taking down the side of his own Cage Fight. You be able to catch him out with a Tectonic Shock and a Sound Barrier that's a little belated. Still winnable though. TVNT a little low. Quartz trying to find purchase with the Blade, but the Malga difference has been established as Psycho picks an extra one up. Cage Fight also earned for free here. Yubi going to be caught inside of him. A great Suzu there. Fantastic from Vigilante. Twisted Minds start that fight with a player advantage and they convert.
Yeah, an absolute must-win fight there for Twisted Minds, right? A lot of ultimates used on both sides. It would have been pretty devastating to end up losing that. And they hold on to their Sound Barriers. So these Lucios kind of, being able to hold on to these Sound Barriers for extended periods that make them definitely pay off. And there's nothing on the other side to kind of counter that, as Backbone with the Tectonic Shock probably going to use this to try and push them back a little bit. Maybe get a point for Space Station.
All right, here it is, Backbone with that shock, like you said. He's going to open up a ton of space. Quartz might get caught out in the open, and yes, Psycho was able to come in at a low health Genji and finish him with a focusing beam. Backbone sees Vigilante. It's a premature Suzu. It's going to cost him his life. And I think, yep, he can work through the Genji pretty easily too. Backbone just, got some sore knees to stretch out.
Yeah, I mean, potentially a free Sound Barrier here for Twisted Minds coming on in. I wonder if they're like holding it onto it for potentially like Cage Fight or something along those lines. But they have to have an idea where TVNT is, and seeing the Hottie Cage Fight in the previous fight, that they're pretty far away. Like could have potentially got another one to match up with it, but that's a kill from Bunny Astro at range.
They're committing with a Sound Barrier here. Oh, I can't feel like that's advisable at all.
Yeah, that is not advisable.
Bliss, bro, you okay?
I mean, that's what you're holding on to it for, right? We talk about that hold on to it, fight 2-3 fights. That's the situation. I mean, nah, I don't know.
Okay, that one definitely threw me for a loop. Last fight territory here for Twisted Minds for the map, mind you. Kitsune Rushes will be matched, but they've obviously thrown away that Sound Barrier. Tectonic shotgun for Yubi now, and dupe of Amalga surely on the cards here for Psycho. Here it comes, it's the rush. Backbone tries to dive second in order to come out later. It's going to be a Tectonic shock here, giving Space Station some concern, but they have a sound barrier to work with, and Yubi gets flattened early. TVNT is going to struggle to hold on here as well, and yes, there are 2 Malgas up for Space Station Gaming. That's pretty good. I'd say that's a good strategy even. And there it is. Pick for Twisted Minds goes awry. They try and take the fight to New Junk City, and they come off decidedly second best.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of comms there that Space Station Gaming can make work in their favor. Just playing that Maga with the Echo and just being super aggressive behind the Echo and the Venture. No answer really from Twisted Minds. I'm a bit surprised in the map pick. Like, I think Twisted Minds is good at this type of playstyle, but it's something that the Space Station's totally comfortable with, right? If you're gonna try and take them to a map that potentially you think you can win, it's one of those ones where they're forced to play a little bit more dive, a little bit more Winston, Diva potentially, right? I don't think New Junk City's one of them.
That's why we were a bit confused by it, right? There are obviously some glaring problems for Space Station Gaming on certain maps that require to play certain comps. So the question is, what are those maps? Where do Twisted Minds take them? Desk, gang? Because Space Station looked like they were more than happy to play Malga on New Junk City.
I'm about to go off.
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, the stage is yours. This pick was this an ego pick?
This is a grief.
What was
throwing.
that?
They just threw the series away. Like, they deserve to lose picking New Junk City. It's a psychotic pick. Not only is New Junk City, when I was saying there's free map wins for SSG in this pool, Circuit was a first in my mind, which fair play. You know, they get the map pick, they go there. The second in my head was New Junk City. That was SSG. I think if SSG lost a map, they would have picked New Junk City. That's, for me, is like their best map this meta. They can play the Malga comp super well. It's probably the meta on New Junk City. If anything, you could have said, oh, let's go to Suravasa and play some Diva, and I would have felt pretty okay with that for Twisted Minds, but New Junk City is just an indefensible choice, and they get stomped on it. I think there's still a chance Twisted Minds can come back in this series, because I think the hybrid pool, you know, you could take it to a Paraiso, which is, for the record, that's what I would have picked if I were Twisted Minds. Go to Paraiso, force another dive mirror where you look really strong and SSG has not been comfortable. But now I'm worried for them, because, you know, I think you give up this crucial win on your own map pick, basically picking Space Station's preferred map. Now the whole series is in question. Space Station could be easily the team to advance off this one major mistake.
Yeah, I think they could have picked like so many maps in literally every game mode available to them. Like, you could have picked, like you said,
this
like
is the
Paraiso,
worst one
or
of
even like
all of them. This is the worst pick.
You want to put Quartz up on like an Eichenwald high ground or something like that. If you wanted to deny Runasapi from SSG because they're like, that is their go-to preferred map in that game mode, like you could have picked like a Colosseo, for example. So I'm flabbergasted by this choice. I think it's so obvious in this series what SSG's comfort is and what Twisted Minds' comfort is, and then you take them to New Junk City, and SSG are up 2-1 in this series, where, like, you know, you looked at the map one was insanely dominant. You were just like, okay, SSG, they're throwing Lucio Kiriko at the wall, they're going in because they haven't been able to figure out this Brig Ana look for themselves, and so you felt like, oh, this is an SSG team that is like, you know, really underperforming. We were questioning just like, is this, you know, the worst they played all year? And now they're up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah,
so,
no, literally, you look back at map
and that is credit to the circuit play,
map one, no,
but
midway
also
through map one. Midway through map one, I feel like all of us thought like, okay, Twisted Minds is going to run away with it. Like, there's no way. The adaptations were so good. They made all the right switches. Every time SSG tried something new, Twisted Minds had an answer for it. It looked so good. Then obviously Circuit Royale was like, okay, you know, SSG obviously picking that map for a reason. They can play to their comfort. Still look difficult or like dangerous at the very end.
It was competitive. Like if the defense wasn't so solid, they could have easily lost that map.
Because SSG, they committed to that Rhine on that 3rd-point attack. There we go. So yeah, that was raising questions. We're baffled, we're stunned. We do not know what exactly went through their minds or what was written in that playbook, which made them go.
I mean, I think Twisted Minds just maybe is also confident on the Malga matchup, but it just seems crazy to me to let your opponent play what they are obviously comfortable on. It is going to be Colosseo. I think the hybrid pool is all pretty good for Twisted Minds, so this is a decent pick. I agree with this one.
Yeah.
But now the series is in contention, and even if you win this for Twisted Minds, SSG is going to have their best shot at hybrid to close this out on map 5. It's going to need to be great plays from Twisted Minds to still win the series. I still think they can do it. I still think compositionally they're the better team this meta, but man, they really have made it harder for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? You know what? Elimination match, let's make it as close as humanly possible. So it's for the people, all right? We're feasting. We get more Overwatch, so really nothing to be upset about. What do you want to see from either of those teams on Colosseo?
Look, I think Quartz has been a standout for Twisted Minds so far, and I think he is the key to victory for this Twisted Minds team. So I just want to see, you know, a bit similar to what we saw on map 1, really, on Samoa. I think they played well around that and kind of put SSG in a difficult position. But even like Colosseo, like historically, SSG, they've had pretty good compositions set up for this map specifically. You know, and they have a good understanding as well of taking the enemy high ground, of course, like when you get close to the bridge area, for example, like, you know, putting Landon up there on the high ground with, you know, historically like a Baptiste and stuff like that. We'll kind of see what compositions they go to here. Again, I think that Mauga is an obvious choice on a map like New Junk City, for example. But like, you know, going back to map 1, really like, okay, are we going to force Brawl on this map, for example? Or, you know, will you have to default to something else? We'll have to see.
We will have to see indeed. And that match is just a few moments away. Once again, a reminder, we are in the lower bracket here. This is an elimination match between SSG and Twisted Minds, which both had to recalibrate a little bit throughout the group stages, and especially heading into the main event. SSG, they weren't quite allowed or able to play what they usually would be playing, as the meta just really didn't
Twisted
favor
Minds
their
said, we are
style.
so sorry you've had to adapt, SSG. No more of that.
No,
you get to
don't
play
worry.
New Junk City just
Make it an honorable
as a
battle.
gift from me to you.
Yeah, we want to win when you play at your best. That's the spirit here. Jack is just like, please don't. But we'll see. We see what they have in store for us. We got some subs coming in for Colosseo as well. Let's see if they can, you know, turn the tide. SSG currently on match point in their elimination match. Can they close it out? Let's send it over to Matt and Mitch.
Yes, that substitution was Sparker in for Psycho, for those wondering. Backbone stays in here, and Twisted Minds have to take us to push in order to try and stay alive here in our Stage 3 main event. This might be an attempt to deny Runasapi from Space Station as a potential map 5 selection. Can they make it work here on Colosseo?
But I feel like then you could have just played like, you know, Colosseo. If you lost Colosseo, then you could have picked a hybrid and then just kind of, you know, had the brawl for game 5, right? If you felt like that was like something that potentially you were fine taking head to head, right? I think probably a different way you could have packed this series, but it'll be Space Station trying the Reinhardt yet again. No Sim in the mix though. Sparker on the Widow here. Trying to control some of these long sight
This comp certainly requires Sparker to have impact here, and so far there's been no targets to fire at. Twisted Minds really respecting the Widow presence by playing off the bot entirely. So yeah, it gives a bit of early push over to Space Station. But eventually they can start to chime back in here. Backbone also is up against Ash and Farah. Not easy for a main.
Yeah, as Sparker took a little bit of damage as has to back up, but this is going to be some bot progress here for Space Station as the UB getting really low, not really going to be able to get any healing really at all there. Now Bliss kind of finds him as like around this corner. Backbone, dude, he has hit some crazy ice
Bro, he ain't stopping.
the last few days.
Bro, ain't stopping. Holy mackerel. Okay, Vigilante has to back out. Landon, though, follows up on the damage that Backbone did. Gets rid of Quartz. Oh, buddy. This is what I'm saying. Backbone on this mate, it doesn't matter if he's up against, like, you know, heroes that outrange him or heroes that are hit scan. He's playing like a long-range projectile role here. TVNT's on the ball. Okay. Have they lost their marbles?
I mean, this is... I feel like they've kind of beefed the map selection process a little bit here for Twisted Minds as TVD goes in with the ball, but just going to be able to kind of like bunker down here. It feels like with it. That was actually the nano used there onto Yubi, I believe, as well.
Yubi goes in, gets nothing here. We've seen that a couple times.
That's checkpoint.
Nano given over towards the Farah. This time it wasn't for a barrage either, but man.
They're going to have Sound Barrier and Amp Matrix here with the Widow shooting down this corridor and the Shatter. They might get a completion.
TVNT's on the Diva now. Infra side up for Sparker. He can see it all. That basically equates to free bot progress across this bridge for the next 10 or so seconds. And Twisted Minds have been really unsure about how to engage against Space Station. This whole map, they've just been very, very unsure. Very reticent. Sparker here just, okay, sees the dynamite. Finally, Yubi switching to something that could pressure this Widow position. But
The bot's still moving.
And Spark is not bothered. Absolutely not bothered. Vigilante here. A little bit of a risky spot, but able to take Landon low with a Bionade. Spark is able to finish Quartz off, though. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they don't even get Landon, right? They get a nice bio connection onto Landon, but they don't finish him off. As it's a bit of a flank here from the Demon Space Station as they still have this sound barrier to potentially use. That's going to be the sound barrier. Not good enough, though, to save Landon.
A lot of progress here for Space Station regardless. I think that beat was definitely designed to keep the Baptiste in the game. No good on that count. And so Twisted Minds are going to have a chance to play the game if they choose to. And so far, it's been an option they've just declined.
But still, they give up 118 meters, man. I mean, against Rhine Widow May. I mean,
have never seen a team tilt like this one. I'm sorry. It is so palpable. Twisted Minds just look off kilter as soon as they, went on to New Junk City. It's bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, yet again, I think the desk will definitely talk about it as that's going to be the baby diva kill there from Sparker. They'll talk about it, the map selection process. I feel like is one where Twisted Minds, I think, kind of they let Space Station get right back into it.
Way,
right?
dude,
We saw
don't shatter them, please.
Is he going to be a shatter? I thought it was going to be one, but
yeah, we all were clenching for it. Hardy though doesn't opt to go for it. A little bit of it would have been more of a flex and a sort of verifiable, solid strategy. Here's the charge, backed up with the main wall, backs away. Sound barrier going to be drawn out. Hardy trying to back up now as quickly as he can. Sparker bowled over by TVNT. Vigilante here, pretty safe. Just one more shot on Lander will get the job. Okay, never mind. Didn't see it. I do not perceive.
And the shatter doesn't really do much there from Hardy. Backbone's still alive here. You'll deal with him, but I mean the bot it doesn't even make it back towards the middle of the map, right? And if it does make it back to the middle of the map, Sparker has a 6 sight line there to battle the Ashe, right? In terms of the Widow versus the Ashe matchup. So this is going to be a massive uphill mountain to climb here for Twisted Minds.
But Space Station could give a lot more ground than they are, but they obviously want to make use of this Ryan, get him up close. Quartz had the off angle, but Sparker anticipated it, now has an infra side available, so you won't be getting the drop on this Widow anytime soon. Nano for the Diva. TVNT coming up, very healthy. Following up on the dynamite explosion there for Quartz, and Bob is now at the ready.
What? Using the Bob here middle of the map feels terrible because you're not really going to gain anything out of this. It's actually, the Bob's used, but it looks like it actually just knocks into Hottie there, and then they just wall it off. So the Bob never actually makes it to where he's going to have a line of sight on the point. So the Bob really kind of results in nothing.
The Bob does just peek around the corner, which is what necessitated that sort of back away by Sparker. Oh, this guy is just playing full auto at the moment on this Widow. They found Vigilante too. That is massive. TVNT now has to be very careful about these engagements. UB obviously can sort of circumvent and harass Hardy to a great degree. So we are starting to see now the Ryan Hardcom having some problems with his hyper-mobile Twisted Minds look.
Yes, now Twisted Minds are going to get up and try and control some of this high ground here. As Sparkle make a change over to Cassidy, so this is going to amp the pace up for Space Station, right? You want to get more into that, mid-brawl type of scenario. But even in that last fight, Mitch, right, you end up losing it for Space Station, but when Twisted Minds got control of the bot, they have almost 6 minutes on the clock, right? Getting the clock this far down. Nice immortality field there to keep everybody topped up. It's going to be funny after using a sound barrier. That's how weak Space Station
gets. They can't make use of it. Twisted Minds just split. They disperse like a fire in a field.
Space Station just take the bot the other way. Just run. I mean, there's no disadvantage to it, right? I mean, you get back towards the middle of the map. They stall so long here mid-map with so much clock that getting it back here, you can draw maybe another minute off the
Blizzard
clock.
Here, Sparker able to catch UB out, but not before Landon was felled. Hardy, got a shield? Oh, okay.
I think the ice block prevents him from shielding the
I think the issue might have been that the Diva model actually protruded through the Rhine shield because he was pressed up against it in the corner. So yeah, his shield was up, but the model was technically on the other side of the shield. Schrodinger's self-destruct.
Oh, Backbone's gonna have to answer about that one.
Was, Hardy pressed up in the corner. Good bio, another immortality field to answer it, but TVNT will capitalize. Much better looks here for Twisted Minds. Okay, so now we start talking about a checkpoint potential after TVNT is done walking out of Here's Mech, and leaving the scene of Hardy's crime.
Well, and Backbone takes out Vigilante over by the bot. So the bot wasn't actually moving at the time. Backbone's on a bit of a flank there. So now they don't have TVNT in mech. It's going to be the Bob used here. But you lose Bliss and then TVNT, I think, off the side there.
Just opted to go over.
Yes, you're not going to be able to make anything out of that.
In the end, it only amounts to 45 meters for Twisted Minds. Not enough with only a minute 50 left in the round, and this is Twisted Minds fighting for the survival in our main event here in Stage 3. And they've gone up against the tried and tested and awful true Ryan composition from Space Station Gaming. At times on this map, they've looked like they've had the measure of it, but here comes a shadow. Hardy, well, there was a shadow.
I think he's trying to catch the Diva potentially. The Diva maybe just went down to the low ground, then tried to catch the Diva before they went back up. But dude, the bio grenades from Vigilante have been huge so far, as I know in the second half, I feel like in this push. That is a big one that they capitalize on.
An unreal amount of pressure on Landon, having just to like discus throw his immortality field from all sorts of positions. Space Station having those, like, you know, key defensive utilities drawn out of them just by Bionades is very good, especially in those sort of later fights that they can get going. But they have a minute. They have a minute to make up 80 meters of progress. And it's not as if Space Station are just going to give this up. They're going to move the bot right on back. They will allow Twisted Minds to some degree to encircle them. But they have an Amp Matrix here. Blizzard as well if the fight comes from push to shove.
Yeah, and it's been hard for Twisted Minds to win these fights pretty fast in the middle of the map. That is a nice wall there from Backbone, just kind of blocking Vigilante. They do get Funny Astro here, so...
TVNT.
But not going to get a
We got caught by the swing of Hardy mid-air. Another great Bionade, though, from Vigilante. But I mean, Space Station can just fight. They can just throw themselves at the bot here and put Twisted Minds virtually in overtime. They are going to stall this.
Yeah, just burning clock, right? Not using any ultimates, burning that clock and making a Twisted Mind. It's going to be very difficult here to make a bit of a comeback. You see Hadi just getting right back to where he can almost contest. Gonna wait now for the rest of the team play a little bit more patiently. Is you're gonna have everything you could have imagined here for Space Station to get this done.
Matrix is gonna be the first. Quickly, TVNT tries to get behind it, but gets forced back now. Gets a Nano Boost sound barrier gonna be deployed. Backbone didn't get it, but the Blizzard is down inside that side room. Deadeye for Sparker. It's a free reload, don't worry about it. And that'll be that. Twisted Minds just cannot deal with this Rhine Cup. They can't hang with Space Station. And yes, Identity Crisis and all that might still be true. But for now, Space Station keep the dream alive.
Yes, they come in and they play some compositions they know they're great at. I also think Twisted Minds gave them a lot of map opportunities to play some of these compositions that they're great at, where Twisted Minds looked awesome earlier in the day on a certain style of play. They come in, it looks good in map number 1 right there when they have them on the Winston and they're able to force that. Never actually able to get them back over to that comp in terms of with their map selection. SSG just decides to say, screw it, we're just going to play the Reinhardt. We know we're good at it. Let's figure it out.
This is definitely one of those don't try this at home situations for Space Station's comp. It is it is the kind of comp that can really be undone by that mobility, but Space Station are so good at it. Back to their roots in order to secure their survival here in the lower bracket, but how long will the run last? Let's head over to the desk and break down this game. Twisted Minds fans in shambles.
SSG fans rise up, though. I mean, new stage, old me. SSG rocked up on that Rhine comp. I loved this. Quite frankly, though, Twisted Minds, they low-key handed them that new Junk City on a gold platter, which they take us to Colosseo, which, quite frankly, by the time we were done with our last segment, we had to come back, and we barely even sat down before coming back up, because SSG essentially already finished them out.
I mean, there was just a real chance of them finishing the full cap. I gotta say, for SSG, though, you know, as much as I criticized Twisted Minds picking New Junk City, letting that Malga comp come out, I think that was very expected. I don't think this Widow comp with the Rhine was expected by Twisted Minds. I think very few teams have made the Rhine work here, even not SSG, but Sparker's Widow is actually perfectly picked here, because normally against this Rhine, you'd want to play the Pharahs, the Echoes, maybe an Ashe, like these long-range spammers, high mobility divers to get on the backline. But against Widow, it's very scary, and there's a great Widow sidelines on Colosseo, so some of these traditional counter picks don't feel so good. Do you really want to play Sombra against Rhine? It also doesn't feel good, so I think this is actually a great strat from SSG to close out the series on Colosseo. I don't think Twisted Minds saw this coming. I didn't either. So props to SSG that, you know, still the masters of the rush comp, right? They understand all the different variations that they could need to bring to bear, and they execute flawlessly.
Sparker player of the match here, of course, after a great showing on the Cassidy, on the Widowmaker, even on the Bastion a little bit there. Or actually, we saw the Bastion with the Widowmaker on Circuit Real. And really, like SSG, when they have their back against the wall, it is almost the most fun to watch them because they're able to tap into some of these compositions and like really take it to the enemy team. And again, like you mentioned, Jake, they just like throw Twisted Minds off course a little bit. Just like, okay, well, now we have to figure out what we're doing here. It's a beautiful kind of defense on Circuit Real, of course. And this is, you know, SSG when they're kind of like playing their best. I think, you know, there's a bit of a taste in my mouth, just like, did Twisted Minds really adapt that well? You know, with a few fights where like they were a bit booned because I feel like the last 5 minutes on Colosseo, it was actually pretty even. Like Vigilante had some fantastic biotic grenades that really set up some big flanks for the rest of the team. Saw TVNT follow up on that. Yubi had some pop-up moments on the Tracer, and Quartz was doing work on the Ash. So I just feel like Twisted Minds, I don't know if like they got into their head a little bit, but they had their great moments and they had really bad moments, and SSG come out on top with a fantastic Rhino composition.
They do indeed, and they keep themselves alive. Again, SSG fans, rise up. But we also have a winner's interview for you now. It's going to be Hardy joining us for a quick chat. Hardy, welcome back to the show. Long time no see. You got the dub. You're currently on your salty run back in the lower bracket, though. Let's talk about how we got here. We called it, or I called it, identity crisis of sorts, because I'm a very dramatic person. Is that how it feels to you guys?
Always identity crisis.
Do you feel like you found your stride, though? Like, or are you just going back to the comfort? Like, F the meta, let's just brawl?
I mean, we have like some divey compositions where we're good at, but we're not gonna force it anymore when it's not that good.
So I want to follow up on that. So you come out, you pick Samoa because you have map pick, and then we saw this Lucio Kiriko composition come out. Didn't really work at all on Samoa there. So like, how did you kind of like reflect on that? Like, what was your thinking going into Samoa, playing that comp? And like, what were your thoughts afterwards, after kind of like taking a pretty brutal defeat there on Samoa? I'm just curious, like, how you adapted in the moment, and like what you've learned so far in the tournament from your matches against Virtus Pro, for example.
I mean, the first round, it felt really fine. We felt like we lost to ourselves in the first round, but the second round, it was just hard. So we were like, okay, if the matchup happens again on Colosseo, we like predicted them to go back to the same matchup, and we try another comp, and it kind of worked. I had a 4 and 6 KD as Reinhardt, but all that matters is victory screen at the end, you know?
So I'm curious as well for SSG regarding the map picks. You know, I was kind of flaming Twisted Minds for choosing New Junk City against you guys, where I think you guys have always looked strong on the Malga rush. Like any kind of death ball rush, your coordination is great. How did you guys feel when they picked New Junk City? Was that something you thought they'd play against you, or how did you feel coming into that map?
I mean, we were really happy about it. We didn't think they would pick it. There was like a chance they would. We didn't think they would, but I mean, we were happy when they picked it. We can just mug a mirror and win.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
That's exactly what happened. Your next opponent is going to be VP. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I think it's good. We went 2-3 when we had identity crisis. Now we overcome our identity crisis, so I think now it's going to be easy.
All right, it's going to be easy. Well, we can't wait to see what you and the squad have in store for us in your next match. Best of luck in that one, and thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Hardy. Always great to hear from everyone's favorite Ryan. Let's take a look at our bracket to see where Space Station Gaming are currently at. As I said, they're clawing their way through the lower bracket, taking out Twisted Minds in a very pleasant turn of events. If you picked SSG, which I did, and you guys didn't, just to quickly point that out and, you know, just be that person. Now, ENCE, of course, is waiting in the upper bracket in the grand finals. But who can take it to them? They've been looking so dominant.
I feel like you just can't count out this SSG team. Yes, I had kind of given up on them, but you know, they claw me back in. Like just when I thought I was out, you know, they pulled me back in, this SSG team. Because I really do feel like, okay, you went to map 5 against Virtus Pro. Okay, you look at the VODs, you reflect on that could have gone the other way, you know? And then you're in a matchup against ENCE, which historically, you've been really good in that matchup, right? It is the right meta for ENCE. I still think ENCE is by far the favorite to win this entire stage, right? But you just can't count out SSG.
No, you can't. And Hadi, everyone's favorite husband, did confirm it was an identity crisis. You know, he's running with my narrative. I can appreciate that. Great plays on display from the squad, but of course they were not the only team which rocked up today and showed us what's good. Let's take a look at some of our favorite plays of the day from the EMEA region.
I mean, Quartz was just on fire in this match against a one-man army, and then just didn't get the space to work in the next series. He really showed that he does have what it takes to be one of the best hit skins in the world, performed incredibly well against a team that has looked pretty solid on the dive, so this is a great clip from Quartz.
And we got some Kevster Genji.
I love the Kevster Genji. Honestly, anything Kevster plays, you gotta love to see it.
It makes so much sense here.
As a player, it was like, I don't want to play against this guy, and now watching him, it's much more relaxing and enjoyable.
Yeah, I love when the Genji comes out, and it makes sense. You know, you're playing against an Ilari and a Baptiste, Sigma. You can really get in there into the backline, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, so much firepower on this squad. They had a great showing today. We're excited for more. Let's see, we have one more play for you. And that one features...
A lot of good plays. Oh, no, it's Hardy. Is it Hardy Trap?
Yes.
Hardy Trap by the ice block.
The betrayal.
He's like, I love how he turns around the last minute.
Let me out.
It's so funny because I think if Backbone drops the ice block, then Hadi can save both of them.
Yeah.
But in the moment on May, you're like, I can't drop the ice block. Surely Ryan can survive this. Like, I'm just an ice block. I'm healing, you know?
Yeah, that's great.
I'd love to be in the comms for this one. Like, do you think, is there an active
It's like, I'm trapped. And then it's just one of those things, it's hard to react in the moment. It's such a weird situation.
Backbone, what a troll.
Absolute troll. Well, it doesn't matter. As Hadi said in the interview as well, if it's a dub on the board, it's a dub on the board. Doesn't matter how he got there. Now we are done with the EMEA side of things already. Got some quick series to start off the day. But as we're wrapping this side of the regions, we're now shifting our focus onto NA, where a very exciting quarterfinal lower bracket match awaits us. All of that after the break, so don't go anywhere.
He fragged out. If we go a few more frames for it, oh, on fire. I'm just putting fire everywhere. Don't worry about it. Well, Funny Astro put out the fire when he last hit created on the honor right there. Virtus Pro made their kind of like grandstand here on the second point. So, we still have fire going from the Mercy clip. I'm sorry about that.
You set the mood, I like it.
I'll get that away. So we can see that Psycho is kind of pushing the cart here. I don't get fire again. Where's this fire coming from? I don't get it. This is fine.
Exodial is farming on the Cassidy. How did Sparky just kill 2 in the back? That is how you make a statement.
Kept it that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
We just can't get enough of Ronnie.
There's the pin. Nice right hard. Yeah.
Zen not going to try and play that anymore. That is a sick shot.
Oh my god. That is clean from Mirren. Now there's no with a higher sugar free with a stick. Kai dead. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. They want overtime and they get it. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Welcome back, everyone, with the EMEA portion of the day all wrapped up. We're now heading over to the NA bracket. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. And everything's been on fire yesterday. To be fair, the games were heated. It was hot.
Wait, so what do you mean? They were good?
I don't know. I'm leaving that up for interpretation.
Because that fire was not good. So I'm just saying, the games have been really good so far this tournament. We've been treated to a really good main event, Zoe. That's what you were going for, and I backed you up with it.
Thank you so much. Another thing that is really good and absolutely fire are, of course, the rewards you get for connecting your Battle.net account to your favorite streaming platform, be that Twitch, be that YouTube. This is what you can get. Sprays, we got graphics, we got skins, we got everything. And I realized that they are different from the ones yesterday, so that's neat.
You got more drops. Long event, man. A lot of drops to get. A lot of hours to watch.
The Tracer one is so nice because you got the red you're running on.
Yeah.
You got the blue from like your blink as well. You just what's that subreddit called? Vexillology? Vexillology?
I don't know what you're talking
The
about.
flag
Really
subreddit. I see you out there. Flags. They look like a flag.
Okay, this one is for all the flag enjoyers. If you don't care about flags, but you care about our game and our co-streamers, make sure to check them out. These are our featured co-streamers. Of course, you can also sign up to become a co-streamer and share all the action and enjoy all the action with your respective communities. And we got plenty of action, of course, all year long. Let's take a look at the schedule to see where we're currently at. We're more than halfway through our beloved first OWCS season. The major was a blast. I am having my eyes set on that DreamHack Stockholm Grand Final, though, to get to see that cross-regional rivalry again, to see which team, if any, can take down Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of squads that, would like another shot at the king, really. But there's no disputing who's the current king in Overwatch. Crazy Raccoon are building a dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, I think like map undefeated over in OWCS Korea, which is crazy.
Just
like they're on like 30 plus and counting. Yeah.
It's boring
Absurd.
at this point. At this point, you just hope as the other team that
I
they slack.
kind of like to see like how high they can climb, and it's beautiful to see them what they can put together.
Against Korean competition too.
Yeah, that's the crazy
Third
part. It's
division.
not like they're
It's not like the other
NA
regions.
or
Just
EMEA.
can't compete.
Exactly.
It's just Crazy Raccoon. They're different.
Yeah, they're built different. If you want to see said builds in action in person, make sure to grab your tickets now for DreamHack Stockholm, which is happening very soon, actually. We do, of course, still have to play out Stage 3 main event and afterwards Stage 4 to determine which teams will have the honor of being defeated by Crazy Raccoon. Let's take a look at our upper bracket here in the NA region to see which teams are getting a shot at those sweet, sweet, sweet circuit points for this main event. Toronto Defiant, they're like our version of Crazy Raccoon, just a bit more mild, but they've
Crazy Raccoon at home.
Exactly.
That's great. I love that.
It is them. NA competition does not posed any.
NRG, though, gets their first shot with the new roster at
yeah.
Toronto. See if they can make a difference there.
And just like Nightmare, they learned a lesson in their series against Toronto Defiant, for example. They got a few clues what works, what doesn't work. So now NRG, considering the fact that you have 2 lives in the tournament with a lower bracket, now you get an opportunity to learn what works well against Toronto Defiant, and maybe you can bring that with you even if you take a loss.
Hey, if losing is learning, everybody's learning against Toronto Defiant.
So much.
A very educational squad.
Hey, Nightmare came really, really close to at least take that map. So if I'm Energy Shock, I'm taking notes.
I don't want to go
I'm
back
taking
to losing
notes.
learning. I don't want to go back. we're over that.
Speaking of learning, I want to learn more things about our players. I want to know more about them. And what better way to do that than stalk them on social media? So our producers did that once more, and we're gonna guess who made the tweet. Gentlemen,
all right.
please get up.
Shall we?
Please walk.
I don't even know who our candidates are. We're just.
Well, this time I'm not giving them multiple choice answers. This time
we're going in cold.
We're going in cold. It was too easy. I didn't like that you guys were winning, because I need more losing, so we're learning more. That was the premise here, right? So we're starting with this tweet. Toronto, peace sign.
Oh, this is tough. We got so many people.
Who could it be?
Wow. RuPaul?
It's the blurred face.
The blurred
oh
face.
my God, wait, who's not here? This is so hard, actually.
It's like a Finding Waldo Overwatch edition in a weird way. Hanging.
Jake, you're American.
Okay, I give you a shit.
Wait, I need to move. I need to see who's in here. Dang it, wait, who is this?
You're American.
I have no idea.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I took care of the EMEA section. I got Top Dragon in there. I carried.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. A set player is playing for Nightmare.
Nightmare?
Seeker?
Nightmare player. You're just naming all the...
No, I literally named one.
Are you locking in Seeker?
Yes.
Oh, who are you looking in?
I'm gonna say, is it CJ?
It is CJ.
Let's go,
Wow.
baby!
Wow.
I got that knowledge.
Wow.
I got that knowledge.
I thought, weren't they like in New York or something at the start of the stage? I figured maybe.
Well, they're obviously in Toronto.
Wait, I forgot about that. You were blocking the view of the Toronto, Jake.
Oh my God!
I didn't see it.
She said it.
I didn't
All right.
see it.
Excuses, excuses.
I said it.
Johnny is going to be doing a lot of learning on this game.
This is why I'm
a lot of learning.
I want to know whose finger was in that one. Nice to see you, goats.
I mean, are
we
you
seeing here? Where are we at? It's like GeoGuessr. But
yeah, this is literally GeoGuessr on boats.
Dude, I don't play GeoGuessr. I don't know this one. I feel like I saw this tweet. That's the crazy thing. I saw this tweet.
Who's blurred out?
I swear I remember, but I don't remember who posted it. I remember the text, but
I literally, I'm
drawing a total blank.
Guess.
Okay,
I have no guess.
They're playing for Toronto.
All right, there we go.
Is it Vega?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Farming.
Look at
it's
Jake.
feasting.
I'm just a side character.
That tracks. Now I remember the tweet.
That's
I
okay.
remember the tweet for sure, but
I give you best supporting actor for sure.
Thank you. That's what I'm going for every year here on the Overwatch broadcast. I think it's working out.
All right. That feeling when you're in class and you stop paying attention for a second, then when
I got this
you
one.
log back,
I'll let you take a guess. I'll let you take a guess.
Learning, so you make a tweet about it instead of trying to figure out what's going on. What did I even read?
This is PG, 100%.
You're wrong, but it's a good guess. It's infected.
It is infected.
Oh, right. I saw this tweet too.
Wake up. Wake up.
I saw this tweet too.
I am the truth. 3-0, baby.
Oh, my.
What's up?
Lord.
I'll give you the next two.
You're
You can have them.
American.
That's not how this works. How is that
You
even?
live here too.
I still
Oh my God. Okay, now this one. Good
Birthday.
luck.
Whose birthday is it though?
Rack Attack.
Yeah, I kind of think it's a good guess. I have no idea actually. Is there a hint on this one?
Wait. Was it? Is this Astro's cat?
No, this is not Astro's cat. Do cats all look the same to you, Johnny?
No, I don't remember what
People's
Astro's
cats I don't
like.
know look the same to me.
What? Oh, do you remember
No.
what
They're
Astro's
playing for
cat looked
Fluffy
like?
Dreamland.
Wait, that is. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna say Chime.
Yes, Chimes is
Actually, let's go. I'm different.
Obviously, this is Chimes' cat.
I've been right on the
Don't you know what
teams
Chime's
so
cat
far.
looks like?
I get the teams right,
get
but
the
not
lore
the
right.
players.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
the
a special
narrative
kind of
running.
skill.
Okay,
Not
next,
useful.
last one. What's happening?
Oh my
All of my
God.
support teammates pulled up to my...
This is some Gamsu Shanghai Dragon stuff from like 2019.
This is such a good tweet.
This is a funny tweet. This is a banger. I didn't see this one though.
This looks like my apartment building hallway in North Hollywood. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
They're playing for Nightmare. The name actually makes it funnier.
The name makes it funnier.
Yeah, I feel like. Kinda, but not really, but like kinda. I mean, not really. Never mind. In my brain.
No.
Could this be Seeker?
How was that making?
Seeking trash?
I don't know.
No, but they could be clearing out.
Oh, okay, now I know. Yeah, I got it.
Clear.
Oh, clear.
I mean, it's a stretch, but we went there. Jake, actually farming in this game. I'm not sure why you were even here.
See ya.
I don't know what's there either.
I mean, my biggest
I just
takeaway
show
from
up
this.
to the main events. And I
My
just
biggest
exist.
takeaway.
You can hang out up there.
Okay.
Face the wall of shame.
Get in the corner. My biggest takeaway from this is that Jake is spending too much time on social
That
media.
might be true. May or may not
So
be
there's
true.
that. You actually limited your time on X.
Yeah, that's right. I
Yeah.
set an app time limit on X, so I spend less time on Twitter.
Yeah, he's keeping
What does that
himself
say about
sane.
me? I don't know.
Because
it
you're
feels
not
good.
locked in.
It feels good for my mental health. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah,
Probably true.
feels good. Mental health is everything.
Time limit is 2 hours. Not kidding.
Johnny might be the real winner. The time limit is 12 hours every day, absolute maximum. I would never go
But
over.
that limit
Maxing
hits.
out.
It sucks. I have
Hey.
to get off X and then I go on my PC.
But he's doing it for these very moments. So Jake clearly knows what's up. Speaking of what's up, let's talk about our first quarterfinal. We're quarterfinal in the lower bracket. Lots of words. So many words. My goodness.
Dude, I can't keep
Time is
track of which
taking
part of the
on.
lower
It's a lot
bracket.
of rounds.
I'm trying. We're in the lower bracket. This is an elimination match. Citrus Nightmare will be facing off against Timeless. Let's discuss. Let's talk about those two teams. Starting, of course, with Citrus Nightmare. They brought a very distinct flavor to this very event, and it certainly left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. That Strider ball
Because
looking
of-
good. Because it's citrus.
Citrus?
Yeah,
That's
wow.
a good one.
Good job.
I caught on to it.
Yeah.
That was great. I love that. Yeah, they've been so much fun to watch, especially when they come out with Strider and play this Wrecking Ball composition, of course. And there's been a few standouts in this team. For example, Tap has had a great run throughout the group stage, but also the main event, setting up Chronic here on the long-range hit scan. But I do feel like this team, even though we've seen Seb sub in a couple of maps, we've seen Orisa and stuff like that, for example, we gotta hone in on Strider, I feel like, because Strider has been the signature hero for this team. And because we don't see a ton of Wrecking Ball, especially in dive compositions, I figured I have a bit of a clip here, and we can kind of like ride along with Strider. Ball around with Strider.
I like it.
Some
I like
ball
it.
out. Zoe, you
Keep
ball
the
out.
joke. Keep
Ball
the
out
jokes rolling.
with
Keep
Strider.
them rolling.
So we got our first attack here on Eikemalde, Pray No Fire. So, I mean, we're literally just rolling out of spawn. The round has just started. So let's just go with Strider's POV here, and we'll see what the defense is playing and how Strider approaches this point as Wrecking Ball. So we can go ahead and play this one out, and the first thing we're going to do is we're going to swing up here. We're going to go ahead and slow it down a little bit here. See, some decent pokes. So now we know there's a far out here. That's good. That's a target that we can actually, deal some poke damage on, and especially, you can pause here just for a second. I just want to highlight as well. I mean, we're playing this Echo Tracer comp, right? So, we have an Echo already. Now we're at Wrecking Ball 2. That means that we have an actual pretty good time against, putting some poke onto the far out. That's the target for us. Next up, we saw there's a Diva here. We can slow it forward a little bit here. We saw there's a Diva. Next up, we're going to clear out the Tracer. So Rocket is playing here. We're challenging the Tracer. And suddenly, I mean, we can go ahead and pause here. There's a bunch of foliage here because obviously you want to make the game pretty. There's no foliage on the sides of Strider screen here. So we know that we've already pushed the Pharah, we pushed the Tracer, and they're kind of stacked up the defense here now because of good work from the Wrecking Ball. Next up, we're going to go ahead and approach this point. We're playing a dive composition. We want to dive. We're going to swing up once more. And this is a crucial point in the defense here. We see the Pharah. We swing up. We can go ahead and slow, keep it slow. King goes up here and then dashes, pause, dashes to the right side here. And this is actually a pretty crucial detail because, now King is like peeling away from his team. He's dashing away. And this is obviously something that Strider's now paying attention to. So like, oh, well, that's a bit funny. Now the Pharah is like away from the rest of the team. So we can go ahead and play this one out. This was the first swing upwards. The Diva comes in to peel. We wait again for a grappling hook to come out. And we immediately go on the Pharah again because the Pharah is alone here. We're dealing a lot of pokes. Slam comes in. The Lucio comes in to peel as well. Pause there as well. You can't actually see it here, but there was a brief moment. We saw that the Kiriko came in. So now the Kirikos used their teleport actually to peel for King's Pharah here, which again is crucial. We're playing against a Lucio Kiriko comp. We can go ahead and play it out. We're going to keep poking. We can go as slow, and boom. the Suzu was used there as well. So now, I mean, all of a sudden, we know that the Lucio has come into peel, and we know that the Kiriko has come into peel with both the teleport and the Suzu already. So now all of a sudden, this is a really vulnerable backline to something like a ball coming in with a dive, right? So we're gonna slow this one out, and we keep chasing the Pharah. But, oh, actually, no. We're Wrecking Ball. We swing back. We know that the Kiriko and the Lucio is up here. We come in for the slam. Tap is here on the Echo as well. And we go with a big old slam here. They have no position. We're going for the backline with no cooldowns. Nice follow-up there. And we've just killed left here so far. And already we have point control. We have point control. We're going to go ahead and cap the point here because they lost all their positioning and because we abused the fact that, you know, they have a pretty vulnerable backline over here. So great job here from Strider on the Wrecking Ball. We capped the point. And I wanted to show you some movement tech, but I've been babbling on for so long that I'm just going to give production a break here a little bit, and we won't see the movement tech. But I definitely recommend you go check out this round. We've got replay codes in the Discord. It's great. You get to see all the individual POVs. There you go. On to the match.
On to the match we go. I mean, yeah, something like that can definitely catch teams off guard. If we're looking at the opposition here from Timeless, though, especially their backline, I feel like they're able and very well equipped to deal with the Wrecking Ball here, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, my attention is going to be on Luke Mino and Squid this matchup as they go up against Strider's Ball. I think Bring Honor is the comp to shut down a Wrecking Ball when played really well, and this is a team that absolutely loves playing Bring Honor. That's definitely their specialty, where they look the strongest. Squid has been fantastic across the whole event, is really an Honor player that I have my eyes on for the future in terms of top-level North American Overwatch. I think he's really performed impressively. And Luke Mino, a very comfortable, experienced Brig player. So Strider's going to have a really tough test. I mean, in that clip, playing against Lucio Kiri, who try to match Ball's mobility, they can't keep up and they don't have the control. Honor Brig don't match the mobility, but they just kind of take the fight when Ball comes to them. And I think Timeless, they know how to take this matchup. I think if the supports play well, this should be an easy game for Timeless.
An easy game. I actually made it look a lot closer. In my prediction, I do feel like there is definitely a lot of ways that you know, they can make it close. Why do you think it's that easy?
I just think if you're good at on a Brig at this level, it just Wrecking Ball does not work. And maybe I give rather Citrus Nightmare a map, because I think maybe with maybe Zeb can come in. Maybe there's a map where the Ball is just so good, like a Busan or something, or maybe there's a way for them to edge a map, push. You know, there's a way. But I just think the comp is going to gap too hard for Timeless. I think they're going to just look too good.
Yeah, and even on maps there where you might not be able to force that really, we have seen Timeless, especially in Faceit League, they put Vision on the Sombra as well, and that could be a really good hero for this kind of matchup, even if you're forced to play something like Dive. But Jake's point stands. I go with Timeless as well, because I do agree with Jake. I think it's going to be too much for Strider. And maybe we'll see some Zed, New Junk City, you know, force those brawl, we'll see. Citrus Nightmare, they have two looks, I'd say, here that are really good for them.
Right on, and it looks like our viewers agree with our assessment. Let's ask our casters for this one, sending it over to Nikra and Jack. Jack, a bunch of fraudulent map types in there too. Is this where the Ball will prevail?
No, there's only one, and that's Control at the very beginning. You know, Busan's pretty good for that. I kind of agree with Jake, Rose, there. The Ball works very well on Busan, but can it work later on? We've seen so many Brigs being able to shut Wrecking Balls down, even in EMEA as well. What do you rate their chances coming in against Timeless?
I think it's really a tough call, because on the one hand, you look at Timeless's roster and you go, this should be a cakewalk. Just all of the name value that you see on this roster, the amount of star power that this org has been able to actually grow, I think is just really amazing. But you look at how Citrus Nightmare, they always go all out in a lot of these matches. I mean, even just taking a look at their last losers bracket round, it was a 5-map series. Oh, yeah. And they even won with Ball on Eichenwald, of all maps. So I feel like maybe we got to look at that. They do a great job. Or maybe they're actually looking at Junkertown. I think they can make it work on maps that it doesn't necessarily feel like it could.
So as a Wrecking Ball specialist, you gonna play it regardless of the map, regardless of the team comp? It's all good. I go in slam, team you follow up. It's all chilling here. Let's have a look what Timeless want to roll out with, though, because it looks like Citrus Nightmare more than happy to stick with the Ball. Dive versus dive. No Brig on the side of Timeless. Just Luke Mino on the Lucio and Kiri for Squid.
This is actually a backline that Timeless are really comfortable in running, though. When it comes down to running the Winston, I feel like in terms of backing up Kuffa, it's always been this Kiriko Lucio their most favored. So I do wonder if there is a certain point they will switch to the on a Brig, but maybe not on Control, where you know that that Lucio speed boost is going to be so valuable to help make sure that you're still pressuring out this Wrecking Ball that needs a little bit of time to actually
Speaking
work.
of pressure, Nutra's already had to use that Suzu. Heard another one go off as well. I'd imagine that was Squid's point unlocked. Citrus Nightmare capping currently. Any touches for Timeless? No. Kuffa was almost there, but there's the kills. You can take the point, that's fine. We'll just take the bodies. And with Citrus Nightmare cleaning up Lucamino. It's a nice little start to the fight, but Strider's not got much health to really work with now. Scurry's back to that mega health pack. Cannot get away from this Tracer. I think every health pack is going to be Strider's. They're still going. At least he's got some backup, I suppose, with Chronic and Neutral here.
He does make it out of there, but this is still going to be a bit more stall that has to come through before they can actually get set back up. Strider, though, gets topped up by Jacob and Neutral. They're going to be nice to be able to give them a bit of ultimate charge as well to try to keep up the pace with Squid and Lucamino. So it's going to have the Kitsune rush up first, but you look at Vision with all that chase down, already having the pulse bomb as well. That's one way that you could totally chunk out this Wrecking Ball if you could land it.
We're trying to sneak up on tap there, maybe get a free stick. Forcing the TP, forcing the Suzu, forcing anything. There's the Suzu. Now you have to force TP. Oh, life is hard as a Tracer versus a Kiriko, I'll tell you that. Sound barrier coming through from Timeless. Mines on the point. Strider's already super low before they can even slam down. Cover secures the kill on the ball. Those mines doing next to nothing. In fact, you can use those if you wanted to, if you were Timeless, to maybe charge some ults up. But Lucamino still gets picked off by Chronic. Pulse one thrown in on the point, but I mean, Squid is still alive. See if Citrus Nightmare want to continue in this fight, especially with this rush coming through now. It's going to be hard for Chronic to get back into this one. Already pretty low, no recall to be seen, but Squid chased down by Strider and the Lucio and the Tracer, sorry. I'm still trading, but I mean, Citrus Nightmare don't control the point. There's still longevity here for Timeless too. Double Tracer coming in for Timeless after the dupe landed, and Vision picking up 2 kills. A very disorganized fight, it felt like there from Citrus Nightmare. Strider went down pretty early, comes back, gets 40%, and now they're in 40. Now they got to fight with what, 15% left on the time. They need to get back to this point to trigger OT.
This is last fight for sure if Citrus Nightmare cannot get back into this one. They have the sound barrier, though, which is going to be good to extend the fight. And this duplicate from Tap could do some numbers, but Kuffa's going to go in first with this primal range.
Leave the poor Lucio alone!
Chasing down Jacob!
Oh, Jacob. Oh, dearie me. Sound barrier for Jacob as well. You don't want to use that solo. Grabs the mega health pack, but Kuffa's still trying to force this Lucio to use the beat. Jacob is 1 HP. Another right click will do it. No way near his team right now. The point was flipped, though, midway through that fight. Is Citrus Nightmare are now in control. And that was where their ball really comes into full effect, just being able to stagger this point out. We'll see if they let the flip go for free. No, it will be the sound barrier coming in and landing eventually. A 4-man sound barrier and a kill onto Kuffa as Lucamino's beat doesn't hit the ground in time to save Kuffa. Strider going super low as Timeless managed to find the replay in amongst the chaos. Chronic also falling, dangerously critical. Strider's mind should be able to delay this fight for a little bit longer as Kuffa is going to rejoin the fight in just a moment. A stick onto the ball, and Strider sends pretty low. Vision and Doom taking out their like for like there, and the Echo and the Tracer as Kuffa makes his mark on the fight, slamming down onto Strider and the mines once again. Not proving a giant obstacle here for Timeless as they will cap.
You have just too many mobile heroes that you feel like are going to get out of dodge of that Wrecking Ball minefield. So I feel like we aren't going to see these mines actually have too much potency in a team fight like this. But that was a very clean round here coming through from Timeless. Even the play that we saw Kuffa chasing down Jacob's Lucio, that was so smart because you just get that sound barrier out of the fight, and it does make that chaos more distinctive, that maybe it's a little bit more difficult for the Wrecking Ball to thrive. They're the one that would like to be causing the chaos, not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, not wrong. That mines is probably not getting anybody, but at least it's a good dissuasion tactic. Just whacking them on the point. We'll see if Timers want to switch up their backline here, because it looks like maybe Citrus Nightmare doing exactly that. Going with the Ashe and then Brig Ana. Way harder to type for Kuffa now. They were doomed as well.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a little bit more challenging, and I think the Lucio speed is not necessarily as important. And Jacob and Neutral have a very strong Brig on it set up as well. They've been able to play this against some of the other dive-oriented teams, so Kappa might have just a little bit more difficult time getting back there to that backline. Same thing, I think, for Vision on the Tracer. Jacob and Neutral have been in such a big tough spot there with that Tracer coming after them as well. So now you have the Sleep and the Bash for both of those highly mobile
Good
heroes.
nade, forces the Suzu onto cover. It's exactly where you want to set up if you're Citrus Nightmare, right? Just on this little statue with the Brig and the Ana and the Ashe with a perfect sideline onto the point. But if you stay too long, the big bad wolf will blow that house down. Chronic ends up falling over to Squid's headshot. Time's in a good spot here. You just do not get booped off challenge as the Wrecking Ball trying their hardest, Strider sort of begging with the boop gods to grab someone off the edge. Point capped now for Timeless. They try and re-control, just a regroup here. Try to get a nice little slam.
Timeless have double support ultimates already.
Good follow-up by Strider. Slam hit Lucamino, and then Lucamino was just out of position completely. Nowhere near any walls they could kind of hide around. And the follow-up came through from Tab. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, that's so easy to take that back. It's really unfortunate that Lucamino didn't get that sound barrier up previously, because I think that would have been a huge surprise for Citrus Nightmare to know that Lucamino had already had that ready to go. Now you have that, plus the Kitsune Rush here from Timeless to engage into this next fight.
I know where you are.
Do we see the mines actually find value? There's the rollout from the Wrecking Ball.
I'm waiting for it. Slam lands. B comes through from Lucamino. That slam didn't hit anyway, I don't think. And Chronic instantly dead again. Same with Jacob. Had overhealth from the B, just way too much. Yeah, Strider, you know, you're kind of thinking there, you hit the slam, put the mines down, but Lucamino was full amped. Like, he was shifting straight up to max gear, right into the back line, just like ignoring the ball completely. And that's what you have to do, right, against this comp that wants to set up with the Ashe. You just have to go super quickly and not let Ashe any time to shoot down your front line.
We also have this setup with the Brig and the Ana as well. Like, they still need to be able to have sightlines onto, like, the Wrecking Ball, and that's just going to take a little bit of time. So I love Timeless's approach to this. With the Lucio, get a little bit more aggro. Kappa's already diving in with half, knowing he's got the Primal.
Really nice stick there.
The rally's just dead.
Stuck the rally and Brig. A free kill for Vision. One large ultimate down. Oh, cover two. Beautiful Primal Rage there, knocking Strider off balance and straight down off the mountains of Nepal. Not sure where the ball went, but all we know is that he's back in spawn. Not to the other stage, that's for sure.
Went down to the middle of the earth is probably what happened there. But yes, it's going to have to be back to the drawing board again here for Citrus Nightmare. Still have yet to find any purchase with their ultimates. Wrecking Ball Mine still no avail yet as we take a look at that coming up next.
Minefield comes out. Doom still got the duplication here. That was a really narrow escape by the Echo. And with this rush, again, so hard to stay alive. Jacob under a lot of pressure. And Doomed is so free. As soon as Chronic is dead, it's pretty much done. Like, Doom could just run into the back line. He's got the duplication still. They got sound barrier. They got 8% to go. Strider's going to get back in. Chronic maybe plants the bomb on Point Rose, but this is about over.
This is going to be over, I think, as well. Like, Jacob is coming back on the Lucio to at least try to get back to help Strider stall out this point, and the Bob is going to be here to contest too. But you can see Vision hunting for somebody in the backline. That would just completely finish up the map.
There's the soundbite. Oh, Lucamino! Booped up high in the sky. Chronic took the shot, and an easy one at that. Beautiful stuff. But will it matter in the end? I think so. I mean, Vision and Doomed, they're still existing in the back line, but Lucamino not getting that sound barrier in. That was their golden ticket to a victory on this map. But Citrus Nightmare come up with a massive play.
That's definitely gotta hurt, but you know that Lucamino, it happens to every Lucio. You're gonna be coming back better and stronger, and they still have one more fight to be able to have that little bit of wiggle room.
Good stick onto Strider. They should be able to chase that up. Yeah, that mega health bag not there, unfortunately. Pulse bomb on to cover. It got Suzu'd. Prime Rage in 8%. All right. Little flash in the pan there for Citrus Nightmare, but I think the cooking's done. 99%, and only the Brig really here to try and contest. Even the window used, but you're just going to get bashed away from it. Look at that. Almost hand-deliver the Cassidy to the point to get a recontest, but it will be Timeless coming up with a map win.
Really good map win for Timeless too, and I think it just is a testament to what the desk was talking about before. Even though you're looking at the on a break, maybe for Timeless is maybe one of the strong points to be able to deal with the Wrecking Ball. The shoe was on the other foot. I think Kappa should be filled with confidence knowing that he can still find so much impact on the backline, despite the fact that we ended up seeing an on a break setup from them.
Look good so far. He's still playing the Colosseo against that Wrecking Ball. And now we go on to maps that maybe aren't so Wrecking Ball favored. However, with Citrus Nightmare's map pick, maybe they do send us somewhere that they want to play the ball on. Because Control, definitely one of the better kind of game types as well. Being able to like roll back in, your team loses, you can just continue contest with the ball if you hit the super speedy rollouts. Jump into some highlights before we see Citrus Nightmare's map pick. But yeah, the ball has been super impressive, to be fair. A couple of teams have been playing a little bit of Wrecking Ball here and there, but Strider has definitely been the standout for both regions.
I agree. Definitely one of the best Wrecking Balls in North America, and we have seen that mirrored in EMEA, especially with some of the Wrecking Ball one-shots that we have over there, like Chasm. But Strider, I think, just is one of the people that you look at and go, okay, this is how I should be playing the Wrecking Ball. Usually very aggressive, able to get into the backline and cause enough disruption. Then Chronic has enough time to get set up on the Ashe. Once you get the knockups, it should be easy head taps here from Chronic to help finish up these team fights. But the aggression coming through from Timeless has made these Wrecking Ball setups very difficult.
Roll that AJ again, please. That was a nice boot too. I mean, Lucamino goes to the beat there, you know, trying to hit the point. You see it in your mind as the Lucia player. You're hitting the beat, you're trying to hit the point, get everybody in, and then little do you know, the Wrecking Ball 1,000 miles an hour behind you, and boop, see ya! And then probably booped up there as well by Jacob, I would imagine, or maybe a coach gun. It was definitely an extra boot there that sent Lucamino pretty high. Beautiful stuff. Love seeing an Ajax in the morning. It's not the morning, it's the afternoon, but close enough. Here's some stats for you as well. 2 KDA versus 0.5, yeah, 14 deaths to 30. Yeah, looking good for timers so far. The desk, and to be fair, the audience, a lot less one-sided than we've had over the last couple of days. The predictions going about, you know, 60 and a bit percent versus 30 and a bit percent on the other side. So, you know, some Citrus Nightmare fans out there.
How could you not be, though? I feel like the fact that they were able to take it to TSM of all teams in such an exciting 3-2 series would make, I think, a lot of people pretty big fans of them. And then they also have their bigger organization behind them. I think we look at Nightmare as also one of the top teams in NA and just get really excited about these two teams and roster.
Oh, here's the game types for you and the maps as well. Citrus Nightmare ball maps, or just dive maps in general. I mean, you could play Runasapi, a little bit Colosseo maybe. Haven't seen any new Queen Street, really. Same with Junkertown, very rare map. A rare trading card, perhaps. Shambali Monastery, that's more of a brawl type. But yeah, maybe jumping over to Hybrid would be the best bet. I don't think we're going to go to Flashpoint would make a lot of sense to me. Don't really want to play ball on Flashpoint. You could. Again, you can play dive on those, but Rush just prevails 99% of the time, it feels like.
I feel like if you know, maybe Timeless would end up wanting to bring something like the Flashpoint a little bit later, then yeah, just go ahead and pick Blizzard World. Blizzard World, probably one of the better Wrecking Ball maps that we have in the pool here.
Yeah, 100%.
In terms of like the, in terms of the hybrids, like, I don't think you would want to run it. You want the Winston more often than not on Paraiso, and then you look at Eichenwald, and that's definitely not the best ball map in the world.
Yeah, it's got its merits, but yeah, Blizzard World, I definitely agree that one of the better ball maps. It's got to be a switch up here for Timeless, I'd imagine. You just got to go hard defense. Although, if you're confident in your backline and being able to defend, you could still go the Kiriko. That's a very low poly bird. That guy's a PS2 graphics here. Look at that mouth. Oh, they must be. Are they?
It's like old classic World of Warcraft.
It is, yeah.
Graphics.
Actually, 2 polys. I love it. Looks good. Timers are going with the Squid and Lucamino, Brig and Arne in the back line. Good to see it. What's that moat? Oh, it's the petrified. Oh, it's the petrified Hammond souvenir. Okay. So this is you, son. If we lose this match, we're putting you in Carbonite. And sending you to...
That's what the Medusa Widowmaker is going to do
send you
for
to
you.
Tatooine.
It's time to spin.
All right, little shot there from Chronic, switching over to the Ashe.
Last one you'll ever cross.
So a little bit back to basics here for Citrus Nightmare, and then Timeless on the setup with the defense having the on a break makes so much more sense when you have this defined defensive side. So how does Strider actually gain access there? Already so low, having to retreat back to the team. But that's going to give a lot of healing over to neutral to potentially get this nano up very quickly.
Oh, there's the boob, but even a bubble too coming through from cover. Stops Strider getting any of that slam damage and just permanently harassed here by the Tracer. Good double shot from Chronic. Okay, if the ball can't do it, we've just got a crack shot DPS to do it instead. And with Squid dead, Lucamino is going to be very vulnerable. You can see how far back they're already playing now. They should be able to recontest here unless more picks come through. Strider hunting for them, just getting chased out again. Picks up the mini. Dude, just trying to track this ball. Okay, there you go. Eventually dealt with. Couple of ticks on the board though, but now with Arna back in a mere moments, will be Kuffer and the gang locking at this one down.
Strider's going to be able to get
Good
back
stick.
pretty quickly as well. Oh, Doomed actually throws out the pulse bomb. And so even if you were trying to get away, you can't. It's going to send them reeling back to spawn. That's a quick pulse bomb. Like, that's kind of what you're going to be dealing with if you have this Wrecking Ball giant ult battery
Right.
that Doom gets chased down every time. Because
Every single time we jumped over to
Or
Doom,
Doom,
it was
too.
just shooting the Wrecking Ball, like the entire time.
Yeah.
Just so free.
So free. The easiest tracking of your life is
Right.
Tracer. If you've got the blinks to follow up the balls rollouts too. Yeah. I mean, already look at that. Doom's gonna have 30% to another pulse bomb here. Vision's gonna have the bob to throw at this next fight as well. So gonna be a
What
little
a
bit more
nade.
difficult, I think. Oh!
What a nade from Squid.
Yeah, especially with that nade.
The whip shot there on Strider. They are capping right now, but it's only Jacob. Dynamite gets dodged. A good pulse bomb onto Vision. Strider is still in this. Very healthy right now. Squid pushed into Snacks Ramus. But I mean, Lucamino and Squid are still alive. They've got ultimates too. Nano, Brick, Rally, Strider, slept, bash, stunned, flailed, whip shot it. Shot by Tracer. Name every CC in Overwatch. Strider just suffered from it right there. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. 88% was what they got, but they have 66. 2 ticks on the board.
That is one of the nice things about Timeless's game plan, knowing that you have to go up against Strider. You kind of know. You've got the Wrecking Ball on the other side, so you have to be ready to go in with all of those cooldowns to deal with it. Oh, that's so funny. Poor Strider having to deal with that. You got to have an iron mental to play Wrecking Ball, I feel like, into teams that expect you to be playing it at this level. That 1 minute
Another
left,
nade.
yeah, and Citrus Nightmare, they have to go into this one with 4
Beautiful block
ults.
there with the shield from Jacob. Block that anti-nade coming in. Won't fall for it again. There's a rally popped as well by Jacob. Citrus Nightmare throwing everything into this fight. Even Nano and Chronic too on the Ash, but they're getting booped around, so good luck aiming at the back line. Vision's already done though, as Tap finishes them off. Bob on the point is capping right now, so Cover's going to have to kind of juggle this one after the bubble ends up disappearing. Squid hiding behind this little stall here is just trying to stay alive, but I mean, Cover just existing on this point. Citrus Nightmare aren't going to be able to cap. A nice recall from Doom, dodging out of that sleep dart as it did. It was neutral, just making their way up, trying to get a better angle for this point, for the help for Strider. Chronic even coming back on the Sombra of all things, but neutral is dead.
Vision too.
Nice little hack there onto the Ana. Virus applied as well, but the cookies are being thrown out by Lucamino. There is going to be a touch, so they will trigger OT as Tap is now capping. A nice pulse ball onto Kuffer, but hiding behind this shield. They should be good to survive for at least the time being.
I mean, Tap is just one tap there. Doom is able to
99.
take down that Tracer, and you've got the Wrecking Ball that's going to end up being hacked here too by Vision Sombra. If this extends out too long, I mean, just the rally's going to do it.
Yeah, the heads-up change there from Vision. You went down in the Ash. You know you have to deal with Strider at some point. Just getting the manual hack there was good enough, and a full hold from Timeless. 93% given up, or 90. We'll call that 94. Citrus Nightmare.
You round it up, it's basically a full
Yeah,
cap.
I mean, pretty much. You are looking at that. Those nades from Squid were super clean, and that's what Jake was talking about on the desk as
So
well, right?
good.
The Ana and the Brick backline, it's very, very good at dealing with the Wrecking Ball. As soon as you see the ball going for the slam, because he's not motionless in the air, he's obviously spinning, but there's a little animation, a little wind up for the ball. You just hit him with a flail. The ball gets denied, that slam, and then they have to set up again. And
sleep.
Yeah, it's hard then for the DPS to follow up because the slam damage hasn't come through. And even then, if you pop the shield out, you're all good. You're chilling if you're the Brig.
Definitely a great look to see Timeless be able to roll up here with that on a break and just really make that Wrecking Ball's life miserable. And now when we take a look at the defense, it is going to be the Brig and the Baptiste here for neutral. So maybe hoping that the Immortality field is going to be a really great shout. Just another way that you can actually stay alive. Maybe they think that Ana is a little bit too diveable in their backline. But you also need to make sure that you can give that really long-range healing over to Strider's Wrecking Ball too. That's what we're going to see on the defense here as we open the doors. Timeless on the attack. They go for just kind of a quick little glance through the Widowmaker's sights. Go back to the Sombra though. That's what they're going to insta-lock in. They know like Strider is enemy number one at the moment.
We're going to kill Strider over and over again after hacking them. We also know where you are, so no use trying your little filthy tricks on the Wrecking Ball. Vision setting up for a
You also only need this first point. So just get the EMP online. That could be the fight win right there.
Big win condition. Strider chased to second by Timeless. Go for the classic wraparound through the mega health pack. Looking to dive on this high ground. Looks like Covey just wants to walk up the stairs. Coach gun. No, actually gets hacked. Chronic down to the low ground. Vision in a little bit of trouble. Doomed. Killed. Chronic still managing to get some shots off, regardless of this dive being attempted by Cuffer. Everybody's looking at Cuffer right now. I'm not sure he's going to be able to survive much longer. One kill will do. Cuffer's still surviving. Squid is dead. Neutral had to use that shift, use the lamp to stay alive, but it's all good. All right, okay. They've successfully defended at least this first push.
Yeah, it's a good start here for Citrus Nightmare. Now they're going to start to build up to some good ultimates here. Tap very close to the Pulse Bomb. Chronic to the Bob. One way that you can help to defend this point. But I'm looking at Timeless's ult bank right now. Vision is already 50% towards that EMP. One more fight, and they should be able to have this. And the Sombra is going to help deny all of these health packs that the Wrecking Ball would love to have.
Yeah, you can see Strider's like, oh, nope, don't want to stay around here. Not without that mega health pack. 70% in building.
That's why he's being pushed back so far.
Yeah, he's almost checking as well for Vision to make sure they don't get a free manual hack. A manual hack on the Brig or even the BAP, honestly, is enough for a kill normally. There's the hack. Virus lands as well. Jacob in trouble. Now they're deployed onto Cuffer. Where's the dive here? There it is. Eventually they get up to this high ground. Another hack there onto Jacob, but I mean, Lucamino and Vision are already dead. Yeah, Cuffer's not long for this world either. Good nade from Squid, doesn't mean anything, and the Doom can find a kill. Kill's tapped, but you are playing Tracer, so you're good. Minute and 40 seconds. This is a good defense from Citrus Nightmare so far. This rally has to go just nuclear. You have to survive this EMP, and the rally is going to be the tool to do it with.
Rally, maybe even the Immortality field would help you buy a little bit of time just to know that you can get in position to use some of these other ultimates. But yeah, this is the fight. If Timeless don't win it here, they're gonna have to throw even more at this, and maybe you just get a little bit outpaced here by the rest of Citrus Nightmare.
That was extremely high up in the air slam. Rally comes in super early from Lucamino. Was under enough pressure to actually pop that ultimate, so over health building on the front line. Although saying that, it's only Squid right now. Minefield used, EMP at the ready, there it is, lands straight onto Chronic. Window's been used too, but look at Vision's positioning right now, same with Doomed. Pulse Bomb on to the Baptiste. No ticks acquired just yet. Primaries from Cuffer just booping the Brig away. In fact, getting flanked here by Vision as well, but Strider is there for backup. Jacob though, on his last limbs, eventually taken down by the Winston, who's sub 15 HP. And now they're 3 men on the point for Timeless. Can they get the cap? Nice bash onto Strider. Beautiful stuff from Lucamino, denying the recontest. And Timeless got it done after that EMP landed on the backline. That is a 2-0. A quick one at that as well, Rose. We are speed running today.
Yeah, all of today has been such a speed run. I've even looked at the first couple of matches of EMEA.
Yeah.
What was that? Maybe one of the fastest matches we've had in Overwatch Champions Series. Twisted Minds versus One Man Army. I remember blinking and I go, wait a minute. It's been like 30 minutes.
I know, it's crazy. It's going to happen again. Hopefully not.
It's repeating it.
Yeah. Map number one. Game number one going super fast like this. 2-0 to Timeless right now. Citrus Nightmare still rolling out with the Wrecking Ball. Not getting too much done, unfortunately. Looks like Timeless has got all the answers that they require. Moving through the lower bracket here, it's always going to be a a tough obstacle, of course, so don't exactly want to find yourself down here. Toronto Defiance game a little bit later against NRG Shock should be a little bit of a banger. Could be Toronto just kind of rolling over NRG Shock, as they have been doing over the last, like, 3 stages or so, but that should be an interesting one regardless. Jumping some highlights here, but it was a very quick map. There aren't going to be too many of them. It was, like you very well pointed out, Rose, just saving up towards EMP. You didn't even hit it on the supports. They were aiming at Chronic specifically. Chronic dies, where's the damage? They try and use Window, but by that time, we already have Primal, and then you can't use it at all, and it's pretty much history.
Sombra has been just kind of one of those maybe surprise hero picks that we weren't expecting to see a whole lot of within this stage of OWCS, but has come out and so powerful. Maybe Sombra, Reaper, 2 of those heroes that are a bit more unexpected, but versus the Wrecking Ball, fantastic. You hack the ball, you remove all of its mobility access, and then the EMP2, like Chronic has been such a huge DPS to lift for the damage from Citrus Nightmare, and if you eliminate them, then it's going to be easy pickings to knock down the rest of the team. You can see, even though this map was quite close, I think the eliminations that we did end up seeing Timeless grab were just really high value, which led to a lot of these victories.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to the wire at the very end, to be fair, as well. So, not too surprised to see the stats pretty similar, like you were saying. Yeah, here's the map ball, Flashpoint, Push, Escort. Still Timeless Nightmares, or Citrus Nightmares, sorry. Chance to pick. A lot of Timeless, not a Citrus, a lot of Nightmares, Nene.
Little couple Dreamlands thrown in there too.
Yeah, a little fluffy Dreamland, fluffy Emmys, etc. Yeah, a lot of the same names. I don't mind it at all. Doesn't get
Citrus
confusing.
Nation. It's so confusing. They gotta fix that,
just
honestly.
keep it.
I'm asking.
Just keep
I'm
it.
begging. Please.
It's
fix
funny.
the team
It's
name.
funny when we get things wrong on the broadcast. Yeah, so like we mentioned previous, I don't think they're going to go to Flashpoint here. It wouldn't make a lot of sense to me with how they want to play. I would say Escort of all the game types right now. Dorado's been such a beautiful map to watch recently. I've wanted to see it every single series because of how good Widowmakers have been. Another good map for kind of this dive, but right now, the way you can play with the Brig and the Ana, Brig and Ana also extremely powerful on Dorado, so maybe you don't want to go there either. Let's have a look where they're going. Runasapi, okay. Picked by Citrus Nightmare. This is their final stand here in this series. Twisted Timeless are up 2 maps. Going to see themselves through the bracket. Obviously, don't really want to go up against Toronto Defiant, but eventually we'll have to meet them. They're about to get knocked out if they're not careful. Citrus Nightmare only got a couple more chances.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you're Citrus Nightmare, you want to run back the Dorado. Poor Doomed had an absolute awful time versus PGE's Widowmaker.
Oh, that was bad.
And a lot of not his own.
It was that match was ridiculous. That map,
so
the amount of times Dooms died to the PGE Widow was just absurd. Like, yeah, maybe you're having nightmares about that,
You
right?
have some nightmares about that
Exactly.
one.
Very much true to their namesake. I'm not sure how citrusy the nightmare was, but. Let's jump into Runasapi.
Probably not citrusy enough.
Interesting map. And I've liked to see Runasapi being picked up. It's very, very wide, very open. Doesn't feel like the map is super solved in what kind of comp is hard meta, but I think that's just kind of speaks volumes about how many different hero picks are available right now. There's nothing super static. It's not Orisa, it's not Mauga perma meta. A lot of variety. A lot of just playing to your strengths.
Yeah, on this map we've seen Orisa. We saw Orisa versus Orisa. We've also seen a lot of
Winston, yeah.
I love that you bring that up. Yeah, Diva too, absolutely.
There's been so much variety. Covers on the old phone there.
It's on the phone with Strider this time. It's like
Strider's not picking up. Strider is on the ball. My guy Ball does not have the phone emote yet. Hopefully they do give him one. Give him a small little flip phone.
Oh my god, a tiny little blackberry.
Yeah, or a little blackberry or something. All right. Vision. Yeah. Sombra for here or out, I think.
Absolutely.
Just making Strider's life hell.
That tap is not going to take too kindly to that either. Sombra just has so much utility when it comes down to those health packs that you give yourself a leg up being able to take those away from Strider, but then Doomed also gets access to those instead of tap on the
Look how scared Strider is.
So I really love this pick.
He's just hanging by the
He
limb.
sees the wrecking ball, he just goes absolutely
Yeah.
Don't want to see the Sombra in my face.
Also, because the Sombra has so many small things to hide around as well. It can be hard to disrupt that hack. Slam's going to come in.
And she's just invisible.
Right.
So.
Neutral has been naded. Bit of damage there by Strider rolling through people. They found vision, but a quick translocate out, and then Strider quickly checked by Cuffer and by Doomed. Protect Agent Vision at all costs right now. Keep that Sombra alive, and you should be good. Slowly but surely working up to this Nano as well. Oh, Strider goes down. You see Squid looking at the floor there, anticipating they're going to be able to hit the nade, but not quite. A little ping diff potentially there, or not reacting quick enough. Perfect pick from Citrus Nightmare.
All right, so the Chaos eventually going to go the way of Citrus Nightmare as they get to let this payload move. And now they're trying to look at closing out for this very first checkpoint. No big ultimates yet for Timeless, so it's going to be on Tap's Pulse Bomb to see if they can just keep this push bomb moving. Kuffa wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that one. Neither would like just Doomed or Vision. Tap's on the hunt.
Very much so. Probably looking at Stick Squid or Lucamino as well. They got ults real soon. Tap is in the front line though, just peppering it down Kuffa. Making sure Kuffa's not in a position where they can dive the back line. Just taking so much damage. They know the Tracer has pulse at this point as well. Nano boost, Coach gun away, still in range though of this Lamp and of this Brig. Lamp's gonna get punched away, and here comes the Primal Rage. Good little shield bash there from Jacob, stopping Cover in his tracks for a mere moment. Both Tracers are down for either side now, so no pulse bomb available for Citrus Nightmare, and still they're trying to pile on the pressure. Bob now even coming in. Cover's surviving a long time, and a beautiful EMP from Visioned. That Bob is gonna basically be useless in this fight, or at least for a time. A double pack there onto Squid, but they're unable to keep the Ana up. But the Visioned EMP is what really is the difference maker. It was before and just continues to be so.
So that'll be a really big ultimate to keep our eyes on for the next time that Vision's going to get that online. And it's unfortunate that you ended up seeing Jacob have to use that rally so early in response to that Primal Rage from Kuffa. Didn't have it online as a response mechanism for the EMP instead. Citrus Nightmare still have a couple of ults to use though. It's going to be the Minefield. Still not really able to find too much value in this match. You have a little bit more static of a backline for Timeless. So Squid and Lucamino really going to want to make use of the rally here to answer that, or even just have Kuffa come in and try to tank some of those.
Pulse bomb landed, connected with Kuffa. Lead in a couple of seconds. There's the hack. Mine still deployed though, and then with that rally, like, everybody back it up. Yeah, we're not going down to those mines, not just yet. Slowly but surely going for the reset in the mid. Nice sleep, hack, anti-bash, whale, flail, whip, everything thrown in at the ball, but they still manage to survive. Lucamino going for the whips there on the mines. Of course, that will trigger the Inspire. Another really good thing about the Brig against the ball, you can trigger that healing off of the mines. Pretty nice to do every now and then. Now just setting up with the Nano Boost. Kuffa is on fire, but it's going to be an easy dive, but decides better of it. Yeah, Tap this whole time, Rose, just been kind of dominating Kuffa in the neutral.
Oh, but that's where the Nano Boost can come in clutch. It already forces out the Immortality Field, and neutral
Nice
just
kills.
backs himself up into a wall. So maybe it's a little bit of a patient waiting game. Even though Kuffa's been taking a ton of damage, you know that you can trust in Squid and Lucamino to keep you alive, and then the Nano Boost on top is the perfect amount of firepower to bully your way through. That's going to be checkpoint unlocked here for Timeless, and just in the nick of time.
Really good land to keep Jacob alive there, but Doom still with the pulse bomb. Kuffa's so low, doesn't want to pop the Primal HD. 15 HP goes down to, and now they've overextended. You're in my domain now. Nice nade too from Squid, making sure Chronic ends up going down despite that rally being popped from Jacob. Strider to fall as well. Checkpoint for Timeless. They got double DPS ultimate. I mean, Visioned is good. For Timeless here, they can set up for another fight win. As soon as Strider goes in, they pop that EMP, and they're going to be able to maybe even claim over 100 meters, Rose.
Yeah, there's no rally. Jacob just used it. So once again, no response for this EMP.
Oh, look at this.
He's looking.
Oh, no. Jacob! EMP lands. Bubble on top too, so no healing for the Brig. Pulse bomb, I believe, thrown out by Tab, but it is all falling apart for Nightmare. Their juice is getting squeezed right now. 4 minutes to go, and the final point in sight for Timeless. They've even got Rally and maybe even Nano for this next fight, Rose.
it's not looking good. Jacob's even going to be switching over to the Lucio. Neutral coming back out on the Kiriko. These are panic swaps at the moment to make sure that they can come back in as a full 5v5. Strider's got the mines. Maybe this helps delay for a little bit, but he's hacked out of the sky and slept.
Sleep, hack, another nade. Nano onto a vision. Sure, why not at this point? You're feeling yourself. Plus the gun feels and sounds really sick when you are Nano to the Sombra. 124 meters to go, and they're just continuing this punishment. Bob's going to get thrown out. Actually lands on the back wall here, so it's going to force a retreat from the back line. Timeless know they've got a lot of meterage, and with Vision dead, yeah, they're not going to push this issue any further.
You just need to play defense at this point if you're Timeless. You already have a pretty sizable lead on Citrus Nightmare. As you know that Citrus don't have any ultimates to throw this next fight either. So you've got the Pulse Bomb, the Primal Rage for yourself. And you also just dealt with Jacob. So where's your escape mechanism now?
Look at this positioning too. They were on the wrong side of the map. Cover, Squid, Lucamino all holding hands in a circle. Oh, Tap! Tap with a 3K pulse bomb. I think Strider just bowled into the person that was connected, just set Tap up with a 3K. Okay, that's how you turn the fight.
Yeah, that is exactly how you turn that fight. I mean, you were talking about the damage that Tap can do.
Let's get that replay.
Something like
Pulse,
Winston and
bowled in.
Onto the bridge.
Beautiful setup by Strider. Tap thanking the Wrecking Ball player. All right, Citrus Nightmare.
Jacob getting a big boot there too. Perfect stuff.
Checkpoint in their sights. Only have to watch out for this nano boost on Squid, but they got the rush if they want to use it. They could guarantee themselves this one, Rose.
They should just go for it because they have so much to lose at this point. They could be sent out here if they don't go for the gold. So the Kitsune rush to open things up.
Unbelievable Suzu there as well, saving not only from the anti but from the pulse. There is the checkpoint. Momentum in favor of Citrus Nightmare now. Mines and Sound Barrier available for this next fight.
Chronic has switched over to the Sombra though too, so no longer on the Ash, maybe one of the more diveable targets that Timeless would have looked at. So who do they dive? It's going to eliminate a lot of this potency that this Winston can have alongside that Sombra. So we're gonna see Citrus Nightmare be able to push this pressure just a little bit more here. Sound Barrier 2 in their sails, that can be really big for them to keep this momentum.
Nice binds from Strider actually, stopping the support taker from that high ground. Slam on the points, Vision setting up, EMP in hand, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, spots the ball. Probably just going for a little virus, maybe an Emmanuel hack. Ball gets out of there, but they can still delay some time. Cover's going super low, good nade though from Squid, keeping cover up. Oh, EMP's gonna hit too. Oh, Tap just got deleted. Sleep Dart's going to end up missing there, and here comes the rally to match this Sound Barrier. Jacob in no man's land right now has to just get out of there. That Sound Barrier doing basically nothing for Citrus Nightmare. As Time is just responding kind with a nano boost on the Winston.
Yeah, that's not good. You would have hoped that that Sound Barrier would have been enough to just give the Citrus Nightmare that extra bit of oomph, but now this bot is back in control of Timeless. They're going to have the Primal Rage and the Pulse Bomb. And so this EMP from Chronic has to be huge. A big switch up here for Chronic just a couple of team fights ago. Now you're rewarded with the EMP. And this is how you get back into this if you're Citrus Nightmare. You're on final fight, 40 seconds left, so it's got to be now.
All right, Doom's got a Pulse Bomb too. It's been rather successful when you can tag the ball with the pulse. Just take them down pretty quick. Hack didn't end up going off either. Might have been a good opportunity for Dooms. Good spy check. EMP lands, hits two. Doom Vision in trouble. Back up. Not available for Vision, but they keep Doom alive, and both Sombras now down. To fear of the hacks now as Doom doesn't end up missing the pulse bomb, but secures the kill onto neutral. This rush, it's nice for Citrus Nightmare, but it's all falling apart now. Strider 1 HP, sniped off of the map. Cuffers secures the kill. They're not going to move the bot either, just make it even harder for Citrus Nightmare to come back into this one. And come back they cannot. Timeless with a 3-0 knocks Citrus Nightmare out of the bracket.
Too bad for Citrus Nightmare. They've been able to put on some really good performances over the course of this main event and the group stage, but Timeless, I mean, this is why stocks are up here for this team. So major credit to the viewers for getting that one right in the Preds, and then of course our desk. But yeah, Timeless Great stuff. Kufa's Winston has looked so good this entire season.
Yeah, that was really quick. A really fast game. A 2-0 on Control. A little first hold there on Blizzard World. And 100+ meters on Runasapi. Twisted Minds, Timeless even, sorry. I just watched them, my bad. They're looking real clean, moving through that lower bracket. Zoe, Jake, Johnny, was it as quick as you expected?
Quicker, actually.
Okay.
That was clean, but it's pretty much what we expected comp-wise. We did expect to just have a comp diff there in some regard, although that wasn't quite the case in map number 1. There was just a team diff, but overall, it was that backline you talked about heading into this one, Jake, which completely dismantled any and all advantage they could have get from that Strider ball.
Yeah, Lucamino and Squid were so good on this map 1. I mean, they just beat the ball's tempo, right? Oftentimes just getting out through the choke into the dive before ball could even execute his own play. And like, I mean, we saw it in the Ilios fights, like, yes, there's this big boop to force the Ajax, but those types of plays just not consistent. And what was consistent was how effective Timeless are on their dives. Kufa was really uncontested in a lot of this series, getting away with murder, assisted by that support combo. And then, of course, the DPS from Timeless were just rock solid, whether it was the Sombra, the hit scan, and Doom was fantastic on the Tracer.
Yeah, and Citrus Nightmare, I mean, they kind of felt this, right? Because you saw them flex over to the Brigitte and the BAP instead. They're playing the Ashe. They're trying to slow things down, recognizing that they can't play up-tempo with the Wrecking Ball against the composition that Timeless are playing. So Citrus Nightmare, they kind of knew. They gave it their best effort as well. A few moments there that maybe they could have improved upon. You know, I think Jacob had a couple of rallies or sound barriers where you're like, was that really necessary? But for the most part, I think Citrus Nightmare made the most out of this stage. Like, yeah. I feel like they kind of reached the ceiling of their capabilities with this composition right here. Timeless, a really good team with a lot of skilled individuals. Kufa, you know, back here in stage 3 now. We haven't really seen, Kufa a lot since his time on Left, Right, Good Night earlier on in the year, right? So it's good to see Kufa back in action here in North America and competing with some of the better teams in the region.
Absolutely. A dominant performance, a dominant show. That's exactly what everyone wanted to see from Timeless. Now, the big question is, of course, how will they look like when they're facing off against Nightmares? That will be the next hurdle in their way, on their way to the grand final. But for now, let's just celebrate the goods. Lucamino absolutely lights out on that break throughout this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's his stability in the backline, how impossible he is to get punished by this Wrecking Ball that makes these matches so one-sided, right? If your backline just lives forever, you know, you get so many chances for your DPS, for your Winston to make plays. I mean, that takes that expert Brig, right? You got to, like, always read the slam, always be blocking it, ready to boop the ball and, you know, keep everybody alive. But Lucamino piloted it masterfully. And, you know, there's been a lot of strong teams that have fallen to Strider's Wrecking Ball. So I want to take this opportunity to highlight a main support who really came up big in this match, was a crucial part of his team's success.
That's former San Francisco Shock, Lucamino, after his time.
That's right. Address him by his proper title, please.
My bad. I didn't respect your game, sir.
No, but really, I mean, it's great for these players to putting it together as well, because I feel like, you know, at least stage 1, stage 2, I was a bit of a Luminosity head. I was just like really excited to see Luminosity pop off in that regard. And now,
everyone was.
But it felt like they couldn't really get there. You know, I thought they would be competing with teams like TSM at the time, like early TSM stage 1, stage 2, of course. But, you know, Luminosity fell short across the finish line. But I feel like this roster here, you've got some of the core pieces like Vision, for example, with Lucamino and Squid, putting it together, and a great showing from them here in stage 3.
If we're using transitive properties here, looking at the bracket, hi, here we are. If we're looking at the bracket using transitive properties here, can Timeless be a team that makes a dent into the armor of Toronto Defiant, though? They went down.
Timeless? Toronto Defiant?
I'm looking ahead, my lord.
How far ahead are you?
That's a ways away.
Well, because I'm looking at the upper bracket, like Energy Shock, they defeated Timeless 3-0.
Are you like
Energy Shock,
Three-Eyed Raven from Game of Thrones stuff? Like, what is happening?
Now, Energy Shock is going up against Toronto Defiant here, though Nightmare, they went down against Toronto 3-0. Nightmare is going to be Timeless's next opponent. I'm confusing people here. Like, wait.
I'm lost. I think NRG, though, maybe could take a map off Toronto.
You think they
maybe
can
more.
take it up? Okay, but then if we're looking at the lower bracket, who's the more likely person to make a dent?
NRG when they
my
come
question.
back in the lower bracket and then go back up.
That wasn't the question. I'm looking at Timeless.
I feel like I favor Nightmare in theory, but Timeless have looked effective. I mean, Timeless have had highs and lows, right? There's been matches where they got swept aside and easily defeated, and there's been matches like, for example, by NRG. So I think that makes it unlikely that they'll be strong against somebody like Toronto. But I do think that Nightmare or Timeless is kind of anybody's game. I kind of lead Nightmare, but I think it's very competitive.
Yes.
You're killing me. Well, we're heading into a quick break, sorting our brains out and, you know, setting up for that next match, which is, of course, going to be the upper bracket match. Energy Show going up against Toronto Defiant. Hopefully it's going to be a banger. Let's see if they can make it close after this break.
looked away in disgust.
I'm sorry, what just happened?
See, look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano 2. This might just be enough.
Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for our NA winner bracket final. I'm very excited for this one, particularly, of course, Toronto Defiant. They got to be considered the favorite in every matchup they're facing.
Yeah.
But this one?
Yeah.
Maybe there's potential that they at least bleed. Let's talk about the two teams at more depth, or in more depth rather. Starting with Toronto Defiant, of course, as I said, they're the favorite. So far, untouched. Flexibility through the roof. Individual skills through the roof. Sugar Free, I mean, he was farming yesterday. He was just shooting range.
Stacked roster. But yes, I feel like I want to highlight Sugar Free in this one. Perfect. Wow, we got the pulse bomb here. Great transition. But really, though, when we talk about Toronto Defiant, I feel like in past stages, you know, we always harp about how flexible someone is and, you know, truly, like, top 3 tank in the entire world. And of course, Merit, huge difference maker always for this team when Merit pops off, especially on LAN. Like, some of these playoff performances by Merit are just out of this world. But I really do feel like this has kind of been the stage for Sugar Free, in my opinion. I think that the Tracer was a huge difference maker in the matchup we saw yesterday. The Pharah here on Circuit Real to deal with a composition like the Reinhardt we saw coming out of Nightmare, of course. So, you know, everyone has had their time in the sun here. Including Vega, who even at, you know, the Esports World Cup, you know, when they had the ban system and everything, the flexibility was crucial for this team as they got second. But Sugar Free has been a standout for me, so I'm looking forward to see more Sugar Free in this matchup.
So do I. It will be an uphill battle for Energy Shock, that's without a doubt. But honestly, though, the way this team performed so far in the main event, I mean, quite frankly, PG's Widow yesterday, filthy. Kellen had a phenomenal game. If they can have these type of performances, can they make him bleed, Jake?
You know, I think NRG Shock probably is that next up team with Nightmare falling 0-3 to Toronto. NRG is the team that really would love to take a map or two, as PGE said. I mean, winning, I think, is unlikely, let's be fair, with how strong Toronto is. But it still would be a big step for North America to produce a team that can even contend with Toronto Defiant. And I think that's what your mind has to be as NRG Shock. You got to respect your opponent, but not too much, right? You have to be able to play your game and look for these opportunities to punish any kind of slip up that Toronto does make. You got to force these opportunities because I think the NRG has shown us really impressive stuff in their last few matches. They have looked really good on this new roster. We're seeing Cal and UV in the starting lineup, so maybe a double flex comp on Control. Interested to see what they've cooked up for us. Maybe some special strats to catch Toronto off guard. Might be what the doctor ordered.
Might be what the doctor ordered, but whatever he prescribed, I'm not buying into it. I'm feeling like this is going to be, once again, a sweep for Toronto. However, don't let the scoreline that I predict fool you. I do think they can make it close. We've seen Toronto already been taken to a very close map yesterday against Nightmare, although it did not result in an actual victory. There were some shakeups there. There was some gaps in the armor, if you will.
There were some gaps in the armor. I mean, really, like, I feel like the Mauga composition is something you could look at, perhaps, but like, is that really, you know, what Energy Shock really wants to play against this team anyway? I feel like Energy Shock, if anything, I looked at Kellen, you know, playing the Winston, if anything, and maybe like Tree could put on a good performance on something like a Tracer later on this series, with Ultraviolet doing his thing, right? So I feel like the path for Energy Shock is different from the ones of Nightmare, because they have a little bit of a different style, in my opinion. I still went with Toronto Defiant 3-0 because, look, let's be real, Toronto Defiant, they're menace.
I give Energy a map. You know, I think that would, they're the team that can maybe do it, you know, and I think that would be a big accomplishment for them. So it's a hopeful 3-1. I do think you guys are not far off base. 3-0 wouldn't surprise me at all. Toronto has looked not only the best team in NA for a long time, I feel like they've continued to improve, whether it's through the Esports World Cup, whether it's through their boot camp in Korea. They have continued to level up, which is a really impressive accomplishment when you're in a region where no one is really able to push you. They've somehow managed to push themselves, and I think that's impressive in and of itself.
Yeah, we talked to them actually in a post-game interview at one point about, like, would you even scrim at this point since you're so far ahead of the rest of the region? Can Energy Shock be the team that pushes them to the limit, maybe even winning a map? Because that's all that's up for grabs in our opinion. How do you feel about this one, Necro and Jack?
Yeah, I think that's so accurate when it comes to Toronto. Well, is the enemy team going to pick up a map? Maybe. Do you think it's possible, Rose?
I feel like we said that about Nightmare and then it didn't happen. And so I want to be hopeful about Energy Shock too. But I feel like the inevitable is that Toronto is going to win 3-0. No matter how much I want and hope and I believe in this Energy Shock roster to take a map off of them.
All right, Busan's going to be the first map picked by Toronto. Something we just spoke about, Rose, before we got thrown to was Cal is starting right now for Energy Shock.
which is awesome to see. I think we haven't seen a whole lot of Cal yet this stage, but Cal has been one of those players that has just been such a strong support, being able to play things that are maybe a bit more interesting, like the Alari does have a very strong, deep pool of flex support heroes. You can bring out the Zenyatta as well. But if you know that Vega and RuPaul are in this roster going to Busan, wanting to play the double flex, then why not bring your own? I really like that approach.
Kellen be balling as well. All right, Kellen ball someone, Winston, yes. Double flex in the backline with the Alari. And Tree rocking that new 76 skin as well. Oh yeah, we got visual effects now on the skins. A little money coming out of the backpacks, pretty sweet. All right, what's Kellen got for us then on this wrecking ball? It's really, I think Alari's really good on this map. You basically just overlook the point the entire time. You just hold an off angle and you put your pylon down and you're all good. Cal having to use the outburst first though isn't great. That pylon's going to get destroyed and someone's just happy with that. Let's make his way back to the center. Yeah, if you can hold with the Alari here, it's pretty goated. Sleep on to Kellen, same with the anti. Someone's going to jump to point though, put some pressure elsewhere.
So it's going to be about these backlines surviving on both teams. You have someone trying to go after the Alari Ana on Shock, and Kellen likewise doing the same to Vega and RuPaul. But it's going to be Sugar Free that actually falls first. Ultraviolet getting a really big pick there.
RuPaul like over peaking there as well as Tree was just on this high ground. That should be first point to NRG Shock. Merits of Vega 1 HP, Kellen with a quick roll through, and that'll be the kill.
All right, so first capture to go into Energy Shock bodes pretty well for them. They're going to have the Captive Sun up as well as that Nano Boost pretty shortly. So Cal going to be excited to see whether or not they can actually weave that into this Dorado Defiant team. A lot of mobility here, I think, from someone. The Monkey Bubbles, too, might make it a little bit more difficult to actually land that. But we don't get to see...
Yeah, Cal getting insta-crunch there, unfortunately. Someone with the kill. Saw RuPaul throw a nade, it hit the Monkey, who was probably missing 1 HP. That's always the sorry sake for the Ana. I mean, Ultraviolet's also cowering in a corner right now. Okay, fight's done. Job's done. UV's just going to reset.
Big reset there, but knowing that you can come back to this with the Nano Boost is going to feel nice. Who do you give it over to, though? Maybe you give it to Tree or Scissors. That might be a really nice target for it. I feel like the Wrecking Ball isn't necessarily as potent, but it's nice to just amp up that HP pool. But Dorado Defiant on the flip side, they've got the Nano and then some. Primal, the Pulse Bomb, and the Captive Sun also coming up too. So that was a big pick for Kellen to get.
Captive Sun. Oh, what a stick from Sugar Free. Instantly takes Tree out. That's an apply type pulse bomb there. NRG Shock. Yeah, they're just going to get overwhelmed by the look of it. Even though Vega didn't end up going down, Captive Sun just not finding any value for Cal, unfortunately. They still got the Nano and the Captive Sun of their own, plus the Bob. It's just going to be so tough for Shock to get these, get back this point now.
Not when you've got Dorado Defiant that can have Vega RuPaul set up already. Like, Kellen's gonna need some time to actually get access to that backline. And all the while, you've got the Bob to, the Nano onto someone as well.
Nano on Tracer. Sis is gonna be able to just mow down RuPaul. So both Nano targets kind of eliminating the Arnis here. Scissors finds another one. Has to be a little bit fearful though, as the Bob is on the point. Merit his final breath there, sent out the Bob to help cover for the rest of the team. Someone really low too, just running back to that pylon, getting right-clicked as well by the Alari. A rare sight to see the Alari using that right-click right there, or at least when I'm playing. 80% in counting now for Toronto, but Shock still get the flip. Expensive fight for them though. Both support ultimates not available. Vega's got this Captive Sun, which can just be a game winner.
And this Captive Sun is going to hit a little bit harder too. You don't have shields on the side of Energy Shock, unlike someone being able to pop down those Monkey Bubbles. So there should be pretty good real estate here for Vega to actually use this Captive Sun. Excited to see it pop off if it gets the chance to.
No, Vi's going to get used first. Yeah, what a slam actually setting up this Vi's, but he's too far away to do any meaningful damage, especially with Kellen asleep there. Couldn't follow it up. Captive Sun used. Okay, not finding too much. Like everybody kind of rolled away from it and just used their mobility to get out of there. Tree still hunting for people, but at this range, it's a little bit more deadly to fight the Ashe. And now that looks like they want to go for a flank, but immediately met by someone. Someone just Giga Brain there, knowing that there was going to be a little flank, a little wraparound. As NRG Shock, they do still control this point here, so they were stealing some percentage away from Toronto, but 84% now, and final fight for NRG Shock.
Ooh, Tree's gonna come out on the Widowmaker. This is gonna be a big Hail Mary play for Energy Shock to see if they can get a pick with this hero. But never mind. Actually just gonna go back to the Soldier instead, hoping that was gonna be enough presence at least to get Energy Shock out of the spawn and trigger this overtime.
You're feeling so good if you're someone here, yeah. Distracting the back line long enough, pop the Primal Rage, does get hit with a sleep real quick, but wake up in not just a short moment. Mega health pack taken. Now he's just going to dance around, waiting for that Soldier to peek. Nano boost onto Sugar Free, still got a pulse. Can he hit the stick though? That is the question. Someone does end up going down. Kellen 1 HP, manages to get out of there, but Energy Shock now control. And Nano boost onto Scissors. Can't quite click the head of Vega there, who's just doing a few little dance moves and holding that pylon angle, making sure they get healed. But now with Bob on the point, it's going to be Energy Shock still having to contend with this. And now here comes someone. He's back in the fight. Back in the fray. Sugar Free with the pulse, looking at Kellen directly in the eyes. Waiting for this ball to try and go for a slam down. It's going to be hard to get back in time. And yeah, Kellen does not make it. And neither does Cal's captive son. 100-99 as Toronto get the first round.
RuPaul was waiting with the sleep too, just in case the Wrecking Ball got close enough. But yeah, 99 to 100. Like, we were hopeful that this would be close, but that is close. So back and forth for that first round, and very clear that both of these teams are prepped to play against one another. Wow.
Very close. Cal, I assume here is probably just going to amp speed, then switch over to the Alari. Another decent Alari map. It's okay. I mean,
if Vega's gonna run it,
you
then
can get on the high ground too if you use the outburst on the truck. So, well, you're just going to TP. There you go. Yeah, little speed, little TP, and Cal is on the Alari. Looks like they're going to take the right-hand flank here. Ultraviolet. Wow. All right. Someone is just too smart. Too smart. Oh, and Cal's dead as well. Well, quick reset team, methinks. I think we're going to be able to.
That is a reset.
Oh, Kellen, you are way too aggressive. Kellen, UV are dead.
Yeah, I can't. Ooh, Kellen might have earned that one. I'm not gonna lie. That was a little bit greedy, one might say.
You are in Ana Paradise, Rose. If you are up here.
Oh, RuPaul's having a field day.
Time of his life right now.
Perfect spot. Good eagle eyes over the view. You've got perfect sights on your Winston, and you are untouchable. Tracer will not be touching you.
So anyway, hey, Winston, when you come and get me, I have two cooldowns waiting. I have to sleep in the knee. This is forced to recall. Mega Pack disappeared too. Only 90 HP. Pylon behind him. Nano boost available. Yeah, there you go. Oh, it does forgive the high ground, then forego the high ground there to give Nano to someone to get the extra range. Both teams still trying to jostle for position. Energy Shock, they've not been able to walk out into mid. Okay, maybe they'll be able to do something now, but I mean, someone's got Primal. Someone's just going to walk in the back line. They have to go for big trades, but Kellen can't. That Nano Boost is going to run out. Someone kills the back line. Ultraviolet Tree dead. Kellen in trouble. No Primal Rage in sight. Is 25% away. I mean, he's Pepper and he's doing decent damage, but it's just nothing. Nothing he can do.
Someone has gone back to the point just to get healed, to come back in. Still hasn't used the Primal Rage either, so we're looking at final fight already, Jaws, as they move in. That was a pretty big nade, though, from Ultraviolet, but then again!
Oh, there's the captive son! Where's it going to land? That's the question. Can I actually use it? Didn't end up firing it. Not sure if it hit anybody. Tree comes back, secures a kill onto Vega. Someone's still with the Primal Rage. The guy is an absolute menace. He's not a fly on the wall. You might as well call him Godzilla. The guy is not dying. All right, there's the Primal. Yeah, we're just going to Primal Rage a Tracer now. Just an unbelievable talent is someone. Has not died yet. And he's just going to kill UB again. Toronto defiant. Pretty pissed, I think. Pretty mad that they made that first round so close, 100-99. They just said, okay, we've time to turn it up to 11. It's time to play the game now. And they just smash NRG Shock into the dirt.
Absolutely wild. I mean, that is just the Toronto Defiant that you are come to expect in the North America region. 3-0 after 3-0. Maybe that first round was just a blip in the system when you look at Busan. I don't know. It's just someone coming up big every
Did he
single
die
fight.
on downtown? Don't think so. Pretty sure he had 0 deaths.
Nope.
On that map.
Did not.
On that round. Not the map. He definitely died on us.
He was just straight 1v1ing Kellen too.
Yep. He was just beating Kellen to ult charge, to primals, to picks, to everything. Someone just tank diffing Kellen in that last round. I mean, again, Overwatch League champion. Not too much of a surprise. Kellen, you know, put respect on the name. Kellen's been around for a long, long time too. A veteran in the scene for sure, both in Korea and in the Overwatch League. But someone is just head and shoulders above. And Toronto as well, just head and shoulders above Energy Shock right now. First round was very close, but this was just an absolute shutout. Ultraviolet had the worst time. Probably, you know, you load into a lobby, you see someone on the other team, he's picking Winston, you're like, no matter how many cooldowns I have, I'm gonna die. It feels like you need to go on a brig.
I think you just have to expect that.
Cal was on the ally.
I think you're right. You're right about that, and maybe this is where we end up seeing a substitution come through. I think bringing Cal into the roster was super smart for this first round, but once you start to get to Escort or Hybrid, I think it would be good for you to have the Brig. Rack Attack's Brig is really stellar. So bring that in and maybe give yourself more of a fighting chance against this one.
Yeah, I think maybe you go to Midtown. Yeah, you bring in Cal again. We'll see if there's any substitutions in a moment. Of course, it will be NRG Shock's choose map, and yeah, there's the stats for you. Not much healing done on either side, really. A lot of damage though, and a decent KD as well. 2 to 0.5 on NRG Shock's side. Let's have a look at the map pool too. See where we can go. Yeah, oh yeah, Midtown's not in the map pool. That's like the 4th time I've been wrong about the map pool. I have seen this graphic every day, and I still pull out maps that aren't in the map pool.
You're like, where's Esperanza?
Yeah, where is Esperanza?
Where's the Midtown map?
I'm just naming my favorite maps. I mean, you could play it on King's Road, to be fair. That is very doable, but we'll have to see if it's
You're outing yourself as an Alari.
Yeah, well,
you know that, right?
It's a fun character, okay? You get to shoot heads, you pile them down, you hit outbursts when people come close to you. It's pretty sick. It's pretty cool. Pretty epic.
It is fun. It is fun.
Yeah, a 1-0 right now. A pretty close first map or first round, and then the second when you go to downtown, really, really stompy. Toronto Defiant just in full form right now. They had a very close game, to be fair, against Nightmare, and I'm curious. I mean, the desk was kind of talking about how NRG Shock, they're one of the teams that could potentially take a map, and it would be a big feat to do so. I think Nightmare are up there as well, considering their game the other day, but it is all Toronto at this current moment in time as we jump into map 2 in just a moment. I can't tell you what it is. I know. I can see on the screen over there.
I like what Jake was saying earlier, where he was just like, we have the crazy raccoons at home. It's just Toronto,
and they're red too. The red logo. Crazy raccoons are red as well.
They got the same colors.
Maybe it's the color hack. Maybe you go red and you go red, white, black. That and grey. I guess Crazy Raccoon as well.
Success.
Yeah, there you go. Red W team. Shambali Monastery is going to be that pick here for NRG. Okay, Shambali. What do you think we're going to see from Shock here? Well, it looks like we're seeing substitutions.
Ooh, well.
Attack and PG coming in.
It's going to just be PGE, an attack that come into the roster. Cal going to stay in, so maybe excited to run back this double flag support look from them. Shambali Monastery is certainly one of those maps that you could do that. You could run like Zen, Ana, you could put the Ilari here as well, but PGE coming in, let's see some Widowmaker. Jaws, are you excited?
We can definitely see Widow.
PGE Widowmaker goes hard.
I think it's decent. Obviously, on first and third, it's pretty good. Second, you definitely want to change. But on first, just the tempo that Toronto Defiant end up playing as well, I don't know if you can run the Widow for that long, to be honest. We'll have to see.
You can still run the Ashe. I'm like really hopeful that we get to see the PGE Widowmaker, but obviously he comes in, he can play the Widow or he can play the Ashe. The Cassidy also absolutely in the wheelhouse too, so if you wanted to play a little bit more close range, then you could run the Cassidy, but I want to see the Widow so bad again from PGE. It is such a treat.
Domination on Dorado yesterday. Let's load into Shambali Monastery. We'll see what they end up picking up. With attack coming in too, little off tank mode right now for NRG Shock. Very classically, you can play the Sigma here, just play the poke. Rush, normally the go-to kind of comp. looks like it's going to be a little dive, though. Go and attack on the D.Va. Yeah, so Ramatra, kind of the rush style, it's pretty decent, but if you want to run something like the Alari with Cal being kept in, D.Va makes way more sense to me. And you were right, Rose. Yeah, we're going to see the Ashe here for PGE and Tree on the Mei. So looking to wall some people off and hopefully PGE just sniping people from downtown.
I really like this new version of these compositions we've seen where, you know, sometimes you look at the Mei and you go, wow, we probably would like to have something a little bit slower, maybe a Sigma, maybe a Ramatra, but the Mei that we've been seeing now with these dive tanks has been really exciting. You've got the D.Va that can also use those micro missiles into something like the wall. The wall just in general to play a little bit more defensively is not bad to have as a part of the composition. So I do really like that we see the Mei here with the D.Va from Energy Shock, and does Toronto Defiant get a good glimpse through those sights? They're gonna go ahead and just go for the dive themselves. Someone on the Winston, Vega actually on the Lucio though, so this is gonna be a really amped up pace from Toronto with the dive.
Good nade, hit somebody, or somewhat, plural, somewhat. Toronto Defiant, yeah, going really fast here with this Lucio. It's going to be all about PG and Tree kind of poking people down, forcing Toronto Defiant to back up over and over again so they can't go for this dive. Attack using the full extent of the Matrix there, but Sugar Free is going to clear the pylon away and someone getting chased out. Luckily though, quick off the mark for RuPaul, and that's a lot of pre-ult charge too. Look at that, 75% towards that nano. That should be a nano boost with all these flames eventually dwindling. Good
crazy.
wall, however, coming through from Tree, isolate someone away from the team, and yeah, Ultraviolet picks up a free kill with a nade.
That's where the Mei can be so powerful, even just as anti-dive. You had that completely section off someone for being able to get the healing, but as you called out, there is a nano boost here for RuPaul, so don't worry about the healing anymore. You're just going to be nanoed and go ahead and cleave through that back line.
I've never noticed the D.Va, joysticks
though.
here. They're made out of carbon fiber. That's pretty wicked.
It's
Pretty cool.
skin.
Yeah, the sounds are really sick. Dynamite on the high ground. There's only Tree on fire right now, and Merit trying to get a little flank, and someone is dead again.
Good thing for Shock to see someone back in the spawn room doors. Gives them a bit of a chance to just keep their cool, keep their focus. They've got 4 ultimates right now to work with as well. So even though we see Toronto Defiant with this fast nano, they haven't been able to use it yet, and Energy Shock are going to have a ton of answers to this. You see the Winston jump in? Just throw the Blizzard, I
Shot
guess.
the trace there for Sugar Free's recall, and nano boost on to PGE. Someone frozen solid and insta-killed. Cal using the outburst there. I saw Cal's body flying off. Probably going to Varrock or something, I'd imagine. Toronto Defiant with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. NRG Shock. They utilized, what, 2 ultimates, 3 with attack self-destruct. I mean, Cal's got this ultimate here. And they are going to get pushed out eventually. Spawns are just too good from Toronto, but PG's Bob still claiming kills. RuPaul and Sugar Free down.
That is so much time here for Energy Shock to get set back up on the defense. I mean, attack is going to be able to get
kills
healed
another one.
by Ultraviolet. Cal still has the captive son. This is why you bring PGE into the roster. He's just that good. Whether it was the Widowmaker on Dorado yesterday or the Ashe now, you're clicking heads. Merit has been struggling to keep up with this 1v1.
Yeah, which is not something you say lightly either. They're a world-class hit scan.
I can imagine
Merit.
saying that.
Primal Rage for someone. Okay, they haven't got Blizzard someone, so you might be safe. Kind of. Ultimate from Cal straight over the roof. You can see him and someone knows it's coming. Sound barrier comes in. Doesn't end up hitting Merit, sadly. That should be a free kill on the Ashe. Yeah, it is. Easy captive sun kill there for Cal. A nano boost on to the Mei. Tree pretty much immortal on the character. Don't want to get anywhere near. Primal Rage from someone at least claims 1 kill. The fight is breaking down now. Tree wondering where the rest of his team are. Little ice block pop on the point. Cal eventually dealt with. Same with that pylon. Okay, Toronto Defiant. They get the payload going around this first corner, but it is overtime. And it looks like someone's actually going to go switch. PG jumping over to the Bastion of all things. Maybe a D.Va come out or a Ram? Okay, a Ramatra for someone now.
All right, well, Ramacha, you get a chance to get this brawl going, but we are going to see Cal make a switch as well, so it's going to be the Baptiste. Super stable backline here.
Oh, what a nade!
Definitely not as easy to dive. The nade is huge.
Mary's going super low as well. Vega was 1 HP. Luckily, managed to get out of there. Pulse bomb landed. It was a connection, but the lamp was there to save PGE. Someone's dead! And they don't touch either. Toronto Defiant held on the second corner by NRG Shock.
That is insane. Like, Shambali Monastery is one of those maps you look at and go, maybe it's going to be a first point hold or it's going to be a map completion. It's just sometimes how this map works out. But the fact that Toronto Defiant, of all teams, couldn't get past that first corner is crazy. They got full held. Energy Shock, like, you get excited if you're a fan of this team because this is not something that a team has been able to do before, especially not versus Toronto.
Toronto, my word, I have to get a fuller hold now. That was an incredible round from NRG Shock. PG putting up some big numbers on the hit scan on the Ash. Tree as well, getting some incredible walls. Nice blizzards. Just basically muting someone. We saw how dominant someone was on downtown Busan. Didn't die, pretty much. On the Winston, just permanently in the back line. Just taking down support solo. Sometimes in the 1v2, just taking people down. But if you end up catching off someone off guard, either with the walls, so they can't get healing, or with the blizzard, hey, maybe someone, both the tip of the spear, but also maybe the Achilles heel at the same time. 5 seconds before those gates open, we'll see if NRG Shock can push this ball, or can Toronto Defiant get this fuller hold?
Oh, no way.
Close.
Oh, if that had been a headshot, like that's over. Like, you've done the mental damage as well as just getting a huge pick on a Sugar Free, but not to be. We are going to end up seeing Energy Shock lock into this May Ash again alongside this Diva from Attack. So running back the same composition we saw on the defense, but for Toronto, this Pharah could prove to be tricky. So Tree definitely has a work cut out for them, making sure that those May Wolves are going to help soak up some of that Clara damage, but also try to get a big pick maybe even.
Ooh, what a block! Blocks the Rupal sleep. Fly onto PG. Yeah, PG is going to be the main man here, trying to take down this Pharah. Speaking of which, Sugar Free takes a little bit of damage, but his Tree is first to go down. He's now blocked a little bit earlier on to dodge out of that sleep dart. And Sugar Free some big kills. Big stagger here on Attack 2. Might let them get out of here. Ideally, Sugar Free like pelts him with a couple of rockets, but well, they're looking for him. Attack is scared. No, there you go. Hits the mech.
You don't want to overextend here because you still know that if you are that far forward, then PGE's got all eyes on you. So good on Toronto Defiant to have that patience. Sugar Free's gonna have a barrage. RuPaul with the nano barrage here would be crazy.
Nano attack might be a little bit better, Rose, although this peel coming through from someone is beautiful. However, look at the positioning now. Energy Shock have. Toronto Defiant are gonna have to go in. This golden box of victory is so close. Tree already down. Someone now pushing the limits of NRG Shock. They're only going to need that ultimate too. Just a couple of picks. Someone is so low, gets anti, rips the primal. Yeah, has to, doesn't want to fall over. Cal is going to go down. This is going to be a cleanup as Attack tries to get out alive. Just goes for a D-suit. Oh, uh-oh. Yeah, the stagger here on Attack. It's going to be a pretty long one too. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds. That was a good, like, what, 20, 30 seconds or so of time being wasted there as Attack goes for the long respawn. 1 minute and 45 to go. Can Toronto do it? Can they get the fuller hold?
Fuller hold would be absolutely insane. Like, if there's going to be a team that can do it, it would be Toronto Defiant. Absolutely put your money on that one. Still have this barrage to lose here from Sugar Free. Also, poor Energy Shock. They're going to be walking right
Rally
into
for
this
Vega. Ultraviolet jumping high with those moon boots. Cal already dead. Don't need to rest anything more. Attack D-Mex. Get the stagger on him too. Oh, Toronto so good. And making sure they get these stagger kills. It wasn't a crazy long one, to be fair, though, as Tree ends up going down, but this will be a stagger.
That's going to be a stagger on Ultraviolet for sure.
Oh, not quite. Gets the Mega Pack, and actually someone ends up a little bit too low. So UV doesn't end up falling, but there's 60 seconds to go now, Rose, and Bob has been deployed by PG.
just to push everybody back. You want to make sure that you can get in here for potentially final fight with 50 seconds left to go. So the Bob's not going to be able to find any damage.
Cow's dead again.
That's fine, they're repositioning.
No captive stun for NRG Shock. They got the self-destruct, but that's about it. Someone going pretty low again. Again, pushing his limits too, as well as Shock's. A D-suit onto attack, then here's the self-destruct. Someone has to get out of there. Eventually makes his way around the corner as attack ends up going down with 30 seconds to go. Toronto Defiant looking at a fuller hold. NRG Shock, they got ults to work with, but is it going to be enough?
Oh, they only have the captive stun. PGE is going over to the Widowmaker to see if this is going to be enough to actually win the map. They did so much work in that first round, and it feels like it might be all
Sugar Free still holding on to this barrage.
Sugar Free still has this barrage.
Nano boost for RuPaul.
Nano 2 from RuPaul.
There's so many ults available. Captive Sun is going to get launched out. Someone in the backline jumps in with the nano boost. PG can't do all too much now as someone just chases down, hits the double kill, now puts the Primal Rage onto the Tracer. Someone with 3 kills. Maybe make that 4 as Cal is just booped away. They've done it, and of course they will. Toronto Defiant getting the fuller hold. Were you worried? Were you worried? Because I wasn't.
I wasn't
Toronto
worried. I wasn't
on match
worried.
point now.
How could you not be even just a little bit worried there for Toronto? I mean, that is just such a big accomplishment for a team to get a full hold on a map versus Toronto. I think everyone was like excited about, oh my gosh, is this going to be the map that finally a team can take off of Toronto? And it looked so good for Energy Shock until the very end.
It's just, you said it like 2 minutes ago. If there's any team that can do it, it's going to be Toronto Defiant. And they did it. A fuller hold on Shambali Monastery.
The Hopium,
I know,
man.
it was there. And I'd imagine the audience are going to feel the same way. It was very doable. Even PG jumping onto that Widow. But at the very end, you had the Nano, you had the barrage. Someone saw his opening, jumped in with the Nano on the back line. So PGE had absolutely no space, couldn't get a single shot off onto Sugar Free, onto anybody on a Toronto Defiant side, and then UV is just kind of left to dry, unfortunately, after using that lamp. And I mean, it's just someone. It's always someone. It's always been someone, really. Come on, this guy's a monster on the Winston.
So good. And it doesn't even have to be the Winston. Someone has always been able to impress. Even the Zarya just a couple of matches ago. I think that's been so fun to see someone be able to not only have this incredible Winston, but you are able to flex and make these counter picks. So like the Zarya is very good into the Diva. Didn't end up seeing it on this map because the Winston is just that powerful. But you know that someone has it in the tank.
All right, map number 3. They were close. Imagine NRG Shock still pretty happy with like kind of holding Toronto Defiant that early on this map, to be fair. Losing is learning. Yeah, we're going back to that phase, everybody. We're going back to, oh boy, how many times has that been said on an Overwatch broadcast, Overwatch League, OWCS? I don't know how many times, but here's the map as well, or the maps they can choose after those little highlights there. Pretty close affair once again. Toronto Defiant, maybe this is the chance. These maps and series, despite the scoreline, they are getting closer. They are. Maybe that tier break is crumbling slightly, but not yet. NRG Shock's chance to pick. Got a push, hybrid, and a flashpoint to choose. Rose, I always get it wrong, so where do you think we're going?
Oh boy. Well, I don't know. I don't know, because I don't know if it matters where they go. I think it's just going to be another Toronto map win. Like, I just feel like they have every answer to what a team can throw at them. So if you're trying to throw them off their game, you can't pick Blizzard World. You can't pick Eichenwald. You know that you're going to be giving them some better Winston maps. I don't think the hybrid is particularly the answer. Unless you want to lock into King's Row and just be like, maybe, all right, PG, go do your thing. Or Dorado, I guess, even if you want to give them the Winston, maybe you just give PG better sightlines for something like the Widowmaker.
Yeah. That wouldn't be a...
Oh, you can't do Dorado because we just play Escort.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, so don't ask me either, actually.
Let's have a look at the substitutions coming in for NRG Shock. Okay, Rack attacks in, Scissors back in, Kellen back in as well. So Cal, Attack, and PG stepping away here. So basically a brand new roster for NRG going into this one compared to last map. All right, so no more like long-range hit scan, I'd imagine, with PGE out. So we're going to Runasapi. All right, so we're going to a push map. Feels like maybe just forcing Toronto onto a rush-style comp might be best for them. With Kellen back in, that would make sense just going to Winston, so maybe we're just going to see more dive. We know someone's going to play it here, so we're just going to match him.
Dive for dive, but you have Rack Attack in the roster this time around, so you know you can run the Ana break backline. Maybe make it a bit more of an even fight when it comes down to those Winston dives, because that was the difference maker. Even though we saw the Winston v Winston on Busan, we did see the Alari and the Ana for both sides. Regana would be a little bit better, I think, to prepare for the someone inevitable dive onto the backline.
All right, let's load on in. Could be our third and final match. This could be the speedrun day. 3-0, and then
it's already been this.
I know it's been a pretty quick day so far, but we'll see if NRG Shock can extend it and finally upset Toronto. Fine, someone please. 20 seconds till we roll out. This is interesting. I'm not sure if Tree's going to pick up this Sojin here, but after Sojin got changed recently, in a couple of patches ago, or a patch and a hotfix ago. We haven't seen too much Sojin, but it's been creeping back in. We've seen Seeker pick it up a couple of times. Still not sure Sojin is at the same level, the same tier as Ashe, but definitely a lot more safe to pick versus the Ashe against a comp that is going to be so fast like Toronto Defiant. So we'll see what Tree can do on the Soj. And with, to be fair as well, thinking about it, with people like Sombra, for example, here, with Sugar Freeze running, with him getting 25 less HP, a lot easier for the Sojin to get these insta-kills.
It would be nice. That's why the power slide for the Sojourn can definitely be high impact, just knowing that you have that escape mechanism from either the Sombra or the Winston. But, I mean, Kellen is just going to have an absolutely terrible time versus this Sombra from Sugar Free.
Someone's already killed 2. Straight Vega, but nah, it's all for naught, really. As Vega's going to come back in a moment. Yeah, that power side's going to be the important ability. Coach Gun's great because you kind of blow the other people back, but you get way more mobility and you get a lot of height as well with that slide. So you get distance and height versus one or the other.
Kitsune rush soon for RuPaul. So a little bit more momentum swing for Toronto if they want to keep pushing this objective.
So disciplined too.
But nothing yet for Energy Shock. Oh, Scissors got hacked.
Might be good. Tree in a little bit of trouble. RuPaul and someone putting pedal to the metal right now, and there's the insta-kill. Sugar Free is dead. Scissors to follow. However, this rush, yeah, no longer can you rely on that speed boost. Now that Rack Attack is down. I think Tree's in a bit of a sticky situation as well, yeah. Toronto Defiant is so good at like splitting the team up. I mean, Rush is the perfect ability to do that because you don't want to fight the enemy team on it, so you have to just run to the nearest cover. And more often than not, that does result in your team splitting up. Checkpoint. No, not quite taken just yet. Quick contest here from Energy Shock. Good hack. Oh, just the manual hacks. They don't last long anymore. Oh, Merit. Oh, rest in peace. All good. Someone's got Primal Rage. We're chilling.
They're still fine. They're still gonna push the push bot. You got the checkpoint unlocked as well, so you just keep making progress. Oh my goodness! Everybody gets one. Even
one of the best players to ever do it.
Fans are as good as Merit. Yeah, you always get one. Happens to the best of us. Oh, 5 ults here for Energy Shock.
Barrier in for Scissors. Pulse Bomb goes wide. Later beat here from Vega. EMP lands. Oh my god, it is just a slaughter. Prime Rage still popped though, still thinking they can win this fight. Someone does get back to the Mega Health Pack and beat Scissors to it as well. Good EMP from Sugar Free. Waiting for that over health to kind of fade away. It's no longer over shield, like, so you don't strip the that sound barrier, but you are pretty toast when the EMP gets used late into that fight because you've already committed so much.
Now you've got this overclock from Tree that's just got to be absolutely big. But with all of the bubbles here from someone, maybe even just getting slapped out of position at some point, I think it's going to be tough to actually find value with this overclock. Who do you pick? You have so many buildings to hide in too.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Tree to get it popping. Ends up using it as soon as the A gauge comes in. Receives a Suzu 2. Is a nice little angle as well. Now just has to deal with this Lucio. Rather pesky as Vega high in the sky, but Tree still manages to get the shot off and helps Scissors clean up. That was a shock. That was a shock OC versus RuPaul's Rush into that small corridor.
Ooh, Tree's gonna switch off of the Soldier instantly after using that ult. It's gonna be over to the Sombra. So we got a full mirror on both sides. I think just knowing how much value Sugar Free's been able to have with the Sombra, you go, okay, well, we can do it. Also, the EMP, though, is gonna be trailing behind as we enter into sub 6-minute territory here for the map. She's gonna have a little bit of work to do.
Based Sombra skin as well. Shout out Lip. Pulse bomb for Merit. Oh, what a stick. Should be good, though. Yeah. Suzud, most likely. Here comes the hacks and the Primal Rage. Backline's already dead. Wow, that was very quick. NRG Shock. They're going to find another fight win. And they're going to be able to get... Well, they might be. Oh, you got to kill this. Kellen dies super late. Yeah, so they're going to be able to get forward spawns again.
Okay, EMP pretty close here for Sugar Free. Scissors has the pulse bomb though, so maybe that can help open up the fight a little bit. Plus, double support ultimates working up to here in Energy Shock. Tsune Rush from Ultraviolet is one way that you can engage. Oh, it's gonna be perfect on this midway point too.
Yeah, it's gonna be really clean. Probably expecting Rack Attack to have Sound Barrier. Of course, we know that is a certain. Rack cannot get hit with this EMP, and look where Rack's playing right now. Trying to scurrying along, making sure he doesn't get hit. They're going to go soon. Where's Rack's positioning? I'm looking at him. Scissors utilizing that rush to full effect there, trying to chase the Lucio. They lost him. EMP comes in. There's the sound barrier. Ultraviolet's already dead, though, and Kellen didn't actually get any of that beat either. Will it matter in the end? RuPaul and Vega are dead.
Like you're being paid.
That EMP from Sugar Free, it looked good initially there, but that sound barrier came in clutch for Rack Attack. It's still not a clean fight, and Toronto Defiant, they're being hunted right now as the bot just moves ever so close to that checkpoint.
But this is a good opportunity for Energy Shock to tie up the map here. You've got Tree now that's going to have the EMP. Vega is going to have that sound barrier in response.
Oh, someone doesn't get the beat in time.
It misses someone.
A little bit late there from Vega, sadly, as someone succumbs to Scissors. Cut clean in half as Kellen posts the Primal Rage. Okay, now the team is split. They haven't got to worry about the Winston either. Kellen is out of this fight by quite a considerable amount, too. It was so far away. So that rush was just DPS versus supports.
Where's the bot going? Bring him
Yeah, Kellen had to pop the Primal Rage, too, to get out of there. But the Kitsune Rush was the perfect thing to make sure that someone could get back in.
Good Suzu there, saving Rack Attack's life merit as well. Predicting maybe the Lucio goes towards that lift and throws the pulse bomb on it to little to no avail. And Vega also dead. This is a good opportunity for Energy Shock to claim the lead. You see where that golden line is. Trying to chase away Merit now as they leap and slam down on his head. Easy kill for Kellen. 4 meters to go is NRG Shock. They're going to be able to get this lead.
They're gonna do it, and they're gonna actually start to take a bit more control of this map, too. It's gonna be a little bit more in the neutral here. Scissors looking at the pulse bomb here for Energy Shock, but this is where you gotta take care of Sugar Free before this EMP comes online. You want to get as much purchase as possible with this push bot.
Yeah, look at the sound barrier charge from Rack Attack as well. They haven't got that lifeline. But, I mean, all Energy Shock needs to do now is stall. They don't need to press the issue too far, just wait for a pick. EMP comes in, hits 3. Ultraviolet, the immediate target by Merit. A decent stick there from Scissors, but immediately Suzu'd.
I kind of almost feel like you should have waited to use that pulse bomb. Like, so many, your backline had already died. Maybe you're able to use it on the next setup. And as you said, they just need to play the defense now, having this lead. We're starting to run out of time in this map. 2 minutes and 20 seconds now. As this is going to be a quick Tsune Rush.
Yeah, a very aggressive one. The disengage there from Toronto Defiant. They're just going to use their own. Vegas still ends up going down, though. EMP lands, hits someone and Merit and RuPaul. Insta-killed by the virus of all things by Tree. 2 minutes to go and a 10-meter lead for Energy Shock.
Still a little bit of time to play around with, but that EMP was beautiful. Now Energy Shock still get to keep the lead and maybe even able to garner some more. Kellen with the Primal Rage and Rack Attack with the Sound Barrier is so much sustain. And you're just trying to give Toronto Defiant the hardest time possible here.
Let's go.
Gotta back up though, just a little bit. You know that you don't have a full team of 5 right now, and you don't want to be playing out in this open space.
It's been all about the EMPs over the last couple of fights, but they're nowhere to be seen right now. It's just these sound barriers. Vega and Rack Attack, they both got him online. Kellen popping the Primal. Trying to shoot RuPaul. Well, the rest of the team are trying to shoot RuPaul. Merit forced to recall. Still got a blink to get away. Gain some distance on NRG Shock. With only a minute to go, it's all up to Toronto Defiant now to try and get this happening. Sound barrier comes in for both sides, and Merit's pulse bomb is going to be little to no effect, but now it will be. What a pulse. Although a TP away, that Suzu was used, and Merit still landed the stick. A TP from Ultraviolet still lands him in the death sentence. This is Toronto Defiant failing to clean up this fight. Rack Attack may be dead, but look at where the pod is. It's on their side of the map, and it's still moving. 40 seconds to go. Can NRG Shock do it? They're close to taking a map of Toronto.
Yeah, Kellen, they can't even take down Kellen or Tree at this point. And so they get a chance to back up. Okay, Tree finally goes down, and Toronto Defiant get a chance to actually start to make some progress of their own, but sub 30 seconds left. And so it's going to be off the back of this Kitsune rush to keep Toronto Defiant in this. Yeah, Energy Shock, they might have done enough. They just might have done enough here. Scissors Pulse Bomb could be huge and seal the deal here for Shock to get this
Manuel Hack and Kellen denied. Sugar Free gets away, needs a CMP, and Toronto Defiant know it. He's 9% away. They need to do some damage right now. Sugar Free needs to get in there. A pulse bomb into the front line for Scissors. It's all healed up, but RuPaul is going to fall. Scissors still getting out of there, and a two-man hack of this EMP from Sugar Free isn't going to result in anything. Overtime ticks down. Is NRG Shock going to clean them up? This is it. NRG Shock have finally done it. They've slain Toronto Defiant on Runasapi. It's happened. It's finally happened. Toronto have lost a map. Crazy things are happening right now on the broadcast in OWCS North America. NRG Shock, they pick Runasapi, they take it to him. Toronto Defiant had such a fantastic lead as well, Rose, but it was all NRG Shock's game at the very end. Beautiful stuff for these EMPs.
It was so good. That was exactly what they needed. Tree switching over to the Sombra just gave them so much more agency when it came down to the dives. Instead of having the Sojourn, which was a little bit easily collapsed, you have this Sombra that can dish it back out. And those EMPs just came up so big every single time, even though there were the sound barriers online. Didn't matter. Fantastic. Wow. I can't wait to hear what the desk has to say about this, because we've got a map.
Do not skip on NRG Shock. There could be a reverse sweep, I believe. Toronto Defiant going down a map. Ooh, let's jump over to the desk. Jake, I'm sure, rubbing his hands together right now. Don't need the ego to get any bigger.
Sweep.
But
who do you think you are?
But hey, oh, whoa. I'm not doing press. I'm not doing press.
You think they got a reverse sweep? Oh my God.
Finally, they put up a map and we just dropped the caster curse right in their head. Jack truly is a cruel man. But well done by NRG Shock, and in the mirror match, no less.
I know. And quite frankly, like throughout the entirety of the series, there've been a lot of moments. Map 1, round 1, that ball comp, that was a good read. That could have been winnable. Unfortunately, Toronto Defiant are just that good, so it doesn't really matter. And yeah, they'll run away with the first one. But then the full hold, right, on Shambali Monastery.
Oh
that was
my God.
Well, they got fuller health. We're not talking about it. I'm just saying, like, the composition they played there as well. That was a good read from Energy Shock. Like, they have the right ideas, and they're just falling short at the finishing line, but not on Runasapi. Like, that was really impressive. Don't take that away.
It was a fantastic map. I will bring us back down to earth. It's just that this has been the one place where Toronto hasn't looked nearly as good. When Merit is forced off hit scan and roll swap comes in on DPS. It's not really a roll swap, a Sombra Tracer. It kind of makes sense. But Merit has looked decidedly less dominant off of the mid-core hit scan, right? His Tracer strong, but not world elite the way his hit scan is. And so these are comps that have not looked quite as good for Toronto, but NRG wise to take it to a map where they can capitalize on this. You know, getting a mirror against Toronto, that was how Nightmare made an extremely close flashpoint. That's how NRG win this point. It'll be hard for me to imagine a reverse sweep given that Toronto has 2 map picks now, right?
Yeah.
2 map picks back to back.
Yeah.
This is where it really gets hard now for NRG. They don't have control of the series anymore. They have to win on Toronto's home turf. Tall order.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. The Shambali Monastery, we got to give props. You know, of course, full holding Toronto Defiant is impressive in and of itself. They came in with a plan. We saw Attack being subbed in to play that Diva, as well as playing double flex support with the Ilaria on, of course. So really impressive hold there. But that was one of the most brutal maps I've seen all year. Like getting fuller held by Toronto Defiant after winning like 1 fight. Like that was that was probably the most brutal map I've seen all year. So the fact that Toronto Defiant managed to hold there on Shambali, that was insane. But, you know, you could also look on the positive and be like, well, we should have won.
I think their
Shambali,
defense strat was great. It just wasn't so good on attack. Like,
Yeah.
they should have, if they had had another strat for attack, maybe it would have gone their way. But man, competitive.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of match we wanted to see. I think most people wouldn't even have believed that Energy Shock is actually going to walk away with one map in this series. Quite frankly, if I were Energy Shock's social media manager at this point, I would post that meme with the dude who's celebrating on third place. That's how this feels already, honestly. I think there's a lot to be proud of. And it's so clear to me that Energy Shock did their homework heading into the series.
Yeah, they came prepared, but now we'll have to see, where does Toronto take? I mean, Toronto has not had very many map picks outside of Control so far. So now we get to see, I guess, a little bit of their flavor. Where do they take us? Is it Flashpoint? I feel like a hybrid makes the most sense to me here, but we'll see.
We're going to see Blizzard World as well.
I like
This is
it.
an interesting one. Yeah, a potential to see some double flex support here.
Yeah.
Out on this map as well.
Brig is so good on this map. I think both teams can have interesting reads here. Could see
Yeah.
different looks.
Yeah, we could see different looks on this map. You know, I'd say that, you know, for a couple of people, like Merit is probably like really comfortable on this map as well. And we'll see how, you know, how Energy Shock kind of respond to this. We see some subs coming in, actually. We see PGE being subbed in with Attack and Cal. Well, if it worked decently well on Shambali, then, you know, going back to it here on Blizzard World. And of course, you're super boomed after losing Shambali Monastery that way, but then winning on Runasapi, maybe feeling like, oh, that we actually held them on Shambali. We can come back now, hybrid. Let's roll it out again and, you know, improve on the mistakes that we maybe did to get fuller held on.
So with these subs, we assume we're going to see more Diva being played here as well again?
Very like maybe a Sigma to hold first, but yeah, Diva's going to be strong on this map. And then, of course, PGE coming in because it's a map you can almost guarantee hard hit scan play on Blizzard World, where Ashe is great. I mean, even Widow, I think, is definitely a live option here for both squads. However, I think this also means Merit going back to the hard hit scan, which is where Toronto have been undefeatable so far.
Listen, Widow players ain't scared. That's why they picked
True.
Merit.
PGE is not scared. I'll give him that. He's bringing the heat here, no matter what.
That's right. And if we can perform like we did yesterday, or he did yesterday, I'm like putting myself in as if I'm part of the team, then, you know, that could be yet another victory. Is this the start of a comeback? Let's find out. I'm sure Toronto Defiant will do everything they can to shut it down right here, right now on map number 4. Jack Necro, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Yep, this is Toronto Defiant in a bit of a weird situation. They had to pick a map. How strange.
So
How
weird.
unfamiliar.
It has been a long time since we have seen this.
It does very foreign feeling, I'd imagine.
Was it the last time was DreamHack Dallas, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, if you exclusively look at OWCS, their last, like, you know, big loss was against ENCE. It was like a 3-1. NA just didn't do well at DreamHack Dallas. They did lose a map against Gaming Gladiators. They lost to Crazy Raccoon as well, EWC. But if you exclusively look at OWCS, it was Dallas the last time. They ended up losing. PGE versus Merit. 2 titans of the game at this point. Oh, that was close.
Oh, I'm here for it, though. I'm so here for this, but Merit is looking to make a statement. Toronto Defiant picking to be on the defense first with Merit on the Widowmaker. You know we're in for a very good duel when it comes down to the Widows between Merit and PGE, but as we kind of expected here, it's the double flex support for Cal and Ultraviolet with the Alari and the Ana, and the Diva here from Attack as we saw in Shambali Monastery. That's gonna come down to, like, can Attack get these big dives? One way that you can help shut down this Widowmaker is going to be just having this Diva to completely run at you.
Well, that was an insane
It's a
transition.
fake out.
Yeah, there was a Merit grappling, PG. They both grappled, they didn't get killed, all good. PG playing great defensively, same with Merit, to be fair. Oh, good sleep onto PG. Might be an easy kill if Sugar Free. Yeah, no way you can survive that. Even Attack there, using the Matrix. Trying to save him, not to 2B. I like Cal on this map too. I think Alari's pretty decent here. Better on the defense, of course. Oh dear, RuPaul not able to heal. The Winston past that defensive matrix, and that should be NRG capping this first point.
Yeah, I was like, maybe a little bit of a chance to have another recontest, but I think the setup that we're seeing from Toronto Defiant speaks otherwise. They're just gonna start getting set up on this high ground. They've got the nano boost from RuPaul already, so you can throw that onto someone and make sure that you can get a little bit of a dive onto the backline. That's the one thing about running the Solari versus the Brig. Even though we know that Rack Attack can come in and play the Pita, you do have a bit more of a diveable backline with this double flex support setup. Not the same type of sustain as if you were to have like even just kind of looking at like a Baptiste setup with something like an Immortality field.
Well, damage by Sugar Free. He's got Pulse Bomb now. NRG Shock. Slowly but surely trying to take this high ground. It's so tough. Even just against the Widowmaker, to be fair. No nades, and someone using that Primal Rage. Cal's under a lot of stress right now, although a nano boost on the ults. Ends up missing RuPaul somehow, but it's all good. Cal gets the quad tap, and they're going to be able to control this high ground too, but oh, Mirror, the clean shot on the Alari. We'll pay for it eventually, but that was kind of nasty.
What we expect to see from these Widowmakers, and they're going to have that type of impact if you want to see Toronto Defiant keep winning out on these defensive holds, but they haven't been. Energy Shock are going to be pushing the cart so far, but just off the back of some great key play at PGE.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Shonemat's done, maybe.
No one can
One for PGE.
Body shot on to Sugar Free 2. Nano boost on the Winston before PG's grapple even connects to the floor. It's already dead. Attack might be able to get D-Mech. No, not quite. Someone almost got the D-Mech there. Might be worth staying on it, but it's all good. Yeah, the difficulty with this Alari as well. The bubbles are just a death sentence for the Alari, sadly. There's a D-suit, and attack is going to get staggered. Toronto have been very good at staggering.
No one can stop me.
They did a phenomenal job, even just looking at Shambali Monastery. Poor attack has to walk all the way to the side of the map and doesn't even get away. We thought about maybe even grabbing the health pack there too, but it's going to be donating over a little bit more ultimate charge. And that is going to be 2 minutes and 40 seconds left here for Energy Shock. Still quite a bit of time. They don't have to push this payload too much farther forward in order to grab that second checkpoint. And I cannot wait to see if PGE can click it. Tracer head. That'd be pretty devastating.
Mary does one better though, takes out a support. Now just have to wait for Cal. There's a Primal Rage. I don't need to use it either. Damn, someone with full respect to his teammates. Going sub 100 HP and not popping Primal there, knowing he's going to get healed up. Full faith. I'm not talking about the player. Rest in peace, Old Ocean. Unfortunately not doing so well in OWCS Korea. All right, Ultraviolet's going to be under a lot of pressure. They're going all the way to the spawn with this one. 2 minutes. Nice stick, though. They do end up trading their honors.
Honest out of the picture, Ultraviolet a little bit closer to the Nano Boost, but Toronto Defiant, like, I don't think you mind if RuPaul is going to be walking back and just a little bit. You still get good sight lines coming in from that defensive spawn, and you also have that rally from Vega. Very, very survivable here. When you look at a potential extra dive coming through, PGE is also swapped off of the Widowmaker, coming in with capacity to play a little bit closer.
Takes an immediate heady, but yeah, it gets the nano boost, but already sub 50 HP. Not sure too much damage is going to get done. PGE is going to get chased out. Someone once again on the Winston, just so clean with it. RuPaul needs to be kept alive. Self-destruct, popped. Quick shield there from Vega. Chilling. 1 minute to go for NRG Shock.
Now they need to throw some other stuff at the wall and see if it's going to stick. You've got the Captive Sun from Cal, but nothing else. With Toronto Defiant able to throw a full 4 ultimates at you. Even Merit pops the sights to just buy even a little bit more time off of the clock.
Cal's dead.
Shock back, and even Cal gets found out already.
It's all falling apart. With only 30 seconds to go. Captive Sun, like you mentioned, only ultimate available. Nano Primal Pulse.
Attack is switched to Winston.
Well, hero attack is fully known for, of course, the D.Va being one of their better heroes. Yeah, Cal way too scared. Let's use the outburst to get away from the sightlines. It's 18 seconds now, Rose. OT fast approaching.
And what else do you have outside of this Captive Sun? Are you gonna hit that into a Brig shield, a Winston bubble? It's gonna have to be a big flank here. Sugar Free is down. This is an opening.
Captures something. Yeah, Cal sees the honor. Saw RuPaul dancing around, hit the headshot, insta-kill onto RuPaul, and now Merit's under duress. Cal just taking over the game, puts the pylon down, dodges out of the way of that flail by using the pylon as bait. Cal with almost 3 kills in this fight. I mean, OT's here. She's got to deal with Sugar Free. The spawn positions are so close, but Tree's able to clean up.
The payload has reached.
God, what a big carry. What a big carry play from Cal. That's why you have this Ilaria and the Ana, and Cal just the perfect player to bring into the roster to have these big pop-offs. Fantastic. That's going to buy Energy Shock another life in this map as we enter into the 3rd point of Blizzard World. It is going to be attack sticking to this Winston. PGE coming back out on the Cassidy. Merit's getting chased down. This is why you would have the Winston.
That pillar was in the way. Nice bubble usage there by attack, blocking off the heals. On high ground. Oh, gets booped. Oh, that was close. Survived, but PG does not. Nano boost deployed. I think RuPaul hit the sleep there on attack as well as they went in for the engagement. Speaking of which, there's a sleep. A nano boost on to Cal of all people. Alari does a lot of damage if you're hitting these headshots with your nanos, but you have to actually connect them. Cal comes up with one. Attack with another. Sugar Free down. Rally popped. RuPaul in trouble. Cal just taking over again. A crack shot on the Alari. 25 seconds to go now.
That is just going to be this payload almost getting to this 3rd point. Yeah, Cal is absolutely a hard carrying at the moment. This Alari has been sick. You've wanted to see some Alari gameplay, Jaws. I think this is the person to watch.
Watching the very best to do it right now. Oh, but immediately Ultraviolet is shut down. Merit's back on the Widowmaker. It's time to go back to spawn. Goodbye, Energy Shock. Your push will end here. Oh, even gets the kill onto Tree. There you go, 2 points, 92.39 meters. And Toronto Defiant, a very clear victory in their sights on their map pick.
Score.
But what a push Energy Shock had. That was already even more than I think they could have asked for. After Cal put the team on their back, carried through that 2nd point with that Captive Sun, and then already almost to that 3rd point as well. That's great stuff.
Okay. Oh, there they're back. The PS2 birds. Maybe not even PS2, maybe PS1. And there I am.
Crows are so smart.
They had it finally. I'm in the game. Mom, they put me in the game.
What's smarter, a shark or a
shark
crow?
or a crow?
Probably.
Yeah, crows are pretty smart. They can be like taught to do things as well. Did you ever hear about that crow? It's like an old news story. That was, or was it a raven? It might have been a crow or a raven, but they were taught to basically steal money from people. Like around city centers, like pick up money, like pick up notes and coins and stuff.
Yes, I remember there was an article written about that, and they could actually, they trained it to also give money for stuff, like food.
That is intelligent.
So they would pick up the coins and give it to the person for a treat or something.
It's like crow version of Uber Eats.
That's awesome. Yeah, corvids are so smart. I love those birds. Put more of those in the game, please.
Yeah, give me some more PS1
Give me more crow facts next game.
All right, Merit on the Ashe. Okay, no Widow. PG as well, opting for the Ashe. Ooh, that actually might be a dangerous. Yeah, good nade, good dynamite. Really nice patience. Can the attack get desuited? That is a sleep you wanted to eat. That is a crumbling defense as Cal also ends up getting a bullet to the brain. Mistakes best left avoided, as they're going to be able to get some stagger kills as well here. Yeah, that's 1st point. Done and dusted by Toronto.
A little bit of a stall coming through as Tree hits the recall right into a dynamite. Did you see? Merit was so ready for that. That is such a fast point A take for Toronto as they go into this 2nd objective with 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Merit's gonna switch over to the Widowmaker. The beautiful open sightlines here on 2nd for the Widow. And just a way that you can just keep working with this momentum. One pick and that's just gonna be a very clean attack push.
Grapple for Merit. Who does he see? Sees UV. All right. 5 minutes to go, yeah. They just need to take control of this high ground, give Merit a little bit more room. PG is going to be at a severe disadvantage against the Widow. However, Merit right now has his own personal bodyguard in Sugarfree, even spots the pylon. Cal deleting that so it comes off of cooldown a little bit quicker. They're just waiting for this Merit pick, although they are moving the payload for free. Attack now, descending from the tank comp on the high ground.
Can't worry about Merit if you're the Shock. You just have to keep attacking someone in the front lines and hope that you're just gonna get a little lucky, I think.
Still looking for it. I'm surprised he hasn't found a shot already. That was an aggressive peek by UV, but the Dynamite stopped Merit from doing much there. The aim punch coming in pretty clutch. Nano boost on to someone. Bob deployed on the high ground. Someone says, fine, that's good with me. I'm just going to go down to low, contest the payload for now, but now a Nano on attack. Can he get anything done? That is the question. Someone pops the Primal Rage, so the Nano is eventually going to fade away, and it's just a big trade of ultimates here. The Primal and the Nano on either side, but someone still comes up with a kill, but goes a little bit too close to the sun, despite killing Cal. 3 and a bit minutes to go, still, for Toronto.
UV has been getting some major nades, though. Like, it's like just the quick cleanup, and in fact, someone doesn't feel like the Winston is fighting at a value. We're gonna see the Sigma come out from someone. Okay, I mean, you still have so much time. You've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds, even though you entered with 5.5. But that's plenty to actually get up to a gravitic flux. And you're still hoping that Merit's going to be able to find a pick here. Maybe even the shield allowing Merit to have a bit more sustain.
They don't know. They definitely know now. Treat stealing that mini pack away. Merit not getting any heals either. Nice pincer by attack, using that defense matrix. And then killing Merit. Smart Tree there as well. Not using that recall to regain that health, just waiting for his healers to come in. So can just continue being aggressive. Sights have been popped by Merit, who's in spawn currently. But high ground control for Toronto to find. That's all that they want. Ripple's just going to get run down. It's that Dynamite from PG. Did a sizable amount of AoE damage. But still, Toronto is still coming up with kills. But another unbelievable nade from Ultraviolet. Hit 3. Nano deployed on attack, and that's it. That's push over.
And that was already off to a good start, though, from Energy Shock, because as Vega hit the rally, actually got booped off of the high ground somehow. Maybe like a coach gun from PDE or something, but the rally didn't hit really anybody on Toronto. You get these massive nades from Ultraviolet. The sleeps have been huge as well. This has been phenomenal defense here from Energy Shock. Toronto now down to just 2 minutes and 15 seconds to push this payload to that second point, extend their time bank, and go into third. That is a lot of time they've stalled off the clock already, and Energy Shock still have ults to work with here. Captive Sun from Cal could go big again.
Gotta watch out for the eat and the shield. If you weave it around, then yeah, this is going to be rather disastrous. Another good nade. There it is. Oh, it connects as well. The explosions are going to come through. Vega and RuPaul suffering from so much damage. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide. The window's been utilized. Tree is not going to live here for too much longer, but how are RuPaul and Vega still alive in this fight? Sugarfree manages to kill 1. No, kills 2, in fact. Both DPS for Energy Shock survive, end up going down as Vega and RuPaul, they got all the carrots, the 9 lives, 10, like ridiculous survivability for this Toronto backline. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go though, as NRG Shock really testing Toronto to find now.
Oh, the Bob here from PGE is one way to stall the cart.
Well, it's actually just going to go on high ground. Not going to do all too much here, but it does give PG a good sight line onto the point. And with Tree dead, PG is looking for a cheeky little flank. Big bit of dynamite, but where are the kills? Because Merit is finding them. PG tried to get the big trade. Oh, Tree kills 2, sure, whatever. Why not? We've still got the point. We're going to get the spawns too. They're going to stagger attack. Oh, they're
2 minutes and 20
They are staggering attack, something monstrous.
Oh, no. What else is new? Poor Attack has been on the receiving end of that several times.
Shout out FRD.
Shambali and Blizzard.
Mr. Fried Wiener. Never going to forget that clip.
All right, well. Attack is back. Out of spawn. Gets a chance to set up there. Sees Merit. Merit back on the Ash now. Bob at hand. 4 ults here for Toronto. It feels like this is just an inevitable push over that finish line for them and a win in this series. But maybe not if Ultraviolet has something to say about it. Nano boost here.
Yeah, that's a good ball position. That Flux connects with the Ultraviolet to a priority target, almost insta-kill. Drop goes a little bit wide, but someone just chasing PG to the spawn doors. Attack has also come up with 2. Make that 3 as Vega also falls. Energy Shock, their Nano Diva has been their key to success so far. I can't imagine someone gets out of this one alive. They're staggering him in a little bit. Sugar Free still comes up with a kill on Cal. A minute to go for Toronto Defiant. And they're back in this fight. They're a team of 4 right now as Attack has to retreat.
Toronto, though, still 3 ultimates to work with. The Rally and, of course, this Amplification Matrix are going to be big here. The Rally onto the point, knowing that that card doesn't have too much more to go, and then this window just to push Energy Shock back. Can be absolutely big to seal the deal here. One more fight though, with 40 seconds
Small
to go.
rotate.
Toronto on the
high grounds.
On the end of the.
Oh, PG almost going down, but it's actually Merit and RuPaul that fall first. 30 seconds to go. Reset right now. You've got to jump off the edge. You've got to die some way, somehow, because you've got 20 seconds to regroup. That was Cal's ult, PG's ult gone. Toronto Defiant, they got the rally, but that's about it.
Ooh, they're coming back out here as Merit is going to hit the Widowmaker. PGE sees that immediately, switches over to the Widow himself. But it's going to be true with the Pulse Bomb. The Attack still has a second life with the suit.
The Pulse saved by the lamp. Vega's got the rally. That would have been the game-breaking one right there if Energy Shock managed to get that one off. PG fails to grapple, but it's all good. There's still a good sideline over the point right now. Rally deployed, Attack on the payload, stalling for as long as humanly possible. The Rally just giving us so much over armor here, over health, sorry. An Attack receives the nano, but look at the amount of CC. Attack might not be able to get any damage in, but PG comes out with 1 kill. Self-destruct on the point, Cal with a good vantage point, PG with another. Eventually slain though by Sugar Free, but it's all falling apart from Toronto. Someone is going to get taken down here as Energy Shock might have just done it. A map number 5 on the horizon. I said they could do it. Toronto and Energy Shock going to map 5, NRG with a chance to get the reverse sweep with an unbelievable hold there on Blizzard World. Is coming down to the wire. That tier break is crumbling before our very eyes.
That is amazing. Major credit already to Energy Shock for bringing Toronto to a map 5 and on their map pick. This does not happen very often where we see Toronto in this position where they get a chance to actually pick the map after losing. That's wild. And then PGE comes out fantastic. Cal with a major hero play on this Alari. You might be onto something, John.
Cal hitting the Alari ult on second, just guaranteeing them the point. And then PG on the Widow, killing Merit, who you mentioned like jumped on the Widow. If you get 1 pick, that could be it. But no, it was PG on the other side. There you go, here's Cal's difference maker here on the Alari. Just 1 headshot after that Captive Sun lands. That's a kill. Unbelievable stuff so far.
Yeah, like in overtime. That inspires so much confidence for your team. You know, you've been in those ranked games where you just have that one member that's absolutely popping off with the overtime, and you just get that adrenaline pumping in your veins. Cal absolutely delivered on the Alari. They know what they're... And even Attack, I think. Having to switch off of the Diva to go to the Winston still proved to be the perfect choice in that moment. And then on the defensive side, getting those nanos. Ultraviolet, too, coming up so big in all of these fights.
Going to a map 5, Toronto's pick. Yet again, will they finally be slain? The true, like, kings of NA. They've been undefeated for such a long time. Of course, going back to Dallas, again, only counting OWCS here, going back to Dallas, they fell to Korean teams, the EU teams. It was a rough tournament for NA. Before that, I believe their last loss in OWCS in the North American region was to M80, which feels like almost like a decade ago at this very moment in time. We'll see if map number 5 can change anything up. We're going to Flashpoint. So we've got, obviously, New York City, Suravasa. No more hit scan, I'd imagine. I'd imagine NRG Shock are also going to swap things up. Can't imagine they're going to keep Cal in. They're probably going to go Rack back to Kellen too. PG is probably also going to step away, but Could also keep him in for the hit scan. Here are the map stats as well, Rose.
I wonder if we just go back to the compositions we saw in Runasapi for
Sure.
both teams.
Oh, the Sombras, right? Yeah.
Tracer
Right.
Sombra with Lucio Kiri, and then maybe that is the Achilles heel of Toronto. You heard the desk talking about it. Forcing Merit off of something like the hit scan is definitely one of the weaker looks for Toronto. But now you look at the stocks for Energy Shock going up when PGE able to actually win out on a couple of those hit scan duels. Maybe a place you would have expected Toronto to shine.
Nobody thought we'd actually end up in this situation, but yeah, look at that. A 2-2 NRG Shock versus Toronto Defiant. It's like times of old here at OWCS. Where are they going to go? Probably, if I had to guess, they want to go fast here. They want to run the dive, so Suravasa speaks to me. They want to run someone on the Winston, I'd imagine. A little less potent on New Junk City. That's a lot more. You want to play Malga, you want to play Ram, Rush, even with the Ryan if you really want to. Suravasa makes the most sense.
I actually wonder, though, if you do just go to New Junk City. Because you have a bit more longevity with like an Ash, in my opinion. You just have the sight lines on some of those more open points like Bomb Flats and Junkyard. But we do have a sub coming in first.
3 of them.
For Energy Shock.
Scissors, Kellen,
Scissors,
Rack Attack.
Kellen, and
so I think you've hit the nail on the head, Rose. Yeah, Runasapi, the comp they ran with the Tracer, the Sombra, Lucio. Yeah, makes sense. Kellen on the Winston. NRG Shock. They're going to be going to Suravasa here. A map pick once again by Toronto Defiant. A nail-biting series so far. Can they finally be felled? We'll have to wait and see as we load into the map in just a moment. Toronto obviously only have 5 members here. They will just be playing the same 5. Can't imagine Danny's going to come in. Came in for the Torb at one point, but can't imagine now we're going to see Danny coming in for Toronto. They want to secure this win and just continue their run. It's been very, for Toronto to finally, same old, right? Another day in the books, like, hey, we're in the bracket, we're in the main event, we're going to go all through uppers, we're not going to drop a map, it's all chilling. And now they're hitting a brick wall in NRG Shock. Don't forget, DreamHack Sweden, DreamHack Stockholm is coming up later this year. Go get your tickets right now. All the details are down below here. It'll be on the social media as well. So if you wanted to just do that, might be a bit easier, or you can just type in the URL below. But get them while they're last. You had to fill out extra seats before in Dallas. So many people wanted to turn up and watch. We had to get a ton more and 2 big extra screens as well to make sure everybody could watch. It was a good time, and Stockholm will be no different. Even more hype as well, being the penultimate, the final tournament for the year as well. Good to see the Korean teams back up in full strength. And like Zoe said, are we going to see Crazy Raccoons be crowned again? Well, we'll have to wait and see. You know, maybe NRG Shock have got something to say about that. We are going to go to a quick break, though. Just getting the... oh, no, we're not. Scratch that. We're going to go into map in in just a second. This is going to be the 5th and final one between Toronto and NRG.
I cannot believe we are saying that it is the 5th map between Energy Shock and Toronto Defiant. That is honestly mind-blowing, but like again, like so many kudos to Energy Shock for even bringing us to this point where we are seeing Toronto on the back foot, not something we have seen yet in OWCS. And it feels great to see that we are entering into this new era for North American Overwatch where we do have this opportunity to actually take Toronto to a nail-biter.
All right, here we go. A few more polys in those pigeons.
There's 4?
3, 4, yeah. It's a lot of pigeons. Let's see if Toronto Defiant end up running out with the Ash first, because we saw on Runasapi starting off with a long-range hit scan and then eventually switching over to the Sombra and the Tracer. Looks like NRG Shock are also kind of thinking the same thing with Tree on the Sojourn. So it's going to be long-range, at least for this first point. Don't mind it whatsoever, as both teams are going to get TP'd.
Look at the backlines, though. The backlines here for Toronto and Energy Shock are very different. You've got the Brigitte and the Ana here for Toronto and the Lucio Kiriko for Energy Shock. You've got the speed behind you. So Rack Attack coming out on the Lucio first is going to give Energy Shock a bit of an edge to get to the splash point first. Get Tree set up a little bit faster.
Yeah, Toronto acutely aware how quick they can go. You can see how far back Merit is playing right now. Bit of dynamite damage onto Tree, but as the point unlocks, going to slide away. Going to cap that. They might have caught Kellen a little bit off guard here. Yeah, 1 HP Suzu received. That was close. Kellen from time to time has been caught out and has been sometimes eliminated before the fights even really start. Good anti-nade. I think that was Tree and Rack Attack glowing bright purple. But with Tree on this high ground position, pretty easy to get a couple of snipe kills, but has to get down as that dynamite almost falls to his feet.
But the power slide is so valuable on these points too, because you are just able to get a new angle very quickly. You take this high ground control as well. I think the Sojourn has a lot of purchase here in this matchup. And you can see Merit is already starting to struggle a little bit, knowing that you only have that one coach gun every so often to actually just back away.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto are struggling right now, even to make space for themselves on the point. Sizz has done a lot of damage, earned himself a pulse bomb. Nano boost for someone. Everybody looking at him, though, so that damage resistance not doing all too much for the Winston, sadly. In fact, someone having to back up completely. NRG Shock playing with new fire in their bellies as that pulse bomb does go wide, but we're approaching Toronto Defiant, needing to touch to trigger overtime, but they've already lost Merit. Someone's going to be regrouping on the point, but Vega's dead. NRG Shock, they're going to be able to claim this point as soon as they kill someone, and there you go, 1 point on the board already.
That was a fast flashpoint. Toronto Defiant had absolutely no say. Even though someone ended up getting the nano from RuPaul, you could see how valuable that Lucio speed boost was so that the truck just disengage. And then you come back in with the Kitsune rush, and Toronto Defiant hadn't even been able to grab the control of the flashpoint. So we're already going to look at flashpoint number 2, heading over to Temple. You are going to be able to get Tree set up already. This high ground is going to give you such good sight lines as well with the Sojourn. When you look at also having the Sound Bear and the Primal Rage that give Tree even better sightlines to some of these targets.
Quick speed away. Give someone that high ground after he leaps up there. Large old bank note for Toronto Defiant with this rally in hand. Sugar Free looking for this pulse. Oh, does get booped away. Recall's in a rather dangerous position, but someone's going to be there as well. They're looking for this kill onto Tree, and they do manage to get it. Soundbarrier from Rack Attack only hits 4 now as they've already lost their DPS. Someone just swinging hands, looking for a little boop kill potentially, but it's actually Merit that goes down. Trade here is Kellen finds the Primal Rage kill. Rack Attack hiding in the trees, but unfortunately the ghillie suit not there for the Lucio, not yet at the very least. Maybe we'll get that skin one day. RuPaul and Vega dead, and Toronto Defiant. They are not looking like themselves right now, as NRG Shock just continue to hold this point.
Vega's going to switch. It's going to be the Lucio Kiriko here for Vega and RuPaul, as Merit is still holding on this Bob. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if we actually see Merit consider switching too, as we're looking at last fight on the second flashpoint already. Sojourn Overclock still available for Tree. The pulse bomb as well from Scissors.
2 rushes, an OC and a Bob deployed as Tree is just turntailing a run. I mean, well, I say that. Tree slid into the back line, tried to get a nice angle. And as quick as the fight started, as quick as it was over, I mean, NRG Shock, you're still at what, 99%? Yeah, 99% for NRG Shock there. Pretty much everything invested from both sides.
This is where we see Merit switch. Ash just not able to find enough in these fights. Going over to Sojourn as well. Okay, you have the Disruptor shot. You also have the Charge Railgun shot potential. Just helped to slow things down a little bit, at least match Shock. But I cannot believe it's Shock that's setting the pace. They're setting the meta.
Good kill onto Scissors there. Overstayed way too long. Okay, what are NRG Shock going to do? They want to back out, you can see, and Toronto Defiant know it. Just trying to chase as far as they possibly can, and Ultraviolet and Kellen are dead. They're going to get another fight. But now Ultimates are coming online, that expensive engagement previously, as they wipe their slate pretty much clean. They got Pulse coming up, Primal Rage, got Sound Barrier soon as well. It's going to be another explosive one.
Yeah, I mean, double support ultimates, honestly. If you look at RuPaul, how much healing and damage he gets a chance to do. Gonna have the Kitsune Rush to also throw at this next one. They're gonna be the first team to ultimates. So Shock, they're gonna have to use this Primal Rage to just buy up some time.
There's the TP. Oh, Ultraviolet's in trouble now. I heard that Suzu go off as well, and I think someone did too.
They gotta go to the flash point.
Ultraviolet just won't go down, and NRG Shock, yeah, they end up finding the flip. Sound barriers from both sides again, and Tree once more. This is the second time this has happened. They ended up going down before he can actually make good use of that overhealth, but RuPaul has also ended up is going to fall without using their own ults. This Primal Rage from Kellen is now going to clean up, as there's little to no damage coming out from Toronto Defiant right now. They almost end up finding the flip again, as Kellen's Primal Rage does end up fading away, but this rush from UV is going to stop someone from contesting, and this is going to be a second point. NRG Shock at 1 point away from reverse sweeping Toronto Defiant in this map number 5. 30 seconds to this next point unlocks.
It is looking so good for them right now. Tree's gonna be at an overclock soon. Scissors with these pulse bombs have been able to get these sticks. And if you can force out the Suzu, then like this overclock from Tree that's being worked up to could also go very hard. And what a perfect place to have these overclocks be able to duel it out with each other. Over in Palace, beautiful sight lines. Rush from RuPaul first.
A little recall there from Scissors. Yeah, the rush. Does it find any kills? No, it does not. Energy Shock just way too quick to disengage. Point unlocks, but they still contest. Overclock from Merit. They're going to be able to line people up now, but the stick comes in. Good Suzu as Merit stands still to make sure that's easily applied. As Tree also ends up using the OC.
Waiting for Tree to get this pick.
Slowly but surely, though.
Energy Shock with point control.
Yeah, they're
first.
slowly capping this point. Eventually, they're chased away as Kellen falls pretty low. We'll see if they're going to go for another touch. They're actually just going to rush on the point. Yeah, they're going to go for this one. And Vega's already dead. Sound barrier from Rack Attack is available, but might not need it. Yeah, with Tree with a double kill, this is surely going to be NRG Shock capping this point again. Someone does kill Kellen, but it does not matter. You cannot make a difference on your own, not without the Primal Rage. As NRG Shock now in control of this point.
Shock have done a great job of doing the bait and switch. They do this disengage, and then they know when they have the Kitsune Rush, they can collapse onto Toronto Defiant as they try to push the pressure. They're just reading Toronto like a book right now. They're already going to be working up to potentially like a final fight here. These Primal Rages are going to be just making these fights so long. Because I can't believe it. Energy Shock there. Gonna have to take a little bit of a step back here with Scissors going down, but they are one team fight away, realistically, from getting this reverse
Those
sweep.
primals have been used. Rack Attack with the sound barrier, same with Vega. Oh, the flip comes through. You see Kellen trying to get on the point before that actually went through, and unfortunately for Kellen, a couple of frames too late. And there comes the chase from Toronto. Both sound barriers on either side. Now RuPaul has a rush advantage over Ultraviolet.
The rush advantage is going to be big, but these pulse bombs, you can't count them out from evening up these scores very quickly. Both Scissors and Sugar Free able to throw those into this next fight. And then it comes down to these overclocks. If neither of those pulse bombs hit, then it comes down to these Sojourns showing us what they've got. So another re-engagement here as Energy Shock get ready to go for another jump in with this Winston.
Tree just charging up this railgun. Someone doing a lot of damage through this door, of course, and now RuPaul, hits the stick. Perfect timing on the Suzu there. Stopping the damage from that pulse bomb, and Rack Attack is down. It's going to be final fight here for Toronto Defiant. A very quick one as well. Team kill, well, almost. Scissors does manage to slip out, but not for long. As Sugar Free finds that kill. There is the team kill. As NRG Shock, they hit that wave respawn spawn 4 at once, but there's no chance for a touch as Toronto Defiant. They're not going down without a fight.
That's going to be a flashpoint for them as they get on the board, and it's all the way over to Gardens, where this is going to be a pretty big brawl. You've got Ultraviolet that has the rush, and then both of these overclocks coming online here for Tree, just a little bit farther behind. I'll expect to see this first. Merit. First
Can't find anybody. Already disappeared. It's like a magic trick. NRG Shock just pulling a Houdini. Tree dead to Pulse Bomb Rose. So this will be Toronto capping first, I would imagine. They're just waiting for Tree to come back.
Yeah, Toronto should be able to get this flashpoint capture first, but not be long before we're going to end up seeing Shock come up back and attack this with this Kitsune Rush.
Tree gets the Suzu after the OC was popped. This overclock's going to do a lot of work, especially in this rush too. Charge up so quickly and fire so fast. Point might get flipped for free. We'll see if someone does get on it in time. He does for a fraction of a second, but that's all that he'll get. As Toronto, they don't lose anybody, most importantly. It was an expensive fight for Shock. They use overclock, they use the rush, but they don't kill anybody, which means a fast re-engage for Toronto as they do step back on point again. They got sound barrier. They end up using it, but Sugar Free's already dead. Tree once again starting this fight off strong for NRG Shock. A later beat too from Rack Attack, and someone bites the dust. NRG Shock in control once more, and there's the fight that they wanted.
is so economical for them too. You've gotten everything that you wanted out of Toronto. All they're gonna have is this Kitsune Rush. Shock, they're actually going to move up to their spawn and try to push the objective here, because we're back at where we were just a couple of minutes ago. One more team fight win away separates the Shock from getting this reverse sweep, and they've got the Primal Rage, the Rush, and the Pulse Bomb to do it. Joss, it's coming up big here for Shock if they can land these
Pulse Bomb
ults.
hits the floor, doesn't even get a hit marker there as RuPaul dodges out the way. Look at this Primal Rage from Kellen, just isolating Merit, taking him back to the midpoint. It's a 4-on-5 now, and RuPaul with the Rush is going to have to be the difference maker for Toronto to find, but Vega's already gone down and they don't even touch. NRG Shock have done it. A reverse sweep for Shock. They slay the Titans of NA. Absolutely no one, and I mean no one, expected it to go this way. Toronto Defiant go down, and NRG Shock are going to advance through the upper bracket. No one saw that coming, especially the audience. I mean, the Dash. Johnny's head in hands right now. Jay's got a big grin on his face.
Isn't it like 90% from the viewers to
it's the safe bet.
Toronto victory?
It's the safe bet.
It is the safe bet, but that, you can't count out NRG Shock. You can't count out any of these teams anymore. That was phenomenal.
A historic
what
win
a match
for North American Overwatch here in OWCS. They finally gone and lost, and NRG Shock come up large. That Blizzard World Rose, my word. Cal on the Alari, and then PGE on the Widow. It's looking good. Stonks rising for NRG Shock. We'll jump over to the desk. Johnny's live reaction in 4K now as they find the reverse sweep. Guys, take it away.
Live in color. What a day. What a match. What a performance. This was incredible. I don't think anyone would have expected this result, least of all Toronto Defiant. And quite frankly, the times they got it done, they get it done in a mirror. They didn't throw cheese comms out there. Like, this was an honorable battle that NRG Shock won, and it was based on that synergy, on that incredible individual performance, frontline, backline, you name it. Like, they were on point today, crisp and clean.
Yeah, and both iterations of the NRG roster looked incredibly strong, right? Whether they went off tank, double flex support, or they played more conventionally with Kellen and Lucio and Rack Attack, they both looked amazing. And so, I mean, this is just amazing. You got to give props to NRG, the org, like, for putting together this squad that has brought real competition to North America for the first time in a while.
Albert Ye, the GM.
You gotta show some love, because this is a massive result. You gotta remember, this is the #2 team in the world that you just beat from the EWC result, right? And now NRG out of NA has brought the team to potentially shut them down. And this is not a knockout for Toronto Defiant, right? Toronto Defiant are going to have another chance at this in the lower bracket. Now, all the teams in the lower bracket, I think, also are going to have a nice.
Not so happy about that.
We play Toronto next. Okay, great, love that. But man, NRG, fantastic performance. Tree and Ultraviolet, two of the hottest talents in North America. And finally, I think on a team that really is motivated, that is bringing the intention to succeed and win and fight as hard as they can. And this is what they can do. I am so impressed with NRG Shock.
But really the fact that they were able to do it on 2 different compositions as well. Not only is it the Diva and the double flex support, and I won't, obviously Shambali Monastery didn't count, but you full held Toronto Defiant on that composition, then you bring it back on Blizzard World, and Cal just goes absolutely crazy. You win Runasapi, which is a great pick, you force Merit onto the Tracer, but then also the way you just push the pace by Tree playing the Sojourn, in a meta where we usually see more Ashe being played and teams to sit back, with the likes of Brigand Honor, of course. So just the way that they were able to do it in so many different compositional looks, and Ultraviolet, much deserved, gets our player of the match here.
Man, Juve's nades on Blizzard World were incredible, immaculate. Like, he managed to give the advantage to his team time and time again, and the way they followed up on it, it was incredible. What a performance.
Yeah, just masterful, being the one in the whole time. I mean, I think it's kind of between him and Tree in terms of the impact, 2 newcomers to this squad. But UV, it was the nades, it was the consistency with these cleanses. And you talked about multiple comps, Johnny. I mean, I think that is the only way you can beat Toronto Defiant. If you show up as like a one-trick team, Toronto is just going to dismantle you. So you have to be versatile. You have to bring different looks. Toronto.
Yeah, but then to do that against Toronto Defiant, when they have someone and they're a stacked team, to do it in so many compositions is very impressive.
It's not just that they do it on different compositions, it's that they have different players coming in for it as well.
Yeah.
So there is a lot to be said about players having to come in cold from the bench, and like we don't know how much screen time each of those tank players, for example, is getting with the team, right? So like that is actually such a huge achievement.
I think the fact was like, okay, if you come into the series and let's say you win 2 maps by playing the D.Va composition, I'm like, okay, that's a good look for you against Toronto Defiant.
Yeah.
But then you also win 2 maps when you play Winston. That's just amazing to me. So, you know, I tip my hat. I came in here after map 3 and I was like, Jaws, I'm ridiculing you. The reverse sweep won't happen. But I tip my hat to you, Energy Shock. That was probably the most impressive reverse sweep I've seen in Overwatch.
That
so
deserves
that
more
was
than a
amazing.
hat tip. Like, that deserves a curtsy and a bow. That deserves all the tips you can possibly get. We actually have a winner's interview as well. I believe Cal is joining us now for a quick chat after this humongous dub of Energy Shock. Cal, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. Yeah, you can smile. Don't be shy. You guys just that's around to Defiant. You gotta give us more than that. What's going through your head right now?
I'm thankful for my, I guess. I'm just thinking, like, people used to call Kellen a poor man's someone, but I guess someone's just a poor man's Kellen now.
Dragon,
Best Winston NA.
So I'm curious, PGE came on here in his interview last match and talked about, you know, maybe we can win a map or 2. Did you guys really come into this match believing like we can win? And how was it, especially being down 0-2 in the series? Who was speaking up? Like, what was the mental like in the team down 0-2 and starting that reverse sweep?
To be honest, this match didn't really matter for either of us. Like, because I think both of us were planning on beating, like, if we both lost or if one of us lost, we plan on just playing each other again in the grand finals. So we weren't really down about anything. We were just thinking, like, oh, it's my 3rd map I get to play. Let's see if we can take it, and let's just take it map by map, I guess. I don't think any of us were really, like, doubting ourselves.
All right, so that was a kind of, really professional response there from you. When, we were freaking out there on the desk saying it's an amazing win to be able to beat Toronto Defiant in the first place. Because I was going to bring it back to after, the Face It playoffs when you didn't qualify for EWC and, it was such a close match and you, like, barely lost out on that one. And then you had an entire summer to practice, put this together. You got 2 new tanks in Attack and Kellan. Like, it just feels like you guys are playing with so much energy and passion, really trying to make this happen. It still must be such an amazing feeling being able to overking what everyone talks about as the kings of North America.
Yeah, it feels very, very good to, like, prove to, like, other regions and stuff that, like, we have, like, more bite than they think, and that, like, we can punch up to other regions now.
Yeah, I know a lot of teams have to punch up to you. You're our first grand finalist of the NA region. Congratulations again to you and the whole Energy Shock squad. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
Thank you.
And that was Cal from Energy Shock, keeping it humble, keeping it very low key there. That was huge. I'd be freaking out. I'd be tossing my test at this point.
Yeah, but that's the professional manner as well.
Cal is right. Like, they're gonna very, very likely have to face Toronto Defiant again, and so you don't want to be celebrating this. If that's the mindset that gives you a chance to win the grand final. And so actually, I think that's, as like a coach or a manager, that's exactly what I want to hear from Cal, is locked in on that grand finals. They are playing for first. It's not about just getting a win over Toronto. It's about getting the win.
We've seen this before. EMEA beat Toronto Defiants in the winner bracket, but then Toronto Defiant, they come back from the lower bracket.
I mean, Toronto Defiant, they're the one team that downloads you, right? So
Can't count them out.
obviously, exactly. Energy Shock, I don't want to say they had to show all their cards. I think it was pretty much obvious already what cards are available to them, but they've succeeded. They really excelled in this matchup, and they took that mirror. It was a beautiful match. I think a result that none of us expected. What a fantastic 3rd day. We're not quite done yet, though, because now we're heading over to the elimination match in the lower bracket right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
You see pink here?
Yeah. Okay.
Come back.
Oh, I will lead it back. Yeah.
Oh, I'm 1-on-1.
Yeah, we're at the place. Oh,
Yeah.
No Susan.
Can you go, Tim Cullen?
I can go.
I'm pushing. Are you close to?
The one.
No.
Makino Primal low.
Lucio.
Point. Nice.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. OWCS Stage 3 main event. This is day 3, and I'm joined by Jake and Johnny once more. We're here to witness all the action in the lower bracket now for the NA region. It's going to be another elimination match, the semi-final match in said lower bracket. And this one will be fought out between Team Nightmare and, of course, Timeless. We've seen both of these teams now aplenty, so we have a good idea of what to expect from both of them. And while we've seen a lot of compositional mismatches, I feel, throughout the day, this is going to be an honest dive mirror, surely.
Maybe. I mean, I think Nightmare has a lot of flexibility as well.
Yeah, Timeless, I mean, they came into the last matchup, and they did show some dive as well. They dealt with the Wrecking Ball really efficiently. And we've seen that Vision and Doomed, they're happy to swap over to this full dive, especially backed up by Kaffa, who has a really respectable Winston that could be an absolute difference maker in this series, right? I feel like Squid and Lucamino, they've been on point so far in this main event. So I feel like this team, I feel like they have a pretty good style going into this one. They're facing someone like Infected, for example, who, might be able to play some Wrecking Ball themselves on a few of these maps, right? Or, play some Winston even if they wanted to, right? So I feel like this is a pretty flexible team that can deal with a lot of different looks, right? But mostly I'm looking out for the dive from this team, even though Vision, we know that it can bring out the long-range hit scan if it wants to.
Here's the problem, though. I mean, Jake, if we're looking at those teams and try to compare the individual roles pound for pound, Zero, Seeker, Lethal on the bench. How will Doomed and Vision stack up against that?
I mean, I think Doomed and Vision are huge threats, but I feel like I just feel like Seeker and Zera have been really impressing me in the last few matches. Zera with the flexibility, whether it's the Pharah, the Genji has been, for me, a particular highlight, but the Tracer also super stable, super consistent, and the team play with Infected's tank swaps has been immaculate. So honestly, I think Nightmare are, for me, the favorites, but I do think this is going to be very close, very competitive. I think these are both very strong teams. Maybe the edge for Nightmare, though, comes from the different comps they can field, where I do agree Kaffa has a fantastic Winston. He is definitely a main tank specialized player, and the option to bring in Clear and bring out like a Zarya or a Mauga could make a Flashpoint pick just a really powerful tool in Nightmare's pocket.
All right, well, let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I'm hoping for a close series here. That said, please show my prep because I actually forgot it. Thank you. Nightmare, obviously, I picked Nightmare. No, I mean, Nightmare, they were the team that pushed Toronto Defiant very closely in some moments, at least in their match. Did they win a map? No, they didn't. But still, I feel like pound for pound, individually, I see them as the stronger team here.
Yeah, I went with Nightmare as well. I think they've got maybe a little bit more depth compositionally, but I think on like a Winston dive mirror, I think this is anybody's game. So I did go with 3-1. I think there's a very real chance here for Timeless to win maps. But I think the counter picks could be a little bit strong from Nightmare, and I think they've been playing pretty well as of late.
Yeah, I went with Nightmare too. I do feel like Timeless, they're kind of like fighting uphill in this matchup, especially because, like Jake mentioned, I think Zero and Seeker has been such an impressive damage duo so far this tournament. So if you are Timeless, it's really on you to shut down the value from both of those damage players. So you have to deal with both Zero on the Tracer and then Seeker having long-range hit scan. That's going to be a really tough task for Timeless.
Yeah, and as we can see here in our viewer predictions, the majority is in the same camp as we are. Nightmare, the favorite to win it all. Alas, you'll never know. You'll never know. Loser's map pick can really turn the tide here as well in this particular series where we feel it's more closely matched. And generally, I don't feel like either of those teams played a team that was uneven kind of footing. I always felt like either they had to punch way upward to the Toronto Defiance of the world, or they were punching down and it was kind of mean. So let's see if this is going to be maybe a little bit more even of a match. Jack, Necra, how do you feel about this one?
I'm here for the upsets. It's upset day. I'm down. Look, we're near the end of the day, but it's upset day. Well, it could be. Maybe soon. What do you think? Nightmare versus Timeless?
Oh, I think it could be pretty close. I think, though, I'm in the Nightmare camp right now by using what I'm going to steal from Zoe, the transitive property. If Energy Shock can upset Toronto Defiant, but Nightmare made that match close.
There it is.
I don't know. I think I have to give this one to Nightmare.
I like that a lot, but maybe the 25% of the audience is here for the upset as well. Hey, we can keep it rolling. I'm down. Lijiang Tower, our first map.
I'm down.
Nightmare versus Timeless, with a gracious honor for the victor after this game of facing Toronto Defiant down in the lowers. Yes, the lowers. But as we load into this one, I mean, the Death Pred 3-1, 3-2. Very close game, and I hope it's going to go all the way yet again as we load on in. See what Timeless want to roll out with, because we know Cover's probably going to play Winston, but we've seen a fair amount of infected Wrecking Ball as well.
And that's why seeing Vision hover over the Sombra immediately shows that Timeless are prepared for that. If they're going to expect Infected to come out on the Wrecking Ball, we've already seen what a pain Sombra can really be for a pick like that. So think about it. Just gonna put it out there. Maybe we see Vision or Doomed actually try to pick that up a little bit later. Maybe it's gonna be Doomed that takes up that role when Vision is more known in this roster for playing the Tracer. So as we get out of the gates though, it's kind of what the desk is foretold. It's going to be this dive mirror, just the Winston look here from Kuffa and Wrecking Ball from Infected.
Kuffa already bullied out of position. Oh, nice snipe onto Zera though, little right click. Take that. How Zera wasn't healed up there, a bit unfortunate. Point's good, not even unlocked yet. It's going to be quick for Zera to get back, but they've lost all that space that they initially had. Here it comes. Yeah, the Doomed versus Zera. Pharah Echo is pretty rough for the Pharah sometimes. We'll see if Doomed can get bullied enough by Infected, who's going to be doing a lot of damage to the Echo in the skies with the left click. Infected has to get out of there though. Timeless do end up capping first.
This is where the Wrecking Ball can struggle a little bit because you're still looking and waiting for a specific setup with these cooldowns to be active with the grapple. Infected already has to get out of there because you're so low. That's another little bit of stall that you have to see for this Wrecking Ball to get set back up again.
They're pretty quick at doing so, taking all the mega packs, but yeah, they still need to reclaim that space. They do end up forcing Vision's recall there, and a good move from Admiral stops Vision just dashing out of that doorway. So they're a player up right now. Infected just get booped around. A little Suzu to save his life, however. Going to bowl around this point, but the staying power from Timeless is going to be quite apparent in just a moment as Cover's nearing in this primal rage. Lucamino, however, is going to turn this one on its head, losing that sound barrier after Doomed. Ends up falling down. It's going to be CJ receiving a sound barrier as well from Admiral. And Timeless losing players so early, it's going to result in a quick cleanup here from Nightmare.
All right, Nightmare finally going to be able to get the flip after they get Vision off of the point, but that's still 56% progress here for Timeless before we finally start to see some progress here from Nightmare. That is a lot of ultimates, though, that they get to roll with. The Minefield, maybe not the most impactful of the ultimates that we've seen when Wrecking Ball has that up. Seeker actually whiffed a Pulse Bomb, though, somewhere.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb gone. Out of the bank of a Nightmare. They're going to lay those mines down on the point. Oh, Kuffa face tanking a couple of them. Need some health right now. Double Tracer on the point as Doom copies Seeker. And with the barrage and this rush, the Pharah is doing so much damage. You can see how fast those rockets are firing, but it looks like Time is dodging out for them for the time being. Unfortunately, can't get out of the way of those mines, though. Quickly clears up the dupe, and then Doomed stranded on the point. This Nightmare still have the barrage in their back pocket as well. Timers with nothing in their bank to use. Good direct, actually, onto Vision. He might end up going down again. Yep, Vision dead.
That Winston bubble just barely not there in order to actually save him from the onslaught that came that way. And it's going to be Timeless once again going back to spawn after such an expensive fight. The rushes were used on both sides, that duplicate gone as well. And so you're really looking at Lucamino trying to get at that sound barrier up and ready to match that of Admiral's, which is going to be coming up shortly. Otherwise, it's going to be Nightmare in the feed. Fire Barrage still at the ready for Zero to deploy. Oh my goodness.
Cover narrowly getting out of that one. Manages to leap back on to the map after Infected almost got the environmental. Sound barrier comes in. Lucamino's 5% away from his. They need to be able to win this fight, or at least sustain through it. All right, Lucamino's no got the sound barrier, but Nightmare is still in control. Seeker ends up getting eliminated by Doomed in the periphery. As Zera hunting and searching for a place to use this barrage. Lucamino unable to use this sound barrier, but no, manages to get it off in the end. Oh, as a pause comes through right in the middle of that fight.
Ooh.
Okay. That's a little unfortunate. 91% to 50 or something there. That is, yeah, not the ideal place to pause, but all good. Hopefully we'll get him back into game in just a moment.
Hopefully it's not somebody that was on the receiving end of that sound barrier, because that was looking really good for Timeless to be able to come back in and get the flip.
I'm hearing Seeker's PC crashed, so unfortunate. We had a couple of like disconnects and stuff yesterday. Get it out the way first.
I know.
Make sure you hit the Windows update. Make sure you've updated your PC, all good, and then you know hopefully Seeker.
At least Nightmare, they have like 90%, so...
Yeah, that's great. Unfortunately, I think Seeker's gonna lose all charge, which kind of sucks, but should be able to reboot. Probably got an SSD, so we should be fine. I mean,
at least he's on
yeah,
Tracer.
that's true. Just dribbling back into the fight. We're all chilling. I say also, at least he's got an SSD. If anybody's still running a mechanical like HDD, like, ooh, I need to upgrade. Time to upgrade to SSD. At least.
What if you just had both?
Yeah, I suppose. I would, yeah. In theory, mechanical hard drives, they do last a lot longer than SSDs. If you like cold storage them and take them out and like store them away, but SSDs, they're great. They're super quick.
Who is taking their HDD and putting it in a freezer?
No, not actual cold. No, that's no. As in cold storage, as in like taking it away, like air gapping, like removing from the PC and not putting it in a freezer. Do not put your hard drives in freezers. Not advised.
I was like, what are you doing?
No, like cold storage, as in taking it off the PC, so it's like away from like a network and everything. That's what I meant. Not freezing the hard drive. Yeah, you can get M2 as well. They're pretty quick. We're back in. No more hard drive talk and no more Rose giving you terrible tech support advice. All right, Seeker is back. Yeah, unfortunately no ultimate charge, and Nightmare still control the point, but 99% will end up getting flipped. So one more fight for them.
Yeah, I mean, Lucamino had the sound barrier there too, so it felt like an inevitability that Timeless were going to actually win out that fight. And with Seeker coming back in on the Tracer, you are able to get back into things mighty quickly. Looking at Infected being able to get these minefields up though, and you do have that one more fight to go in with that, plus the Kitsune Rush.
Squid narrowly escapes with his life there. These mines going to be tricky to kind of deal with, and Seeker's back. Oh yes, back on the board too. Nice little kill on to Squid, as there is the flip. That was a very easy fight for Nightmare. A little bit too easy, it felt like. Lucamino isolated by the Wrecking Ball. And this is where the Wrecking Ball really does thrive as well. Just in these last-ditch attempts to try and touch, it's very easy to solo kill people as the ball. There is a recall from Vision. And it's getting the pulse as well, so a touch and a kill from the Tracer, and even a doomed copy. So they're prolonging this fight, but they need the kills. They need presence on this point. I think it's a slow bleed out now, unfortunately, as Doomed can't even get the kill onto the Pharah, and there it is, Nightmare with a round one.
And Seeker was going to have Pulse Bomb anyway. Just in case you needed it as an insurance policy, you did have it. Celebratory sound barrier there from Admiral, but that was a pretty convincing point win for Nightmare.
All right, despite the DC.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball,
pretty good about that. Ooh, Seeker, okay.
Yeah, you gotta brush that
Okay,
off.
now they're jumping over to the Sombra, so expecting a little bit more, well, they want a little bit more of an aggressive push here onto Cuffer. Shut Cuffer down a little bit. No Wrecking Ball for Infected, jumping back to Winston. A bit of a worse map for the ball, to be fair. You'd much rather just play Winston here. It's exactly what we'll see. And a little bit of a comm swap as well for Timers. Even Doomed over to Pharah now, not Echo.
We've seen this from both teams, though, as we've entered into Lijiang Market. So Nightmare, we ended up seeing this versus their match and Citrus Nightmare. So I think that just it really fits the bill when you look at this Pharah as well as this Winston. Like the Virus can also be pretty impactful versus something like the Pharah if you can be a little predictive with a shot like that. But still, MP can help ground that Pharah.
Doomed going inside the bubble there. Quite uncommon for the Pharah to do. It's got all cooldown, so no real fear of getting dove by Infected. Point is being capped, and ooh, if that's Seeker's PC crashing again, oh man, I hope it's not. But we are going to jump into another pause.
Me too.
Damn. We're back.
It looked like it was.
Oh,
Seeker.
really? Ooh, PC crash again? Oh man, that really sucks actually. Especially in an official like that, not exactly a place that you want to be. Unfortunate there for Seeker and the rest of Nightmare. They still end up getting round one, but pauses in general, obviously not great for everybody at home. You, the viewer.
Well, it just deflates.
It's not great, but yeah, exactly.
But you know what?
It's not good for the mental. When it slows everything down, that kind of hype and, you know, oomph and gumption that you had, it kind of gets kind of gets put in the bin a little bit there with these tech pauses. But yeah, unfortunately, Seeker, I think, has crashed again. And we are going to jump to a quick break. Hopefully, we'll get him back in the server. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back. We're all good. Seeker is back in the lobby. We should be jumping into the map in mere moments. Nightmare versus Timeless. 1-0 right now on control as we jump into Night Marker. There we go. Seeker is back in the action. Timers are going to cap, and yeah, Nightmare are out of there. They don't want to stick around. It's quite unfortunate too at the time that Seeker did crash, because 0% ult charge, like, has to build up to that EMP again, which is the big crucial ultimate that they need to win some of these fights.
I think he only had 20%, but still, it's like something that you could work with. You gotta let that be water off your back, though, as you head into the rest of this match. Gotta find your way back into things. Maybe it's gonna be a quick hack on the far out with Winston to really set yourself up. And CJ does have this Kitsune rush.
Looking at Doomed right now. Managed to escape through that upper window. Quick rush, quick point flip there for Nightmare. I mean, Timers have got the tools to bring this one back quite easily. Yeah, they're going to start with this rush on the point. There's no way Admiral survives this. This dive is going to be too intense for the little Lucio. Infected 2 is going to go down. Yeah, they got no chance. Good bounce back there by Timers, only giving Nightmare 17%.
Yeah, but this is where the going might get a little bit tough, as Seeker is going to finally get that EMP online. You've got the Primal Rage as well from Infected. So the Lucamino has a big choice here to make. Do you actually try to keep the sound barrier for a response to the EMP, or do you feel like you're going to need it against something like this Primal Rage?
Yeah, how do they counteract this? Ooh, Zera getting a little bit of information who's hiding on the far right-hand side. Looks like it's a Kiriko right now. That being Squid. Doomed with the... Still got the barrage, still waiting for it. Actually, just can use the Primal Rage first, aiming for that Lucio. Yeah, Admiral. I mean, the Primal Rage with the fire barrage. Kind of an anti-synergy there sometimes, but it did isolate Admiral, and it's an easy pick-off. 4 ultimates for Nightmare. They're on final fight, though.
Yeah, so Lucamino preserving the sound barrier is going to be a great answer to this Seeker EMP. And you just look at everything else that Nightmare has, though, and wonder if that is going to actually be enough here for Timeless to seal the deal.
Oh, what an early EMP.
The EMP is so
They managed to catch Cuffer, though. The sound barrier from Lucamino, it did manage to connect, but not with Cuffer. All right, that's the Timeless back off. Yeah, they know they can't even take a small engagement without the Winston.
And they don't want to get staggered there either because that just gives up even more progress. But they do force out the Primal Rage with that stick on.
Yeah, both Zeus have been used as well. Kuffer, Seeker traded. Sound Barrier comes in for Nightmare. Really putting pedal to the metal. Pretty early fight. That was a good stick initially. Can they get the trade? No, they can't get the kill. All good though.
Oh, Doom just gonna switch over to the Reaper. Another one of those pocket picks we've seen a couple of teams really pick up on, and that's gonna be great into this Winston. So if Infected wants to try to jump in, you gotta think twice about that. You've got those Hellfire shotguns on the rush.
So quick. Unfortunately, not quick enough by the looks of it. Pulse Bomb in the hands of Zera, still waiting for that Wraithform. There it is, chasing the Reaper now. Don't even need to go that far, to be honest. And that's a team kill, a rather swift one at that. Oh, missed the blink.
Big deal here for Nightmare to get this to final fight territory for themselves too. Azera with this Pulse Bomb could actually just shut it down now. Doomed doesn't want to try the Reaper again, going back over to the Pharah.
I mean, what ultimates the Timeless have? They got Primal Rage in like 10%. A manual hack on the Lucio or the Pharah here could be golden. Yeah, Lucamino does get hacked, but there's the Pulse Bomb. Oh, War Road straight into Squid as well. Little team kill there from Lucamino. Timeless, they need to touch. Oh my, okay. Or Nightmare, they do get the touch in the end. Timeless almost has stole that map away from them. Nightmare are slowly like bleeding out there regardless of them getting the double pulse kill. Kuffer's come up large. Seeker and Amble are going to go down. And Time is still in control at this point. Vision's going to come back through with this pulse bomb. And Lucamino and Squid, apparently Timeless don't need him.
That fight just wasn't by the point. And so while you have all of this happening over in the actual open area, the objective is going for Timeless. We're gonna head into a round number 3 here as Timeless are able to get the Pharah to the finish line.
Yeah, this is a good fight.
Wow, honestly, like, that was great, yeah.
Man, that pulse, that should have been round over.
It really should have.
Nightmare's struggling to touch at the very end, like that OT almost ticked through and Timeless almost got a free win, but yeah, Kuffer came up large and ooh, the Malgas on either side, then Zera on the Pharah. I love Pharah and Control Center recently. I think it's been so strong. Small corridors to spam in, and then you can hold to the high ground as well. Get some free value.
Just sit there on that platform.
Exactly. Genji for Doom, though. Cover just evaporated. I think Doom's long for the world either. There you go, all dead. Oh, God. That was a very quick fight. Cover just running out of healing resource, I'd imagine. Already used that cardiac overdrive earlier on in the fight. That'll be a Nightmare's point to take.
And now this is where the Pharah really gets to thrive. Look at these rockets down the choke point. You can even get the nice little pivot so that you can head into server as well with those rockets.
Oh, damage coming out from Doomed.
Jeez.
Look at that, though. Instantly healed up by Infected. It's just such, cardiac overdrive, just such a strong ability, but Doomed is just doing so much damage on the Genji. No one was looking at Doomed either. That whole fight, just right-click after right-click into Vision's head.
Get to push up a little bit close too, knowing that Squid has this amp matrix, but you gotta be a little careful because CJ can answer that with his own. But yeah, Doomed is gonna have Blade soon after all of that. I don't know if that Nightmare are quite ready for that one. Admiral's not even close to the sound
Double window,
barrier.
lamps come up as well, but Zera's already dead. The damage from Doomed once more, just, yeah, not getting looked at. Lijiang doesn't want to go down to a random 3 burst there from CJ. Another team kill coming through. Okay, and now Doom's got the Blade. Blade beats, they got Cage, the Cage Blade, the classic, El Clasico.
Yeah, but Nightmare have the Cage Barrage.
So we'll see which one's better.
I think I'm gonna give that one to the Barrage.
A very early Cage coming in. Sound barrier hits though. Doom still holding on to this Blade as the high noon popped off by both the Genji, both the Cassidys. And he comes up with a large 2-piece onto Cover and Vision, holding that corner for so long. Doom still with the Blades, 250 HP. He manages to kill CJ and April. A scrappy affair. As Timeless are still in control of the point, but it's a 2v1, and Doom's going to be able to stall. Has the cooldowns available to do so as Vision comes back on the Tracer. Seeker did come up with a couple of kills on the Deadeye and actually kills Vision on the entry. A deflection there on to Cuppa. Receives the lamp just to stay alive, but cut down at the hands of Zera, who's gone on to a Genji of his own.
Noticing that Doom just been finding infinite value with his own Genji, so may as well bring it out too. But now that you finally see this point flipped over, what an expensive fight we just saw for both sides as they used both cages, all of the DPS ultimates. There's going to be Admiral and Nightmare that have the sound barrier advantage, which will be really good to try to tie up the score. Outside like a
good kill though onto Lucamino. Decent bit of deflect damage from Zera. Not going to hold forward, they're going to back off real fast. 74%. Don't want to randomly get picked off either by Seeker.
You can get these amp matrices now from both teams. It's Timeless that was able to get the better hand of that one in server last time.
Both windows used again. Oh, Zera gets the deflect kill through the window. Whoever is firing, guaranteed the kill onto Vision. Final fight. Retreat for Timeless. It's been very, a little bit more definitive this time around, these fights. I think with this blade, there's no cage here for Infected, but Zera can still make mean work of Squid if he gets his hands on him.
Now with the Deadeye too,
go fast.
Deadeye and Blade.
Slam hits Seeker though, undisturbed, still holding on to it. And there it is, Seeker, 3K with the high noon. Timeless don't even get a chance to use anything as Nightmare clean them up. There it is. Despite the PC crashes, it's all good. Nightmare come up with a win on the first map. Yeah, a little thorn in the side, you know, it comes sometimes interrupts the flow of the game, but apparently doesn't matter. Seeker still chilling on the Cassidy. Comes at large with the 2 high noons, 2 really big ones at the very end of that game.
Yeah, really great boop from Admiral too to help set those up, just so they're right in the sight lines of that Cassidy. But yeah, fantastic stuff from Nightmare. We did end up seeing Market get taken by Timeless though. So as we might have expected, this match could be pretty close, even though we did see Nightmare get this first map win.
Yeah, there we go. 1 on the board. Let's have a look at highlights from that game. Just a couple of pauses. So maybe you forgot what happened at the very start. Yeah, like you said, Rose. 2 and 1. Pretty close so far, although yeah, Seeker's Cassidy looks so clean on that last round. It was literally just one pig and then back off, one pig, then back off. Classic control. See where we go next as well. Timeless with Vision and Doom. They've been very impressive over the last couple of weeks. It must be said. Cannot be understated either.
It's also been a long day for them though. Like they already had to play earlier today with their match versus Citrus Nightmare to send them home, and now they find themselves here having to play against Nightmare. So poor Timeless, like they definitely had to work hard.
Yeah, a little short break, yeah, in between the games, but that's just the nature of the main events. If you're down the lower bracket, it's going to be a hard-fought battle to make it all the way through to potentially the finals. NRG Shock already there. And the winner of this match, too, is going to face Toronto. So I think a lot of people are hoping for this Nightmare squad to make that debut again against Toronto Defiant. Maybe get some revenge. They've seen NRG Shock do it, who've still not lost to Toronto Defiant, by the way. Maybe they can use some of that energy, use some of those secrets, too. Just click heads like PG did. Fill out the PG apology form.
Yeah, it's just as easy as that. It's as
click heads like Cal too on the Alari.
So true though.
All right, map pick now for Timeless. So they did end up going down. It's going to be a dive map. There's absolutely no way. In fact, I'll tell you what it is. I think I can see it. Paraiso, I believe, is the map up next. Hybrid is the choice. So just run and dive. But I mean, Nightmare and Timeless, they have been the teams that just want to run dive perma. They don't really want to run the brawl. Infected happy to go to either Ball or the Winston. Not seen too much Diva from him. Way better on the Winston, definitely his best pick. And there it is, picked by Timeless.
Yeah, why give them the opportunity to bring us to like an Eichenwald or a Blizzard World even? I think Paraiso is just the perfect place to run the Winston. Even though it's not a map that we generally see teams actually want to pick, I think it works out really well here for Timeless just to put Kuffa on the Winston and know that you don't have to think about flexing over to anything else.
Yeah, it's been a map that's gained popularity over the last week or so. It's not been a popular one in the groups at the very least, or at least the ones that have been on stream. So Paraiso is going to be the map we end up going to. There's a lot of things you can play too. You can play a more defensive backline. You can play the Ana Brig, which I would imagine most teams are going to go towards. Alari is quite possible. You can still play Lucio. You can play Lucio on pretty much any map, right? But Brig...
You could play Lucio.
Yeah, Lucio Kiri. If you want to go super fast. Bap's very powerful on this map because of how easy it is to get to the high ground. And the high ground... This map is all high ground, basically. So that's also pretty powerful. Looks like both teams opting for Ana Brig, at least for now. And Zera and Doomed on the Echoes. So we saw a little bit of Farah earlier. But with these dives, the Echo just seems so much more powerful. The poke, very good with the Farah. Pretty decent at like softening targets up. The Echo's mobility and being able to get in there and even just burn tanks with that focusing beam. It's just such a good tool in these very fast-moving comps.
Yeah, you're also, I don't think, too pressed to have to go face-to-face with something like an Ashe either. Your own Echo. Just to, you know, just bypass the coach gun. Totally fine.
Don't give Seeker an opportunity.
It's time. He will take it.
That was close. Doom dodging out the headshot, and there is the Tracer for Seeker.
Very honorable duel on both sides as we see almost perfect mirror match here. Vision, though, on the Ashe is going to be a big difference maker here as you see that dynamite burn. Going to do a ton of damage over time.
Yeah, force the recall too, which is kind of annoying for Seeker. It's all about diving this Ashe. Hard at the best of times, but with this Brig too. Oh, that was a good nade. I'm sure they can follow that up though. It's going to be even more difficult with this Brig. Yeah, you can see Infected trying to make some space. Oh, Squid missed that shot onto Doomed. It's going to cost him his life. Nice. Couldn't quite get around that corner in time. I don't think there's a nade available. Seeker needs a little pack. Yeah, gets it from Admiral. And now here comes the wraparound. Look at how defensive now Timeless have to play in this small little room, and Cover taking a lot of damage from the Seeker. A couple little back shots thrown in there, and with 3 minutes to go, Nightmare are going to gain some control on this point as Zera takes this high ground.
Doomed is going to come back on the Tracer as well off the Echo just to make it back for this defense point.
If you can get this Bob online, you will be able to take control. Covers receives the nade there, just struggling to keep alive. I mean, against Zera on this high ground, you walk through the door, that's a face full of stickies. Infected is going to get this nano boost as well. They're going to trade nanos. One of them is going to get applied onto Infected, but Squid couldn't end up getting his off. And that will be Infected and Zera cleaning this one up. And if Squid managed to... Who's he calling? He's calling Squid. Where's that nano boost? Do you not want to use it? If Cover received that nano, maybe that would have been a different story there.
It's hard to know whether or not you should invest, I think, in that moment. Ooh. Pulse bomb could be huge.
That was
Barely
close.
misses.
Nice movement there from Vision.
Payload's making very steady progress through the streets phase.
Wow, Seeker dead. Not really a hero Seeker super known for on the Tracer, more on these long-range hit scans. Good step up. You don't really expect Vision to be all the way up like that on the ground, but Vision making good use of the space from Cover.
All right, 5 ultimates here for Timeless. That nano has to be deployed here, you would assume.
Nade onto Vision. That's a good nade. Can they get a kill? Yeah, easily followed up by Infected. An equally good nade, but unfortunately, being on Infected, it's not exactly the target you want. CJ dead to a pulse bomb. As Infected goes in, pops the Primal Rage, and now Doomed is looking for Zera. Normally a pretty decent target, this Echo. A duplication of the Ana. I don't think Zera is going to get this nano boost. 8 seconds to go, though, I say that. No, there's absolutely no way. He gets the mega health pack, should be able to get out of there, but a crack shot from Vision, followed up with the, I think that was Squid and Cuppa also hitting Zera at the same time, so you just explode.
Yeah, Cuppa got the secondary fire into the Echo. That was really funny to watch. Still no nano boost deployed here from Squid. I guess knowing that like Cuppa has to use the Primal Rage there, not really a whole lot of sense to add that on top. But now you still have it for this next fight. CJ can match it though.
Nano boost.
Ooh, nano Echo.
Onto Zera, just get Koshgunned away, and nano boost onto Vision. So yeah, you want to nano your Echo to dive bomb? We're going to nano Vision so we can one-tap one here. So there's absolutely no way you end up going for that trade. And with this Bob too, this is a hilarious amount of time to be stalling out on this little corner here. Pulse Bob onto Vision, sends the Bob out there, realizes they were stuck. Still a 5-on-5 if you count the Bob. There's a Pulse Bomb onto Infected too. This stall is incredible.
It's just not been a clean team fight win from anybody. Particularly Nightmare, who are just so eager to get this payload past that second checkpoint. And with sub 2 minutes now, and nothing else in the bank, you're just hoping that Zera can get a duplicate, or even you just get a raw pick for this next fight. The time must have made this so scrappy. Like this has just not been clean.
It's not. Now Zera's nearing this duplication, so you could send double Winston in. Very possible. All right, Infected trying to get some more space, and Vision decides, yeah, I'm not shooting that bubble, I'm just going to shoot the rest of your team. Set to light the back line, and this payload is barely moved. Just slowly being tapped, so it's not like regressing in progress, but it's just not it right now. Another dynamite lands. Zera close to this form again. This duplication's coming up. There's the nano. A whip shot. Leap in 1 second. Spots the Ash, but there's probably a coach gun in a couple of seconds. Oh no, just a nano instead. Sleep Dart goes a little bit wide there as Infected tries to separate the supports from each other. A decent juggle, but still has to be scared of Vision just popping him in the head. Cuppa is down, and a duplication from Zera. A beautiful sleep, in fact, onto the Ash. Oh, an even better one, though, from Squid. This spawn position really helping out Timeless right now as Zera is set ablaze. 30 seconds to go, and Nightmare, they cannot get this payload moving. It's like giving a cat a salt shaker. It's just not happening.
No opposable thumbs, unfortunate. You've got the secret pulse bomb, but that's it. Like, Nightmare is still in this position where they only have that to work off of. Zera, in fact, is actually going to switch off of the Echo. Wants to try to get the Ash to work instead. But you have a Bob here from Timeless to keep stalling out this defense.
All right, pulse one from Seeker. He's got to find somebody. Gets the Winston. There it is, Cuppa down. Okay, now is their time to strike. Bob deployed from Vision. Seeker scurrying for cover as Bob is just shooting away Infected, taking infinite damage in the front line. And Vision comes up with a shot onto CJ. A kill. Someone has to touch. It's going to be Infected, but Squid with a double nade kill. A triple, in fact. Nano deployed to finish it all off. And Timeless hold Nightmare just before second. That was a struggle for Nightmare.
Score.
It was not looking good, especially even though they had like some fights where they did have a couple extra ultimates over Timeless's. Like, they were not able to capitalize. I think it speaks volumes that there was one point where Timeless on the defense had 5 ults. And they're like, we don't even need the nano here. We're just gonna like hold it indefinitely.
It was just so many, like, oh, we got to pick with a pulse. Okay, great. Now we try and put, oh, we got picked. Like CJ or like someone goes down. And then slowly, Timeless is just resetting.
Cautious.
Right. Yeah, I happen to agree, yeah. There was no, it didn't feel like there was an all-in engage, like all at once, yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like Nightmare played so scared of the dynamite damage coming through from Vision's Ash. Like, that was something I feel like you always were just hesitant. Like, okay, Infected's taking a ton of damage. We gotta wait, we gotta wait. We gotta wait, like, let's make sure that the Echo is in a good position. Zera, where are you? Do you have good sight lines on somebody? And I think Timeless just played really well around that high ground. And Nightmare had not very good access to get there.
All right, let's see what they've got for this next round. because on the defense, they're just going to run Seeker on the Ashe and then Zera on Tracer. So no Echo, no Flyers. Feels like a much more confident setup for Nightmare with Seeker on a long-range hit scan. The time is just going to stick with this comp they've been playing for quite a number of matches, especially recover on the Winston.
I go for Doomed again.
Good damage on CJ.
Oh, the stickies are going to be huge.
Forces the nade, which is nice. Gives Timeless a lot of space. They don't have to worry about anybody getting antied. A lot of damage from Doom too is going to force Nightmare all the way back. Kind of reminiscent of the last rounds as Infected isolated. Good bubble positioning from Cuffer. Stops the healing on to the Winston. You can see why Timeless went to this map. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. That is a very quick point A capture. And it is going to be a lot of time on the clock to get through to the second point. That's 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Any other picks here would also be brutal for this Nightmare defense. Timeless are hunting for it, already sending Kuffa up onto the high ground just to blow them away. Infected has been enemy number 1 with all of this focus fire. Doomed is hunting for him.
As soon as you see Infected jump or like make their way in, it's easy to kind of make sure Infective can't gain anything of value apart from a little bit of tick damage. Just focus him out, force him to jump away. Strains the healing resources in the backline as well, which frees up some damage on the DPS. Nano on to the Echo. Seeker is a 1000% dead to that. And these sticky bombs are going to hurt too. They're in a good stead right now. They've got the dupe. They've got Rally coming up as well. And Infected is almost down. There's the nano boost onto the Winston. Infected has still got Primal Rage. Doom actually just goes for the dupe. So they've at least forced one ult out. A couple little bits of right-click damage here as Infected descends on the front line, but now has to deal with this Primal Rage. A good little juggle, but Squid slips out of there. As Lucamino with the Rally is going to make sure they're nice and sustained for this next fight. Cuffer is dead, but Doom's going to replace him with the Winston duplicate, and unfortunately is going to fade away without getting much done. And towing the line now between victory and defeat. Nightmare on the defense. Got to defend this small little golden square, or this golden rectangle. As time is in full control of the high ground, Rose.
4 minutes left too, and you've got, full control. The pulse bomb at the ready. It feels like a matter of time before we're going to see Timeless actually take this map.
Pulse and see ya straight back to the moon, Winston.
That's it.
Yeah, now Admiral's just perma holding shield. Terra's the only one to touch. Shield bash onto Vision's going to proc the Inspire, but Admiral is dead. 2 meters to go. And that will be that. Timeless on their map pick on Paraiso. End up tying up the series. We got a game, ladies and gentlemen.
We do have a game. We were hoping that this would be close. Maybe a 3-1, maybe a 3-2. And so far, it is delivering. Good to see the Winston get the Winston job done on that map pick 2 of Paraiso.
Yeah, Nightmare looked flat, in all honesty, Rose, in that game. Like you said, maybe a little bit of indecision, like undecisiveness on that second point. Didn't feel like they ever went for like a full-on dive commit, like jump in with the Echo, just dive in with the Winston, get the nano. A lot of the time, they're just getting pushed back by the Ashe, the Dynamite, the Sticky, like just everything kind of thrown at them before they can even do anything. And very much a timeless game, one-sided for sure. Nightmare gets their chance to pick, and it might be another one of those series where we just see like, oh, we pick our map, we win. You pick your map, you win. And then we just go all the way to map number 5 again.
I'm here for it. For giving the viewers times to get
so
their drop.
true. The Rams
like that's all I gotta say. It was the speed run for the first half of the day, so now we gotta make sure you can get the drops.
Yeah. Where do you think we're gonna go? Because with this dive, especially with the Echo, like Timeless looked very clean, very organized, drilled.
I would love to see if we actually end up getting a chance to bring Clear into the roster. Maybe go to New Junk City, bring the Mauga, bring the Zarya again. I think maybe you can kind of expect, though, on most of those maps, you actually can run a little bit more of the brawl, but I still think it's in your best interest to try to pick New Junk City first before having to even think about going to Suravasa.
Could also whip out the Seeker special, Bastion, on circuit.
Yeah, circuit.
Little escort. would make the most sense to me,
Yeah, I
because
could see
that
that
way
too.
you're also denying an escort pick from Timeless, because Timeless probably don't want to go to Circuit Royale because of how
Probably want to go to Dorado.
well, yeah, exactly, because of how well Nightmare have done on it historically. Dorado would seem like the perfect pick if you're in Timeless's shoes, so I think Circuit here for Nightmare makes the most sense. Play the Bastion.
Yeah.
They continue to play this comp, and it continues to work for Nightmare. There is the map pool. And then as well, if you go to Flashpoint, even if you're taken to Suravasa, you're like, okay, we can still sub in clear, because we can still play these brawl comps.
Yeah, no, I like that too. I think I like that a lot better. I think you make a really good argument to just take Circuit Royale first, because you look at the rest of the escort maps and you go, Junkertown, Dorado, Shambali.
Yeah, no one's going Junkertown, I promise you that. So it's going to be, yeah, you'd think that Timeless wanted to go to Dorado. And yeah, there it is. Okay, Circuit Royale picked by Nightmare. So we're going to see Seeker on the Bastion. Ain't no way. And, well, Timeless know this is going to happen. There's no shot they've not seen the VODs or watched the games. They know Nightmare are going to be picking Bastion here. We'll see how they end up coming into it. If they've got any new ideas to try and counter it.
It's been a little bit tough going, I think, for teams to really figure it out. You know, Nightmare able to clean up that series versus Fluffy Dreamland yesterday on this Circuit Royale pick. Maybe you gotta think about taking a page out of Toronto's book. Toronto was the only team so far to be able to upset Nightmare on this pick.
All right, let's get it popping. Seeker, I imagine, just going to get the quick grapple out and then swap to Bastion. Yep, Sarah's on the main. Infected on the Rhine. I'm ready for some Bastion.
It's all coming together.
See Timeless. So they're going to run Doomed on the Pharah, Vision on the Hanzo. So pretty decent at punishing the Bastion. As soon as you pop the turret form, you just kind of layer in the Storm Arrows, and also it pressures the Rhine Shield quite a bit. The Rhine Shield is going to have to be used sparingly from Infected, because you are going against a spam comp, realistically. Apart from Cuffer, I mean, you can spam it right-click, but you'd think Sigma's more of a spam hero here. There it is, Seeker on Bastion. Okay, let's see if Doomed and Vision can counteract this.
Vision's going to help out a lot with the Rhine Shield too, and then I think you hope that maybe you're able to get a couple of big Storm Arrows once you see that Bastion really vulnerable. Big pivot. Kappa has to play so careful against all of that spam damage.
Oh, 1 HP.
He's so low.
Kappa makes it out alive. It's tough too, because Zera, if you remember back to the series, Nightmare's previous series, Zero is just holding that top right permanently, even on the attack, pushing all the way up, stopping the Winston players, getting away with it, taking free space. Seekers pop this turret form. And there goes Cuffer, in and out. And Cuffer's doing a lot of AoE damage here. Of course, the Primal Rage is 50%, but not doing much apart from that. Like, you're not getting much done if you're the Winston here. It's going to be a very tough battle.
There's nanos coming up soon for Squid, though, so I wonder if you, well, you gotta wait through this Ant Matrix first.
I mean, this is the Timeless strat, Nightmare strat. Pop the window down, have Seeker behind it, laser someone with 1 billion damage, and then hit someone with a right-click and insta-kill, and then take first. Like, that is the playbook there for Nightmare.
Yeah, there's no surviving through that Ant Matrix from CJ. Like, even if you have the nano, maybe you can send Kappa in to block pop bubble down on top of that Bastion, but like, yikes, like anything is going to be absolutely disintegrated by the time that you actually are able to set that up. Timeless so far, not had much of a defense. They finally have ultimates to use, though, so maybe this is where they can start to dig their heels in. Nano from Squid.
You've got the Dragons too, just split the team up. There's the charge though. Dragons all right at the feet of Infected. Oh, he's going to kill him too. Seeker's super low, booped out of the Immortality field by Doomed. An insta-kill after the Pharah gets nanoed. Really nice. And I mean, that's going to be the keys to success for Timeless. Getting a nano onto Doom so they can just boop and then insta-kill Seeker. Good stagger as well onto CJ. It's going to delay some extra time.
Yeah, CJ not even able to get the pick off of Doomed either. So yeah, a lot of time off here, but you've got still like 4-minute time bank to have to get through. Mortar strikes have been so fun to watch from Seeker. He's always very hesitant and patient on that.
Oh, dude! Oh, they didn't see that one coming. Oh my goodness. Doom sets up and delivers. Well, the wave respawn came in, guys. All good.
For the mortar strike.
We all spawned at the same time.
Oh my god. Yeah, you just don't have any time to set up if you're gonna have the Fair Barrage right in your face. Never mind the mortar strikes. You gotta
Quick
set
reset.
back up.
Quick clip for Twitter.
Oh. That is crazy.
Okay. Seek with the mortar strike.
Now the
1,
mortar
2,
strike.
and then waits with 1. Just waiting for it. 1, 2, waits with 1. Last one coming in. Ooh, ends up going a little bit wide there. That nade almost hitting Squid in the back line. Still fighting on this rush, though. The Pharah is so deadly. But the lamp actually giving immense value to Nightmare there, as they manage to survive the onslaught of damage from Doomed. Oh, and a fire strike from downtown kills the Pharah. Cuffer, what's he got to say about this fight? I mean, he's in. Primal Rage has been popped. Seeker's going to have the shift, this transform in a couple of seconds. As soon as Cuffer hears that, he's out of there, but not before he manages to get a kill. Oh, a bank shot hits Lucamino, but Lucamino teleports away from the damage. Cuffer, the savior there for Timeless. 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, Cuffer's Winston has to be so elite in order to deal with this Bastion. I feel like Bastion has always been sort of the one hero that can tear apart a team. Like, how is your team coordination to deal with a pick like that? Oh yeah, so Cuffa, like a good bubble management.
Care for Doomed.
Really good pressure onto the back line.
Doom's got Barrage.
Yeah, Doomed has it.
He's got Nano as well. Slowly but surely making their way up the hill. Seeker's already used that form for a little bit of space. There's the Nano, there's the nade, there's the lamp, where's the damage? Doom coming in, doesn't even need the Barrage, I don't think. Taking a fair bit of firepower there coming through from Zero. Actually just right-clicks him to death. The Lucamino trying to get out of there. Just receive a couple of healing shots from a Squid. I mean, Lucamino manages to get out with the skin of his teeth. Might be a little 2v1 for Admiral, though. He's chasing down the support, and now Infected, of all people, is getting staggered on the Rhine. Admiral is also caught out. There's a minute to go. Seeker's going to try and take advantage of this chaos that's happening. Oh, Seeker. Oh, Seeker. Oh,
no
1
way.
HP. 1 HP manages to survive.
When you know that the Bastion is in its most vulnerable, it's kind of when, like, Junkrat ripping the tire. You know that they're going to be sitting there. All right, a couple of swaps here. Infected is going to go off the Reinhardt over to the Diva, knowing that there's only 45 seconds left for Nightmare to actually get this second checkpoint. Timeless have come up really big in this defense. There's a certain point where I feel like you look at this Bastion and maybe think it's not working as well as it was.
Beat you super early. Blizzard thrown on top as well. Zera making sure that nobody from Timeless can get in on their back line. Barrage from the high ground, though, and Doom using the tree for cover. That's 2 kills already, and it's both the supports, too. The kills that you want if you're the Pharah. There's a wall there to protect Zera, but I don't think Doom's just going to miss some of these rockets. 3 kills for the Pharah in the skies, and with 15 seconds to go, Nightmare on their last legs. This Bastion comp, they're switching away now, and Carver's even got Primal Rage, but I don't think they even need it. Infected's going to be able to get the touch.
They do not need it.
Nano boost onto the Pharah too. Now they've got to be extra scared. I mean, good luck everybody else. Doom, though, it's just getting sniped by Zera, but the Primal Rage is going to be Cuffer's and Timeless's last final push into near Nightmare's spawn. I mean, look, Vision comes up with that kill, and it's only Seeker now on the point, trying to just re-trigger OT, because right now Infected is on sub 50 health. Can they touch again? Oh, Seeker manages to get it once more. Hits the recall too. They're keeping this alive somehow.
Yeah, but now with the Diva being demeched, it's not going to be enough to stall for anything. No ultimates in the bank. Great defense from Timeless. After that first point, it went so wrong for them.
Well, maybe they've discovered the secret to the Nightmare Bastion comp. Just give Doomed Nano on Pharah, hit some sick barrages. Yeah, looked a lot less clean than we're kind of used to seeing. Most teams are just getting rolled over by this Bastion from Nightmare.
This is the exact same comp, though, that we saw Toronto use to deal with the Mei Bastion Reinhardt strat. We saw it was an Ashe from Merit with the Pharah from Sugar Free, and then someone on Winston. As I said, just take a page out of Toronto's book, who actually was able to figure this out. Maybe a little different, but still the Pharah from Sugar Free went crazy into the Seeker Bastion.
Okay. They're going to run it again, of course. They're actually putting Infected on the Ram. I like the Ram a lot more, especially on the defense. You can hold corners a lot easier. You're not going nearly as quick, so you don't need the Rhyme. I can't imagine Timeless is going to swap up their comp. There's absolutely no way.
They don't need to. Like, as you were calling out, the Pharah is the perfect answer to the Bastion. The Bastion doesn't have the same type of reach to the Pharah as vice versa with those shots. The Mei too. I mean, the Pharah spam damage is so good to break down those Mei walls. The Ramatra gives you just a little bit of brawl power on the point, but how do you hit this? How do you hit this?
Oh,
Pharah?
not again. Yeah, Zera. This guy has been such a menace on this high ground, but Vision handily dealing with both Admiral. It's always been Zera and Admiral on that high ground, just holding the flank. It's Infected to save the day on the Ram, but the spawn positions are so good for Timeless that Nightmare are going to have to back up. They've already lost 2. They either back up or they just try and go for some Hail Mary kills, and Hail Mary they go for. Look at that, Doom dead. I think, yeah, Cup's going to fall as well. Good anti, but a better lamp from CJ.
So much better, and that's actually going to give Seeker a lot of time to set up and actually just shoot down the Pharah. That's twice now. We've actually seen Doomed not be able to find the picks we were hoping for from this hero. Gonna trail away a little bit and spawn to come back out, but Infected still gets to hold this first corner with the slow being put down onto the Winston too.
It's such a deadly combo. We saw it a couple of times, the slow, the Vortex with the Bastion. Or just like, as soon as the Winston jumps in, you just hit him with the Vortex and you just can't survive against Bastion. But, well, you can definitely survive now. Vision with a headshot kill onto Seeker. Cover super low, you gotta save him. That's Suzu, a fraction of a second too late. Unfortunately for Lucamino, they're unable to save cover as Nightmare. They're still holding on to this corner, despite the casualties. Oh, they deploy the Nano. Okay, just breaking open this first corner hold might be worthwhile just expending. And you can use the rush for the next point, so definitely the right call there by Times.
And now you've got the barrage too. You actually have a pretty good number of ultimates to choose from for this next fight, but I like the rush first. Then you have the Primal Rage and the barrage if you need it. Not a great close defensive hold here from Nightmare as you see this Pharah holding down that front line.
I'm scared. I'm scared of Doom's barrage.
I'm scared for them too.
There's the rush straight onto Seeker. That form's going to expire in just a moment. Yeah, Cub's not afraid to go in. Here's the second leap onto the backline and pops the Primal Rage. Oh, almost a one-shot there from the Rockets. Doomed. Oh, connects with that direct one onto Zera. 1 meter to go, and Cuppa has got a handle on this fight. At Annihilation, going to get bubbled off. Seeker's 1 HP, and Cuppa with 3 kills for Timeless. And 3 minutes and 45 seconds as they move up around this corner. And Nightmare aren't going to be switching by the looks of it. Although I say that, okay, Seeker's on Widow. No more Bastion for Nightmare.
I think this is the point where you have to think about giving it up here. It's not worked for you to move that payload any farther than that little golden box of victory, and now you're staring down the barrel of losing on your map pick. So Widow for Seeker, D.Va for Infected. D.Va, hopefully this defense matrix can be huge to eat up this Fair Barrage. Doomed is ready.
Oh, Seeker saw vision for maybe 2 frames there. Counter Snipers back at it again. And they can hold this corner with Barrage as well. Who's going to touch here for Nightmare? They're going to have to actually use the sound barrier to get there in time. 1 meter and 62 to go is the Barrage from the high ground, or from the skies even. It's a Nano on the Pharah as well. Oh, the support's also vulnerable. Good dive there from Cover, softening up the targets for Doomed. And that'll be it. Timeless taking down Nightmare on their map pick. The specialty Bastion map for Nightmare as well. They managed to suss it out. They figured out how to counter that one, and they will bring themselves to match point in the lower bracket.
We were thinking maybe for the series it would be we pick map, we win our map. And now that we've sort of adapted the script, that's not the case anymore. So do we actually end up seeing Clear get subbed in, maybe go to Mauga or Diva or Zarya or something like that?
Yeah, we got Push and we got Flashpoint at the last maps.
Possible.
I mean, yeah, if in my head, maybe, yeah, Infected and the rest of Nightmare, they want to play Dive, so they go to Suravasa, they don't go to New Junk City. A lot to be seen. Probably going to see the new Runasapi as well, I would imagine, if either one of these teams gets to pick a push map. Oh, it's a back and forth series so far, but they finally defeated the Bastion on Circuit Royale. Let's jump over to the desk and they can break that one down.
Rejoice. Indeed, it's a close series. Timeless is looking good, but technically so does Nightmare, really. I mean, we talked about how their Brawl is probably looking a little bit better than Timeless's, and that showcased also, that was on Showcase also on map 1, which was still very competitive. But one thing we also hit on was the dive from Timeless, and I feel like that was on full display here for sure. And Johnny, you had your eyes on Kaffa on that Winston.
Yeah, specifically on Circuit Royale, I gotta shout out Kaffa, because what Kaffa managed to do on that Winston, playing around Seeker's Bastion in a brawl composition like that, there is no room for error on Winston. If you do one wrong leap or like one messed up cooldown, you're about to take so much damage, you're about to be blown up. And the primal rage value that Kaffa got on that Circuit Royale, similarly as crazy. So I just gotta give huge props to Kaffa. Now we're at the point in the series we can confidently say that Timeless are looking really good in these type compositions. And I feel like it's in Nightmare's court to now continue to pick brawl maps and make it difficult for Timeless to pull off these compositions. This was a really impressive hold. It's really well executed. They knew that Nightmare was going to play this composition based on what they did in the upper bracket against Toronto Defiant, and they had the perfect composition to do it, but also they executed in a composition like this, which is very difficult to do.
Yeah, the Pharah and the Hanzo, I think, were really well-selected DPS that punished Seeker's Bastion, made it too difficult for him to get in. As you said, I think it's time for Nightmare to focus on the Brawl in terms of the rest of the series. It's still very winnable for them, given that it's Push and Flashpoint up next. So I think, you know, kind of no matter what you go to, you can probably force a Brawl. However, Timeless kind of asserting their dominance in the Winston dive mirror. I think, especially Paraiso, you know, going to a map, that's kind of like saying, hey, look, we think we've got the better Winston. If you're going to go to Paraiso, you know it's going to be a Winston dive mirror. And Timeless in their comfort zone, they look great on that map. That was not super competitive. And so Nightmare now has to battle back in the series from behind, something that so far they haven't had to do before, right? They only, I mean, Toronto was able to deal with them, but they haven't been in this position down in 2 maps, have to win, no mistakes left. I'm curious to see where Nightmare go. Maybe you could decide, you pick the push to be in control of the push, thinking you could win either Flashpoint as they're not so good for Winston. But maybe you feel desperate, you got to get a win on Flashpoint right away. I don't know.
What would you be doing here? Are you just going to focus on your own strength here, play into that, like go to those brawl maps? Do you even take into consideration what is coming out from Timeless?
So here's what I'm scared of. Even if you go to a brawl map, it's not like a guarantee that you're going to win. I think that we even saw on Lijiang Tower Control Center that, you know, Kaffa will lock in the Mauga and you will be able to brawl on the Mauga. So we're instead going to see Runasapi being selected here. It's an interesting choice here from Nightmare, and we've seen a few different teams pull a few different looks on this map. So unsure what we're going to see from Nightmare here in this matchup. It's an interesting map pick.
Yeah, I think there is a possibility to just play Mauga on Runasapi and just shut down Kaffa's Winston, make it so he has to play something else. Where even on Circuit, I was surprised Kaffa doesn't bring out the Diva, maybe much more comfortable on the Winston. Could be challenging though if he goes up against a Mauga.
All right, yeah, we'll see what they have in store for us. Timeless currently up 2-1 in this series. Once again, a reminder, this is an elimination match. So everything is on the line for both of these teams. One of them will be moving on to face none other than Toronto Defiant in the lower bracket finals. So unlucky or lucky, I don't know. One team will advance. Could it be Timeless? Is there a match point? We'll find out in just a little bit. Jack, Necro, please take it away.
Yep, Runasapi is the map pick, and yeah, what an honor to face Toronto, an angry Toronto too, in the lower bracket finals. Elimination time with Timeless on match point. We'll see what Nightmare have got to say about this one. Will we go to another map 5, Rose, today? That is going to be the question. A rather quick affair in EU, a quick match 1 in NA as well. A map number 5 versus Toronto and NRG Shock not just a moment ago. Same could be said for this one as well, as we see Nightmare pick this map up and Seeker on the Sombra, trying to shut down Kuffa.
Okay, well, it's going to have to be everything thrown at Kuffa to shut him down, as you heard the desk talk about. What a phenomenal Winston to be able to bring to the table to deal with such a difficult pick like a Bastion. And so they know that they're going to have to bring out something special to deal with this maintained player. It's going to be an instant hack onto Kuffa as he peeks his head around this first corner.
Doom playing the Fire too. It's going to be quite susceptible to these hacks if he plays too close to the floor. Well, there's the kills. The manual hacks, they're good for one normally, even though those hacks don't last too long anymore. Doomed lasered down by Seeker. We'll see if Doomed end up switching for Timeless. Switch on to a Sombra of their own, potentially, or going to stick on the Farah. No, going to stick on Farah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Doomed play a couple of different picks, but I feel like the Farah is definitely comfort for them. And so see if maybe if it works one more time.
Oh,
we haven't given up too much damage just yet. But
manual hack onto Vision. You saw the panic there on Vision. Just went for the melee, tried to do something to interrupt the hack and didn't end up working out. It might just be checkpoint too. So early.
This is where I might consider actually trying to switch. Like, you just don't have the same amount of time to actually get this Farah set up. It's going to prove to be a little bit better in these open corridors, but how much of that do you really have on this
Stepping up again, you see, it's just virus hack, virus hack, virus hack. God, you might as well just delete System 32 at this point, Kuffa. All right, there's the rush. This is certainly point for Nightmare. Kuffa, there's no way you stay alive long enough for the rush to run out. Nightmare making this one a speed run. We're not even 2 minutes in. They got checkpoint already.
Do we see a map completion? I don't know.
Oh, don't speak into existence just yet.
I'll leave that up to how it looks like after the EMP is let loose from Seeker. So I already have that though, and then some on Nightmare. Like, I just don't know if this Farah is going to.
Oh, good Suzu as well on Doomed there. That was really nice. A mid-air Suzu to make sure Doomed can stay alive. EMP lands. Kuffa. Oh, he's dead again. And Doomed is grounded by Seeker. 2 kills for Nightmare now. And losing Seeker and Infected used that Primal Rage. This rush, a rather late one for Timeless. Only 3 people benefiting from that one. And they're still going to be able to continue this fight on, as Lucamino's the only one there on the point. Vision quickly slayed by Zera as they continue their march towards this final checkpoint. 85 plus meters as they're almost rounding this final corner.
Now we're going to see the switches. It's Vision and Doomed actually going to be switching over here to... They're switching roles. So Vision's on the Sombra, Doomed on the Tracer.
All right, he decided, well, if you can do it, we can do it better maybe. Pulse bomb onto Vision though. No translocator perhaps, so just immediately eliminated. Quick thinking there by Doom, just dashing into the building, breaking LOS of that manual hack. They're looking at Lucamino right now because they know he's got the sound barrier. That Sombra, that additional information too from the passive is just so valuable sometimes, knowing who has actually got ultimates. Lucamino cannot C9 this, or Ajax this, sorry.
No. Cannot, but I mean the fact that you've got Rush.
Sound barrier still available, 24 HP in a small moment. Oh, that's the Ajax!
He's dead!
Caught in 8K. All good though, because Kuffa to the rescue. Like Superman leaping through the air, squishes the villains in CJ and Admiral. Those supports are down, and Kuffa once again finding massive value with the Primal Rage. Look at that, 130 meters to 0. We've seen crazier comebacks though, Rose. To be fair.
We have. If anything that EMEA has shown us is that these maps, even in this position, are losable. But just don't let it happen to you. Wow. Even after the Ajax, though, like, Kuffa's still able to clutch that out. And now you get to attack this with your own rush, your own pulse bomb.
Good Suzu.
Perfect Suzu there from CJ.
Bet you can use that Primal Rage. Lucamino down. Adding insult to injury there. First to die in this next fight. Infected just waiting for this hack to kind of wear off as he dives in once again. Wants the bubble down, right onto that rush is Timeless. Just going to make their retreat.
EMP here for Vision. You have to throw this at this next fight, but Admiral
Setting up
has
for
a
it.
sound barrier.
Boom. Admiral still with sound barrier though, but CJ's already dead. Do they commit? I don't think so. Not after they lose Seeker as well. Although Infected wants to stay in this fight, Squid and Vision end up going down. No, there's the focus fire. They know as well, like, you have so many meters in the bank that you don't need to really use the beat there. You can use it on the re-engage. You can just meet them in mid, hit the sound barrier, win this fight, and then reset the bot back to close to where your barricade is.
Well, with the EMP too, like a go barrier EMP, it's like unlosable.
Yeah, if you need it, right? Yeah, you've got backup if you end up choosing one to win the fight. There's the EMP, Cuffer in trouble, no Primal Rage either, a bubble to block the healing, and Vision gonna succumb to their wounds as Zera chase them down, and no sound barrier required, Rose. Just a one old wonder of a team fight.
And that feels even better because now you have the sound barrier plus the rush. You also are going to have 2 other ultimates if Infected can get this Primal Rage up too. So it is just defense. Vision is dead.
Homing kunais.
Is that like a random kunai from across the map?
Cover gets the Suzu, survives without popping the Primal Rage. That bot is nearing this final checkpoint, although this point's very hard to cap. At the best of times, or the worst of times. There's the rush on the high ground. Cover sees that sound barrier just in time, and now the pulse one from Zera looking at the back line. Switching his focus now to Vision. He's got 20-20 on him. Seeker does end up falling as well. Still with the pulse bomb, holding on to this one. They're just forcing Timeless to use ults to even win a fight. Just perfect for Nightmare. 3.5 minutes to go as Cuffer rips the Primal Rage, kills Infected. And they're going to reset bot. Okay, Zera at least picking up an extra kill. Should go down on the Tracer, but you're burning ults, you're burning time. Nightmare know how to play this from this position.
Yeah, I mean, time is such a valuable resource when you're looking at 3 minutes remaining. Timeless have to win, what is that, 4 team fights in a row?
15, 16, 17, I don't know, a lot. Vision's already dead as well. Pulse bomb not getting too much from Doomed, and that is probably the worst spot to be as a Lucio player. Unfortunately, Lu Camino is down. However, they are still trading. But trades are bad right now for Timeless. They need clean and decisive team fights. So they've only got about 19 meters on the board.
Well, here is a potential clean team fight win. Vision very close to that EMP. Not before Seeker's gonna get it too. So wow, this could be very interesting. 2 EMPs potentially on the board for this next fight. So Vision's trying so hard to make sure that that's up and ready to go.
Oh, Seeker, the one-man EMP onto Cuffer. Yeah, got Suzu'd instantly. Optimistic EMP there, and now Vision is going to show him out. It's done, I'd imagine. Oh, but Seeker dies. Will you even need it? Maybe a manual hack is all that they really need. They're going to rip it anyway, just to guarantee it. Again, you do need clean team fights here. Doomed falls. Zera finds another one as Squid ends up going down. Wow. The ability for Nightmare to find these picks is kind of insane. So this is going to be checkpoint at least now for Timeless.
All right, that's 1 clean, decisive team fight win under their belt. They need 2 more. 2 more that they have to string together, looking at a 1.5-minute time bank. One of those is going to have to be in overtime.
Got to be perfect.
Primal Rage, sound barrier. Yeah, you're looking at perfection from here on out.
There's the rush from both sides, basically layered on top of each other. The sound barrier from Lu Camino is going to help them survive. You can see Cuffer's just chasing Abril. Just enemy number 1 for the Winston most of the time, especially if they're close to that ultimate, which Admiral was. Cover does use that Primal Rage too, but Infected just showing him up right now with a kill on to Lu Camino and Squids. Cover's Primal running out, unfortunately now, and has to get out, or probably is going to end up going down. Nice pulse from Doomed, but you're just going to reset bot. You got 45 seconds. Timeless. Oh dear, a pulse bomb from Zera. Cover, yeah. Wow, these stacker kills are real bad for Timeless.
Yeah, it's super bad. 35 seconds left, and now it's going to be Nightmare that have the sound barrier advantage with Admiral. So you would think, as long as you don't Ajax this one, this is the map for Nightmare.
Oh,
Don't.
They have the tools
Don't,
ready
Rose.
to put it together.
Don't call it. Don't. Come on. Cast a custom a second ago. Admiral has to hit the sound barrier here for Nightmare to win a clean fight, but boom, there it is. Hits 5. Vision instantly dead. No one was ever worried. Seeker's quick to follow, but with only 7 seconds to go, Timeless have to touch the pot. I think it's all over, Rose. I think we're going to a map number 5. There's no ults for Timeless. There's no health. There's no help. No, nothing. OT is ticking down, and Nightmare take us to a map number 5 here in North America, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Runasapi with a 130-meter lead. You are not coming back from that one, Timeless.
Insurmountable. That was such a quick lead that they were able to get to. What did we have? 4 minutes on the clock, and they had almost completely capped the map? That was crazy.
But now Timeless get their map pick. Probably going to see Clear subbed in, you think? Going to New Junk City?
New Junk City? Yeah, bring the Malga, bring out the Zarya. You could definitely do that, but I also wonder if you're Timeless, if you do feel very confident being able to run the Winston in a more, open environment. I guess we'll have to see where their heads are at, because they do have 2 very valuable options here that they could go for. Looking at Flashpoint, it's just which one they think is going to be one that's going to get them over that finish line. But Infected made this look
easy.
Like what a turn of events. Infected made this look so easy.
Real impressive push. Yeah, 130 meters on their first one. I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Map number 5. Timeless's fate is in their hands. It's got to be New Junk City, surely. So we give the players a couple of minutes here. We just run through these highlights. This is Lucamino hitting the Ajax, unfortunately. Tough spot to be in. After getting EMP'd, you want to just lay that out straight away, but the focus fire was just so good there. Oh, and there's the kunai kill too from Vision's POV. Popped out through a virus long range and just boop. Still does a lot of damage. Does more damage now, actually. It did 12.5 at a headshot before. It does 120 flat now after the Kiri change. Here's the map stats as well. Closer, actually, than I thought it was, to be honest, in terms of the stats here. 31 to 41, KD. Pretty close to 1.3 to 0.7. Wasn't exactly a blowout. Well, to be fair, Timeless did end up capping the checkpoint near the end of the map. So that's probably why.
Ooh, well, still pretty close then, but I think you're looking at just where we might be able to potentially go with this next pick, and I think it's a really, really tough call, because on the one hand, Nightmare can sub in Clear if they really want to in order to take up the Zarya, and on the other hand, you have to deal with the Winston Mirror again. That didn't really work out so great here on Runasapi.
Yeah, I'm curious if they do end up going to New Junk City, subbing in Clear, or are they going to go to Suravasa? It's up to them if they want to match that dive again, if they do continue to feel confident in that. And they should do, to be fair, because that Circuit Royale it looked great. Kaffa was just crazy on the Winston. It was Seeker switching over to Sombra in that Runasapi, just manual hack. And then it's kind of strange, halfway through that, I wouldn't even say halfway through. It was kind of after the first couple of fights, the manual hacks just went towards Vision. Oh, you want to jump Sombra? Okay, boom, hacked, over and over and over again. Even the Tracer too, getting those manual hacks, and the follow-up was just so clean from Nightmare. One of the top contenders in North America. I had them going all the way to the finals to see if they can make it there. This lower bracket elimination match. And it is Timeless picking Suravasa.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense. Like, I think Kaffa is a bit more inflexible when it comes down to what you were hoping to see out of that tank position. And so now you really put the onus on Nightmare to figure out, okay, well, I think we have to keep Infected in the roster. We're going to play the Winston Mirror if we're going to end up seeing, like, the Winston come out from Kaffa. And I think it feels okay. Like, this is Timeless's best effort for sure. I don't think they want to have to play the Malga versus something like the Clear Zarya.
All right, yeah, okay. Suravasa, it is. Yeah, the Sombras, I think, are just going to be a main fixture now for both sides. It's been interesting to see, too, where teams want to pick up something like a Sojourn and the Tracer as well. I'm curious, too, because with Seeker Seeker initially kind of made his name on the Sojourn. His Sojourn was the best in NA, or you could argue up there with maybe rank 1 or rank 2, depending on who we're counting for North American Overwatch. And like even just in Overwatch League 2, when he was on Boston Uprising, his Sojourn was insane. I'm curious if he's going to pick that one up here, because I think the Sombras have been, especially the way Nightmare have been able to set the tempo of these fights, the tempo of the engagements and maps. I would be too surprised if they just stick with that here. But final map for both teams. Lower bracket semi-finals. Winner goes on to face Toronto Defiant in the lower finals. And then you have a chance to make it to the grand finals to meet NRG Shock. Oh, there you go. Okay, Nightmare, Seeker on the Soj. With the Sombra change to 250 to 225 health, a lot easier for the Sojourn to take them out cleanly.
Could totally snipe it out if you're able to sniff out the Sombra. But Zera, I feel like, is just going to go back to the Tracer. Yep, just get that Symmetric Teleport out of spawn. Make sure that Nightmare can actually make it over to the Flashpoint first, so that Seeker can get this very valuable setup here on the Sojourn. So where does Vision find access to this backline? I think it's really nice to look at Seeker as a target, maybe even Admiral.
Seeker.
Yeah, see, that was an instant Suzu from CJ to save that.
Yeah, really hot off the mark there by CJ. They know Seeker, like you said, is going to be the target more often than not. Oh, no, Doom missed blink. I think Doom was supposed to blink up onto the point there, but missed it. Booped their little head. And that's going to cost them their life. Nightmare. They end up giving up the point to start off with, at the very least, but now they're in 4v5, just punishing Cuffer. Now Seeker can just do what Seeker does best and shoot people with a railgun.
Will be a little bit of progress though for Timeless before they have to come back in. Nothing yet though on the board for either team in terms of ultimates, but I think if you're looking at the Sojourn in Seeker's hands, I don't think you need the ults. Just get a quick pick with the Sojourn. Especially knowing that you do have this point control, then you can set Seeker up behind the point, just get some really good damage down. Look at the Disruptor shot already, forcing Vision to have to back up.
Yeah, Vision playing less on the flank. Oh, took a kunai to the face and then a railgun to follow. Just melted. Can't lose anybody here if you're Timeless. Oh, they forced a recall. Surely Doomed. Yeah, Doom should be able to just get away, just hide somewhere else. But Nightmare on their own final fight, and Seeker's closing in this railgun. And if they want to go early, they could do as well, because CJ's done so much healing. They got Rush.
They're gonna have Pulse Bomb too. I think just go ahead and lay the Rush down once you see Timeless.
Yeah, there it is. There's the Rush on the point. Good luck contending with this one, Cover. Already half HP, no Primal Rage either. It's going to be just point over to Nightmare. I think Doomed ended up quickly touching, but yeah, Cover's dead to Pulse. Don't need anything else. And that's 1 point on the board for Nightmare.
Still, again, winning out on this dive versus dive that we're seeing here from both teams. Infected is still keeping pace, though. Like, Kappa and Infected, both are going to have these Primal Rages for the next fight, but the big difference here is going to be Vision's EMP. But Nightmare with this first Flashpoint control, I mean, Timeless are going to have to make some really good value out of these ultimate trades. 5 ults for this one.
And with Sound Barrier, just want to disengage from this one. Look at that. Amp speed out of there. Infected wants to stay in the mixture, though. With this Primal Rage. Oh, a couple of swapping sides there. Got to be careful for Nightmare. Vision just hiding in this corner, waiting for them to engage. This EMP is going to be in such a good spot. Bam, hits 3. Or not even a chance for Apple to use Sound Barrier. Seeker Zera Infected, getting hacked. That's one big ultimate out the way for them to deal with, but they are going to lose control of this point.
But if Timeless needs the EMP online every single time to win a team fight, that's not going to be very good. You only get them every so often, even if Vision is charging them up as fast as you can. And you're going to see Seeker come back in with this overclock. That is going to be really tough here for Timeless. Maybe the Primal Rage from Kappa can help boot Seeker out of place. But, yeah.
Overclock, always hunting for Vision there. Use that chance cases to get out, and there's the sound barriers on each side. Still, the Overclock just tearing through this overhealth. He really wants Vision dead. Cover's more than happy. You want to put yourself out of position? No problem for me. Infected, though, comes up with 2 kills regardless, and with a Pulse Bomb in hand, maybe Zera can flip the script. Cover is still pretty low, too. Vulnerable to a Pulse Bomb.
Now he's healed back up, though, after being able to grab some health. And it's going to still, but it was a point flip in favor of Nightmare. Well, Kappa had to go get healed up. Here's the rush from CJ, able to lay over this point. With something like that pulse bomb from Zera too. Yeah, I mean, Kappa still losing on those shields very quickly, so that could still be a pulse bomb pickup on that Winston.
Just denying time from Timeless. Pulse bomb still for Zera. There's both rushes on the point. Infected already dead though. I mean, the heals can't come quick enough from the Kirikos. It's so tough sometimes to make that work when those rushes are just laid on top of each other like that. Infected's got Primal Rage in 5%. I think it's Timeless going to be able to get this cap, or is someone going to touch here from Nightmare? It looks like it's going to be Zera just perma-touching on the point until reinforcements arrive. As Infected comes back with a Primal Rage, but Vision's got EMP, looking to set up. Oh, lets it loose. That's a massive one as well. Admiral lays down the sound barrier, but doesn't catch Seeker. Where is the picks, however? Vision is going to be the main focus. Sound barrier from Lucamino a little bit late. His cover doesn't receive that overhealth, was just carrying in the corner. And now Infected turning his attention towards this Lucio. Just Goomba stomping almost, but I think the healing resources were spread a little bit too thin there for Nightmare. As Timeless looking to cap this point now, but Admiral at least gets the kill on Lucamino. A scrappy fight, boiling down to just Cover staying alive, and no, Zera and CJ come back. How is Zera and CJ still up and alive in that one? I do not know. And now Timeless need a reverse sweep here on Flashpoint.
And it's not looking easy for them to do that. You've got the Primal Rage here from Kappa, which will help to prolong a fight, but you need to be winning these quickly and decisively. We're actually going to be seeing a couple of DPS swaps come through from the Timeless roster. Doomed going over to the Pharah, and it is going to be Vision now taking up the Tracer reins. This is a problem with this Timeless squad. You gotta change hands who the Tracer's gonna be in. That's not easy. You give up all of that charge and all of that progress on these ults. But hopefully the Pharah can get the job done, because this is it.
Doomed. So how quickly moved away there. Oh, Seeker's just getting battered by Cover, just booping him around with Primal Rage. Didn't have a chance to use that overclock. Maybe got one shot off, but that was about it. No slide, no problem for Cover. Good first pick, good first cap even, sorry, for Timeless.
Chasing down a couple of those picks too is going to help them get a little bit more on the board. But Seeker instantly switching off of the Sojourn now to go over to the Sombra, seeing that there's no threat of that on the other side.
Zera just got a pick up to Vision.
Again. Yeah, that's not good either. Like, you're just going to have that player advantage with Seeker coming back on the Sombra too.
Yeah. Rush is good for a cap. Oh, detected instantly. Really nice check there by Vision. All right, Pulse Bomb available from Zera. There's the point. There's the rush. There's the beat as well from Nightmare. Doom just the main focus for Nightmare, and Infected just chasing him through the skies. No, Squid and Cover still come up with kills. Zera trying to stick somebody, or at least trying to, okay, get Suzu, get Swift Step out. I've got to be able to attach this to somebody. Didn't end up using it in the very end, just the rest of the team ended up falling before they could find an opening. Good team kill there from Timeless, saved ults, Sound Barrier, Barrage, and the Pulse Bomb. This is their chance to come back in on this map.
It really is, and they're gonna need to. Like you said, they have to reverse sweep on Suravasa, so it's gonna be just this one flashpoint, and then you still gotta look at two more. But it all starts here. Kappa hopefully getting the Primal Rage up too will make sure that they're going to be able to secure this flashpoint.
Oh, there is the barrage. There was a quick Suzu on the ground there from CJ and a teleport to stay alive. Doom is so low. Even that sound barrier couldn't save them. That Suzu on him is good from Squid. You want to do that to keep the fire and keep the maximum amount of damage like outputted from that barrage, but this is going to be Nightmare flipping this point. 49% to 99. And Seeker, you got to be scared of this guy. 70% towards this EMP. They got to dodge it, and Lucamino's not going to have sound barrier for this fight either, so this is make or break for Timeless.
This is going to have to be a huge pulse bomb here from Vision, try to even things up. Because if you go on too long, it's going to be Admiral that has a sound barrier at the end of things.
Oh, look at that, yeah. Cuffer knows that Seeker's got to be the person they got to kill first. Nice little, the Transgator into the skies. Infective's already dead though, so across the battlefield, Cuffer's teammates are coming up big with kills. And they managed to find the flip as well. Nightmare is still contesting for the time being as Zera just double dips onto the point and manages to recontest once more. He's going to be able to get out alive. Yes, but no. CJ was the next to touch and doomed with a double kill with 1 rocket. An expensive fight for Nightmare. They end up using their rush. But it is Timeless coming back into this one with a team kill and a quick rotation to the next flashpoint.
Our rush was very high risk, high reward, because if you're able to actually stall it out, come back even with 3 or 4 members on the rush, then that could have just been the map win for you right then and there. Seeker, though, now finally has this EMP. So when we look at Timeless making it to this flashpoint first, they still don't have the sound barrier for this, and this could be a Nightmare getting this first flashpoint capture.
Oh, EMP, a solo one onto cover. Yeah. Oh, a sound barrier too from Nightmare.
Whoa.
Seems like a bit of an overextension from Admiral. They managed to kill Cuffer. It looked like they were very much winning that fight. Maybe Admiral thinking that him going down will result in a less than ideal team fight for themselves.
I guess just to ensure that you're going to get
Good
this
hack.
first point capture.
Good Suzu though. Squid managed to survive that initial hack duration. Fari is just disgusting on the rush. Also, it's the direct there. Ooh, cheeky from Doomed and gets away from Infected too. 34 HP. Managed to get out alive.
Infected steals the Mega though.
Oh, and his health. Oh no.
Oh, he gets.
Good stagger from Cuffer.
That's huge. Oh, the bubble placement to make sure that Infected couldn't get any more healing from the team. And now you're just gonna stall out this point a little bit more. So Timeless, they get to set up back on this flashpoint with the barrage at the ready and a couple extra ultimates to spare. That's gonna feel really good to see if they can actually get this reverse sweep to come to fruition on Suravasa.
It's gonna be a hard barrage to get off though. You got to imagine this very open-aired point. All right, Vision managed to get a stick. It was a connection, but it was onto the bubble. It wasn't onto the Winston, sadly. Doom just got that overhealth from the sound barrier. Is more than happy just to rip this now, but it's just been, again, just juggled by Infected in the skies. Nightmare still have to come up with kills, though, because the point is ticking. 80% and counting for Timeless. Infected is going to get out alive, but they need to go for this touch. They need to go for the touch, or they need to think about moving to the next one. 94%. Who is there to do it? Looks like Zera and Infected can get onto the point in time. There is the barrage, though, high in the sky, but Gabriel gets the boop kill. Squid also ends up falling. And Nightmare, by the skin of their teeth, manages to get back to the point in time and find the flip.
Flip with the EMP, the sound barrier, one more fight in between them and winning out this 5-map series. The EMP is going to be big here too if Seeker can build it up in time, but with how quickly Timeless have been coming back into these fights, I don't know if Seeker's going to have it right away.
They got no ults.
So look at, we turn to Timeless right now to see what they can get up first.
They're going to have this rush, but that's pretty much about it. Beat EMP, that's a guaranteed team fight. Unless anything drastic goes wrong. This is Nightmare's point to lose here. The rush comes out on the point. Sound barrier hits 4. Nightmare now building up the EMP, and it's a big one. Vision, Cuffer, isolated. Cuffer nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. We're trying to hide behind that small pillar as overtime now in session for Timeless. Are the kills coming through quick enough, though? Infected gets chased down by Squid as the pulse bomb was connected by Vision. OT now in session. A nice little hack and a stick should do it from Zera. Squid succumbs to the pulse bomb as Nightmare managed to cap in amongst the chaos. Cuffer is back, but immediately hacked and chased down by Zera. Infected is also back on the ball, and Nightmare, they're going to design that reverse sweep on Flashpoint and knock Timeless out. It's time for their rematch against Toronto Defiant as they see themselves in the losers finals.
What a great match that we had between these two teams, and it was so much fun to watch. I feel like we ended up seeing a good evolution from both of them in order to respond. But that Winston, at the end of the day, I mean, you just gotta give credit to Infected.
It looked good. Both him and Cuffer looked exceptional in that game. Really, I like this Sombra look now from a lot of teams. I like the Tracer and the Sombra. Just save up EMP, sound barrier. It's an almost unlosable fight. It looked a little bit dicey when they didn't initially come up with kills, but Cuffer going down first, that was the nail in the coffin. One of the carries from this series, you've got to say. But Nightmare come up with the win. It's time to get some revenge on Toronto Defiant. Zoe, Jake, Johnny, what do you think about that game? Another game number 5 in NA?
Another banger.
Another banger. Time is bringing it back. Not rather time is a Nightmare actually bringing it back. Wrong script, sorry. Nightmare bringing it back after going down 2-1 against Timeless, which was already a surprise for, I believe, a lot of people watching. They played a lot of that dive mirror. And on map 4, since we already covered the first half of it, let's talk about that because we saw both favoring the more fast-paced styles, right? Looking at the backline there with the Lucio Kiriko. This is something we would have usually arguably said that Nightmare is the stronger team in, but Timeless held their own.
Yeah, I think this was very close, and a lot of that was thanks to Kuffa on the Winston, who put out a huge performance. I mean, I think he has really a lot to be proud of from this tournament, despite getting knocked out here. A lot of massive primals from him. But on the other side, I think Admiral and CJ just seem so comfortable on the Lucio Kiri. I think that is maybe their best support look. And for Timeless, I think they really are an on-a-brig team. That's where they're really strong, especially when Vision can play a hard hit scan. They're making a lot more, they're flexing into this comp where I think Nightmare are just very much in their wheelhouse. Zero was a player I feel like I was watching all series long, just kept coming up in the clutch, right? In these moments with your back against the wall, he was the one who was very, cool, calm, and collected, not making any mistakes in those critical moments where honestly, Nightmare, I could feel the nerves in this last map 5, right? There was a couple spots, maybe they're over-ulting, going for stuff that they really shouldn't have. And so Zero was a huge part of bringing it over the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, Paraiso was a great map for them as well because, they do get to put Vision on long-range hit scan on that defense, but then also executed nicely when it came to the Echo on offense. Then when you get into these compositions, both on Runasapi and here on Suravasa, and you need Vision and Doom to kind of like swap between, Doom playing the Pharah and Vision playing the Tracer, and then you want to put Doom on the Tracer and Vision on the Sombra. Like, it's just... For the damage line, it's just the hero swaps, are a bit tough to make sense with. And then, as you mentioned as well, the Honor Brig. So, again, I think it was a great performance by Timeless. They were so close to clutching this series out. And against a team like Nightmare, who were, built to really compete with NRG and Toronto, it was a really good performance by Timeless to get here.
Seeker earning themselves the player of the match honor. I do feel like there were quite a few candidates in this very long series.
I'm going to say Zero got robbed. I got to say Zero got robbed. I'm calling him out.
Yes.
I'm calling him out. But Seeker had a solid game. I wouldn't say it was his best performance, but I mean, then again, this map 1 was really massive from him. The Bastion, though, did get shut down, so you got to give Timeless respect for seeing this comp coming, right? Like, it was deployed against Toronto, and they came with a beautiful counter strat for it. Seeker as well, he did have huge moments on the Sombra, right? And his flexibility to play the Sombra gives them the edge in the matchup, where we are seeing those role swaps from Doomed and Vision to find their way in the matchup. You don't need that given Seeker's flexibility. They're able to just go back and forth super easily. Seeker and Zira, both taking turns on Tracer at times through the series.
It was a great performance from pretty much every player on that roster as they're keeping themselves alive in this series. It was a close one, quite a nail-biter. We do have a winner's interview now ready, and there he is. Infected is joining us. Hello. That's the most surprise face I've ever seen on this big screen. Infected, obviously you must still be just buzzing with excitement. That was such a close series. You guys brought it back. What were the comms like after you guys went down 2-1?
For like the first 2 maps that we lost, we were really nervous and we weren't playing how we normally were, especially since they were playing compositions that we haven't really practiced or played against. So I think that just threw us off. But like once we entered Runasapi and we won first fight, the comms were so like calm and collected. Everybody was like on the same page, so it felt really good.
And I'm curious, as far as strategy goes, you guys are going to have to rematch against Toronto Defiant tomorrow in that lower final after NRG's upset victory there. And I'm curious if you think, this Sombra comp, I think it looked good. I think we've seen more and more teams bring it out. Is that something that you guys feel really confident on? Maybe a direction you might want to take the series tomorrow?
Honestly, I don't know, because we played a little bit of the Sombra comp on like some parts of maps or whatever, but I know for a fact we did not play it like in scrims on Suravasa ever. Like that was our first time playing it there.
Wow.
So we might bring it out, but because we seem pretty good on it. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, seem pretty good on it. That's a recipe for you right there. I wanted to get your reaction as well to NRG beating Toronto Defiant. I think going into this weekend, we all said that it would be a battle for the top 3 with you, NRG, Shock, and then also Toronto Defiant. And now with Toronto Defiant being taken down with NRG in the finals, do you feel like you are the next team up to really take down Toronto Defiant and find yourself in that final?
Well, I mean, we've always been like pretty even with NRG, like in practice and stuff. And I honestly, like, I cannot believe that they beat Toronto. But I'm really happy for them. They're all amazing. So I think if they can beat them, we can definitely beat them as well.
That's right. It's your turn now. That will happen hopefully tomorrow. Infected, thank you so much for joining us. Back to the lab for you and the guys. We are very excited to see what you have in store for us in your next match.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye. Infected. That was Infected from Nightmare joining us here for a quick chat. Let's take a look at the lower bracket to see their run through said lower bracket. And now they have to face off against Toronto Defiant, a team that none of us actually expected to see down here. They've already had to go up against that in their upper bracket final. A quick reminder, of course, a refresher rather for everyone if you want to take a look at that upper bracket as well, so we can see where or how that one went down, because that was a pretty convincing victory from Toronto Defiant for most of it, although we do have to remind everyone that New Junk City did happen and Nightmare did play them close there.
I love when we talk about Toronto matches and they go 3-0. It's like, but this one map was close. But Toronto, they're a very, very good team. Incredible that NRG got this upset. I mean, this is the biggest surprise in North America, maybe all year, honestly. I guess the real question, though, is the grand finals, because Toronto are down, but they are not out. We know this is a team that can recover and adapt within a tournament. And so I think they're, maybe a wounded animal can be the most dangerous. I think I'm a little worried for Nightmare tomorrow.
But you heard, Infected is using our logic, transitive properties, if they can play close with Energy Shock and take Toronto Defiant down, so clearly Nightmare have everything it takes to take Toronto down as well. Let's see if that will work out, not just in theory, but also in actual real life. One thing's for sure, though, they performed well today. Lots of highlight plays we get to showcase.
Oh,
that's tragic.
The Ajax booping the Lucio.
That is a tragic. Like, as Lucio, it's like, how did he even go that far? It's like I think he got booped out of like he's beating.
Is there a second boop there?
He's like wall ride into.
I mean,
that's so not like that's like ridiculous distance for the Lucio.
Oh, this clutch was sick from Cal.
This was actually dirty. I mean, honestly, I think Toronto was like, okay, let's go. Let's clean this one up. We got the hold. Let's go deal with Cal. And then, wait, hold up. Let's deal with Cal. So somebody deal with Cal. And did not go their way.
It was so funny because it felt like Cal was under so much die pressure that entire point B. Yeah. And then in overtime, just like clutches up.
Yeah. I mean, Cal was clutched this whole series. The whole squad from NRG, you got to give them props for, being willing to go into the series with confidence, believing in themselves. Well done.
Oh, yeah, quickest team fight ever.
Oh my God. Yeah, this is back to the spawn with you. The new spawn wave system means you will all spawn together.
Yeah, that's nice.
You definitely are not missing the spawn wave.
I don't even think they need a wave respawn for that one.
Yeah,
spawn together anyway.
Yeah, that might have been even on the last patch. That was a wave respawn.
Yeah,
forced wave respawn by Doom.
You love to see it. You love to see it. I also love to look at schedules. Let's take a look what our final day holds in store for us as we're nearly done with our main event in both regions. These are the matchups. Which one gets you the most excited? I mean, there's really just two to choose from right now.
Oh, wow.
That SSG rematch against VP could be really interesting because this is an SSG that, yes, they lost in a very close series to VP last time, but maybe with a different approach, they could find their way through. I think that's one, it's really hard to predict, honestly.
Yeah, both with the Brawl, of course, we saw them, beat out to Semis playing the Brawl, but I'm curious if there's more to the Lucio Kiriko composition as well. Are we going to see more of that from SSG?
Well, I mean, Hardy sounded confident. He said they don't want to force it anymore. They're just going to play to their strength. And quite frankly, that's always been the best look for this SSG roster, specifically even prior to joining OWCS. So I am very interested to see which teams will be coming out on top. We had so many surprises already, so many close series over the last 3 days. What's your biggest takeaway so far?
I have one very important takeaway here for the broadcast, which is that Neil told me to pred NRG today, and I didn't listen. So, Neil, you are a super genius.
All right.
My contract is fulfilled.
That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. And I don't want to take anything away from Neil because Neil, he is behind all of my illustrations and helps me make these breakdowns. But back when we had Overwatch League pick'ems, Neil was a notorious Vegas Eternal predictor because Neil always goes for the upsets. So appreciate it, but I'm not surprised that he recommended that.
Hey, he called it. I'm not taking anything away from him. Johnny's got all these caveats, but I'm just...
That's the thing with those upset preds. You look like such a genius.
I called it. I call it.
When it works out, looking really smart. When not, but then we just don't really talk about it, do we? But yeah, Neil, absolute GOAT. Wouldn't have it any other way. Let's see if he can keep his Pred streak alive tomorrow.
Pick him champ for one match.
There's tough pick'ems tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know who's coming out on top. EU, though, I think ENCE is a little scary.
Yeah,
a little scary.
You know what? You only have to go to bed one more time to find out. Tomorrow, the grand finals will be happening on these servers. I can't wait to see how that is going down. For now, we're going to say goodnight. Thank you all so much for joining us. Same place, same time tomorrow. See you there.
Sorry, Neil. Sorry.
And here's that blade now. Immortality Field on its last legs, and Kester looking to cut the wrist out from under Virtus Pro. Beautiful stuff. 2K on the blade after getting rid of the Immortality Field. Yes, Spark able to catch Yubi out, but not before landed was fell. Hardy, got a shield. Oh, okay.
But you can see Vision hunting for somebody in the backline. That would just completely finish up the match.
There's the soundbite. Oh, Lucamino!
Referee is down. This is an opening.
Opening, captures something. Yeah, Cal sees the honor. Saw RuPaul dancing around, hit the headshot, insta-kill onto RuPaul, and now Merritt's under duress. Cal just taking over the game, puts the pylon down, dodges out of the way of that flail by... Paul dodges out of the way. Look at this primal race from Kellen, just isolating Merritt, taking him back to the midpoint. It's a 4-on-5 now, and RuPaul with the rush is going to have to be the difference maker for Toronto to find. But Vega's already gone down, and they don't even touch. NRG Shock have done it.
Let's go! Let's fucking go!
Hits Seeker, though, undisturbed, still holding on to it. And there it is, Seeker. 3K with the high noon.
Oh my god.